This young man is Sano Haruto, a hunter known as Managorfer. As you can see, he is also part of a team exploring a dungeon. But the thing is, even though he's a hunter, Haruto only appears as a support with the sole ability to supply mana to others. Today, after defeating the Golem King with his team in a low-level dungeon, Haruto was so exhausted that he sat down on the ground, gasping for air. But before he could catch his breath, another team member approached and said with a tone of annoyance, "So, Sano, you didn't contribute much to today's cleanup." "Who? Then why don't you get up and help clear the way?" Haruto nodded obediently and quickly got to his feet. The other hunters looked at your expression, some questioning, others looking down on you. They started gossiping about you, not even bothering to lower their voices. Isn't he the type of person capable of a critical attack? Why is he only supporting from behind? Oh, come on. He doesn't have many skills, but he actually has an endless supply of mana. Don't you know? He can generate unlimited mana. The other person sat up in shock, constantly marveling. Wow. This must be the strongest skill of all. Anyone can absorb mana from a healer, but only when fighting bosses do you need such a large amount of mana like today. As for the rest, he has no place to stand. The other person continues to mock with a disdainful tone that can't be hidden. That's why he's been digging dungeons for 5 years without reaching level 30. Haruto heard everything the gossipers said. Claiming he didn't know was a lie. But in fact, he was already used to being whispered about behind his back. But no matter what, a low-level hunter still possesses abilities far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, Haruto has become stronger than most humans and also possesses an incredibly resilient will. Therefore, no matter what others say, Haruto swears he will never give up. People always think his skill is just creating mana and transferring it to teammates. But in fact, his ability is even more special. And Haruto has never revealed it to anyone. He possesses a unique skill called copy and fry. Like now, after grabbing that rice ball, a virtual window appeared in front of Haruto, with the option to copy the target using the Kancho C shortcut. After pressing that shortcut, another handful of rice falls from the air like magic. This is his special ability. Kancho C and Kancho V allow him to copy and clone targets. It's a ability he's never heard of before. So after discovering his ability, Haruto held high hopes when he awakened as a hunter. However, he quickly realized that this ability was useless because it was a skill only he could possess. The cloned objects created after leaving his hands would disappear like illusions, so he can't copy money nor resell the equipment he has copied. And unfortunately, copying gear is also limited by level. For example, since you're at level 29, you can't copy an item from a level 90 hunter. Haruto's ability to generate infinite mana, in other words, his nickname, Mana Golfer, is actually just the endless copying of the small amount of mana he possesses. The copied mana doesn't disappear and can be transferred to other hunters. Haruto also tried copying skills this way, but it required all sorts of complicated conditions. For example, if you need to defeat a high-level monster, which is almost impossible to do. Haruto feels very frustrated. If he could level up a few more times and copy some equipment, he could join any dungeon he wanted. But Haruto just couldn't reach level 30. Haruto was just eating a handful of rice to vent his anger while scrolling through his phone for news. And he saw a hot trending story with the headline that Kalisha's longsword had arrived in Japan. Haruto's eyes immediately lit up. The Long Dragon Sword is a weapon with 2 special skills and an effect that boosts defensive capabilities. The reason this great sword became the only special item is because it itself has a level. When this sword is used, the wielder's level jumps by 200. And above all, it was highly sought after because anyone who reaches level 30 can use it. Even though he hasn't reached level 30 yet, Haruto started dreaming as soon as he saw the longsword. In the future, if you can copy this sword and become a high-level dungeon master at level 230, conquering high-level monsters will no longer be a problem. Haruto immediately made that weapon his top priority. According to the excerpt in the article, the dragon longsword will be exhibited in Japan for the next week, but its durability is only 10. So even if copied, it can only be used for a few more battles. Therefore, it was no longer suitable as a weapon. So the idea was to showcase it around the world, to make money. For Haruto, this was truly a golden opportunity. If I could touch that sword even once, durability wouldn't matter. I could copy it and use it forever. Now the most important thing is to gain enough experience to reach level 30. So, Haruto keeps going to the dungeon. After being expelled from the Grand Guild, He joined an unregistered dungeon construction organization to supply mana for them. Today, the team is exploring the giant king's lair, and Haruto continues to efficiently transfer endless mana to the other excavators so they can freely fight the bosses. During this process, Haruto reconnected with a cute junior named Ikanaga Aoi. Although Aoi still teases his level on the surface, Haruto knows he's a good person overall. They have known each other since their time at the Great Virtue Guild, and he also joined the unregistered dungeon-breaking organization because he's a greedy person who loves money. Although unregistered dungeons are very dangerous because they haven't been reported to the engineering guild. That's also why Haruto has the chance to team up with high-level engineers like this. You and Aoi had only just started chatting when you had to get back to your work. The dungeon boss, the king's mission, was right in front of you. It even has its own name. Alisa, a level first monster. As soon as Haruto saw it, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. You feel like just a little kick from it, and you'll be selling salt right away. Haruto couldn't help but swallow nervously. Feeling tense, Aoi took the chance to tease him a little. Senior, I'm just a spectator. I'm not going into the battle. So, what are you afraid of? At this point, Aoi shifted to a serious tone to remind him. This monster is actually pretty easy to fight. But you still need to be careful, because once you're caught in these spider webs, all your movements will be sealed. Aoi also warned you to be careful with the eggs in the nest, because if they disturb the offspring, the spider will become even more aggressive. A king spider in a berserk state is much more terrifying than other monsters. Hei Ikanaga, a hunter and mage in the group, suddenly screams out in a hideous and frightening way. Why do you keep explaining so much to these casual observers? Are you a tour guide or something? We don't have enough time. So stop wasting it on useless things. Aoi chuckled and apologized. While Haruto kept a composed face but couldn't do anything, that wizard was still grumbling, muttering insults at Haruto as he walked. And it was his attitude that led the team into a serious situation, because he was walking without paying attention. The wizard accidentally kicked a stone that then hit the spider silk, causing the king spider to suddenly wake up. As soon as it opened its eyes and saw so many visitors, it immediately responded with a nearly fatal attack. The hunters on the front line fought back with all their might. They originally planned to ambush while the Spider King was still scattering silk, but now everyone has to jump in regardless. Their team had already divided the tasks beforehand. So after the initial shock, everyone quickly regained their composure and returned to their positions. Finding the perfect level made the process of defeating the monster proceed rapidly. Haruto hid to the side, watching with great satisfaction. He thought that if everything went smoothly, after this monster was defeated, he could steal enough experience to level up to 35. No joke. When cornered, the giant spider suddenly retreated. The frontline tank quickly realized its plan to release Silk and shouted for everyone to fall back behind the pillars to avoid the attack. That wizard wants to seize this opportunity to strike back and prove himself. His ability is fire magic, which can be used to burn the spider's web, but the opponent is in level 80 Spider King. Not as easy to defeat as the usual small spiders. And his fireball was stopped by the spider web trap. His pride wouldn't allow this to happen, so he continued to gather his rage to unleash an even stronger attack. Wait. Haruto realized something was wrong, and Ben shouted a warning. Idiot. What if you broke its shield? The guy in the team also realized the problem, but it was already too late. Fireball spell has left the sorcerer's control. The spider is still there, but all of its fragile webs have been shattered by magic. Things quickly spiraled out of control. With this swarm, the spider will soon go into a frenzy, and they won't be able to fight anymore. And the first to pay the price was the wizard himself when he was struck by the spider's web. Senior, hide behind the bosses. Aoi shouted while running and calling out to Haruto. If it enters a berserk state, it will spray webs wildly at it. The wizard was entangled and couldn't control his staff or cast magic anymore. Seeing the king spider getting closer, he was extremely panicked, begging it to spare him and then shouting at it to go away. But obviously, all of it was useless, because immediately after, a loud scream could be heard from the spider den, reaching around 160 decibels. Then, Haruto also got hit because he couldn't run fast enough. He was tightly wrapped in spider silk and couldn't breathe. Haruto silently swore to himself, until now, to ensure safety. He only participated in low-level dungeons, but he never expected that just for the sake of leveling up, he would face such danger. In the blink of an eye, The spider was right in front of him. As its leg came down, Haruto immediately felt a pain that tore through his skin. That was a complete critical hit. But with only the strength of a level 29 hunter, he's still alive and kicking. This can also be explained by his skills, which are not entirely a limitation, because even though the items he copied and duplicated could disappear, he himself would never vanish. So right before entering the dungeon, Haruto duplicated himself. It's just like in a game. Every time you die, your next clone is created and the old body disappears. Haruto watched as his old self was torn apart by spider silk. And no matter how many times he saw it, he still couldn't forget. Right now, the only way to keep yourself alive is to keep fighting the monster and yourself like this, mainly to distract it. But the true power of the Spider King is overwhelming. Haruto copied and tried multiple times, losing several lives, but still couldn't weaken it. Suddenly, I hear a familiar voice. Jun Lebei, calling out for help. Aoi is still alive. Haruto also didn't want to just stand by and watch. But right now, he truly didn't know what else he needed to do. However, he immediately saw the spider rushing toward Aoi. If we just leave him now, it wouldn't be worthy of the term senior. So Haruto immediately charged forward like a blood-filled chicken, stabbing his spear straight into the king spider's leg. And then, while struggling through the enemy's attacks, Haruto suddenly received a notification saying, "You have leveled up." Even though I don't understand why I leveled up before finishing the dungeon, turning the spider spirit into a calamity is only a matter of time now, because every time I deal a little damage like this, copying the attack hundreds of times will be enough to accumulate enough damage to kill it. But it was truly late because Haruto took 3 days to successfully kill the Spider King over 50 times, dying and coming back to life. So copying and cloning, using all the weapons you brought, plus a few items from your teammates here. Thanks to this battle, Haruto's fighting skills have become much more proficient. The opponent has no healing or recovery abilities. So in the end, he still failed. After defeating the boss, Haruto leveled up rapidly and received another reward. But he didn't care what it was yet, because getting Aoi out of here was more important. Just a few steps into carrying him, Haruto was knocked down by a swarm of tiny monsters. Looking at the level 30 little monsters snarling in front of him, he's truly speechless. It's the end for my mother and then my child. I have no problem, because of my infinite resurrection ability thanks to the cockroach clone. But if Aoi gets caught by them, he's done for. So while leveling up, Haruto held Aoi tightly, using his body to shield him from the incoming attacks. He closed his eyes, ready to endure the pain that was about to tear him apart. But just then, a master appeared to deal with the spider swarm. Although I couldn't see how they fought, Haruto knew they were a master because of the Hellfire technique they used. That is a fire attribute skill and the highest level of fire magic. The number of mage-type hunters who can use this technique is counted on one hand, and if Haruto remembers correctly, there is only one person in Japan known as the Spear Witch. The Demon Sword Master with the green mace is also ranked 5th among Japanese hunters. Nanas. The only survivors are the 2 anicaps left. Nanas asks, "Yes. Luck is not on our side." Haruto helped Aoi up while replying. Then she carefully examined the condition of the dungeon. The spider eggs have hatched, indicating the egg sac was broken earlier, and the queen spider has entered a violent state. The high-level hunters in the group have all been killed, and yet, a low-level hunter like Haruto is still alive. And he even had time to save Aoi. To clarify what happened in the unregistered dungeon, Nanas took Haruto to the Japan Hunters Association for questioning. After asking about various things, he was finally released. Any items dropped by the king spider will be confiscated and reported to the higher-ups. Haruto was stunned. The entire high-level hunting team was wiped out. And the problem is they also participated in an illegal dungeon raid. With you, who paid extra to join. So Nanas just let you go so easily. What more do you want? She coldly replied that the guild had ignored low-level hunters using their rewards to join high-level hunts, especially for the purpose of leveling up. Hunters naturally want to strengthen their abilities, and even if it might lead to some negative consequences, it still helps them develop their skills. Before Haruto left, Nanas also announced that the items dropped by the kings he defeated would be converted into money and transferred to his account within a few days. But he coldly refused and asked them to transfer it directly to Aoi's account. Haruto's indifferent attitude made Nanas very suspicious, because it's a large sum of money that few hunters could refuse, especially for low-level hunters like Haruto who need to reincarnate to strengthen themselves. She feels he is definitely hiding something, but as for what he's hiding, Nanas can't figure it out right now. After leaving the interrogation room, Haruto reveals a sly smile. How could you not desire the loot from the boss monster? You just copied and stored countless copies in the warehouse before Nanas confiscated it. To clarify this, we need to go back a few hours to when Haruto had just defeated that monster. The item he received is the sticky substance of the giant Spider King, and according to the system description, it has a strong adhesive ability, similar to the giant Spider King's silk. Haruto couldn't help but feel disappointed because this lump of stuff wasn't any more special than super sticky glue. He couldn't believe he risked his life just to get this useless item. While waiting for the right moment to use it, Haruto kept making copies of the skill. After the process was complete, he took out the original giant spider's adhesive again to examine it once more. But this time, it suddenly vanished right in the palm of his hand. Haruto looked on in amazement, and then the system notification immediately appeared to answer his question. The adhesive from the giant spider was integrated into his existing skill, and the Control V skill had been upgraded. This announcement is even more astonishing because it's the first time Haruto has heard that his cooking skill can evolve. He originally thought it was just a simple effect, but it turns out it can be upgraded. Looks like the item dropped from the King Spider is compatible with the Control V skill. So if you find an item compatible with Control C, it can also be upgraded. After evolving, Haruto's crafting skill unlocked 3 new skill options. First, you can clone the target and then fuse it for the desired duration. Second, you can fuse the target anywhere within a certain time frame. The last option is that you won't be affected by the giant Spider King's silk. Haruto thought those other choices were just nonsense, but it turns out they actually have some use. He immediately tested the first option. Now, even if the clone leaves Haruto's hand, it won't disappear, marking his biggest breakthrough yet. A minute has passed, and that spider clone is still there. Haruto can't hide his excitement. He will create as many copies as possible, whether it's 30 minutes, Ibaiwusher, or even 1,000 years. It won't disappear. After testing his new ability, Haruto became even more excited. He felt his life had turned a new page, and from now on he would become a top-tier hunter, living at the pinnacle of society. You have also leveled up, so now just copying and cloning the Calicia Dragon Sword is all you need to do. 2 hours ago, a Bonbon convoy was driving on the Zenbo Bridge in Tokyo, with Mogaran, a level 112 hunter and member of the International Hunter Association. Behind the wheel, the other person is Aris Hyo, level Sastuzen Harum, a mage, also a member of the International Hunter Association. Hey Ares, how many times have you been to Japan? Twice. You said Japan is your home country. Right. What does her hometown have to do with me? Even though Moji seems talkative, Ares always responds briefly. This time, Trong Long came to Japan to complete his international exhibition tour. Ares joined the team to take the opportunity to search for something in the dungeon. As the two of them continued arguing, the vehicle started passing through the Zenbo Bridge dungeon. This was the first time Moji saw a dungeon right on the sea, and he couldn't help but be curious and rush over to take a look. He's just bragging. What's he talking about? If it collapses, it will be a big disaster. You're so bored. I haven't done anything to you, yet you're always so hostile towards me. At the same time, in the Zenbo Dungeon Management Office, the guard on duty is Shinoda Satoru, a level 21 attack-type hunter and a member of the Great Glory Guild. Satoru kept yawning repeatedly, complaining that managing the dungeon was so boring. His colleague next to him noticed and reminded him, "Get serious about your work. Rely on your connections and you'll get somewhere." Just then, something fell and hit Satoru's leg. It looks like a cute little slim at first glance, but as soon as your colleague saw it, his face turned pale, because something as tiny as a slim outside the dungeon is definitely not a good sign, and what he fears has actually arrived much sooner than expected, because right after, something hard and bloodthirsty rammed into his back. When he turned around, they discovered it was a very fierce snail. Even after raising both sword and shield to block, the air afterwards still reeked of fresh blood. Those were the chaotic events that happened 2 hours earlier. Meanwhile, the main character Haruto is still clueless about what's happening. It seems you're very satisfied after punching that Spider King and earning quite a few skill points. Just a little more, and you'll reach level 50. Hunters above level 50 will find it easier to join dungeon raid parties because aside from low-level dungeons for beginners. The mid-level monsters, there are all above level 50. However, in shared-level dungeons, hunters can gather more experience points and loot more items. Over time, rare items may also drop. That's why hunters above level 50 find it quite easy to level up. Haruto was still immersed in a wave of unexpected happiness. Moreover, he was also considering whether to auction off the giant spider's sticky substance. Since last time he copied quite a bit, and it no longer disappeared as easily as before. Then suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed loudly. Haruto turned his head and saw a group of people rushing towards him from the opposite direction. "Excuse us." They hurriedly pushed you aside. What bad luck. Why did the dungeon suddenly collapse? Haruto only caught a few snippets of information. It seems the Genbo dungeon has collapsed and monsters have escaped from inside it. The legendary sword transport vehicle to the exhibition has also been caught up in the chaos. Among them, the latest information seems to be the most important. The longsword Calicia that Haruto is targeting is under threat. So the International Hunter Association has issued an official cooperation request. Some hunters quickly gathered on the rooftop of the Japan Hunters Association building. Their top priority was to protect the transport vehicle carrying the long sword. It was Nanase who gave that order. Additionally, due to the sudden situation, they also had the duty to protect the civilians. As Nanase and her team prepared to board the aircraft, they were drawn to a young man who, despite being stopped, insisted on moving forward. And that person was none other than Haruto. "Hunter Nanase, please let me go with you. I've already seen everyone presenting the plan." Nanase looked surprised to see a low-level hunter like Haruto appear here. But there's no other choice now because your goal is that long sword. Because Nanase still has many things she doesn't understand about Haruto, she ultimately agrees to let him go with them even though she knows his actions are entirely driven by his own goals. You and everyone on the plane look very serious because it's been less than 3 weeks since they stabilized the Zenbo prison. Yet it has collapsed. Only Nanase remains calm and composed, constantly demanding her subordinates to do their best to prevent the disaster from happening again and to avoid a catastrophe like the one 15 years ago. The disaster 15 years ago was something Haruto knew very well. It was a shocking event that happened simultaneously around the world. A prison break on a scale comparable to a genius. That year, the world was engulfed in flames after the monster's full-scale attack, with countless casualties. And even now, recalling it makes everyone feel terrified. The root cause of that incident is that when monsters in a dungeon are not regularly punished, they gradually become stronger. The dungeon becomes saturated, and eventually it collapses. At that time, monsters would escape from the dungeons and slaughter innocent people, creating a hell on earth, known as the escapes. It was during the disaster 15 years ago that Haruto lost both his father and mother. He has never told anyone about it because he himself couldn't believe it. But during that event, he saw a supernatural creature from an unknown dimension. It was also the one that cursed and bestowed the copying ability onto him. That creature called this curse a gift, and only said one thing, which was 20 years. He also doesn't know if it refers to the duration of the ability or his lifespan. Even now, the cursed sand in the glass hourglass continues to fall, and that creature appeared because of the catastrophe. In other words, when it appears again, history will repeat itself with another disaster. And the 5 years it mentioned to Haruto is all that's left. But now that you know how to level up your skills, you can become the strongest breath master and find a way to stop that disaster, while also breaking free from that curse in your life. But to achieve those extraordinary feats, Haruto first needs to successfully clone the Calicia longsword. At that moment, everything on Jinbo Bridge was in complete chaos. The monsters have begun attacking civilians, causing chain traffic accidents, screams, sounds, and crashing cars make everyone even more panic-stricken. Satoru, as a dungeon manager, also had to take up his sword to fight. However, they lacked enough personnel and quickly lost control to the monsters. Even Satoru himself, a level 21 hunter, is constantly threatened by goblins. But luckily his chubby colleague is always by his side to save him several times, although he's quite rough. Just like the sword he wields and always stubbornly calls Satoru little boss. It was he who just now saved Satoru from the goblin and the orc. "I will definitely repay you, Senior," Satoru thought. The guy was really anxious right now because they couldn't stop any battles relying only on the dungeon managers like them. But all communication and information exchange signals are blocked by the dungeon's electronic interference. So they can't really hope for much assistance. He just guessed that quite a few people had noticed something strange and were on their way here. But they needed to cross the bridge to reach the rescue team sooner. Satoru looked at the ruined bridge and hesitated. Do we really have to cross it? We have to go. Better to risk it than stay here and let the monsters take us. The two of them start running as fast as they can, crossing the dangerous, collapsing bridge. Meanwhile, at the place where the car was carrying the precious longsword, a level 190 king bear was relentlessly attacking. Because of its beastly form, its size was significantly larger than other monsters. The vehicle was under constant attack but remained resilient because Ares was using his protective magic. Moreover, her defensive magic is top tier, making it difficult for even a level 400 monster to break through or weaken it. But then, a creature far more terrifying than the king bear appeared. One that even Ares' top-tier defensive magic couldn't withstand. On the plain, even before reaching the Zenbo Bridge, Nanase's subordinates had already seen it. Even someone as calm as her breaks out in a cold sweat when she sees that creature because it is Kueisha, the most powerful boss monster in the Zenbo Bridge dungeon. Everyone, get ready, Nanase shouted in horror. At this moment, Kueisha suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a terrifying burst of power, capable of shaking the entire city of Tokyo. Haturo watched this scene in terror. The monster just opened its mouth to breathe and already blew away the entire bridge. With this power, I wonder if your beloved longsword is still safe. Since the Demon Lord has appeared, Nanase must immediately order a change in the battle plan. The entire association's forces will take control of this area. After everyone had descended from the airship, she finally remembered Haruto's existence. He was missing without a trace, but Nanase didn't really care much. A level 29 survivor who lived under the Spider King's feet probably isn't enough to kill you. Nanase pushed Haruto out of her mind and activated her first familiar spell, the Prison Fire. The blue flames shooting from the spear engulf Kueisha, creating an immense pressure. This is the second time Haruto has witnessed this skill, and he still finds it as breathtaking as the first time. This only fuels Haruto's determination to replicate it in the future. As for you, thanks to the web-spinning skill copied from the giant Spider King, you also landed safely. No matter how magnificent Nanase's prison fire is, Haruto's only concern right now is the Kalesia longsword. But you didn't expect that this chaos was part of the plan of a mysterious group, and their goal was also to seize the Kalesia longsword. Although Kueisha's appearance was unexpected, and the monster could take anyone's life, their team leader was confident that Nanase and the Hunter Association members could control it, so he wants to seize the opportunity to take that treasure. Knowing the deadly wounds on their bodies, he was quite sure this was the work of another hunting group. The most notable issue when fighting this type is that they usually attack in groups. I don't know why, but Haruto had a very bad feeling. It's okay, just run away. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, making him startle. It turned out that young master, Satoru, not knowing where the young man drew his motivation from, had been fighting the monsters all this time without leaving. His colleague was badly injured and completely unable to fight. But even though he advised Satoru to listen and run away, he refused to do so. Haruto hides behind a car to observe the situation. Although he doesn't know who they are, he recognizes these two as hunters from the dungeon management office. You also saw the wound on that guy. At first, Haruto tried to tell himself not to meddle because he didn't have much time, but then his bad feeling turned out to be right. A pack of level 15 goblins gathered and charged at them. Even though they are low-level monsters, when they attack in packs like this, their strength is no different from high-level monsters. Satoru clearly saw the harsh reality he faced, but he stubbornly held his sword tightly, saying he couldn't leave because the senior was injured while shielding him. Senior, now it's my turn to protect you. Your words made Haruto freeze up. He remembered the scene of himself trembling in the lair of the giant Spider King. Haruto's inner resolve flared up strongly. How could he ignore this situation? At first, when the pack of wolves surrounded Satoru and your senior, he could barely manage to kill a few. But their numbers were too many, and they attacked all at once. So he quickly fell into a disadvantage. While Satoru was busy fighting off the wolves attacking from the front, one quietly approached him from behind, and by the time he realized, it was already charging at him. At this speed, Satoru has no chance to dodge in time. Then Haruto appeared like a god, using his body to knock the wolf away from its original attack trajectory. His appearance made Satoru very grateful. But the problem still wasn't solved, as the pack of wolves kept coming closer and closer. Satoru didn't want to involve innocent people, so he kept telling Haruto to leave quickly and let him hold them off. But he didn't expect to be paired with an even more stubborn guy than himself. Seeing the fierce wolves, Haruto suddenly smiled cunningly, knowing what he had to do. Thinking this, Haruto opened his storage and took out the sticky substance of the giant Spider King. I originally planned to auction them off, but using them in such a glorious battle makes it all worthwhile. Haruto kept weaving and pressing, continuously shooting out spider silk that tightly bound each wolf one after another, eventually gathering them into a pile. You managed to control the pack of wolves, but only gained 2 levels. So you look disappointed. Just using that. You can win even if you're lying down. Meanwhile, Satoru has been staring at Haruto without blinking the entire time. He can't imagine what skill he just used, or how he managed to defeat so many bloodthirsty wolves in just one blow. Satoru was so surprised he forgot to thank you, and it was the injured guy who finally spoke first. Thank you very much for saving us. You're definitely a rescue team member from the Hunter Association. Right, yeah. Haruto replied embarrassedly. Since we're on the same helicopter, I guess it's not really lying. Then I'm sorry. But could you take him along? The guy continued to make the request, but Haruto hadn't had a chance to reply before Satoru turned sharply. He didn't want to abandon his senior in trouble, even if it meant risking his life to stay together. That guy. It's safer to go with him. The other guy was speechless, not knowing how to advise the kid. Haruto watched the scene silently, inwardly sighing, as if saying that if the senior didn't make it, he was ready to follow him to the afterlife. However, I can't agree with what that guy is asking for, because I only know how to copy and imitate. Bringing that boy along would only put him in more danger. Haruto had no choice but to open the warehouse and take out a medium-level healing potion to give to the injured guy. This guy can help you recover enough strength to move somewhere else. So don't stay here too long. The other guy looked surprised and even asked Haruto why he was giving him such a valuable item. Because he has to survive and return with his junior. Haruto replied, speaking both to the other person and to himself. And through Satoru's lens, your current image is truly insanely cool. In his eyes, Haruto now looks no different from a hero, so he decided to bow 90 degrees to show his gratitude and respect. My name is Shinoda Satoru, the guard of Yenbao Prison. Please at least remember this name. One day, I will definitely repay your life-saving favor. Haruto was about to leave, but he paused because of these words. Instead of someday, you should feel that Satoru is better to repay me today. So Haruto asked him to help find the transport vehicle for the guild's long sword, because he himself is completely clueless about directions. Haruto's target is the carriage carrying the sword, which is still being attacked by the king bear. Ares, exhausted from constantly casting defensive magic, decides to put it to sleep. Moji mocked her for being a hunter who always uses non-violent methods, no different from a monk. But before they could even argue, a new threat emerged. Moi, with his quick-witted adaptability, managed to draw his sword and cut in half a hidden weapon that was just thrown at him. He also guessed that someone was trying to take advantage of the chaos to steal the sword, but when the enemy revealed themselves, even Ares, who was always calm, couldn't hide his shock. The mysterious thieves immediately launched their attack as soon as they appeared, not to mention their strength. But their team already outnumbers the two of them. Moi, however, still maintains his usual confident demeanor, although he is currently just a bodyguard. The strength of a level 100 hunter is no joke. Even after taking the first hit, Moji still wanted to fight back. Ares, terrified out of his mind, hurriedly tried to stop him, but was too late. All he saw was Moji suddenly kneeling down, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Even he didn't know how he was hit. Ares hurriedly ran over. Those people are using some kind of item to avoid mana absorption for a while. If you keep fighting, you'll lose your life. This sorceress is indeed perceptive. The leader on the other side said, but it seemed more like sarcasm than praise. We do not look down on you. This is just how we operate. This is how skilled people behave. Ares finds it truly ridiculous, using forbidden magic banned by the International Hunter Association, and even without hesitation, applying it to others' bodies. Fine. If that's the case, I guarantee you'll regret it too late. She speaks arrogantly. A golden aura appears from Ares' fingertips, signaling she is casting magic. But the criminal gang shows no fear and even looks down on her. What can a mage who can't even use mana do to them? You should just shut your mouth. They split into two groups. one to deal with Mosey and Ares, and the other to steal the sword. But just then, because Ares' magic was disabled, the Bear King woke up. Immediately, it used its claws to slash and tear apart all the creatures in front of it. The invading army, which was originally large, was instantly reduced to a mass of bloody flesh under its attack. The team leader saw the situation was unstable and quickly retreated to ensure his safety. And then the bear began to approach Ares and Mosey. She can't let it sleep anymore. Right, even though she already knows the answer, Mosey still asks to save face. You must know by now that we can't use mana right now. I knew sooner or later your reckless actions would get you into trouble. And it looks like today is that day. You're right. But there's one thing you misunderstood. Mosey. Ares suddenly charged forward, trying to cast his magic, but no matter how hard she tries, she still can't use her skills because she can't absorb mana. Mosey is terrified, but Ares is already in a tough situation. With this guitar, she is charging straight at the enemy's claws. Ares himself has given up, only regretful that he can't apologize directly to his companion. Then, at that very moment, Haruto appeared with his copying and frying abilities, still the same as before. He used the sticky substance of the giant Spider King to tie up the claws of the Bear King, then charged forward, wrapping it into a cocoon. Because of its high adhesion, the more the bear struggled, the more it got stuck, until it finally collapsed to the ground. Haruto added another achievement to his record, defeating the King Bear in the blink of an eye. Satoru and the others followed him, and happened to witness this scene. They could only give a thumbs up to show their admiration for that incredible acrobatic performance. Senior Haruto, you're truly the best. Satoru's mouth kept like he was shouting through a megaphone. Exactly when did I become your senior? Haruto gritted his teeth, clearly annoyed. Even though we're the same age, you saved me and Senior Sakabe. And since then, you've become a senior figure in my heart. Satoru's eyes seem to shine brightly as he looks at Haruto with admiration. You knew Satoru wouldn't listen to what you said, so you just decided to ignore him completely. Haruto stepped forward a few more steps and asked about Ares and Moji's condition. Ares still seems to be in shock after what just happened and doesn't respond to Haruto's question, while Moji, wielding his sword, stands up aggressively with a hostile look in his eyes. You also came here for the sacred sword. Haruto quickly waved his hands, saying he came to help them guard the sword, not with any bad intentions. However, Moji just went through a disastrous robbery and almost lost his life. So it's not easy for him to trust you like that. Hearing him talk about the robbery, Haruto suddenly noticed the dead bodies lying around and let out a sigh. Turns out they were the ones trying to steal the sword, but unfortunately got sent back to their ancestors by the Bear King. Then you have to thank that bear. If those people had succeeded with their plan, you would have had no chance to get close to the long dragon sword. However, right now it's a headache to figure out how to explain this to Moji, because this guy looks like he's ready to draw his sword at any moment. He might be able to trap a monster with a single move, but a hunter with such impressive combat skills like him is definitely tough. Hold on. Why are you two turning blame into accusations? He tried to help, even save both of them, and now he's being treated like a troublemaker. With that, Satoru took out his employee ID to prove his identity. He is a member of the Japan Hunter Association, and I and Senior Sakabe are the hunters responsible for managing this dungeon. Well, this is the first time Haruto has seen Satoru speak up and actually be helpful. Seeing that Moji seemed to be in trouble, Haruto decided to push the process a little further. Ben took out 2 common healing potions from the warehouse and handed them to them. Although I was very anxious, copying the Calicia longsword was still worth the investment. Both Moji and Ares looked at the medicine bottle with very complicated feelings, especially Ares. She has already fought 1,000 of those king bears and is now quietly watching Haruto, lost in thought. Just then, a few more helicopters appeared overhead. It seems that the rescue team from the 5 guilds has arrived. Satoru is so happy that he smiles widely and stretches out his hand, believing they have finally been saved. But Sakabe seems quite confident about this, because not all hunters are willing to show mercy and save people, like the members of the major guild. For example, at the same time, Nanase, the leader of the hunter team, was still fighting the monster Kawaja, as it was about to enter Phase 3, a wide-area attack mode. She ordered a ceasefire. Furthermore, with the supporting guilds arriving, Nanase's top priority was to buy time for the civilians to evacuate safely. Are you guys handling such a disgraceful prison break? Hunter Nanase. Just as Nanase ordered the evacuation support, she heard a mocking voice echo from behind. She turned around and realized it was someone she knew. Shirosaki Masato is a level 503 Dark Mage Hunter and also the leader of the Future Guild. His face was extremely unpleasant. Just after appearing, he set up a huge formation to destroy Kueja. Nanase saw this and her face changed. Stop right there. If your spell can't take it down. If I kept worrying about trivial things like you, how could I achieve what I have today, last time? Right here at Zenbo Bridge. Only you and the Hunters Guild participated in stabilizing the dungeon. Let me tell you, that incident drove me crazy. That's why this escape event just happens to excite Masato a lot. He wants to personally finish off Kueja and gather all the loot from the monster. With that, Masato immediately activates his Divine Thunder skill. The Thunderbolt immediately struck with a roar. Nanase quickly ordered everyone to evacuate. That Thunderbolt couldn't even withstand a creature as huge as Kueja. And for tiny beings like us to be struck down, what are we anymore? Masato's Thunderbolt has shattered the middle of the bridge. Haruto was able to escape thanks to his webtooth skill. He also quickly used the adhesive to trap the other four and the transport vehicle for the longsword. Or else they would have fallen into the river. After climbing back onto the bridge, the first thing Haruto saw was a huge, sharp-toothed jaw. When he realized it was Kueja, he was so scared that his stomach clenched. But then Haruto realized it seemed to be unconscious and appeared to be subdued. Then suddenly, Masato descended gracefully from above, hovering in front of Haruto with an air of arrogance and pride. What's this? There's still someone alive here, he casually asked. He seems like just a low-level hunter, but he's good at what he does. Haruto didn't want to answer such difficult questions right now. His gaze was fixed on the badge pinned to the opponent's chest. I saw that symbol before, so I quickly recognized it belonged to the third-ranked guild in the country. Future, you look like someone from the support guild. But since you're not their target, isn't your goal to help the civilians and stabilize the escaped monsters? A moment later, Haruto was the first to speak, questioning the other person. Rescue the civilians and subdue the monsters. Look over there. All the surviving civilians have already been evacuated. Masato replied casually. And the reason he came down here was because of a troublesome cry of anguish. It doesn't belong to Kueja, but to the giant Spider King being entangled in those webs. Masato could tell at a glance that this belonged to the giant Spider King, and with a gentle flick of his hand, he could tear this unbreakable thing apart, while the body of the king bear was sliced into 100 pieces. Claiming not to be afraid is a lie. Haruto kept shaking his head in amazement as he watched the opponent effortlessly defeat the level 200 monster caught in the Spider King's web in an instant. After the Sky King bear, Haruto, as the one who dealt the most damage to it, received quite a lot of experience points. The continuous level-up notifications caught Masato's attention. Was that the level-up notification? And the guy who trapped the leaf cage just now was the one who caught it. Sorry about that. Did I steal your kill? Masato's tone is full of contempt, and he doesn't even bother to hide his disdain as he mockingly insults Haruto. The reward for delivering the finishing blow to the king bear is a bear claw. Masato approached Haruto as if giving a gift and said he didn't need it. So he was giving it to him. Even though the opponent is a level 503 hunter, Haruto still can't stand his arrogant attitude. He opened his mouth, about to retort, when Nanase suddenly appeared, looking feverish. Seeing that Haruto was still alive, Nanase finally let out a breath of relief. Indeed, her thoughts were correct. The series of dangerous events just now couldn't take Haruto's life. As for Masato, after seeing the two of them know each other, he assumed that Haruto was a member of the Japan Hunters Association. That only made him more annoyed. The rescue team is guiding the evacuation of the civilians. Go over there now. If that dragon wakes up, it will unleash a series of wide-area attacks. Wouldn't it be better to kill it while Aishia is unconscious? But Nanase just shook her head regretfully, thinking that was impossible. Therefore, boss monsters and the two overlords are classified based on their energy levels. When their HP drops below 30%, they will activate their special skills. This special move has two forms, Berserk and Wide Area Attack, both causing the boss monsters to attack chaotically. High and mid-level bosses usually fall into the Berserk state. In that situation, just be careful around them. And the Berserk mode doesn't necessarily have to be divided into separate stages. However, high-level boss monsters like Kueja have very high HP, so they can activate both deadly skills, Berserk and Wide Attack. Therefore, stabilizing it also needs to be done in multiple stages. Stage 3 begins when the boss perceives a threat to its life. It is said that they will unleash extremely fierce attacks, like atomic bombs, capable of destroying everything around them. Right now, this Kuiesia is in Stage 3. It is absorbing mana from the surrounding area and creating a protective barrier. During this entire time, no matter how strong the attack, it was useless. So the only way was to quickly evacuate the civilians to avoid casualties. As Nanash was about to finish speaking, Kuiesia suddenly opened its eyes. The thief sighed in exasperation. This monster is more alert than expected, while Masato remains completely confident. He wants to make Kuiesia his own prize before the wave of attacks begins. Hunter Sano, I believe you will survive this wave of attacks too. Nanash changed his tone to warn Haruto to be careful, but Masato thought this was just a joke. How could he possibly survive, even if he did? Don't blame us. Anyway, low-level hunters dying in dungeons are just like ordinary people dying in traffic accidents. As he finished speaking, both Masato and Nanash rushed toward the monster. Only Haruto remains, quietly tucking the king bear into his inventory, with only one thought in his mind: the leader of the future guild. Right, I never planned for this, but I have to eliminate Kuiesia before you do. That bastard, Shirozaki Masato, thinks I'm avenging what he just did. At this moment, Haruto pulls Satoru and Ares up. Then he said he had something to tell Moji and Ares because their lives were both in danger now that Kuiesia had entered Phase 3. To save everyone, the only way is to eliminate it before it launches its strange attack. Haruto wants to be the one to do this. And first of all, he needs the Kalisa longsword. Haruto also vowed with his honor that he would return it to its rightful place after defeating Kuiesia. But to be honest, this mission is not easy at all. Especially when facing someone as stubborn as Moji. He feels that Haruto defeating Kuiesia is impossible and that he's just being used to steal the sword. Ares also refused this request of yours. But to unlock the transport truck, a huge amount of mana is needed. And currently neither she nor Moji can use mana because they've been poisoned by those bandits. Moji was stunned to hear Ares say that if she had enough mana, she would be willing to open the transport truck for Haruto to borrow the sword. It turns out you're not short on mana after all, since your alias in the dungeon is also Managop for Coma. With his endless mana regeneration ability, Haruto caused a steady flow of mana to surge throughout Ares' body. She herself broke the seal of the suspended transport crate with spider silk, and Haruto quickly rushed toward it. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Moji still found it puzzling. Aris, why did you do that? If you show mercy to him, what will happen if something goes wrong? Don't worry. He only stunned the king bear earlier. He didn't kill it. Moji sea-hill heavily. That's enough to make her emotional. Huh. True poetry indeed. At this moment, Haruto has thrown open the cargo truck. It seems another unexpected event has occurred, as the gang leader who was stealing swords earlier suddenly appeared behind you. It turns out that after the old plan failed, he secretly followed Haruto and waited for this moment. The boy couldn't react in time and was pierced through the stomach by the opponent's sword. The entire process was visible to the Ares on the bridge, but they couldn't do anything because the car was still hanging precariously. Extremely dangerous. Haruto was pierced through by a sword and immediately fell straight to the bottom of the truck bed. The scoundrel also followed behind him, his filthy hand reaching for the sword case. However, at this moment, the spider silk holding the car in place snapped. Because its owner had died, it was also rendered useless. The car immediately lost its last hold and plunged straight into the river. Of course, with the heroic aura of the protagonist, Haruto couldn't just fall down in a pathetic way. Just like before, he had already copied himself, waiting for a fatal blow to land so he could use it to save himself. The thief was startled when he saw Haruto appear behind him again. And before he could react, he was stabbed through the chest by the sword. I am the kind of person who holds a grudge and always repays it. If someone attacks me, I will definitely strike back. That was the last thing the thief managed to hear before collapsing. After much effort, Haruto finally managed to touch the Kalisia longsword he had dreamed of for so long and hurried to copy it. But then the system sent a red alert saying your level isn't high enough to copy this item. Haruto felt like he'd been slapped hard in the face. Is the system mocking him? Clearly. Level 30 could equip the long dragon sword. But now, you're already level 50. Before Haruto could react to this, a voice rang out from behind him. That blood is yours. Young man, I almost slapped it all over the Blood Tower Guild's face. Haruto hadn't even had time to turn around when a long gash was cut across his back. It turned out that bastard still didn't have a pig. And the reason was because he possessed a healing skill that was completely useless. The sword in your hand has been taken again by the opponent. Sorry about that. I'm also the kind of person who's tired of paying back old debts. To make sure you never see the sun again tomorrow, I will use your very own dream sword to end you. As he spoke, he thrust Calicia, the great dragon sword, into Haruto's body once again. This time, he didn't have time to copy his own essence. Haruto felt his consciousness gradually fading. But he's the main character. How could the main character end his life here? As expected, immediately after, the system notification appeared again, saying that the Calicia Long Dragon Sword had merged with the sword wielder. Its abilities were being copied and absorbed. Haruto immediately felt his consciousness return, even though he didn't know what the fusion meant. But then he absorbed the passive skill of the sword, increasing his defense by 35%. Then, Haruto also gained its first ultimate move, Life Drain, and the second, Berserk Fury. Additionally, Haruto's current HP is below 25%. So the Dragon Long Sword immediately activates its protective mode to defend him. And the second deadly skill, Berserk, is also forced to activate. At the same time, Quexia the monster also began a wide-range attack. The situation was so dire that even that guy Masato could no longer maintain his heroic pose. Nanase is still struggling to fight back. But the disparity in strength between the two sides is obvious. Just then, a tremendous surge of power rises from beneath the river. Before Nanase and Masato could even figure out what it was, Quexia was split in two by that powerful force. The monster was defeated, and the purge was over. That night, the news about the Zenbo monster escape was on every TV. Although there were casualties and significant damage, the Hunter Association and the guilds managed to regain control within 2 hours. The management office is being heavily criticized by the public for their lax handling of the dungeon. At the headquarters of the Japan Hunters Association, everyone looks tense as if they are at a funeral. Everyone. Now is not the time to put on that bitter face. We need to review and discuss how Kuwaitia was defeated. I heard that 3 months ago. The association purged the Genbo and Kurma dungeon. Why did this situation happen? The next to speak was Takeuchi Yu, a level 701 swordsman and the leader of the Midas Guild. A purge is a purge, but it doesn't guarantee it won't happen again. This time, Shinoda Makoto, a level 611 healer and leader of the Great Sage Guild, speaks up. After Makoto spoke, the whole room immediately fell silent. Everyone thought he should just shut up. Because of this, most of the responsibility also falls on the Great Sage Guild for not properly managing the dungeon. They also threatened and warned that after resolving this matter, they would definitely submit a report about transferring the management of the Genbo Bridge to another guild. Nanase was also present at the meeting, but the heated arguments seemed unrelated to her. She was busy wondering whether Haruto had escaped that disaster, because she still hasn't had time to see him again. Hey! Suddenly Gu slammed the table and stood up roughly, then asked loudly, "What I want to know is whether the last time the Demon Lord appeared was about 5 months ago. If Hunter Nanaze, who was present at the scene then, couldn't deal with Kueisha, what would happen?" Someone directly called my name, and only then did Nanase snap out of her thoughts, mimicking Gu by forcefully slamming her hand down on the table. The table, already battered after Gu's strike, shattered completely under the additional force from Nanase. Masato on the opposite side seemed to have anticipated this, so he had his shield ready and continued drinking tea as usual. The others, unable to react quickly, could only endure the shards of the broken table flying straight at them. Nanase's actions are like a tit-for-tat with Gu, making him furious. If this weren't a serious meeting, the two might have already torn each other apart. Chairman Takeuchi's team member just behaved rudely, so I apologize to you on her behalf. Moreover, Chairman Tokuo spoke up first, so Gu couldn't confront Nanase and could only lash out. "Lao Tuet, if you keep showing off like that, you'll eventually get yourself killed." Under the pressure from a top guild leader, Nanase, despite being a woman, remained fearless and calmly stood up, saying the saying goes, "Seeing is believing." I think if I want to convince you, I should show you quickly, so please don't misunderstand. No. What I just explained is that the reward for defeating Kuwaitia was called the Shockwave Gun. Chairman Shiro Saki, who also contributed to bringing down Kuwaitia this time, can vouch for me. Masato was still calmly drinking tea when Nanase suddenly dragged him into this matter. In front of everyone's gaze in the room, he almost choked on his tea. Well, honestly, I don't really have time to see what the reward is. But I think she's not lying, because Masato spoke up. The Tokyo chairman quickly took the opportunity to highlight his contributions to this disaster. The entire audience immediately applauded Masato like a first grader answering a question correctly. Masato outwardly smiled politely, but his eyes remained fixed intently on Nanase. He knew right away that she was still upset with him for interrupting and not gaining any benefit from it. Therefore, Masato vowed to take revenge and restore his honor. Not only against Nanase, but also to find the mysterious figure who had struck Kuwashiya down and gained the upper hand. Nanase didn't want to stay in this noisy chaos any longer, so she made an excuse to leave first. She also took responsibility and decided to investigate the recent escape herself. Additionally, Nanase also straightforwardly said that she wanted to confront the guilds for their slow assistance. As soon as she said that, the guild leaders looked away, avoiding her piercing gaze. But before Nanase could leave, the meeting room door suddenly swung open. The person who appears is Mozi, now dressed in a formal suit, along with his companion Ares. Great. It seems the meeting hasn't ended yet. Mozi introduced himself and said that he brought important news to inform everyone. The news is that the Kalisha longsword was stolen during the chaos. And since the incident happened while it was being transported to the exhibition in Japan, Mozi is requesting the local hunter association to help him recover the sword as soon as possible. Of course, he also brought an official cooperation proposal from the International Hunter Association. Wu immediately spoke up to oppose after hearing it. Even though he wasn't physically present at the scene, no one is faster at eavesdropping. Wait, I heard that when the vehicle was still being attacked, you guys had already unsealed your own vehicle. Yes, we did that. But it was in cooperation with the hunter Shinoda Satoru from the Great Wise Guild and Sato Haruto from the Japan Hunters Association. Ares replied. Her words made both of them startle in surprise. That was the leader of the Great Sage Guild and the president of the Japan Hunter Association. But Guildmaster Makoto considers Satoru a member of his guild, while President Tokuo has found no reports of hunter Sato Haruto in his association. When Nanase heard the familiar name, her hand instinctively clenched into a fist in tension. Masato saw this expression on her and couldn't help but smirk slyly. Looks like the chance for revenge is coming sooner than he expected. Masato immediately spoke up. You're talking about the person who tied up the giant king with silk from the giants. Right. On the way, I also met him. And surprisingly, I was convinced that he was a hunter from the hunting guild. So maybe we should ask Hunter Nanase about this. Each of them once again pointed towards Nanase, because Masato deliberately acted as if he was casually mentioning her connection with Haruto. Moreover, Nanase herself was the one who agreed to let him board the rescue helicopter of the guild. At the same time, the thief brought the spoils. The Kalisha longsword back to its owner. His owner is Hirosaki Takumi, an attack-type hunter at level 301 and the leader of the Blood Tower Black Guild, holding this legendary sword in his hand. Takumi couldn't hide his excitement. They say this sword can help its owner increase by 200 levels. Maybe it recognizes the owner by fingerprint. That's impressive. Spending hundreds of millions to stir up that dungeon was definitely worth it. At this moment, the thief finally realized that the person behind all of this was his guild leader. At this moment, Takumi mentioned that the entire crew had been wiped out, leaving only the team leader, who thought he was about to be blamed and bowed his head in fear. I'm sorry, but during this operation I encountered a strange guy. But rest assured, he has definitely been eliminated. Takumi paused for a few seconds before throwing a bag of money in front of the guy, saying it was his reward, as well as for his fallen teammates. Once done, he would be free to do as he pleased. The captain received the money and muttered thanks. But before he could grab it, Takumi burst out laughing. But this time, the mission failed. Right, he was startled. What are you talking about? This sword is only part of it. No fool would sell it for just $1 million. He also intended to make money from this treasured sword. That guy doesn't understand what Takumi is really implying. But he knows he's planning to kill to keep silent. In a panic, he grabbed the bag of money to run. But the sword in Takumi's hand swung. And in an instant, the person trembling before him was cut in half. Because of this, the stability of the Kalisha longsword has decreased by 2 points, from 10 to 8. Takumi holding his head and laughing bitterly. Oh no. If it gets destroyed before I can fix it, it'll be a real disaster. In another place, after the nightmare about the cursed creature, Haruto awoke in terror. While you were still in shock, suddenly something rushed into your arms. Senior Haruto, you finally opened your eyes. You just keep lying there without waking up, making me worry sick. Turns out it's that troublesome kid, Satoru. Haruto thinks he's just good at making everything seem worse than it is. But, according to Satoru, the scene was truly terrifying. After Haruto finished fixing the monster, a huge beam of light suddenly appeared from the sea and then exploded, causing a shockwave that turned everything into chaos. At this moment, a man lying nearby overheard their conversation and asked casually, "Are you guys at Jinbo Dungeon?" Now Haruto realizes that both he and that annoying kid are wearing patient clothes. It seems they were taken to the same hospital. After hearing the man's question, Satoru excitedly recounted everything from the beginning to him. Haruto couldn't keep up with the kid's pace, so he got off the bed, wanting to take a little walk. He may look like that on the outside, but he's the one who saved you. Hunter Sanua. Haruto paused again, realizing Sakabe was also in the bed right next to him, though his injuries seemed much more serious. According to Sakabe, at that time, Haruto had disappeared, and it was Satoru who desperately saved him at all costs. He even pressured the guild's elite team, and this incident caused a huge scandal. In the end, they found Haruto unconscious by the beach. Haruto kept feeling that something was off. Sakabe said that Satoru had pressured and forced the main team of the guild to find him at all costs. But could a simple management staff really do that? Now that I think about it, Satoru also seems to have the Shinoda surname, Haruto. Do these two people have some kind of family relation? No way. As soon as that thought appeared, Haruto dismissed it himself. Life isn't some play or drama with a twist like that. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Japanese Hunting Association, the situation remains very tense. Nanase, President Tokuwa, Moi, and Ares went into a private room to talk. The two others reported that after the car accident that caused it to fall into the sea, Haruto had died. There was no change in Nanase's expression, which made Moji feel very uneasy. Her husband wasn't that surprised. Was he? He asked. After all, hunters are still human and can be on the brink of death at any moment. Nanase calmly picks up her coffee to drink. Moji sighs, feeling that the other person and Haruto really don't have any connection at all. Regarding the proposal to cooperate in finding the Thankyim, Chairman Tokuo has also agreed and promised to do his best to support the process of returning the Kalisha longsword. Ares was also straightforward, directly asking Tokuo for a few high-level hunters to help out because she already had a lead on the location of the sacred sword. Because the Kalisha longsword is not a fixed item, meaning it is not an item that can only be used by certain people or those who meet specific conditions, but instead has a pattern engraved on it used to determine the user's rank. Ares could sense and track that pattern. She also knew that about an hour ago, someone had used the sacred sword. Hearing this, Nanase slightly furrowed her brow. There was no previous information that they could investigate and track using that other seal. This is the real reason they agreed to let Haruto borrow the Sword of Purity. Ares then addressed the most important issue, which was that the sword's purity level had dropped to just 10 units. Because someone has just used it, its stability must have decreased. If it continues like this, it will definitely disappear from the world. Oh, so the only clue is to find your mother, Aris, who went missing during the Great Disaster 15 years ago. Right, Nanase suddenly spoke, and her words left the two in front of her extremely surprised. How do you know? Nanase held up the document she had been flipping through, which was a confidential file on Moji and Ares. Do you think I became the team leader just because of luck? We also know that the precious green sword is your mother's heirloom. Nanase, please help me retrieve my mother's heirloom. Hunter Nanaza, please help me retrieve my mother's sacred object. After leaving the president's office, many thoughts filled Nanasa's mind. She feels that Moji and Ares are still hiding something. Moreover, she doesn't believe what they said about Haruto, because she knows he's not the type to die easily. Suddenly, Nanase heard someone calling her and turned around. It was the leader of the Great Sage Guild. He must have had a private talk with Nanase, and what Makoto wanted to say was to invite her back to the Great Sage Guild. Nanase, after hearing this, could only sigh and then smile with a fierce look. The number of dungeons keeps increasing, but the major guilds responsible for managing them are instead setting up their own companies. They only care about personal pleasures and focus on making money from the dungeons. As for this escape attempt, if it's found to be due to the careless attitude of the Great Sage Guild, then the entire guild will be responsible. And that's why I won't be returning. I never expected Nanase to be the daughter of Guildmaster Makoto, knowing she would react like this. He could only smile. Actually, there's something else my father wants to discuss with you. Before you leave, you should stop by the Central Hunter Hospital. That's where Haruto is receiving treatment, right now. He's hiding on the top floor checking his condition. As for the long sword Kalisha, he can't copy the actual sword itself, but he can absorb all of its power. This actually makes things much more complicated, because if Haruto copies that sword and keeps pulling it out every time he fights, I really don't know how to explain it. Above all, the true skills of the sword are very effective, especially the combo and the burst that activate at just the right moment. However, it was triggered right before the exhaustion, causing a soul-sealing pain. But anyway, thanks to it, Haruto was able to finish off Kuesia, that terrifying level 400 monster, with just one blow. I still remember. Haruto never thought he could do that. After defeating Kuesia, its shockwave was absorbed by him and automatically transformed by the system into resonance frequency and natural wave skills. The Giant King Spiderweb skill has also reached level 2. And the best part is that you can use resonance or natural waves simultaneously with this skill. Haruto never thought that his copying and refining skills could reach a level where he could absorb and combine other skills. Truly a blessing in disguise. After absorbing the magic sword, he officially became a high-level hunter at level 276. This is truly amazing, because just a few days ago, Haruto was still an underdog who couldn't break level 30. Now you have to find the bastard who stabbed you in the transport truck, almost costing you your life. Just as he was thinking that, Haruto suddenly heard a familiar voice loud enough to pierce his eardrums. Why do you have to make people worry so much? I told you to run immediately when you saw danger. But Haruto realized that was Nanase the hunter, a person usually so cold and composed, yet now showing this expression. Haruto quickly hid to the side, trying to eavesdrop on who she was talking to, and as a result, he heard an even more familiar voice. It's because of you. This. It's your fault for not properly stabilizing the underground bunker. I, Nanase, am so shocked I can't speak. As for Haruto, he was stunned by the scene before him because the person arguing fiercely with Nanase was Satoru. And what's important is that he even called her sister. Come to think of it, both of their last names are Shinodama. But I never expected them to be siblings. Nanase and Satoru were arguing fiercely, and only then did she remember Haruto. So Sano, the hunter, is safe too. Where is he? Who knows? You go find him yourself. Hearing his name, Haruto instinctively tried to run away because he was afraid Nanase would come here to settle the score and discover that he had impersonated a guild member to steal the sword. So Haruto decided to turn and run. But before he could take 2 steps, he ran into a solid cage like stone, almost breaking his nose. Looks like you're still alive, like Anjang-ha. The sword thief. The person in front of Haruto is Moji, and he emphasized the words, sword thief, enough to understand how furious Moji is. Moji immediately grabbed your collar and slammed you against the wall. He was furious because Haruto had successfully deceived him with his fake association member identity. Haruto desperately wanted to explain that everything was just a misunderstanding, but Moji absolutely wouldn't give him a chance to speak. At that moment, everyone saw the thief stab you, but now you are still alive and appear unharmed. So he concluded that you and that bastard are in cahoots. Things got worse when Moji, with a fiery look, drew his sword, and Ares appeared to stop him. But it was no use. Moji didn't intend to use his skill, but he wanted to make the con artist pay the price he deserved. Haruto really didn't want to activate his skill here, but he couldn't just stand still and take the hit, and the skill he used this time was frequency resonance. The moment that sword was about to touch Haruto's fingertips, it suddenly shattered into 100 images. The commotion earlier caught the attention of Nanase and Satoru, and they arrived just in time to see Haruto use this move. Nanase immediately recognized that the attack earlier was just like Asia's shockwave blast, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't surprised, not to mention how Haruto can use this move. His completely different aura compared to the day of the disaster is enough to make her see him in a new light. Her perspective changed with the appearance of another character, Arita Sara. She is a member of the girl group Eve, but leads a life completely different from the other members. Because after the performance, instead of taking the company car, she drove her luxury car home herself. As she exited the parking garage, Sarah almost collided with another car on the road. She was so angry she rolled down the window and started yelling, "Are you blind? Where are you looking while driving?" The person inside the car opens the door and steps out, carrying a huge suitcase. As the leader, Takumi, of that singing guild, Sarah fell silent the moment she saw him. Takumi slowly approaches, forcefully slams the suitcase in his hand against her luxury car's hood, then sticks his head into the window. "Hope the performance went well. Now let's head into the underground tunnel." If she wants everything to go back to the way it was, she can only go along with it. As for Haruto, after Anna stepped in to handle things, Moji finally decided not to settle the score with him, even though he was still resentful. Anas, Moji, and Ares began to follow the trail of the sword. But when they arrived, all that was left was a ruined wasteland. "It seems we're too late," Ares said sadly. "So does that mean we have to wait until he uses the sword again?" Anas asked. But before Ares could answer, Haruto suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Blood Tower. Now I remember. The culprit who tried to kill me mentioned this name before. He said he comes from the Blood Tower Guild." Nanas had never heard of this name, so she immediately guessed it was a secretive guild operating in the shadows. Moji seems to be getting very impatient, because he knows the sword won't last much longer. But in Nanas's mind, she already had a plan to deal with the little clue Haruto just revealed, because she knew someone who knew a lot about this kind of thing. As for Sarah, Takumi coming to her proved that her identity was far from ordinary. And indeed it was. Like Haruto, she was also blessed by a mystical creature during the disaster 15 years ago. At first, Sarah thought she only awakened a power, like other ordinary hunters. But it turned out she possessed a unique and unparalleled skill. It's a rewind, Ctrl-Z, that can turn the target back to its previous state. It's a skill that can be used on both people and objects. Then, Sarah started buying damaged or discarded luxury items, restoring them, and selling them in perfect condition. And although it is not a healing or restorative skill, she can still make money by treating injuries. But the amount she earns with this skill is limited. Meanwhile, Sarah needed a lot of money because her mother, a victim of that disaster, was unconscious and had to stay in a hospital with limited facilities. Sarah tried to heal them, but she couldn't restore them to their original state because she didn't have enough mana to use this skill. Without mana, all she could do was heal minor wounds, and mana is a form of energy only hunters can control. So, to get some mana, Sarah risked her life alongside other hunters to enter the dungeon from a very young age, starting as a baggage runner and later becoming a healer when needed. But for someone like her who hasn't awakened as a hunter, entering a dungeon is like walking into a cage empty-handed, always full of dangers. However, what hurts Sarah the most is the contempt from the others in the team, because every expedition she always asks each person for a little mana instead of paying them, and every time, Sarah is laughed at, scorned, and looked down upon, until one day, when she was covered in wounds and utterly desperate, tired of this cursed skill, and ready to give up everything, she met someone. That person was Takumi. Returning to the present, Sarah has no choice but to take Takumi to her house. Seeing the cramped and simple room to the point of poverty, Takumi couldn't hide his surprise, mixed with a hint of mockery. Where did all the money she earned go? I never expected a famous person like Sarah from Eves to live such a life. I'm sure no one would think that she orders takeout for all 3 meals and just eats whatever she wants. Takumi kept constantly bringing up what Sarah wanted to eat. While most female idols desperately try to lose weight and maintain their figures, Sarah can eat freely because even if she gains weight, she can restore herself to how she was before. After rambling for a while, Takumi started recounting the first time they met. And even though someone was killed right in front of her, Sarah only thought about stealing valuable items from others. At that time, she called her a thief and also boasted that she and he were the same kind of person. Then, they signed a contract with each other. As usual, Takumi will gather enough mana and give it to Sarah. Then she will help the Ga restore the items he needs. However, this time Takumi asked her to go into the dungeon with him, even though the contract restricted it, because Ga wants Sarah to restore the original state of that sword, which requires a huge amount of mana. Takumi subtly says, "This will be the last time Sarah has to go into the dungeon. Are you saying you found an item that can regenerate infinite mana, and it's inside that dungeon?" Sarah immediately lost control. No. But if you go, there's a chance it will appear there. I know our contract limits your access to the dungeon, just this once. Come to the dungeon with me. This will be the last time, and the reward will be worth it. Right. Ananas, who is well informed about everything, is actually Masato from the Future Guild. Although she really dislikes this guy, she still has to take Haruto there, on the way. He was quite confused, because logically, the two guilds competing for the top spot in Japan should be Midas and the new major guild that has more information. They only have detailed information about dungeon raids and management skills. As for Masato, he knows a lot of other insider information, and sure enough, he really knows about the Blood Tower Guild. It all originates from the heart of the giant demon, an item known for its ability to regenerate infinite mana. It is a very rare item that appears in the giant elf Snow Mountain dungeon and only drops after defeating the hidden giant elf monster. To find that item, the Future Guild assembled a huge scouting team to gather information. And during that time, they encountered the Blood Tower Guild that Haruto mentioned. Specifically, Masato found a recruitment notice for hunters with very few views from the Blood Tower Guild. They need to recruit 30 people with level 90 or higher and any equipment. So Masato immediately guessed they were preparing forces to attack the elf's Snow Mountain. Then he started to investigate more closely and realized that this guild was even worse than he had imagined. They steal to assassinate, regardless of whether the target is an influential person or a group of dungeon hunters. And because it's the guild's hall, they don't even bother to care if people look down on them. Haruto listened carefully to what Masato was saying. I don't need that thing called the item that can regenerate infinite mana, because I have that ability too. But indeed, it is an eye-opening item. According to Masato, someone clearly wants to monopolize it, and if someone truly possesses this item, what does it have to do with the Kalisha Dragon Sword? At first, Haruto thought they combined swords to kill the giant elf, but clearly the sword's durability is almost gone, and it can't be swung many more times. So I quickly dismissed this idea from my mind. After discussing with Masato, Nanase concluded that the Blood Tower Guild is targeting the heart of the giant demon. That's why they want to form a team to clear the giant elf's Snow Mountain dungeon. But this time, Ares spoke out against it. She doesn't think that's reasonable, because since that hidden dungeon was discovered 15 years ago, no one has ever found that item. How does she know? Haruto asked. I can't say exactly, but I was once very interested in this dungeon and researched it myself. Zui. The elf's Snow Mountain remains a notorious dungeon due to its difficulty, and it has been listed among the legendary dungeons that even hunters avoid. Some hunting parties occasionally explore hidden dungeons, but they have already given up on this place. What is it in that dungeon that makes even veteran assassins form a team to clear it? Masato reveals a sly smile, seeming to be very interested in this matter. When are they leaving? Haruto asked again. Masato shrugged, indicating he didn't know for sure. Since the hunter recruitment was already done, they might have left long ago. Haruto gritted his teeth in anger. It seems the enemy had planned this for a long time, which is why they devised such a precise plan to steal the sword. Since there isn't much time left, Nanase ordered to depart immediately for the elf's snowy mountain. And coincidentally, the Future Guild has a specialized attack team ready to leave right now. When she mentioned this team, Masato's face immediately darkened. Who said we have one? We don't. But I heard that the Future Guild has an attack team ready to deploy at any moment. And that team is on par with the Hunter Association's assault squad. Right. Masato kept shaking his head. This girl really can figure out anything. But he didn't want to get involved in something that didn't concern him. Moreover, the weather inside that dungeon was extremely harsh, so there was no reason for him to lead his own army into such a place. And then, somehow, Nanase forced Masato to deploy the troops and he himself had to go along with her, until facing the level 40 stone demon army. Masato still couldn't understand why he appeared here with this girl. These stone demons aren't actually that strong. They just need to break its core to completely destroy it. Otherwise, it will keep regenerating. So it's quite troublesome. Masato's army fought bravely. But since the enemy kept regenerating, it was still up to him to take action himself. He can stand still and use his wand to shatter all the stone monsters, causing their life cores to fly out. His soldiers just need to smash those cores before the stone monsters can regenerate. Haruto witnessed the whole scene. And I have to say, even though Masato seems aloof and unpleasant, his power is truly impressive. Let him be a hero for a bit. It won't hurt. Meaning those stone demons will be dealt with quickly. According to Ares, after entering Jotun's Snow Mountain dungeon, they must eliminate as many stone demons as possible, because that is the condition to encounter the mid-level golem of the Snow Mountain. According to her previous research, this dungeon is a sensor dungeon, unlike a normal dungeon that is divided into different areas such as small monster zones, mid-level boss zones, aim boss zones, or final boss zones. In a normal dungeon, if you know the way, hunters can go straight to the final boss area. However, in a sensor dungeon, the condition for the next area to appear is that formula A plus B plus C equals D. So, they must defeat the small monsters first to unlock the mid-level area and then proceed. If any of the necessary conditions are not met, the remaining areas will not appear. Ares suspects that this is due to the impact of the disaster 15 earlier, which has disrupted the dungeon's process. That's also why the hidden dungeon inside the Jotun mountain has never appeared until now. Again, Ares wasn't really sure about the conditions for the mid-level boss to appear, but after studying carefully, she thought attacking many small monsters was the most feasible way. Furthermore, they also need to seize the opportunity, because if the reward item from that monster is the key needed to open the next area, then the members of the Singing Guild are definitely aiming for it too. Therefore, they need to obtain the hidden dungeon key before they do. Haruto needs to know what the Blood Tower people are after, but he is definitely determined to find the Kalisha Dragon Sword to return it to Mozi and Ares. So, he also begins to join the battle against the Stone Demon. This time, Haruto decides to use the giant spider's silk combined with his special shockwave attack. The silk binds the rock demon's legs tightly, while the shockwave shatters them into many pieces. Watching Haruto handle these little monsters was quite easy. Masato's soldiers were very surprised to see him use the giant spider's web in the low-level dungeon. They didn't expect that something seemingly useless could bring such incredible power. Ares was also not resting. She and Mozi worked together. One, using magic to extract the crystal cores from the monsters' bodies. The other slicing them apart with a sword. Among the crystal monsters, some are larger and more ferocious. When Masato's army couldn't do anything against them, that's when Nanase stepped into the fight. The strength of the top 5 blacksmiths in Japan is not something to be underestimated. Like Haruto, she was also rewarded with Koieshia's gunwave skill because he was the one who caused the most damage at that time. On this one-way trip, Nanase gently defeated the giant monster. "Is everyone okay?" Nanase looked around and it seemed no one was injured. "Yes. I'm fine. Thank you, Captain." It seemed nothing special at first, but suddenly Nanase noticed a familiar silhouette. Although this person was fully covered from head to toe, she still managed to spot her. If it wasn't for her younger brother waiting to fight Satoru, who else could it be? "Wait. How did you get here?" Nanase exclaimed. Satoru also refused to give up, immediately retorting, "Oh, really? You probably shouldn't come. I came here as a member of my senior team." "My senior? Nanase doubtedly asked again. It turns out that when he was in the hospital, Satoru used all sorts of tricks to complain to Haruto, including the 5 easy-to-break ground rules, just to get him to take him along. Satoru even boasted that Haruto is a hopelessly lost. Maybe he got himself lost in the sewer to prove he's useful. Even though Haruto didn't go alone and obviously wasn't afraid of getting lost, he kept throwing tantrums, so in the end I had to agree. Besides, he's really good at finding his way, so he might actually be helpful. After hearing Satoru explain that Haruto was the one who agreed to let him come along, Nanase could only hold her head and sigh. What is Hunter Sano thinking? If he's just a low-level hunter, how can he protect anyone? She muttered, not expecting her little brother to overhear. And Satoru immediately retorted, "Don't underestimate Sano. I saw very clearly back then that it was him. Not either you or Chairman Shirazaki, who split the Koesya in half." Satoru firmly insists that based on how he's protecting Haruto, Nanase truly doesn't know who his real sibling is. But what Satoru says isn't entirely unreasonable either. This time, when she met Haruto again, she also realized that he had changed completely since the spider den too, right after he landed. Moreover, the skill he's using is Koeshia's shockwave. If Haruto wasn't the one to finish it off, there's no reason for him to have this skill. But she really couldn't understand how a low-level hunter like Haruto could split a giant monster like Koesha in half. Putting that aside, Nanase and everyone else continued fighting. But she didn't expect that the group from the guild they were searching for was actually mixed into their own army. At that moment, Takumi and Sarah were hiding nearby, scanning the situation. Meanwhile, his subordinates mixed into the chaotic attack team, using disguises to hide, striking with deadly blows, and stealing both mana and items. High-level hunters like Nanase and Masato are truly powerful. But because they are so strong, these guys aren't afraid of anyone's father or son. Therefore, they do not focus too much on training their reconnaissance skills. On the other hand, members of the Blood Tower Guild often face situations where they must fight stronger enemies with weaker ones. So they have trained their shape-shifting and hidden weapon skills to the highest level, rarely being detected. Takumi truly lives up to his reputation as the leader of an organization full of cold-blooded killers. His way of clearing dungeons is both effortless and efficient. This is also the direction of this guild's operations. He and Sarah just stand and watch, waiting. The mana collected by Takumi's subordinates is all transferred into the device she's holding now. It's a mana generator, a piece of trash. To fully charge a mana blade, at least 100 small monsters must be defeated. But that amount of mana still isn't enough to restore the Long Kim Kalisha sword. To do that, they must defeat the boss of the hidden dungeon, even though that dungeon has never appeared before. Takumi has heard many people say that there is an extremely strong barrier in the hidden dungeon, and the only sword that can break it is this Long Kim Kalisha. Sarah seems skeptical, unsure where Takumi got this information, but he doesn't bother to answer. For him, Sarah's only task is to restore the sword. Don't ask too many questions, he said. Sarah could only sigh. It's been a while since I last entered the dungeon, so I'm a bit worried. But your strategy this time is too sneaky and cowardly. After hearing those words, Takumi's face immediately darkened. Sarah also saw that expression clearly, so she quickly tried to explain. Don't pay attention to what I'm saying. That means as long as the contract is still here, I don't care what you do. Actually, she didn't like Takumi's unscrupulous way of working either. But to save her parents' lives, Sarah was determined to get that unlimited mana regeneration item. Down there, the situation is getting more and more tense. Haruto is starting to lose patience because the number of demon cores they have summoned has reached 200. But the conditions to unlock the next area are still unclear. Suddenly, he saw a different kind of crystal core from the ones before. Out of habit, Haruto was about to copy and imitate it, but the core in his hand suddenly shot away and plunged into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, and Masato immediately landed right behind him. It's starting now. Start the engine. Haruto nervously asks again. The stone demon has been defeated. Next, the mid-level golem will appear. As the scene shifts to the snowy mountain where the demoness is approaching, this level 150 mid-tier golem appears extremely fierce, immediately attacking as soon as it identifies the enemy, because the opponent was too large and kept launching relentless boulder attacks. Nanase's fighter team faced difficulties. Even Haruto, who has escaped the life of a low-level hunter, still finds himself cornered. In this situation, of course, high-level hunters like Masato have to step up and take responsibility. A single strike he delivered shattered the giant golem in front of him into thousands of pieces, revealing its core of life. But his subordinate hadn't even had time to celebrate when the golem quickly regenerated, leaving them no chance to deal with its core. Masato launched another attack, but this time the result was the same as before. Having the food twice in front of him but unable to eat it made him extremely angry. But Haruto came up with a new plan. If at the exact moment Masato separates the opponent's core and then uses the giant spider's silk to secure it, wouldn't that be perfect? They quickly tried again, and Haruto actually used his web to catch the core. But his web was also quickly covered by large stones that reformed into the golem's body. The giant spider silk also proved useless as he hoped. Just as Haruto was racking his brain for a solution, he suddenly heard a loud noise. Sano, fall back quickly. Haruto instinctively retreated, and almost immediately after, Nanase unleashed her ultimate technique on the monster. This is the third time Haruto has witnessed her hellfire, and each time it's just as impressive as the first, with the giant golem enveloped in a mesmerizing blue flame. Nanase says that close combat is useless against this. They have to melt it down. Masato, who was trying to steal the spotlight, can't hide his frustration. I know. That's why I have to think of another plan. Otherwise, if we let all the remaining stones melt away, we'll be in real trouble. Haruto looked around. They had already defeated more than 200 golem monsters. The shattered stones from their bodies were truly numerous. Remember, before they set out, Ares warned them about how terrifying this common-level golem is. It's the most troublesome and also the most horrifying thing in Mekung Sensor. Originally, Mekung Sensor would reveal the next area once the conditions were met. And this unlocked area would also change based on the previous one. When the conditions for defeating a normal stone beast are met, the core of the high-level golem will appear, and the remaining parts of the stone beast's body will gather and reconstruct into that high-level golem. In other words, they will have to fight the remaining parts of the stone monsters they just barely managed to defeat, often leading to exhaustion or even the destruction of the entire team. Compared to a normal Mekung, this high-level golem is almost as tough as a final boss. It was at that moment that Nanase had an idea, which was also the method she just used. That is, if they can't break the core, they must melt all the stone so it can't regenerate. But the composition of the golem's body is truly complex. Nanase burning them drained a lot of mana, and she was already exhausted. But suddenly, the same level golem disappeared and then reappeared right behind Nanase. She once again uses fire to burn the enemy. But maintaining this way is too exhausting. It's not a good solution. Haruto understood that he wanted to use the power of the Calicia Dragon Sword, but Ares would notice immediately. If they kept this frozen standoff, they wouldn't be able to break the core either. In his moment of desperation, Haruto suddenly remembered something he had thrown into the warehouse that had never been used before: the claw of the king bear that Masato had given him on the Zenbo Bridge. This item grants 2 skills. First, it can immobilize any target for a certain period. Secondly, it can approach any target and deal damage to them. Haruto smiles with satisfaction. This is it. The key to breaking this deadlock is right here. He immediately uses his copying and absorption skills. The first skill has been loaded into Kanchan V, allowing Haruto to lock onto targets more tightly when using the Silk of the King Spider. At the same time, the second skill is also loaded into Kanchan C, allowing him to pierce the target and absorb 15% of its HP and MP. After acquiring the new skill, Haruto eagerly charged forward, hoping everything would go as he wished. Meanwhile, Nanase remained steadfast in her plan to melt the golem's body. Moji and Ares both seem quite worried, because no matter how skilled a hunter Nanase is, if she keeps unleashing hellfire like that, her mana will run out soon. The effect of the blue flame causes the golem's body to decompose. Nanase once again uses hellfire to reinforce, but this time it backfires. That golem went berserk and charged at her to counterattack. The hellfire was ineffective, which also means Nanase's mana has reached its limit. But before the mid-level golem could touch Nanase, it was caught in Haruto's spider silk, which he used in an unusually large amount to tightly wrap it into a giant cocoon. Nanase was saved just in time, shouting Haruto's name in relief, while Masato was overwhelmed with shock. His reaction is exactly the same as everyone else's. Disbelief that the silk of the giant kings could do this much. Seeing him in a daze, Haruto loudly reminds him, "President Shirozaki, Masato, please attack again," called by his full name. Masato startles. "Huh. But don't you see? Attacking won't do any good. This time will be different. I will stop the core from moving. We don't have much time left, so please hurry," Haruto said urgently. Frustrated by the boy's words, Masato clenched his teeth in anger but ultimately unleashed his magic to launch another attack, along with the threat that if Haruto fails, he will be beaten badly. Masato's magic pierced through the dense web and destroyed the body of the intermediate golem. Large chunks scattered in the air, and its core of life appeared. Haruto seized this opportunity, using the giant king spider silk from the Pro Maxor version, sharpened by the mid-level Bear King, to lock the core tightly, and this time, your plan succeeded. Not only Masato but even Nanase was wide-eyed at the sight. But thinking about it, every time he fights a boss, Haruto is always there, just in time at the critical moment. Senzaku really can no longer see him as just a low-level hunter. It's the claw of the king bear. Truly a combat tactic only Hunter Sano could come up with. Ares also couldn't help but praise. The attack team also cheered continuously when they saw this miraculous scene. It seems that besides Satoruza, no one believed that Haruto and those seemingly useless spiderwebs could achieve such a miracle. Contrary to their joyful excitement, Takumi and Sarah seemed like they were choking. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stop gathering mana to speed up the plan and carry out the campaign. After putting on the mask, Takumi ordered everyone to get into their battle positions. What's going on? Is the situation so serious that he has to step in personally? Sarah looks panicked. Yeah. That strange guy makes getting the core's key seem a bit more complicated. You should also get ready. Sarah. After receiving the order, Sarah quickly stood up on the white snow. Satoru is now hiding behind a large tree, using stealth to observe. His heart begins to wonder what he should do next. That guy who looks like the leader has already left. What is that girl planning to do with the mana she collected? Should I report this to the senior? Then Haruto handed him a stone and said, "Take it. This is a high-level stealth skill." Satoru was surprised. Wait. Are you sure it's okay to give me something so valuable? He scratched his head and declared, "This task is that important." Satoru was stunned. It's so important. Shinoda Satoru. This time you don't need to fight the monsters. Instead, use stealth skills to follow them. And if they find the hidden maze, let me know immediately so I can steal their plan. Remember what you were told, and it will make Satoru more courageous. He once again thought of Haruto and quietly reassured himself that yes, his sister and President Masato are there. And most importantly, Senior Sano is also present. Your voice suddenly spoke out in surprise. I have to destroy it. Masato turned his head and confirmed, yes, if you catch it, you should be the one to destroy it. Nanase smiled and said, yes, because this is the achievement of the Sonoma Hunter. You're serious about this? Huh. Haruto thought with a hint of surprise. This is the first time I've been treated like this. It feels so strange. I've finished copying. So I should destroy it quickly. Then you stab the red orb with your sword, causing it to crack. The sphere shatters into pieces and disappears. A brief notification appears. The transformed golem has been defeated. A series of level-up notifications appeared around him, followed by another system message indicating you received a reward item for destroying the transformed golem core. A golden key appears and falls into Haruto's palm. It is the sealing key for the heart that opens the door to the giant golem's heart seal. He raised the key high and shouted out loud, "I got it, the key is hidden in the abyss." Mo happily exclaimed on behalf of Haruto. I never thought I would see it with my own eyes. Seeing it means we're one step closer to your mother. Ares looked confused. It's just a key. The real challenge is about to begin. While everyone else debated, Haruto kept his eyes scanning around. The little one called out clearly, causing a notification to appear to check the status. And a smile immediately appeared on his lips. Nice. With the upgrade from the magic sword to level 285. It's almost on par with high-level hunters above level 300. Solo playdays are not far off. Haruto jumps up in excitement at Masato's helpless look. He turned around and said, in a low, broad voice, celebrating after just defeating a boss of the same level. Pathetic. Nanase chuckled softly. So who was just struggling with that same level boss? Thinking he was being teased, he quickly fought back. Was it really that difficult? Suddenly, a series of loud explosions erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere, and Moore and Ares had to quickly dodge to avoid injury. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, dozens of spikes rose up from the ground. On the black sharp point, red words are displayed. Masato loudly shouts, "This and that are signs of a monster emerging. The situation is getting worse." He hurriedly ordered the team to fall back behind my shield. But before he could finish, another explosion shattered the formation. At the same time, a red beam of light appeared, illuminating the entire sky. Amidst the chaos, there was a deadly silence as several people had already been killed. A man slowly steps forward and speaks. His aura, undeniable money, can buy anything, even a little conscience. The man speaking is Takumi. As easy as turning over a hand, he took a deep breath and kept muttering to himself. Productivity. Productivity. Suddenly, a confident voice rang out that caught his attention. I see. The notification board reappeared once more at lightning speed. Weaving silk. A series of thick silk threads appeared in front of Takumi. Haruto rushed out with his sword. Give it back. He charged forward fiercely, singing as he wielded the Calicia longsword. Suddenly, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted from him. Takumi, triumphant, launched his attack. You might stop the explosion with that pile of silk. But the trap I set is more than just that. The crazy bastard punched into your stomach and ribs, nearly ruining my plan. He threw Haruto aside forcefully, causing rocks and dust to fly everywhere, and Skinhan shouted loudly, Sano Hunter. She immediately raised the weapon in her hand. a burst of blue energy erupting around her, unleashing her fury. Ares quickly reacted without thinking and rushed forward. No. Nanase. But she was held back by Mo. Stop her, or she'll get hit. A blue tornado is heading straight for Takumi, who is standing not far away. This tornado is so powerful, it makes the ground itself seem to peel away. Suddenly, Nanase coughs up blood and collapses onto the ground. She plunged her spear into the ground and collapsed. Coughing up blood, Masato immediately looked over and hurriedly ordered, "Hunter Shinoda, Nanase. What's going on? Quickly use a healing skill." He rushed to her side and shouted in panic, "President Shirozaki must not use mana." She quickly explained to him that when the gang absorbed mana, it probably released it at the same time as the previous explosion. This is the intimidation tactic they use to disable high-level hunters. She couldn't help but wonder, as a black liquid was bubbling on the ground. Why are they using something so dangerous? Takumi turns his back and leaves Haruto with a serious wound. Let's get to work. Masato clenched his jaw, frowning in disbelief, unable to believe that skill. Seeing Takumi's strange, stealthy footsteps made him even more stunned. It was a shadow transformation. The highest level of stealth skill. That skill should have been wiped out by the previous generation of hunters because it was too dangerous. So, how did he? He calmly turns his head and looks around without saying a word. Suddenly Takumi noticed the lockpick lying right next to Haruto. He slowly picked up the lockpick in silence. A small notification appeared, indicating the seal on the heart had transferred to its current owner. Takumi let out a soft laugh. Completing the mission, however, he didn't seem very satisfied and quickly grabbed his collar. But Takumi's mask flashed with a red glow. "We have to kill him right here." Haruto muttered sarcastically with difficulty. "I just thought the same thing." The guy was slightly surprised. "What? He's still awake." A smug smile curled on his lips. "Well, luckily, the guy wielding the greatsword is as dumb as you." A bunch of silk shot out, wrapping around Takumi's body, catching him off guard. Gradually, those threads grew thicker and blocked out his screams. "Ah." The notification appears along with the sharp thorns protruding from the silk. Activating the skill of one of the giant silk, using the claw of the Bear King Biomun. The jagged sharp teeth protruding alongside the glass-covered silk resemble a giant monster. Takumi's followers began to panic. What the leader's skill? Isn't that the skill he used to defeat the transformed golem? Maybe we should get out of here too. Haruto slowly stepped forward with his sword. "Your mistake was touching my sword's field." His calm voice echoed, unleashing the silk of the giants. However, the expression on his face quickly changed to surprise. The spot where Takumi should have been was empty, with no sign of his shadow. He appeared from the shadows and sighed. "Wow. I almost died. This is the first time I've had to use a skill like that." Takumi shouted loudly like a crazy person. "If there was no shadow in there, I would be dead for sure. And only after Zit was killed by such a reckless skill did I understand. Why do the hunters I've already killed look so regretful? When you're going to die here today anyway." A sudden burst of bright light radiated from Haruto's body. "Hey, you know my aura." "Right, I stand tall." "Which makes that light even brighter. They call me the mana conduit, because I share mana with my teammates. This is the first time I've tried such a long distance. But it still worked." Takumi was surprised. "What did you say?" You coldly declared. "Meaning your life is over. That mess of mana, I will burn down your blood tower guild right here and now." Takumi secretly feels a bit worried inside. Damn it. Shirozaki, Masato's wide-range black lightning. Takumi's shadow demon. He can't escape. This is bad. He quickly turned to another side and ordered Arita Sarah to act and reverse it. According to her response, the luminous green light was full of mystery, and the mana bottles on the ground quickly opened at the same time, gathering into a point under Sarah's control, trying desperately to reverse what her leader had commanded. The notification board appears, issuing an order to reset the golem's snow mountain maze to its original state. The fragments of stone gradually dissolved like the reversal of time. As the announcement reset the dungeon to its original state, the world suddenly trembled violently. What's happening all of a sudden? What is this dark blue lightning storm and whirlwind? During the commotion, someone immediately spoke up to explain, this is not normal airflow. The remaining golems are still, under everyone's eyes. The golems are gradually coming together. They are gathering. Nanase's eyes filled with surprise as Masato, slightly taken aback, hesitated and said, "Don't tell me." He looked into the distance where the golems were slowly appearing through the mist. Is the dungeon being reconstructed? A furious golem rushes at him, startling him, its punch quickly colliding with Masato's shield. Damn it! That gas makes it impossible for everyone to absorb mana. He glanced at his teammates and silently thought that Masato must create a protective barrier for the members. But if it continues like this, we can't fight the golems. Everyone will be killed inside the protective shield. Is there any way? Suddenly, an unexpected event happened that made him open his eyes in surprise. Nanase's blue tornadoes once again burst forth, destroying the golems. Masato opened his mouth in amazement. Hunter Nanase, why did you glance at him seriously just now and say it? You heard it too. Right. The nickname of Sano the Hunter. Nanase's voice was firm when mentioning that nickname. Mana. Goffer. So what if Masato didn't understand right away Ares? Who was healing at that moment? Continued speaking, possessing infinite regenerative power and passing it on to his teammates. Clearly, this is a secret technique of the Sano Hunter. Masato's immediate suspicion begins to rise. Unable to believe it, he stared intently at Ares' hand, healing Haruto, which only priest-type hunters could do. So, why is Sano, who isn't even a priest, able to do that? He then glances at Nanase and Mo fighting desperately. High-level hunters like him and Nanase require a large amount of mana to activate their techniques. And this is not limited to just the two of them. He shares his mana with everyone here, sharing his own mana in such a short time. Masato grits his teeth, regenerating infinite mana. I've never heard of this poison skill before, but if it's real, then, deep down, he is starting to have some secret feelings. Instead of searching for the giant golem's heart, a better way is to have Hunter Sano join Masato's guild. Suddenly, Nanase's voice rang out, drawing Masato's attention. Now everything is clear. She fought and talked at the same time. Everything, even the events at Rainbow Bridge Dungeon, were all the work of the Blood Tower Guild. Mu is now blocking an attack from a giant golem, and the important issue is that the dungeon has been restored. If they restore the dungeon again, but Ares' voice rang out to dismiss the previous theory. No, I don't think that's feasible. The reason why the hidden dungeon hasn't been explored yet seems to be due to a logical issue with the dungeon itself. As she calmly focused on her work while gradually explaining, I don't know if they realize it, but right now the chance of the hidden dungeon appearing is definitely 100%. As soon as she heard that, Nanase's eyes darkened a bit, but there was something strange compared to before. She calmly took down a golem and then continued. The number of golems now appearing has decreased, and Masato quickly realizes there is an issue causing the strange situation. The golem that Hunter Nanase melted down can't be recreated, so I have to deal with this situation quickly to keep tracking those bastards at the Blood Tower. Still, these things still trouble her heart. If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be a problem. But if this time is like the Rainbow Dungeon before, and they repeat that method. No, that can't happen. That's right. But Masato at this moment can't help but worry about Haruto. Now that he thinks about it. Is Sano still okay? I hope those guys didn't send him off to the afterlife. Somewhere on the snowy mountain, a giant spider cocoon lies still on the ground, and Haruto emerges from inside, injured all over his body, breaking free. The giant king spider's web. Damn it. Your eyes below are filled with rage and annoyance. That bastard Takumi suddenly appeared after a freezing cold wind, and without hesitation, he ran over and shouted loudly, "Stop right there." The two swords quickly clash, producing a sharp sound, and she looks at you with a faint smile. Do you really think a low-level hunter can do anything? Despite Takumi's taunts, he still held tightly to his sword. Yeah. That low-level hunter you mentioned is ruining your plan. He once again uses the giant king spider silk to bind his hands. Takumi struggles to free himself from the tangled web. This silk is no different from a tiny insect's thread. Let me make sure you can never use that again. Saying that, he drove the sword in his hand into the ground and pushed you away. A flash of light and a thunderous shout from him. Khaleesi, the dragon-slaying sword, unleashes its full power. Haruto narrows his eyes and quickly wraps himself in spider silk, just like last time when he used it to escape. But you wipe away the blood at the corner of your mouth and silently marvels. The power of the Khaleesi longsword is truly terrifying, but only then did Haruto learn how to use its power. Haruto stuck his sword into the ground and stood up, his lips forming a rare piece of news that few knew about. I didn't fully block that attack. Damn it. I should have chased him and made him reveal everything. But the surrounding scene made me feel confused. By the way, where is this lush green area? A snow-covered expanse. How did I know where I was before, at that moment? The Japan Hunter Association. With the golden sunlight shining down overhead, Tokuo leans back on the sofa and reassures Makoto. There's no need to worry too much. Chairman Shinoda, the leader of the future guild, Shirozaki Masato, is also with them. Makoto crossed his arms and spoke seriously. Is the main concern right now whether the Blood Tower Guild is truly involved in orchestrating everything? We don't know much about them. Go quickly agreed. Of course. Even high-level hunters who fall into their sights are doomed, and they can't gather any more information. He paused for a moment before tossing a tablet onto the table. But our Midas Guild has uncovered a few things. He explained and recounted the story to the other two. The reason they seemed to oppose the secret operation this time was because of the presence of the global multinational hunter guild. Starfield. Tokuo widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Starfield. Even Makoto sitting nearby couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Why is a world-class guild like that in a small place like Japan? And even with a guild hall?" Go lowered his face and spoke in a deeper voice, making it hard to imagine what the scene inside the dungeon is like now. However, 15 years ago, during the Great Disaster, only one dungeon collapsed, and he recounted the terrifying scene with a trembling voice. When the golems that escaped were even more horrifying than the demons of hell, he paused for a moment and then continued. The person who sealed the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon was one of the strongest priests in the world at that time, Nishihara Tomoka, from Japan. Makoto nodded in agreement. Yes. If the hunter Nishihara hadn't sacrificed himself back then, Go looked seriously at the other two as they discussed. The heart of the giant golem, sealed within the hidden dungeon. To this day, it remains something with deadly allure for everyone in the world. He explained in detail the principles behind the operations of the two guilds, both of which are willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals. I'm not surprised that they formed a team to conquer the Snow Mountain Golem. And Arash Hill, from the International Hunters Guild, is Nishihara's daughter. Right, Makoto quickly said. We all understand this. So, apart from the Long Kiem school, Kalisha also has plans to investigate her mother Nishihara's death, but Go denied it. No one has ever acknowledged Nishihara's death. This made him even more surprised. What did you say? The hunter who disappeared in the dungeon and whose body was not found was reported dead. Right, but now you're saying that someone missing for 15 years still hasn't been officially declared dead. Go picked up the tablet, looked through the list, and replied that someone was still alive that year. A hunter who returned from that dungeon about 5 years ago also claimed to have seen Nishihara. Tokuo widened his eyes in surprise and asked back. Really, he nodded firmly, saying that because Starfield had sealed off the news, it was hard for us to know for sure. Done. At least this is the truth. Interestingly, in that dungeon, countless people suddenly entered, and a young man shouted loudly, "Boss. President. Something's happened." Go turns around sharply. What's going on? We are in an important meeting right now. The young man grabbed the remote and stammered, right now. The prison break is happening. As soon as the TV was turned on, there was shouting and screaming. He lowered his voice, and the reporter at the scene, hiding behind an old, battered car, quickly said, "Do you see everyone there is a prison break happening right now?" His voice grew more urgent amid the chaos. Right now. It's happening right in the heart of the city, with only sounds of panic and the crashing of buildings around the area. As soon as Go saw it, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. They are the Snow Mountain Prison's golems. No way. Could it be that the dungeon was just recently conquered and has collapsed? What the hell is going on? Later, inside the dungeon, a group of people was trying to brave the snowstorm, and Sara looked at Takumi, who was holding a piece of paper tightly in his hand without saying anything. Finally, she spoke. The plan. No problem. Right. This is the first time I've seen you injured. Kurosaki, do you want me to heal you? He glances at her with a challenging look. If you're so curious, why don't you check for yourself? Takumi said as he split into two, with Sara's eyes wide open. Here it is. Everyone stopping in front of a large gate with the calm voice of the guy. The hidden dungeon of the Snow Mountain Golem. And Sara, lost in admiration, gazes at the gate, finally able to collect the heart of the giant golem. Takumi leads the group boldly across the hanging bridge between the two mountains, but Satoru always quietly used his stealth ability to stand in a corner, carefully observing every detail. It was as if only after the others had all passed did he slowly move to follow closely behind his target. Right at the end of that bridge is a mysterious cave where Takumi's group is just about to reach. That's where they can go. This made Satoru gasp in surprise and quietly realize that this is the hidden dungeon. Those following him also kept their faces covered carefully to hide their identities well. After walking a few steps, they suddenly felt something was off and gently reached into the barrier to contemplate. Suddenly, a feeling of unease arose in his heart, and he directly reported, "Chairman, there is something here. It's a barrier." Hearing that, he slowly approached, gently touched the barrier, and thought to himself, "Starfield. No wonder it's a top-tier global guild. Their information is truly unbelievable." Takumi's memories seemed to drift back to the old days, thinking that 15 years ago it was sealed by a great wizard and the strongest hunter, Nishihara Tomoka. Moreover, it is also something he has always treasured and yearned for his entire life. The giant golem heart of the mysterious dungeon. Just thinking about it, his eyes suddenly furrowed with emotion, and he unexpectedly called out, "Everyone!" Next, Takumi also reminded them to be careful, prepare to break through the barrier, stay alert, and watch their surroundings. And everyone obediently followed his orders. Understood. After giving orders to those people, he then came to her to command again. "Sarah, restore the Long Kim School's setup." But Arita Sarah hadn't had time to react yet when his eyes suddenly turned cold and he whispered, "Wait. It seems there's a sneaky rat following us." But these words only made her more confused. Standing there in bewilderment, at Satoru's place, he could still hear every curse he spat out, making him feel like he was about to fall out. Thinking to himself, he's really stupid to use stealth to tail the Blood Tower's defenses. He turned pale with fear, biting his lip tightly as he thought, Haruto is lying. He's in big trouble now. Takumi, without saying a word, directly charged aggressively towards the source of the noise and shouted, the one causing the chaos. The Snow Mountain Golem's Rage is a level 30 rabbit-shaped monster that lives near the mysterious narrow cave of the Snow Mountain Golem. Always hungry and aggressive, defeating it yields a magic stone. This made Haruto can't help but be amazed and exclaim, "If I didn't know there were other monsters besides the golem here, I would have thought it got punched." A new element has appeared and defeated it with just a single strike. Near the coke, though, a stunning red gem has also emerged. Seeing that, the Snow Mountain Golem gently picked up the gem, then suddenly ran very fast toward you for some reason, with a look full of curiosity and eyes shining with affection, as if pondering something that needs an explanation. Haruto just glanced and gently patted its head to ask, "Are you asking if you can eat that stone? Little one, go ahead and eat it." After copying the Snow Mountain Golem, I happily chew on it, making him chuckle mischievously. After all, I have already copied it. Haruto once again clenched the treasure in his hand and sighed in amazement. Who would have thought that the golem's core could have such powers? The transformed golem core can create a golem by pouring mana into the core. Skill Et creates a level 1 golem identical to the user's imagination. Skill 2 can create a level 1 transformed golem armor. Skill 3 allows sharing of reconnaissance and scouting abilities. With the created golem, the higher its level, the farther the user can control it. The joy at this moment is so great that his smile suddenly becomes distorted every time he thinks about it. I was a bit disappointed when I found out that no skill could be absorbed through copying and frying. But this is also a wonderful item. If the core can create a golem, then what if I copy and fuse it? Haruto's calm face and visible white teeth secretly thought he was not happy. Now I can easily create an entire army of amazing golems, so I can go into dungeons without forming a team. But the way it looks at you makes me a bit confused. The Snow Mountain Golem can reach level 10, transform freely, and has a strong bond with its owner. Moreover, Haruto is a bit worried about this since it's only level 1. I wonder how big it will get by level 10, and if it grows too much, there might be problems. An unexpected event occurred that made Haruto, who was just about to smile widely, open his eyes in shock. The Snow Mountain Golem immediately sensed the anomaly and forcefully swung its fist forward. Satoru just arrived and was suddenly attacked like that, crying out in pain. Oh no. Now his eyes suddenly turned toward him with a look of shock as he calls out to Satoru. Now he was so scared after being suddenly attacked by the Snow Mountain Golem that tears kept streaming down his face. Just like that, Satoru looked at you as if you were a lifesaver and suddenly threw himself onto Haruto, shouting loudly, "Oh my god. Haruto. I thought I was going back to the ancestors." After he provided the information, the two of them immediately rushed to Haruto, unable to hold back, shouting, "Damn it. Have the Blood Tower bastards found the hidden dungeon already?" Well, actually, I think this is a good thing. Seeing Satoru get caught up in all these troubles, no one blamed himself. I didn't think they would find you so easily. Seeing that it was the highest level of stealth skill, I was caught off guard. But I immediately shook my head in denial. No. Satoru was in a different position at that time, so he was fine. But the person they found was probably a hunter from the future guild. Indeed, the person he detected and dealt with on the spot was someone else, and he himself remained safe and escaped unharmed. At this moment, Haruto suddenly narrowed his eyes and thought. Shirosaki Hall thought he wasn't planning properly, but unexpectedly, their intentions aligned with his own. After all, he couldn't afford to let his guard down against these Blood Tower guilds. He suddenly remembered something important and revealed it. And by the way, there is a girl among them, making Haruto also stare in shock and exclaim, "A girl." Satoru also found it hard to confirm, but it seemed like she had concentrated her mana on the bottles and started doing something. And then the dungeon was restored. In that moment, he clenched his sword tightly but was so terrified he couldn't draw it. Now he was trembling and choking as he spoke. I did consider stopping him myself, but I told him not to be honest because I was too scared. And then I apologized. Seeing him so gloomy with tears in his eyes, Haruto gently patted his head to comfort him and praised him. "It's okay. You've done very well, Satoru." After crying for a while, Satoru suddenly remembered an important detail and hurriedly recounted it. Oh right. That girl looked very familiar. He had seen her somewhere before. So, with that, his eyes suddenly flickered with suspicion and he asked, "And also, that thing has been following us all this time. Is that okay?" Haruto also knew exactly what he was worried about and calmly replied, "Don't worry. It's your little brother." Hearing this, his eyes lit up with admiration as he said, "So a golem is just your subordinate. Huh, so you can control all the golem family too. Damn. Haruto, you're really impressive." Soon after, they moved to a hidden spot to observe from afar, with Satoru constantly reminding them, "The hidden tunnel is right on the other side of you. But those people are hiding and guarding everywhere. If we make a move, we'll be caught immediately." At this point, he fell silent for a moment, before suddenly looking serious and suggesting, "Satoru, you go bring Hunter Nanase and leader Shirozaki here," which made him feel confused, and he immediately asked, "Huh, so that means you'll have to stay here alone, buddy. And you also know the enemy is holding the longsword." But Haruto calmly stroked the Snow Mountain Golem's head and replied nonchalantly, "I don't need to worry about him. I have a way to monitor their movements from here." In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. "I understand. If you said so, then fine. Boy Haruto." Before Satoru left, he carefully handed over an item and instructed him to take this as well, which made him wonder and ask, "What is this?" "A transformed golem core." At this moment, seeing Satoru so excited and unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Is this the golem's core?" causing it to startle and glance at him. Just as expected, Haruto only needed to give him a few more important instructions. "From now on, it will be your subordinate. You like it a lot. Right, don't judge it by its appearance. Its combat ability is pretty high, so it will be quite useful." He was so overwhelmed with happiness that he almost cried and asked again just to be sure, "Haruto, did you really give me such a precious item? It made you suddenly feel helpless, and you responded." "I guess so. So you swallowed back what you were going to say. I value it, but I have a whole bunch of them, just like that." In a flash, Satoru seemed to gain extra motivation and ran off enthusiastically, confidently saying thank you very much. "Haruto, I promise I will bring her back and get the others there as soon as possible." Haruto also couldn't help but laugh in disbelief at his expression, thinking to himself that he's a member of a major guild but quite naive, probably mainly because Hunter Nanase has taken on most of the responsibility. Returning to the main event, he quietly identified the right moment, and now it was time to create a new subordinate, using the transformed golem type to craft a new golem. During that critical moment, Haruto kept a close watch because he planned to give it some mana if it could create a golem according to his imagination. Finally, after some time of waiting, this golem also began to undergo a powerful transformation, while Haruto kept a close watch. And shortly after, the system issued a notification. The transformed golem Type 3 can share its reconnaissance and scouting abilities with the golem it creates. You can't believe your eyes. Stunned and delighted. Wow. This is top-notch. With reconnaissance and scouting abilities, that golem quickly flew to where Takumi was. Haruto's only task is to focus carefully on observing, so he doesn't miss any important details. From the images sent to you, you can vaguely recognize that there is a girl next to that guy. And then you realize she is the girl Satoru mentioned. The one who is with Kalisha, the dragon sword. Faced with this series of strange gestures, Haruto couldn't take his eyes off even for a second, fearing he might miss something. Soon after, Arita Sarah's actions ended, but she remained in a dazed state, eyes wide with deep thought. Additionally, the system issued a notification to reset the stability of the Kalisha dragon sword to its original state, followed by the information panel. After a while, the stability was again shown as 6%, but that number quickly fluctuated with significant changes. Yet, in just a moment, that number became incredibly unstable, then directly shot up to 100, setting a record worth noting. Along with the system notification, the Kalisha dragon sword's stability has returned to its original form, reaching 100%, an increase of 94%. At this moment, after completing the ritual process, Arita Sarah has returned to her original form. Creating a sword like that has exhausted her greatly, leaving her exhausted and panting. However, her reaction made him very pleased, and he nodded in approval, saying, "Well done." Takumi's face showed no sign of joy as he held the powerful sword in his hand, only a cold smile on his lips. All right, now the stability is no longer an issue. Haruto, watching this scene through the golem's reconnaissance, couldn't hold back, wide-eyed in amazement, and muttered to himself, "Oh my god, has the stability of the Kalisha longsword school been fully restored? And is it possible for this skill to exist in the world?" Now a possibility suddenly flashed through Haruto's mind. Wait, no, if it's real, then that girl too. She is also like me. The cursed one. The prize. The system flashes a series of red letters, slowly revealing the number 6. Then very quickly the number 100 appears, cold and piercing red, signaling a dramatic shift in the situation. After the system reaches 100, it immediately turns green, and a message appears on the screen with the Kanshan and leg key combinations, indicating that the stability of the longsword Kalisha has returned to normal. And notably, this comeback pushed the stability up to 100%, an increase of 4% without any obstacles. This change hit Haruto like a stone in the head, leaving him open-mouthed in shock, so surprised he could barely whisper, unable to believe it himself. I didn't expect that. Besides me, there are others bearing the same curse, and I can't tell how he's feeling right now. Across from him, Nanase was weakened by the cold and exhaustion, her pale face and rapid breathing sparking a few thoughts in his mind. Considering that the stability of Longsword School has been restored, it means she has the ability to revert everything to its original state. In short, this is a power opposite to mine. But quickly I thought, if that's the case, I will copy its skill. The snowstorm is getting stronger, and Haruto is exhausted too. I can't hesitate any longer, but I'm still hesitant. Actually, can I copy others' skills or not? I need to find out. And if I can't do it after all this research, the sky is still blanketed in snow, and the only thing Haruto can see now is Nanase's bright red outfit. With strong determination, he tells himself that he must turn her into an ally. Both of them are exhausted, but Takumi won't let them rest for long. With his murderous aura clearly visible, he grits his teeth and mutters, "It's finally time for me to destroy the hidden dungeon's barrier." With a final word, his sword thrust fiercely into the hidden dungeon barrier, and the scene before him was so strange, it sent shivers down his spine. In the freezing scene, only a blazing red area like a barrier created by Takumi remains, resembling a private world untouched by anyone. That barrier looks like tangled chains intertwined tightly, making it hard for anyone to get in or out. Its terrifying power made Nanase feel a burning wave hit her face, forcing her to scream in pain and quickly cover her face with her hands. Haruto also senses this incredible power, and his deep eyes only flicker with the single light coming from Takumi, recognizing that it is the barrier of the hidden dungeon. Ignoring the two bewildered people, Takumi arrogantly thought, as he held the key. Unable to hide his smile, Han muttered that without news from Starfire, we would never break through the barrier with this key. He forcefully drove the sword into the core of the barrier. Speaking as if recounting a story or boasting of his achievement, it was created 15 years ago by the great mage and hunter Nishihara, which is why this sword is necessary to break the seal. Nanase asked nervously. What do you mean by that? Takumi slowly turned around, smiling cruelly, and calmly said the original owner of the sword was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hill, who disappeared in this dungeon 15 years ago. Hunter Nishihara set up a barrier that can only be broken by her husband's sword so that no one else can penetrate it. Everyone was aware of this beforehand. Really? Nanase and even Haruto think that the owner of the Long Dragon Sword is the world's top hunter. Swordsman, Frederick Hill. His wife is the Grand Mage, Nishihara Tomoka, and their daughter is Arso. So that's why she is so obsessed with that sword. Takumi didn't care what they thought. He was eager to break the seal of the barrier, stabbing his sword into it and shouting loudly. All right, let's break the seal. He finished speaking, and he unleashed the power of the long sword Kalisha, pouring all his energy into breaking the barrier, which immediately released a surge of magic that took people's breath away. The earth and rocks are swept away by that enormous power, shattering into pieces. That fiery red color feels like a sea of blood drowning all the life struggling around it. The mighty birds fighting the cold snowstorm are now scorched and burned by that fiery red glow. Haruto and Nanase both took cover behind the large boulder nearby without planning to, using its weight to withstand the attack. Haruto squinted to avoid being blinded by that light, helplessly cursing inwardly. A level 1 golem can't withstand this kind of battle formation. If the balance of the Khaleesi long sword field has not been restored, it will not be able to unleash such a powerful sword aura. But you didn't have much time to think. As the barrier opened, and the shield strained like a powerful thread, itself struggling to withstand the attack from that source of power. The scene looks like a torn page from a story, with the barrier on the other side resembling a different world, dark and deep as a bottomless jar. Takumi, so huge in front of this scene, suddenly feels incredibly small, but he is a proud and arrogant man, only sneering softly, unaware that the entrance to the hidden dungeon is a space projection. She must have been torn apart, but I don't care. After 15 years, the Golem Mountain hidden dungeon is back, he said loudly, like an order and also as a rallying cry. Now is the time to hunt down the heart of the giant golem. After finishing, they quietly entered that blinding space, gradually disappearing, signaling a journey of coldness with little danger but much sorrow. Haruto was worried and biting his lip tightly, not knowing what to do now. Should I follow them closely? He thought anxiously, angrily scolding Satoru. How long do you want me to wait? At this moment, in the southern part of Italy, Prison S, the chilling scene is enough to make your skin crawl, with the stench of blood filling the air everywhere. Blood, human flesh, and the cold, dark prison creating an atmosphere of death that is almost nauseating. The only surviving soldier, struggling to breathe, clenched his teeth and said with his last strength, "Just kill me. Why do you have to take the lives of others in anger?" The opponent flicked his finger lightly, showing indifference and inhumanity in every gesture, speaking in a nonchalant tone as if he couldn't care less. People will just think he's a monster in the dungeon. After that snap of the fingers, the poor soldier's life also ended, and the horrifying scene before them was so terrifying that they could only turn away and vomit. That ruthless system displays cold, pre-programmed words, confirming that when the user of the skill dies, the skill will be passed on to the next user of the ability. In short, it is a power that steals others' lives to become stronger, and this guy has absorbed all the power of those poor soldiers. He let out a cry and tried to fully accept that enormous strength. Immediately, a bright red mark appeared clearly on his neck. This entire person radiates a destructive aura, and their face gradually ceases to resemble that of a human. Everything was pre-programmed. Then, all the chosen targets. Those deep soldiers were like useless goods being loaded onto a truck. With just one button, the curse, X, command all the selected targets. They all vanish as if they never appeared, as if they never existed, begging for human life. In this moment so pathetic and pitiful, a steady sound broke the atmosphere as a blonde demoness with a strange appearance kept clapping her hands. The cold voice says, "It seems that the skill Cantron A has improved. Now the scale has expanded from wiping out each target one by one." That guy responds emotionlessly. "And the annoying part is, I have to kill the target for the curse to finish me off. But what annoys me the most is that no matter how many times I use the skill, it still doesn't improve. And it drives me crazy." That succubus approached and reproached. "I didn't tell you before. Until I touch the target, my skill won't improve. It's the only skill you can acquire and upgrade without killing the enemy." She paused for a moment and emphasized that it was the sea relic. The mysterious guy annoyedly said, "We've been searching for him for 10 years, but haven't found a single hair. Does the sea core really exist?" he asked hopelessly. The blonde seductress smiles cunningly and explains that it's a bit different in our space-time. "I'm sure there's also someone in this world who holds it. And the purpose of the F-core is to find those with the right core skills." That guy calmed down, pulled his hat up, and muttered, "I need to be reminded. What about the Z seal?" The other person replied, "Based on the information we collected, currently, the Blood Tower Guild has reports of the barrier created by Sunni Sahara being broken. Both of these guys have the same idea. The Z core is important. But make sure to get the giant golem's heart. This is an item that allows those who have lost their skills to maximize their power." "Understood," the opponent responds. And the two of them seem to vanish into the void. At this moment, inside the dimension, the Kurosaki group is slowly exploring the interior. After walking for a while, Masato started to reveal Han's sneaky tricks. Han shouted out, "Damn it. We rushed all this way, only to find just this icy wasteland. There are no traces of a struggle left." "Are we going the wrong way?" he asked suspiciously. Haruto smartly replied, "They haven't been gone long. Your intuition is really reliable." Those two just disappeared without a trace. The others started analyzing the situation inside the cave. "It seems there are no monsters here because there's only one path. So we will catch up with them soon." They started to speed up, Nanase running and asking, "Ares, do you have any idea where they might be getting their information from?" Ares hesitated before replying, and she faltered, "This is just my personal guess. But perhaps their backing is Starfield." And her face gradually grew serious. Nanase, like a brave hero, she shouted loudly, "Starfield," and this accidentally made everyone turn around worried, including Haruto. She asked in disbelief, "The #1 international guild in the world. Why would they team up with the Blood Tower?" Ares hesitated before saying, "I think the reason might be because of my mother." Haruto realized that this was the root source of the information that the Blood Tower had obtained. Rainbow Bridge Dungeon uses a long dragon sword cable, and he begins to connect the dots. Nervously realizing they have planned everything, he quickly turned to Ares, thinking to himself, so their goal might not be that. But if it is, he's really worried. Haruto seriously concluded that their target was not just the transformed golem, but Ares herself. Masato starts urging us to hurry up. Capturing a prominent member of the Blood Tower Guild and forcing him to reveal himself would be faster. He is also a quick-witted person. He realizes that if Staffiel is supporting them, then the fact that Kai can use illusion magic, and the rest are, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Catch him and make him confess everything himself." Everyone moved quickly, including the clumsy golem who was now shouting loudly, "Wait for me," and then ran off quickly. And Masato approached Satoru and asked casually, "I've seen it all along. What's that thing you're carrying?" Satoru cheerfully replied, "It's a gift from my senior subordinate Haruto." Nanase asked softly, "Why did you give Satoru such a valuable item?" Haruto stammered. "Well, because it's precious, I gave it to him. And to ensure his safety, I also gave him a protective talisman. You don't know." Nanase's lips unconsciously curl into a faint smile. Suddenly, a strange light erupts beneath your feet, and Haruto is caught off guard. Confused about what is happening, the unexpected happened. Right beneath their feet was the golden magic circle that had opened up. Extremely alluring and dangerous. And that was a trap. In an instant, everyone disappeared into the blinding yellow light except Haruto. Haruto immediately reacted, shouting loudly, "Satoru!" Nanase quickly moved ahead of Sano Haruto, worriedly calling out his brother Satoru's name. The four of them entered the magic circle, where the three Satoru had disappeared. A flash of golden light enveloped Haruto, astonishing him. In an instant, they all landed inside another magic circle, and he quickly lowered his body to touch the ground with his hand, making a sound. Nanase immediately stands up and shouts loudly. Satoru. Haruto also look around and scream. President Shirozaki. He raises his sword to defend, then turns his gaze behind him and shouts, "What's going on?" We were supposed to be right behind them, but suddenly lost track. What's happening? Suddenly a loud roar sounded, and Haruto immediately reacted. Turning to look, in front of him was a massive monster with fierce eyes and sharp teeth charging straight at him. Standing before the wide-open mouth of the monster, Haruto steeled himself and shouted inwardly, "Disgusting. Where did that thing come from?" While you were still stunned, Nanase grabbed her spear and charged forward with determination. Hoten, still unconscious, swung her sword and cut through, separating the monster's head from its body. Its whole body collapsed with a crack, dust and smoke rising, blood pouring out endlessly. Haruto, still trembling, asked, "How is there a dinosaur-shaped monster in the snowy mountain?" Ares sat down to examine the monster's body and replied, "This place feels like we're in a completely different world." She looked at everyone with a determined gaze and said it was definitely a multi-dimensional dungeon. And they all gasped in unison. A multi-dimensional dungeon. Above the Rocky Mountains, strange birds are flying across the blue sky, while below the tall trees, Haruto's group stands in awe, exclaiming, "What is that?" Nanase protests Ares, saying that can't be true. "I heard that all multi-dimensional dungeons were wiped out in the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago. Ares will reply to her, "Yes, my mother sealed all of them. But for some reason, it seems to have opened again." She continued explaining that the hidden dungeon of Golan Mountain is also one of the sealed dungeons. The magic circles placed inside these dungeons are what allow them to connect with countless other dimensions. Imagining the scene of terrifying monsters being summoned, Ares concluded that when the circle activates, opening a portal to another world, we might have been transported to an extremely dangerous dungeon. After hearing this, Nanase seemed to understand and calmly said, "So that's why the Sunny Sihara craftsmen set up protective barriers around this place." Ares also mentioned that my mother hypothesized that the Great Catastrophe years ago was actually a rampage from a multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto's face looked worried. If that's the case, where have Satoru and Chairman Shirosaki been taken? She replied that they must have been moved to another dimension. She also seriously told the three of them that if we clear this dungeon, we will reach the heart of the giant golem, so it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Hearing that, he clenched his banana sword tightly and decided to act quickly. Haruto looked up tensely, staring ahead. Right now, many monsters are in front of them, resembling dinosaurs, smashing trees as they approach, sweating and chopping. It doesn't look easy to handle. Nana takes a deep breath and gets into a fighting stance. The scene shifts to the heart of the city, where tall buildings are shattered and engulfed in towering flames and smoke. A stone golem is frantically chasing and attacking civilians, and they can only scream and run. The hunters work together, each delivering a strike to successfully defeat it. But the core is still there, and the golem quickly recovers. Someone says, "Damn it. There's no way to break the core like this." The young mage hunter looks at them and replies seriously, "Not now. Out here, we don't absorb mana as easily as in the dungeon." The young man whispered, "I'm busy defending myself right now. I don't have time to help you." Another hunter is smashing the golem's arm, shouting angrily, "Damn it. When we need that mana guy." He disappears again. The reckless hunter nearby is also fighting hard. "I never thought we'd need that useless item someday." Suddenly, a stone golem appeared behind them, roaring as its hand swung toward the chopper, and the wizard saw it, shouting in panic to warn him, "Hey, watch out behind you." Suddenly, a long, shining sword streaked through the air, and Lucas appeared out of nowhere, splitting the attacking golem in two. He quickly landed on the ground. Behind him, the shattered rocks from its body began to fall. The young wizard spoke. "Oh, thank you very much." Huh. Before finishing his sentence, he was surprised to see his face an outsider. Huh. Lucas casually ruffled his hair with a smile and said, "I came here on official business, but I can't hide behind and let my eyes see everything." The chubby hunter stepped forward now. "And we really were cornered. Thanks for stepping in." The young mage praised, "Your Japanese is pretty good, and you're even dressed sharply." He looked curious and asked them, "By the way, what was that mana potion thing everyone mentioned earlier?" "I'm really curious." The smartass hunter chuckled sarcastically. waving his hand as he explained, "It's nothing special. Just a low-level hunter who can fight a bit, and the only skill he has is infinite mana regeneration. His role is just to serve as a mana battery for his teammates." Lucas quickly approached him and asked where he should go to meet that guy. The troublemaker told him, "I've met him many times before, but it's been a while, so I don't really know where he is now." I just thought of it suddenly and said it out loud. Hearing that, he thought to himself, "Infinite mana regeneration skill. I've never heard of this skill before. Maybe he's unusual." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Oh, we finally arrived," making Lucas turn to look. Above a tall building, two figures appeared, those being Go and Shinoda Makoto staring down below, and he secretly confirmed their identities as Go, the leader of the Midas Guild, and Shinoda, the powerful guildmaster. Lucas couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation, as if he was about to see something amazing, a large group of stone golems moving, with the biggest one at the end, standing on the upper floor. The two of them looked at the golems below. Makoto exclaimed, "The great golem. No doubt about it. The Snow Mountain golem has indeed escaped from the prison." Then he turned to the person standing beside him and said, "They are the perfect opponents for the second young master. What does our chairman say?" "I will support you." Go gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "Shirozaki. That damned dungeon rat. What the hell is he doing in that dungeon?" After saying that, he charged down, shouting loudly at Makoto to go and inform the chairman. "My reward must be the item taken from the Cup S equipment warehouse of the association." Immediately, Go used his stone armor power, his body quickly covered in stone, smashing forcefully into the ground, causing the concrete road to shatter and dust to fly everywhere. Go's entire body has completely transformed, covered in a sturdy layer of stone like a solid armor, enveloping his whole body. Golem, unaware of his limits, charges at Go with utter contempt. "Mocking your skills as vastly different from mine." He immediately charged at them, shattering each golem in succession. None could withstand a single blow from him. The buildings were affected by the shockwaves from the battle between Golem and Go. On this side, a hand is gathering power with streams of light appearing. Shinoda Makoto raising his arm as he casts a spell. The multicolored light ring quickly takes shape, spinning around as he points his hand forward. The magical energy follows his command, rushing at the speed of light. It just flew over Go's head, and he immediately spoke up. "Huh. That old man just wants to watch the fun alone. It seems even support has its limits." The giant stone golem finally roars, "Go-oh-oo," and immediately charges at Go. It swings a punch at high speed straight toward his face. He also didn't hesitate, preparing to counter with his fist, his voice full of arrogance. "If it's about strength, I will definitely win." Go immediately uses his enhanced power, with sharp spikes rapidly growing all over his arms. His large and small fists quickly collide, unleashing immense force that causes a shockwave and continuously radiates outward. The golem's arm kept sprouting cracks, spreading up to the shoulder and across its entire body. Its half-body couldn't withstand his power and exploded into small stones. From the falling debris, the shiny red core of the golem is revealed. I quickly grab it, the dust on my face fading to reveal a sinister smile. I won't let him be the one to laugh last. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly crushed the core in his hand. The notification immediately appeared. The monster lord has been defeated and the dungeon has been completed. Makoto on this side also closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The hunters near Go were excited, their spirits high, cheering and celebrating. At this moment, the Kanchan Plus enhancement ability notification appears, indicating that the target does not possess the Kanchan skill. It turns out that Lucas is the one with the Kanchan Plus enhancement ability. He thought to himself, "Wow, Japan's top hunter and the leader of the Midas Guild. He quelled the monster escape incident in just 10 minutes. Lucas felt a bit encouraged, although he wasn't the Kanchan owner. He had gathered some useful information and immediately jotted it down in his notebook. All done. Lucas slammed his notebook shut, only now remembering that Kanchan Plus Z was probably still in the dungeon, so she probably wouldn't die in there. But he didn't know that Arita Sarah, the one with Kanchan Plus Z ability, was now badly injured, with a large hole appearing beneath her abdomen. About 20 minutes earlier, a pack of savage beasts growling fiercely appeared. Their bloodshot eyes emerged from the darkness as they marched out from the city gate. Takumi calmly stepped forward and spoke, raising his long sword as a horde of small dragon. A creatures gathered around. He announced that from this point on, we are completely in the dark. So everything will depend on luck. But he shouted loudly while swinging a blazing red sword. This dungeon doesn't seem to be too difficult. The living corpses touched by the sword aura can only make sounds, like clucking, as their bodies begin to disintegrate. The power of the sword's light continues to spread through the horde, destroying them all in an instant. After a while, the fog gradually cleared, revealing only a gray color where the living monsters lay motionless on the ground. A notification appeared. The dungeon has been cleared and is moving towards the boss, the giant golem's heart. Takumi listened and then smirked dangerously. Everyone was ready. Soon, the group was transported to a massive stone door with strange symbols carved above it. A masked man spoke. At last we have reached the hidden dungeon boss. Takumi took out the golden metal key, ready to unleash its true power. Without hesitation, he directly inserted the key into the door. The massive heavy door opens, and they gradually step inside. As they enter, they all see a row of towering stone statues, their eyes glowing with a strange jade green. Someone in the group exclaimed, "What is this?" Only a bunch of stone statues inside. The masked man with a sword by the wall asked, "Maybe we came too early. Will the monster still appear again? Why is he sweating so much now?" And taking a deep breath, he thought to himself, "What is he saying so quickly and incoherently? Since entering, I have felt an indescribable pressure pressing down on my body." She looked at them, wondering to herself if the others didn't feel anything. Maybe because they are hunters and are used to it. The masked man continued speaking. "Surely that's how it is. And besides, we just need to defeat the monster and grab the reward item." He completely ignored what was coming from above. As soon as he finished speaking, he was crushed by a giant stone hand, shattering the stone floor and sending dust flying high. As that hand lifted, the blood dripping below kept falling, and the masked man lay motionless in place. That is the hand of one of the stone statues. Its eyes now turned red, clearly showing its hand, and the unlucky masked man, another masked man witnessing this, couldn't help but scream in fear, "Oh my God, is the statue, the demon lord? Wait, no. Could it be that the other statues are also..." Immediately, the other statues also moved, quickly surrounding them. Sarah was completely terrified, her whole body trembling, covering her mouth with her hand to try not to make a sound. The masked man who was crushed earlier is still alive, struggling to cough up a lump of blood. Seeing Sarah's frightened expression, Takumi felt confused and wondered what she was trying to do. After all, he had witnessed others perish right before his eyes, many times before. He then shouted at her. Sarah quickly regained her senses. Hurry and restore his condition before he runs out of breath. When she heard the man's voice, she was startled and let out a gasp, then gradually regained her composure. Sarah quickly ran over to the masked man, still gasping for breath. But as soon as she took out the energy storage bottle, streams of mana continuously poured out from the bottle. Sarah's mana bottle is almost empty. She looks at it in surprise, thinking, the mana is gone. No, it's leaking out. Both bottles seem to be being drained of mana by something, and she feels incredibly confused. Am I just imagining things? The seal on this mana vessel can't be broken even by a top mage. What's going on? All the mana is flowing in one direction. Sarah sweat and looked at where the streams of mana were heading, feeling tense, wondering where they all went. A towering statue swung a sword at the crowd, and one person couldn't run in time. Resigned to his fate, a trembling man tries to run away, screaming in fear as Takumi wildly swings his sword. Seeing this, he shouts, "Don't hesitate and counterattack, no matter how big it is. It's just a golem." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword at the front of a statue, causing fragments of stone to fly out from its abdomen. Then Takumi said to the masked man, "High-level monsters use themselves as bait." And he replied, "I tried earlier, but neither stealth nor self-activation skills work." Suddenly, a shadow rushes straight at the masked man, making him feel a chill down his spine. The statue's sword immediately strikes at them. Takumi quickly steps back and shouts angrily, "Damn it." But when he looked to the side, he couldn't help but panic as he saw a masked man being squeezed tightly by a statue, blood continuously pouring from him. Then it threw each of them down in front of Takumi, leaving him speechless. He gritted his teeth in fury, thinking about how to crush them all, so none would survive. Takumi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fury. Our plan is failing. I'm about to lose it here. He looked so small standing in front of the stone statues. Shouting, "These damn stone monsters are so big that it only makes things worse." Holding the high-grade sword in his hand, Takumi shouted loudly, unleashing the Kalisha Long Dragon Sword's energy. Suddenly, a red alert sounded, indicating the user lacked enough mana to unleash the Long Dragon Sword's energy. He couldn't believe his eyes. Shouting loudly and fiercely, "Ha! I'm already above level 300. No mana is no mana. The statue has already struck, and all he can do is look up and mutter, 'Damn it!'" The giant stone sword swung down with incredible force, carving a deep cut into the ground, causing the stone to shatter and fly high into the air. Ignoring the situation over there, Sarah stepped on the stone steps. Following the path where the mana was being drawn, she finally arrived. Feeling relieved inside, she saw that all the mana was gathering here. In front of her was a stone pedestal with something on top that was continuously absorbing the surrounding mana. Sarah curiously reached out her hand. "What is this?" As soon as she touched the icebox, it immediately reacted and emitted a glow. A huge red stone suddenly appeared before her, making her gasp in surprise. "No way. This is the giant golem's heart. But why isn't it regenerating and instead absorbing mana?" The heart detects the intruder and reacts violently. Feeling the danger, Sarah breaks out in a sweat, realizing something's wrong. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly ran away from the giant golem's heart. But it was too late. As a beam of red energy shot straight at Sarah, the energy blast pierced through Sarah's side, blood immediately gushing out. She fell straight from the high stone steps, rolling down, her mouth constantly spewing blood. The statue, having detected Sarah lying nearby, raises its sword arm high, eyes blazing red, and swings its blade toward her. Dark shadows suddenly appeared from Sarah's silhouette. Takumi materialized just in time, blocking the sword of the approaching statue. The weight of the sword pressed down on Takumi, causing him to spit out blood. As he reached for a small bottle with one hand, a notification panel appears, indicating that a high-grade healing potion used by the Hunters Guild can restore 80% of HP, MP, and damage resistance, and in emergencies, can be applied to affected areas to preserve the condition. Takumi directly used it on the unconscious Sarah, then collapsed to his knees. Carrying her on his shoulder, an unexpected notification appears. The giant golem's heart has awakened and is beginning to engage in battle with the monster lord. Takumi can't help but gape. Huh. That's what it is. Looking ahead, the stone door is slowly closing. He feels uneasy. Damn it. The door is shutting. He must use teleportation magic to escape immediately. Takumi's feet kept emitting swirling black smoke. A red warning alert sounds, indicating the user lacks enough mana to perform the teleportation spell, and he screams in despair. What the hell is going on? Where has all my mana gone? In the face of danger, Takumi had to move his whole body and run there as fast as he could. But when he was just a short distance from the door, it was almost closed, leaving only a small gap just enough for one person to pass through. In his heart, he yelled, "Damn it. The door is closing. If this keeps up, neither of them will get out." Takumi paid no mind to the bleeding wound. Lifting Sarah high, with his last strength, he threw her straight through the door. Sarah tumbled out and lay flat on the ground. Sarah struggles to get up, her whole body trembling as she says hoarsely, "Why?" Takumi still believes, smiling as he looks at Sarah. As long as she's still alive, she can restore everything back to its original state. Right. The door closed in front of her, and behind him, a statue was rushing toward her. Sarah's tears welled up as she forced herself to curse out loud. "Are you stupid? I'm not a breath hunter. I can't absorb mana. How can I merge back?" Sarah fainted into unconsciousness and blamed herself, thinking she shouldn't have come here, because if she were to perish here, her parents would be. Suddenly I feel a slight change in my body. Something warm. This must be mana. Sarah slowly opened her eyes, and in front of her was Haruto. Still dazed, she couldn't recognize him clearly, only vaguely saw his face. Haruto saw her waking and called out loudly, "Are you okay?" Sarah silently wondered. Is this the person who shared mana with Hunter Nana? Haruto is now healing Sarah, and she can feel her entire body being filled with mana. If only she could have this amount of mana. Haruto concentrates and transfers mana to her. You said that if she has enough mana, she can restore her body on her own. Right. Sarah was surprised that Haruto knew what she was thinking. She wondered to herself, how does he know about her skills? Right now, there's a loud voice, saying whether it's a joke or a trick. We fought our way here, but now we can't open the door. Ares calmly approached the door and told everyone that if there was a hunter fighting inside, outsiders wouldn't be able to open it. We can force it open with the key. But I'm sure everyone remembers that there is only one key. Masato, the leader of the future guild, angrily clenched his fists and said, "Fate is truly cruel. If I had known earlier, we would have defeated that resurrected golem before coming here." Speaking of which, he looked down at Sarah, who was now awake, and asking, "Who is this girl? She seems to be a senior sister of the Blood Tower Guild." Ares told him that she was seriously injured, but thanks to Hunter Haruto's mana, she has fully recovered. When we return, we will need to investigate further. I have subdued her with some of the hunter's equipment. Masato, still furious, shouted even louder. So long as we can still get out. If not, this entire dungeon will trap us forever. Right, Ares didn't want to make Masato angrier, but he had to tell the truth, which was probably the case. Masato, now very angry, just stood silently muttering in a corner. So this is why many people have gone missing in this dungeon. Haruto felt helpless seeing him like that. You hear that but also worry and consider what to do now. Should I show them the lock I created with my skill? The warehouse opens. Current items, 10 giant spider silks, 1 Calicia longsword, 10 bear claws, 10 transformed golem types, 2 heart unlocking charms. I think I can sell some of these somewhere. Then he takes out the key from the item storage. Ares walks over to the door and touches it, sensing that this is the door sealed by her mother, and she's sure there's something there. Suddenly, the door emitted an unusual green light, with inscriptions appearing on it, which also appeared on Ares's cloak, and everyone was surprised. Haruto ran to her first and asked, "Ares, how did you open the door? Your shirt also emits the glowing patterns like the door." Ares picked up the shirt and told him, "This shirt originally belonged to my mother. Perhaps it was made with the intention of resonating with the door." Haruto quietly felt happy. So Ares really is the key to this hidden dungeon. Later, we need to carefully investigate this multi-dimensional dungeon. But Sato, who arrived later, doesn't understand what they're talking about. Then you continued, saying it looked like an automatic door. But suddenly an unexpected energy made everyone uncomfortable. Even the snow mountain golem with us could sense it and said, "What is this oppressive atmosphere in this room?" Nanase now steps forward to warn everyone, telling them to defend themselves, because something inside is draining our mana. Haruto asked Sarah, who was standing nearby. "Sarah is the one you mentioned earlier." "Right," she replied worriedly. "Yes, her giant heart absorbs the mana of everything around it and then uses that mana to create its own." Haruto was surprised to hear that. It absorbs mana. So what should I do now? Lost in thought, Sarah took his hand and said worriedly, "Let's get out of here quickly. No matter how high level the hunter is, if there's no mana, then it will be." Haruto then noticed something. That is, in front of Haruto now are giant monsters. He marvels. What kind of freaks are these giants? Before he could get a clear picture, Nanase approached Haruto and said, "Hunter Sano, I need some mana." "Alright." Haruto then opened his item stash and thought to himself, "Alright, then I will show you the true power of a human-shaped mana container." At this moment, the system starts functioning. Cantron plus C is copying the user's mana. Cantron plus V is compressing the copied mana by a factor of n. And Cantron plus V is pushing to the limit. The surrounding space is now filled with mana. Saraki watched in shock. What is this? The entire dungeon is covered in mana, even as it is being rapidly absorbed. She then looked at Haruto with amazement. This is Sano the Hunter. If she combines her skills with him, she might be able to help her parents return to normal. Nanase ran up to the monsters and said, "We have enough mana to take down those stone statues." She swung her sword, and one of them was instantly cut in half. Masato confidently said that as long as we have enough mana, you are just useless stones. Han strikes down with his thunder spear, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to collapse onto the nearby stone statues. Masato is pleased. Always like this. Huh. So beautiful. I've been so frustrated in this dungeon I was about to go crazy. Now I can vent it all on these damn rocks. Masato's power is so immense that it covers the entire large dungeon area, destroying one stone statue after another, and someone shouts out, "Here he is." Sarah looked around in response to the call, seeing a wounded person leaning against the corner of the wall, still breathing. The person who was wounded in the stomach and lost an arm. Sarah, from afar, silently thought, now is the time for her demon art. Suddenly she sensed something unusual. The Kalisha longsword. Haruto has now approached the man and stands there silently, watching for a moment. Then she picked up the Kalisha longsword to observe it for a moment, finally reclaiming it. I knew it. The team setup had been reset. And this girl is definitely a cursed skill holder. I will copy that skill, he thought, then looked at Sarah, making her startle. But now I have to try it first. Then he touched Takumi's head, while Kanshan-si was copying the target's real image translation skill, but couldn't copy it because the target's level was higher than the user's. Haruto silently thought I was right, even with the bonus level from the longsword field. I still wasn't strong enough. And the target has always been hostile and completely opposed to you. In this situation, you have two options to acquire skills. One is to eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Option 2 is to forcibly absorb the skill, which can only be done if the target's HP is below 15%. And this choice will make the target unable to use skills. Haruto was a bit surprised, and thought if the target sees me as an enemy, I just need to kill to absorb the skill. So, wait a minute. Judging by his HP, it's below 15%. So I can absorb it without killing. Forced absorption, huh? For defensive purposes, I'll be using this a lot in the future. Masato approached Sarah and asked if she was his sister, telling her to heal him, but just enough to keep him from dying. Sarah activates her healing ability for Takumi, while Masato stands and says, "We have many questions. So if he escapes, it will be troublesome." Sarah turned to look at Haruto, who nodded to tell her to go ahead and heal him. Sarah then began the healing process, and Takumi's arm grew back instantly. Haruto suddenly thought to himself that his severed hand had regrown instantly. This must be skill 19 to 10 with his body cloning ability. Takumi finally wakes up, and Sarah asks him, "What are you smiling at?" Takumi lifts his face to look at her and says, "See, neither of you are dead." Sarah saw that Takumi had woken up and was still talking like that, so she stopped caring and walked away. Ga was then also restrained by Nanase using a chain. She said, "It's best that you don't do anything unnecessary. The one who should decide who lives is Chairman Shirosaki. Not me. He doesn't care about what she says and always thinks he's better. If we survive this, it's my responsibility." Then he looks around and says, "This dungeon is only just beginning." Takumi was about to run away when Nanase swung her sword at him. And at that moment, Satoru appeared out of nowhere and called, "Sister." He was chased by the light from the stone on the gate, and the snow mountain golem appeared, stepping in front of that light to protect Satoru. 30 minutes earlier in the multi-dimensional dry fog dungeon, Masato was using thunder magic to attack the stone statues inside. Because of the thunderbolt, the stone statues shattered into pieces and fell apart, and the snow mountain golem happily ran over there with Satoru, who was surprised. "My wants to eat the magic stones." Masato saw that and turned back, saying, "Take all of it. These stones aren't worth much." The snow mountain golem heard and wiped its mouth before eating each piece of magic stone. At this moment, its body is changing. The snow mountain golem, level Ketto, at Husanote, 2%, can be upgraded to level 10, with flexible shapeshifting at level 2, and can share sensory perception with its user at level 2. Satoru was pleased and patted its head, saying, "Little subordinate, Mai has leveled up." When he touched the body of the snow mountain golem, suddenly the stone shifted from its body onto Satoru's body, and he exclaimed loudly, "Kid subordinate. What is this?" Back in the present, Satoru's body is also protected from attacks by the snow mountain golem. Haruto couldn't help but be amazed. Did the kid fuse that thing with Satoru? And in such a short time, it already leveled up. Masato quietly thought that no matter how he looked at it, this scene resembled the Midas Guild Master's armor core, so that Golem Core must have leveled up this way. I need to study it more carefully when I get back. Masato creates a protective barrier around himself to defend against the attacks in the dungeon when suddenly a powerful strike hits his shoulder, causing him some discomfort. Ares is also defending and warning Masato, the leader of the future guild, to be careful because these attacks are made with pure mana, high concentration, and sharp light beams that can't be blocked by a magic shield. Nanase stepped forward to tell everyone that, on the contrary, the best method is to use physical attacks to counter. She then struck back, unexpectedly blocking that attack. Haruto now looked at Satoru and thought to himself, just as Nanase the senior had said. Because the mana was too concentrated, we could use swords and normal shields to block the attack. Satoru is worried about the golem protecting him, wondering if his subordinate Mai is okay, which is why Satoru's subordinate was able to successfully block the attack. Haruto still feels that something is off. But if we keep just defending, we won't be able to move forward, because I can generate unlimited mana. The heart of the giant golem will be able to continuously launch attacks. We need to get close enough to destroy it, or everyone will have to die. Think of a way. That's right. The translation magic, the name of the Blood Tower Guild, can already be used even when completely covered in giant spider silk. Thinking about it, Haruto started activating. Cantron plus V used the giant king spider silk. He was happy and confident. Now I can use my skills without fear of being detected. Cantron plus C uses the giant king spider silk while activating the image translation technique. After a while, Haruto is no longer seen. Mu, standing behind, wondered about his sudden disappearance, then realized he had vanished. At this moment, Haruto was heading toward the source of the energy attack. The closer he gets to the energy, the stronger it becomes. Slowing his steps, Haruto reaches out and touches it, thinking this must be Kuwage's resonance signature frequency, enough to destroy this. Suddenly, he felt difficulty and was thrown away. Haruto was injured and only then realized its purpose, as it concentrated mana to explode, refusing to give up. Haruto keeps fighting on. Do you think I am anyone, this useless thing? The mana you absorb is because I bestowed it upon you. Understand. Then he uses Cantron plus V to deploy the giant spider silk king. The recovered spider silk tightly wrapped around the energy source, preventing it from attacking the surroundings anymore. Masato was surprised to see Haruto's actions, as the continuous attacks from the giant golem's heart. Nanase was also shocked. He managed to stop it. And Mo and Ares were equally amazed. Satoru happily excited. Senior Haruto thought everything was fine, but unexpectedly, that energy escaped from the web. Haruto shouted loudly. It's not enough yet. He continues to use his power. Cantron plus V employs the giant king spider silk to imprison it once more. Haruto thought to himself, if only I could touch it one more time. All my efforts wouldn't be in vain. I finally managed to touch it. Alright, Cantron V uses Kuwage's resonance frequency poison to destroy the target. Haruto touches deep into its energy, causing it to gradually shatter, and the system notifies you have leveled up. Its heart finally shattered completely. Haruto, standing nearby, had to cover his eyes to shield himself from the intense light of the explosion. Haruto's screen shows that he has destroyed the giant golem's heart. The dungeon has been cleared, and he happily sits down. Then the continuous level-up notifications made Haruto stiffen and spray glue. Realizing he was leveling up himself, you received a common item. Haruto took it and held the heart, which is the heart of a level 1 giant golem, with a skill that can regenerate infinite mana. Skill 2 can absorb mana up to a certain limit. This is a fixed item. Haruto looked at it with some doubt and disinterest. Infinite mana regeneration, huh? I don't really need this skill. I'll just copy it to be sure. Cancron Kong C has leveled up and now automatically copies items that can be copied. Hearing about this skill, you're interested again. Oh, it copies automatically. That's amazing. Satoru rushes over to Haruto, emotionally wanting to hug him. No wonder you're the senior Haruto. You're always the best. Senior, Haruto stopped him and said, don't get too clingy or you'll break my back. At this moment, a voice called out, and Masato approached Haruto, saying that somehow he had won the giant golem's heart. Well done. Then he sighed and told him to find a way to let it go. Nanase also stepped in to correct Masato's words. Can't you just praise someone properly if you want to praise them? What kind of petty person are you? So scary. Hearing that Masato was confused and didn't know what to say, only letting out a reluctant sigh, Masato then said seriously to Haruto, the worker Sano Masato, I want to have a serious talk with you after we get back. Haruto, realizing his intention, walked away and said as he left, if you want to take the giant golem's heart, I'll set a high price. Masato was surprised that you guessed his intention. So you really sold it to me. Nanase goes to advise you, Sano, the craftsman, on whether this important matter should wait until you return to your guild and decide. Seeing his good deed about to be ruined, Masato angrily told Nanase not to interfere with their special friendship and warned her not to cause trouble. But Nanase refused to back down and argued back. Are you kidding me? How can I just turn a blind eye to such unjust actions? Masato was furious and said, what? Unjust actions. Haruto didn't care and turned away. At this moment, a voice called out, and Nanase-sano waited. Everyone had gathered now. Haruto drew out the spirit sword and said, this is Ares' mother's treasure. Sorry for the delayed return. Ares looked at the sword and said, it's okay. Thank you for retrieving it as promised. Mo then asked Haruto, by the way, did you just use the same term as the guild leader of the Blood Tower? Earlier, Haruto felt a bit guilty when he heard that. Masato said, just like that. You moved such a long distance in just a moment. Haruto tried to brush it off, saying that was a skill of the giant Spider King's silk, which had been upgraded, so now I could move super fast by selling silk. Mo also looked a bit suspicious when he heard that. Nanase interrupted everyone's speculation and said that asking about others' skills is not good. Let's go back. We need to investigate these two quickly. At this point, Takumi and Sarah also have to go back to investigate. Takumi, taking advantage of the moment when no one is paying attention, whispered to Sarah that she still needs to repay the favor of saving her before, and to quickly rebuild the dungeon. Sarah was surprised by his proposal. Fine. But this will be the last time. Takumi, with a sinister look, asked Sarah if she found the mana potion she liked, but warned that if she suddenly forgets the agreement, I will be in big trouble. The eternal restraining bracelet will never allow you to betray your teammates. As Adamas's vow states, as long as she still wears it, she cannot escape from me. So remember that even her parents' lives are in my hands. Hearing this, Sarah tears up and looks at her hand. Takumi, hurry up and restore it for me now. I risked my life to save you, so you better repay me. The mana here is more than enough to do it. At this moment, Haruto saw Sarah's surprising action. Could it be that Sarah reached her hand down to the ground? Haruto notices something's wrong and shouts a warning to everyone. Quickly evacuate the dungeon. It's about to be reset. Ares is surprised. The timeline resets, so who knows which dimension we might be sent to next. Haruto angrily cursed. Damn it. He quickly rushed to Sarah and stopped her, asking why she suddenly did this. Haruto quickly rushed to hold Sarah tightly to prevent this tragedy from happening. But nothing could be saved anymore. The layers of earth and rocks merge with the extreme source of power, continuously breaking apart, followed by intense, dazzling beams of light that keep appearing over and over. Everyone was swept away by the fierce storm of the border and wind, unable to resist. But somehow, at the crucial moment, they managed to create shields around their bodies. Only then, when the space begins to crack and split apart, can they safely protect themselves from danger. Inside the shield's shell, they are like aimless objects drifting through the stormy sky. They have finally moved out of the fractured space and are preparing to rebuild everything inside. Satoru, seeing that you're still stuck in that chaos, couldn't help but worry and shouted, Elder Haruto. Nanase indeed couldn't hide her surprise as she squinted and asked what just happened in the space above Tokyo South. Hearing that, Ares hesitantly replied, I don't know either right now what's more important. But before she could finish her sentence, a voice called out from behind Nanase. Makoto looked at his daughter, who was also present in this chaos, and asked with a frown, Why are you here? Causing her to be a bit surprised and nervous as she replied, Dad. I mean, Chairman Shinoda. And his appearance also surprised Masato, who exclaimed, Where did Chairman Shinoda come from? Makoto just replied lightly, You're the one asking the right question. Is everyone safe after conquering that dungeon? A look of surprise and curiosity briefly appeared on his face. But is this all? Where are the others? Hearing this, his face suddenly darkened, clenched his teeth in confusion, not knowing what to say about that. Meanwhile, Nanase looked worriedly into that space, contemplating and softly exhaling. At the same time, in the dungeon, Takumi suddenly asked coldly, What's going on? The dungeon still hasn't been reset yet. Seeing Haruto fall to the ground, she had to come up with a temporary excuse, saying he pushed her so the device setup process was interrupted. At this point, he didn't rush to blame her, but just smiled slyly and replied, Well, at least the others have been thrown out, and it seems the seal has been reset. Then, step by step, he approached the boy, laughing mischievously and declaring that as long as he obtained the giant golem's heart, everything would be settled. Haruto couldn't hold back and shouted at him to be quiet. Then he quickly activated the giant spider web skill, but the system reported an error. C+ Kanshin. V Kanshin. Item not found. Haruto suddenly felt dizzy hearing those words. His eyes wide with amazement as he muttered to himself. What does not find mean? Sara also silently shed tears as if to deny everything. No way. So the reconfigured target isn't the dungeon but him. Honestly, I can't believe these words are really true. She was just joking around. There's no slight change in your body's memories. C said. But Haruto still wants to prove it himself by opening the status window. Soon after, your information also appeared. Haruto Sano. Level 1. HP Muelam, X Muelam. MP. Vint. X Vint. Profession Level 1. Skill Level 1. Basic Defense Level, 15. Haruto couldn't believe his eyes and was lost in thought. Level 1 means I've returned to my original state when I first awakened. So, what about my skills? The system kept displaying messages like CCCLV1, Chichiv Livuno, and the unidentified item being available, which made him even more despairing, wondering if there was something worse, as his skills had reverted to exactly how they were before leveling up. Then it appeared again, with a notification saying an unidentified item is available, making Haruto even more confused and silently wondering what this could be. But in that very moment, a long streak of blood suddenly shot up into the air. Gadakumi took advantage of his dazed and somewhat dejected state to act recklessly, causing Haruto to suffer even more and collapse. Seeing you become more like that, he laughed with joy and admiration, watching your confused and conflicted expression, clearly indicating that the hierarchy has been reset. So just go ahead and take him down. In that critical moment, Haruto still tried to reassure himself to stay calm. The cursed skill had not disappeared yet, the unidentified creature in that warehouse. If it was me before I got that skill, then it's best to play dead like a pig to catch a tiger. But then something unexpected happened when the sharp clash of two swords ringing loudly filled the air. It seems that the person Haruto thought had already left appeared just in time to block a sword for him, and seeing Tadakumi's appearance only made him even more furious and sarcastic. Hey, you're that low-level hunter from the International Hunter Association. Right, still here. Haruto also couldn't help but panic and ask in horror. Mo. Why? But his determined expression showed he was doing his best to protect you and urgently urged Sano the hunter to run. Leave him to handle this. And your only task was to get out of here immediately. For someone like Haruto who values loyalty, you didn't refuse directly. You couldn't do that. Just then, that touching brotherhood scene made him smirk coldly with a mocking smile. You shameless scoundrels. So you think you're being underestimated and mocked by Mo's words. Huh. Despite the clear difference in rank, then he directly pressured him and sneered. What are you going to do? A guy who doesn't even know how to fight. But despite not wanting to admit it, this guy's skill is truly too great. Mo couldn't hold his ground anymore. His sword was broken in two, and he was struck by another blow, and so he suddenly became powerless, being knocked back forcefully by him, unable to resist at all. But Takumi had no intention of letting him go. He immediately sneered and said, Not really. I was planning to get rid of all of you from the International Hunter Association anyway. Mo also became panic-stricken and thought to himself, Too fast. I can't escape. If I get hit by this blow, I will surely be doomed. But Haruto didn't hesitate to step in and protect me. With that fatal blow, you lost your composure and collapsed into your own pool of fresh blood. Mo stared blankly at him without saying a word. How could this be? And Haruto replied with difficulty. He's your prey. You don't need my help. So you better get out of here quickly. But Takumi once again swung his sword with fierce cruelty and shouted, You talk too much. Die. He witnessed the horrifying scene firsthand and knelt down in shock, watching Sano Haruto be killed by him. The ruthless man was so terrifying that the whole body was shattered, causing Sarah to panic and quickly cover her mouth while crying out loud. Finally, Takumi's goal was achieved as he grasped that heart in his hand and spoke with satisfaction. Just as I thought. Once that guy is reset, all the items he has will return to their original positions. Then his cruel gaze swept over her excitedly and said, Sarah, now Theta is the only person you can rely on. Right. Stop pretending to be scared and look at her. He's only in this situation because of your reconfiguration skills. In the next life, he will be very grateful to me. Thank you. Teen Lord. for reincarnating me because you have lost everything." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly rang out and delivered a slash to him. "Yes. Thank you for killing me." Takumi, in pain and shock, clutched his own wrist. Still not understanding what was happening, the pain from my wrist overwhelmed me, causing me to collapse, drop my sword, and clutch my wrist tightly as I cried out loud. From the light, Haruto calmly stepped out, smirking coldly, as if to say, "I hope you won't forgive me." Sarah choked back tears, stunned into silence by your actions, while Mo, upon seeing you, gaped in horror as if seeing a ghost and couldn't believe it. Takumi, panicked and terrified, turned to ask what was happening. "I just personally killed someone." And then he quickly grabbed his sword, feeling confused. What kind of skill is this? He disregarded the advantage and charged at you like he had lost his mind. "You bastard. What the hell are you?" But Haruto was quicker and immediately cast the giant king's spider silk web. Even now, Takumi still looks down on others and yells at you. "You fools. Have you forgotten about illusion magic?" And yet, he never expected that his illusion translation skill would be shifted and become unusable. Takumi's face turned pale as he heard these words, his mind racing. What the hell? Sarah, reset the dungeon again. This time Sarah refused his request decisively. She didn't want to. Takumi, still tightly wrapped in spider silk, kept shouting and cursing. "You damn bug. Have you forgotten the Adamas agreement? If you don't want to die, act quickly." Tears streamed down her face again as she helplessly followed the command of that man. Haruto's eyes flickered with a secret thought, wondering why she was obeying such a person. Then, after carefully observing, he finally understood that it was because of the ring. Without saying a word, Haruto immediately rushed toward her. Sarah was surprised when he suddenly appeared in front of her. Then she froze in shock. Without a word, Haruto continued to tightly grip the bracelet on her wrist to stop her. In addition, he also used the skill of Sealing C, employing the unique signature of Kueisha's resonance. And finally, in just a moment, that ring was completely shattered. Sarah's tears keep flowing, becoming blurry and hollow. Takumi, whose plan was ruined by him, screams in madness. "Stop. You bastard, I will kill you." Image translation, you see. Then he firmly pressed his sword against his face, claiming that the skill he had was already his. And after that, Haruto decisively took him to his final rest. The ending he deserved. Takumi's cruelty has finally been repaid with the apple of betrayal for everything he has done. Haruto grows colder as he steps toward that golem's heart. He slowly held it in his hand, filled with regret, questioning if this was the cause of the escape. Sarah also instinctively looked on, forgetting to cry as she listened to the words of the person who had taken so many lives. Hearing these words, Mo also stopped being evil and didn't know what to do next. Then Haruto once again used Cantron plus C, carefully analyzing the resonance frequency of the Asian crab. Then he coldly questioned whether someone like him deserved to own this and directly crushed it in front of everyone. Along with the system notification, "You have destroyed the hidden dungeon reward item." Then it suddenly congratulated you, saying you received a rare item. Haruto looked at the diamond in his hand with a surprised expression. At this moment, the system displayed a notification that the hidden dungeon, the Snow Mountain Golem, had been cleared. The large door slowly opens, and the people outside immediately lean in to look inside. The door is open. So, does that mean someone has cleared the dungeon? They step inside one after another, spreading out to search. What's going on? Is anyone there? A hunter quickly spots Haruto and shouts loudly, "Ah, Hunter Sano." Haruto turned around when he heard the call and looked at the other person. The hunter stepped closer and asked, "Isn't Chairman Shirosaki and Hunter Nanase with you?" Haruto replied, "During the fight, we got separated. But don't worry. I'm sure they're together somewhere." They were stunned upon hearing this. "So Sano, you single-handedly cleared the dungeon." As they spoke, they looked to the side, where a man wrapped entirely in bandages was lying motionless on the ground. The surrounding hunters sat scattered and examined the scene. Haruto smiled at everyone and said, "I've finished clearing the dungeon. Let's go home now." The next day at the Japan Hunters Association, Masato and Haruto sat stiffly in their seats. Everyone in the room was actively discussing, and Nanase also participated in the meeting, closing her eyes to steady her mind. Remaining calm amidst the chaos, Guildmaster Shinoda Makoto stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once such a dungeon is purged, other dimensions will also be affected. Guildmaster Gao also sighed quietly and said, "So that's why the escape happened." Toko also suggested that the most important matter now is that the seal set by Hunter Nishihara has been broken, and the space prison is also a sign of the great disaster from 15 years ago. The man next to Nanase suddenly spoke up angrily. "Isn't it a bit hasty now that the chairman has already made the announcement?" The person next to him also agreed, and added, "That's right. The dungeon just collapsed after all." Someone else seemed to disagree with them a bit, mocking. "You also said things like that before." The man provoked and angrily retorted. "What did he say?" "How dare he?" Nanase, sitting and listening, also felt tired and let out a sigh. Then she angrily slammed her hand on the table, causing the meeting room to suddenly fall silent. She said, "Everyone, please forgive us. I have to leave now. We need to consult with the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible. The dungeon issue isn't something that can be solved overnight." Gao, hearing this, slammed his hand down in anger, glaring fiercely, acting so arrogantly. "You mean you're exhausted while we're just here messing around? We're also busy with mission progress." Masato saw the atmosphere getting too tense and interrupted. "Calm down. No one can predict what will happen. I've also heard that Chairman Takeuchi and Shinoda have been working hard to handle the situation." Mr. Gao, upon hearing that, turned around and approached, his eyes fixed on Haruto. He bowed his head and leaned in to attack. "So you're the star of the underground dungeon tournament?" "Right. If you train like that, then there's no way I haven't heard of you." "So who are you?" Haruto thought he was about to say something, but he relaxed and calmly replied, "I'm just a hunter." Gao saw the opponent's attitude and felt himself being looked down upon. How could they still act so calm knowing who I am? Haruto pulled up his chair and stood. "What are you planning to do?" Seeing a little kid dare to stand up to him one-on-one, he looked a bit annoyed. "We also discovered a multi-dimensional dangerous dungeon. I thought such achievements should be praised, but instead I am being criticized." "Right, Guildmaster Midas." Gao, furious and nearly blue with anger, raised his armored hand and threatened, "You really find talking interesting. Knowing who I am, you still dare to show that attitude." Masato saw the situation getting out of control and immediately stood up. Those around him saw his arm and stepped back a few paces. "Hey, are you planning to use the crystal armor right here?" Gao, now ignoring everyone, arrogantly displays his power. Suddenly, someone nearby calls out to him, "Chairman, what's the matter?" And Gao glances over at the person. Tokuro clasped his hands together, his eyes full of menace, and warned him that if he keeps acting out of line, there will be no reward for this mission next time. He immediately retracted his power and returned his face to normal after hearing there was no reward. Then he angrily left the room in front of everyone's gaze, even saying reluctantly, I only care about the reward." Haruto just heard some pretty interesting details and wondered if he could copy that skill. The crystal armor. "I wonder if I can replicate it." Right now, at the Guild Office President's Association, their group was called in for questioning. Tokuro cheerfully asked, "Sano the Hunter, which organization do you belong to?" Haruto honestly scratched his head and replied, "I used to be a member of the Great Guild, but I recently left for personal reasons." Nanase was a bit surprised to hear that. "He is a member of the Great Power Guild," Tokuro happily praised, saying that solo hunters without a guild would find it hard to level up. "But you managed to conquer such a high-level secret dungeon. Truly impressive. On behalf of the entire association, I want to express my gratitude for your dedication." Sano. Haruto felt a bit uncomfortable being praised so highly all of a sudden and thanked him. He secretly wondered if the chairman knew about this. Tokuro added, "I also want to thank the 2 members of the International Hunter Association. Have you made any plans yet?" Ares cheerfully replied, "Well, right now we're getting ready to return to the organization to prepare the report." Before she could finish, Mo beside her spoke up, "I think I'll stay here for a while." Having said that, he turned back to look at the chairman and was about to leave the International Hunters Association. That evening at Haruto's house, while Ares and Satoru happily played, Nanase, Mo, and Masato sat on the same sofa, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Haruto helplessly watched as people barged into his house. "This is my home. And late at night, why are you all here?" Mo replied indifferently. "I withdrew from the International Hunter Association and have nowhere else to go." So please kindly understand, Ares still disapproves of this decision of yours. Mo. Why did you suddenly decide like that? He sighs. Shakes his head. Ares. I'm sorry but I can't tell you right now. Satoru is holding the golem. Smiling happily. And of course you and the little Thuha are with Senior Haruto. The golem cried out as it was squeezed tightly. Nanase cleared her throat a few times before explaining. I came to deliver Sarah's message. She threw a meaningful look at you, telling you not to get involved with them. Haruto suddenly remembered something and asked, Oh right. Where are they now? Nanase is neither fast nor heavy-handed, because Sarah refused to use her healing skills on Kurosaki. So he is currently staying and receiving treatment at the hospital. Once she regains consciousness, she will be transferred to the detention center for interrogation. But Sarah is still being held in the association's interrogation room. Until now, she has remained silent and refused to answer questions, only requesting to meet you. Hunter Sano. Haruto remained silent for a long time, then nodded thoughtfully, and seeing the other person's attitude, Nana confirmed that her suspicion was correct. He definitely had some connection to them. Nana stroked her chin, thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered that Sarah was also a member of a famous girl group. Satoru, hearing this, immediately perked up. Oh, no wonder she looked familiar. Haruto thought for a long time before speaking. I think maybe she was forced to sign the agreement and her abilities were exploited. I destroyed the contract ring you were wearing. So you probably have nothing to do with Kurosaki. So why would I go meet her at the guild? Hearing that, she turned to look at the only person who had been silent all along and asked, Chairman Shirosaki, why are you here too? Masato broke out in sweat upon hearing his name and remained silent. He pauses, looks serious. And there's only one reason I am in this cramped room, looking over there. I suspect it's because of the giant golem's heart. If that's the case, the Sano blacksmith crushed it in the dungeon. As soon as they heard this, everyone in the room rushed forward, staring intently at him. Masato angrily lunged, grabbing his collar and shouting, Are you crazy? You destroyed a rare item. Oh no. Haruto sweat nervously, wanting to clear his name. Wait. Then you took out a red crystal heart that floated before Han. And Masato's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of it. Oh. Haruto scratched his head awkwardly, explaining that what I destroyed in the dungeon was just a fake. In his mind, he defaulted that even if I copied myself, it still counts as a fake. This time I'm so surprised and thrilled, I'm scared there's no way the thing in the dungeon is fake. If that's the case, then how can it be considered as having cleared the dungeon? And if not, then what's really going on just as you thought? He really is. And Masato stood up, activated the negotiation mode with you, saying he would sell it for 5 billion. Is that correct? The price is set at 5 billion. Haruto was stunned in amazement. 5 billion. Nana slowly explains to you, taking a deep breath. Don't be too shocked. This item is worth more than 5 billion. At least 8 billion the guild would pay you. Satoru suddenly grabbed your collar, looked at the phone. Senior Haruto. Look at this. During the auctions, rare items usually start at around 10 billion. Watching the two of them whisper excitedly, Nana and Masato both looked fed up. What's so embarrassing about that? Masato, furious, thought to himself, why did I bother coming here? And you promised to prioritize dealing with me. Seeing that you remained silent, he couldn't wait any longer and offered an outrageous price. Damn it. So what if it's 2 billion? Haruto was startled for the second time. 20 billion. Masato is about to lose his temper. He shouted out loud, Isn't that enough? Let me see your bid. Unfortunately, everything went wrong when he was left alone in the living room. Haruto leaned back on the sofa, smiling with satisfaction, not expecting him to actually spend 20 billion to buy it. Thinking of this, a wicked idea arose in his mind. If he took the giant golem heart that had been copied and cloned, he could sell it at foreign auctions. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, quickly grabbing his phone to search, imagining the scenario, unable to hold back and shouting, I'll be in deep trouble. Haruto was so happy he rolled around on the bed with joy. And above all, he had now reached level 300. Realizing the diamond he had obtained, Haruto immediately sat up. Oh right. I forgot to sell that item while worrying about money. You examine the shimmering diamond, and at that moment the system displays information that the item is either sealed or being unsealed by pouring mana into it. Haruto just finished reading that information and smiled. Pouring mana in easy as pie. You just poured mana in, and the diamond instantly shone brightly, like the sun in the middle. Then it reformed into a golden triangle, with the number 5 inches, the center. The system then displays a message: collecting all the multiverse shards will create a multiverse key, allowing you to access any dimension. Multiversal fragments have the ability to attract other threads. Their level and the number of dimensions they can open depend on the level of the multiversal key. Haruto looked at the triangle. Suspicious. Is that a multiverse fragment? If the potion has all the pieces, it will create a multiverse key to access other dimensions. You only have one of the 5 pieces. So, you're missing 4. Why can't this item be copied automatically? You just tried using Cantron C and Cantron V, and the system has warned that they are not available for this item. Haruto grew more and more annoyed, frustrated that he couldn't copy it, meaning he has to gather everything himself. That's so painful. Damn it. Having skills but not being able to use them is what makes you powerful. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and he looked up and said, "Come in." Mo opened the door and calmly asked, "Hunter Sano, I have a few things I want to confirm with you." Haruto looked surprised and asked, "Mo, are you still not asleep?" But the other person didn't answer his question. Seeing something unusual in his opponent's eyes, he quickly became alert. Sure enough, a second later, Mo drew a sword and threatened him. Haruto stood up suddenly and shouted, "Mo, what do you mean by this?" But it seemed he paid no attention to what he said and directly swung the sword forward. There was a hint of danger and suspicion in his eyes. The sword piercing into Haruto caused him to scream in pain as blood kept spurting out. The scene shifts back 15 years to Europe during a great catastrophe. With dragons attacking everywhere on the streets, a dragon of about level 500, considered low among dragon clans, has combat abilities comparable to higher-level dragons. After fighting it for a while, the hunters ran away from its fiery breath while attacking each other. This dragon is a fire type. First, let's give it some ice attacks. Agreed. After agreeing among themselves, they began to attack it, launching powerful strikes. However, the dragon's power was so great that the ice melted upon contact with its body, and some hunters were knocked back by its enormous wings. They stood there witnessing everything in panic, unharmed, not expecting an S-rank monster to suddenly appear. We can't handle it on our own. At that moment, the dragon spat fire from its mouth, burning several nearby hunters to ashes, and screams of agony echoed everywhere. At this moment, 2 people are standing on a building witnessing the scene, one of them running away calling the other, "Just running. We can't fight this thing." The world suddenly plunged into hell by the appearance of countless monsters. And I, a newly awakened hunter, prepared myself for death, standing frozen as if buried alive, ready to fight. At this moment, the dragon's flames grow even stronger, engulfing where he stands, and he seems to accept his fate. Closing his eyes, suddenly a voice spoke out, "Are you okay, rookie?" Mo was startled awake, thinking his life was over. In front of him was an incredibly brave hunter, equipped with armor and weapons capable of destroying anything dangerous. Mo suddenly remembered that this person is the world's top hunter, Frederick Hill. I am saved. Just a moment ago it was spitting fire. Now it's pierced right at a vital point and bleeding out. Its blood splattered onto Mo, startling him and making him step back. Just then, Mo saw him about to attack and roared fiercely. Then his body was covered with lumps as if about to explode. After a while, the illusion's body truly exploded. The explosion was so powerful that even hunters standing far away could feel the shockwave. Frederick remains calm, standing there with a slight smile. Mo, witnessing everything, couldn't help but gape. Frederick, amazing. Then he looked around but saw no one. Surprised, but he was just here. There's no one else. What's going on? Suddenly a woman approached from behind Mo and said, "Frederick, you clearly told me not to use that in front of others." Right. Mo suddenly turned around and looked at her, thinking to himself, where did she come from? Was she the one who just stepped in to protect him from the explosion? In an emergency like this, that's the quickest way to handle it. There was no other choice. That woman went over to Frederick to check if he was hurt and didn't blame him either. That's true. That thing has been soaked in the power of a high-level dragon. If we ignore it, this entire country will be destroyed. Frederick then turned to Mo and said, "What you saw just now, I will keep it secret." Right, you're a rookie. Mo was startled and replied immediately, "Of course, Only now do the hunters arrive to examine the rock, and they are stunned to see its body torn into many pieces before saying, "It's unbelievable. Where did someone come from to defeat the rock?" Again, they tore it apart like this, while Mo's group was on the other side with the raptor's head blocking their view, so the other hunters couldn't see them. Frederick called the woman with him, saying it's time to leave. Right. Yes. Mo then calmly stepped forward to introduce himself. I am a newly awakened hunter. My name is Mo, from the Mo tribe. Please remember my name. Frederick also smiled and said, I won't forget. Mo. Hearing that, Mo couldn't help but feel happy inside. Frederick the Wise, the top hunter and the one who holds the skill of death transfer. At that moment, I couldn't have imagined that I would encounter that exact skill again after he disappeared. Returning to the present, Mo wants to verify his hypothesis, which is risky, but he wants to see it with his own eyes again. Please, if his judgment is correct then. Mo was startled and panicked when Haruto suddenly appeared behind him, sword at his neck, questioning him. Mo, what is the meaning of this? Mo simply sighed and chuckled softly, thinking to himself, I knew it, Sano. The hunter truly has skills similar to Frederick. He then said, I'm sorry, but I really want to see that skill again myself, no matter the cost. Haruto angrily asked him, so you really had to come and ask for my sword like that? Before he could get an answer, suddenly a voice spoke. Senior Haruto, Satoru, trembling outside the door, pointed at the two of them and said with a pale face, what just happened? Haruto just sighed quietly, thinking to himself, oh my, why are you still here? This is getting complicated. The scene shifts a moment later as Mo keeps bowing and apologizing to Haruto, saying I truly apologize. And Haruto, feeling helpless, tells him to stop. I told you enough. And who the hell taught you dojiza? By the way, dojiza is a Japanese ritual where the person performing it and someone of higher status sit kneeling on the floor together. The person performing the gesture will bow their head to the other party to apologize for their mistake or wrongdoing, or to seek help with something. Seeing you so angry, Ares spoke up. It's probably me. I heard that when Easterners commit a serious mistake, they perform this gesture to apologize. Haruto then turned around to blame her. Do you think just apologizing is enough after killing someone? Mu still keeps begging for your forgiveness. I promise I will change by supporting you. Haruto shouted in frustration. That's not something you get to decide. Satoru then interrupts their argument and asks Haruto. So Senior Haruto really has a resurrection ability like Frederica? Haruto gritted his teeth in anger and told him, who gave you the right to name yourself? Hearing that, Satoru's eyes lit up in amazement. So he's a reincarnation mage. I didn't expect him to come back to life after dying. That's why he's so strong. Haruto also didn't bother explaining and just silently sighed, thinking to himself, maybe it's better to let them misunderstand. Now I just remembered something to tell everyone. So I asked, hasn't Ares returned yet? But Ares didn't answer when she heard. She then pulled out a triangular metal object and said it was because I had something to say. Haruto looked at that object in surprise and asked Ares, did you suddenly get her multiverse shard? Ares told him yes, I tracked its reaction, and then came back. Here, it's also surprising. My space shard is number 1, and Sano's is number 5. How did you get yours? Haruto recalls that when I destroyed that giant golem's heart, it was a special reward item. Hearing that, Ares was also surprised. So this is a second-tier item. Definitely worth studying. Then she also recounted the origin of her space shard. The shard in my hand now is one of my mother's personal belongings. According to the records she left behind, these fragments will resonate and attract each other. And that has recently been proven. Hearing that, Haruto wondered to himself, so does that mean it will be easier to find the space fragments from now on? Suddenly, Satoru sat up, looking ahead at the multidimensional fragment and wondering, by the way, what exactly does it do? Ares explained to him that if enough pieces are collected, they can create a key to open the multiverse gate. Haruto was surprised and asked, it really is possible to open the multiverse gate, like the multidimensional dungeon we discovered? Right, Ares replied calmly. Isn't it? She explained that if a multidimensional dungeon like the Snow Golem Mountain hidden dungeon exists, then collecting all the fragments and completing the key would make it possible to open a door that can shift between different dimensions. Hearing her words, Haruto deduced Ares' true purpose. It turns out she came to Japan not only to find her mother's whereabouts, but also to seek information about the multiverse pathways. Ares didn't deny it, but confirmed outright. That's correct. Both my father and mother, I believe they are still alive in some other dimension. Sitting beside my sister. I think so too. I can't accept the idea that they died so easily. Satoru, hearing this, pointed out something unusual and speculated. If that's true, then why haven't they come back? Maybe they don't hold the multiverse key. Or perhaps the gate can only open to one moon phase. And at this moment, Golem let out a cry. Ares said that his guess might be correct. But they could also have some reason why they haven't returned yet. Haruto listens and thinks. The reason to stay in A. So what is that reason? It might even be more threatening than the previous catastrophe. Ares then told everyone that, as long as we have the multiverse key, we can seal the multiversal dungeons and prevent the catastrophe from happening. Satoru curiously looked at the fragment of the multidimensional space, wondering how to turn this into a key. Suddenly, the golem used its finger to reconnect the two pieces of the multiverse shard, and a bright light shone from them, startling everyone who shielded their eyes and stepped back. Satoru tremblingly hugs Golem and says, "What the hell? I thought we were about to meet." Only then does everyone notice the suddenly connected key on the table. Ares picks it up and says, "I didn't expect this. I thought I had to gather the pieces to turn it into a key, but it seems they will naturally connect to form a whole. Now I am sure of it." Haruto, at this moment, hears a sound. The resonance is even louder than before. These space fragments attract each other more strongly as the sound grows louder. But remember to be cautious when resonating with the other fragments, as those who possess a piece of space seem to be no ordinary foes. At this moment, somewhere else, a man is holding a dangerous piece of space and laughing, saying, "Looks like I can finally go home." At this moment, the sky has turned dark, and the leader of the Starfield Guild in Europe asks, "Miso, what are you laughing at? It seems the folks from the Blood Tower Guild have failed in their attempt." Michael suddenly turns around behind him. Atta then bowed respectfully and reported that he had finally received the reward of the combined skill and substitution. "Congratulations. You are one step closer to becoming a superhuman." Michael didn't really care about the congratulations and talked about his current situation. "At the moment, I can only move within a short distance. After all, only with the power of the Cantron C skill can I upgrade." Miso stood up, approached Michael, and reassured him that it would be over soon. Seeing Atta so confident, Michael asked what evidence he had for saying that. Miso recounts his discovery about the space fragment, which has begun to resonate for fusion. 2 fragments are already linked, and the one we have will reveal the locations of the others. Michael, seeing Atta investigate everything thoroughly, suspiciously asked, "So you're saying all 5 space fragments already have owners? It seems you'll be going home soon." "Right," Miso didn't hide it and replied. "Yes." Michael continued, "Isn't your homeland's space only locked by its own space lock?" Miso nodded and recounted what happened. "Actually, there is one. But currently, the space gate can only be opened from one side. 15 years ago, it all happened because of that damn wizard, Nishihara Tomoka. All the space gates connected to Earth are sealed. But the one locking space on the planet is broken into 5 pieces and scattered across various locations." Michael guessed and said, "And just collecting those fragments will unlock the gate, and the space portal will open again." Miso told Atta. "Exactly." A continues to recount his plan. "First to the fairy realm of my homeland, where we will open the gate to the sacred tree Izai-So, which holds something similar to the Kanchon combined Sagir skill fruit. Absorbing it could upgrade other skills." Michael listened and was intrigued, but still cautious. "That sounds good, but is that really similar to Kanchon plus Sei Sao? The first time people saw my skill, they were clearly very amazed." His master realized his dark love for Miso, who was embarrassed about it, and Michael angrily approached Miso to question Atta, thinking he didn't know A's calculations. Because the world is his homeland and the space of the demons, the sacred tree there was corrupted hundreds of years ago and called Izai-So to make the world more beautiful. But it is now on the brink of extinction. In the great disaster 15 years ago, Earth and the demon world first connected through a portal, and you demons tried to transfer all that toxic corruption to Earth, but failed because Nishihara Tomoka stopped you. Actually, what are you planning to do? Do the demon girls still insist on continuing those failed actions and connecting Earth's space with theirs? And are you using me to do it?" Miso, seeing his plan fully exposed by Michael's questions, didn't know what to say about that. Michael then continued speaking. "But I didn't care." Hearing that, Miso was surprised and looked up. Miso also revealed his plan. I just want to use you to open as many multi-dimensional dungeons as possible and absorb as many skills as I can to match that super thing. And whatever happens to this world is none of my business. From now on, I will act personally and decide on actions instead of him. Miso stood up to advise. You must not go now. Lord Michael, you are the leader of the multinational guild Starfield. If you leave without a valid reason, it could attract unwanted attention and make people suspicious. I anticipated this possibility, so I ordered Lucas to implement Plan B. Once everything is ready, we will have a legitimate reason for Lord Michael to step in personally. The scene shifts now to the high-level Japanese death dungeon, where a level 90 monster, a hybrid of demon and wolf, appears. Although each individual has low fighting ability, they are very clever and act in groups, making them very formidable. That group of Lon then charged forward. Satoru nervously turned to ask Haruto, "Do you really trust him? There are quite a few of these monsters." Haruto is quietly smiling to himself, devising a plan. Finally stepping into this dungeon. After consulting with Hunter Nanase, I never dreamed I could retreat so easily. This is the perfect opportunity to level up the Golem kids. Thinking quickly, he turned back and cheerfully told Mo and Satoru to hurry up and move over to his side. Those monsters roared a terrifying roar. Satoru, overwhelmed with fear, burst into tears and said, "Haruto, what are you doing?" The monsters then charged at the three of them. Haruto then begins to unleash his power, using the Golem Core to transform and create Snow Mountain Golems. Canton plus V uses the Golem Core to transform, and then a series of Snow Mountain Golems appear. Haruto was surprised by their large numbers and wondered aloud, how come they have so many little subordinates? Mo also shared the same question. Sano's workers have taken them all on. Haruto just turned back, confidently smiling at them and said, 1 against 1. A squad against a squad. Mo thought to himself that your strength was so formidable, wondering what kind of skill your golem transformation really was. At this moment, the Lon also began attacking the golems. A Lon bites into the head of a golem with its strong jaws and sharp claws. Satoru sees this and worries. No matter how tough the golem kids are, their strength and level are a bit mismatched. Before he could finish speaking, that Lon was knocked down by a Snow Mountain golem and then punched in the face, blood splattering. That Lon was sent flying dozens of meters away. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, the entire group of golems charged forward. One after another, they were struck repeatedly. Satoru was initially skeptical about their strength, but now it's different. It seems Senior Haruto can clear the dungeon alone with ease. I arrived here and looked around, and the Snow Mountain golem in Satoru's hand also let out a sigh of admiration. Soon after, the entire group was defeated by all the Snow Mountain golems. Haruto patted one of them on the head, satisfied, having checked the differences in durability and combat strength between the levels. Then he recalled them and headed back. Haruto checks his items: 4 Giant Spider Silk King X10, Kalicha Dragon Sword X5, 4 Bear Claws King X10, and 6 types of transformed Golem X10. He looked at the screen and calculated that he didn't have enough space in the warehouse to create an army of golems. And given the current size, it would take quite a while to realize this plan. I wonder if there's a better way. Satoru suggested to him, if he had any doubts, why not ask Chairman Shirosaki? But Haruto ignored what he said and replied, "Why ask that guy?" Satoru cheerfully said, "He's the same guy from the dungeon. He must know something." Haruto eagerly asked back, "Really? Then let's go right now." He quickly moved up, saw them like that, just shook his head with a faint smile, then said, "I'm coming. I shouldn't have left the International Hunter Association. Right now, everyone is on their way back to the organization." Haruto turned to ask Satoru, who was driving, "Is this your car?" Satoru smiled and said yes. "It was a birthday gift from my dad." Haruto was surprised and thought, "So that's how it is." Satoru didn't care much and just smiled before continuing. "Not to mention this car is really convenient." Haruto thought to himself, seeing how calm he was. "Now I remember. This kid is the son of Chairman Shinoda, the head of that powerful guild. That little brat." Someone is calling Haruto now, saying everything will go smoothly. Is Nanase planning to go to the guild now? I understand. I'll be there right away. Satoru wondered. Why was the call so sudden? Is something wrong? Haruto replied while checking his phone. I don't know either. He thought to himself, This must be about Sarah. I'll pay her back since I need to talk to her anyway. He turned to Satoru and said, Satoru, can we speed up a bit? Understood. Transition now to the Japanese Hunting Society interrogation room, where everyone is standing in the observation room, looking outside. Sarah remains silent at this moment. Nanase tells Haruto she insists on only talking to you. Sano hasn't eaten anything for 3 days, but still stays silent and uncooperative. Haruto asked Nanase if they could turn off the recording during their conversation. But Nanase told him, unfortunately, that the nature of the investigation does not allow it. Hearing that, Haruto sighed to himself and thought, whatever. If the truth about my skills is exposed here, I can still copy her ability to undo everything to how it was. My top priority now is to copy it. Then he went into the interrogation room with a glass of water and placed it in front of Sarah. Haruto pulled out a chair, sat down, and said, here's some water. Please help yourself. Sarah stared at him with suspicion, then drank the entire glass of water and said, now I've escaped dehydration. Haruto spoke up first now, wanting to know about my ability, my incredible mana creation power. Sarah also told you that if you agree to help, I will cooperate in the investigation. Haruto wanted to update everyone on the progress. But first, I need to confirm a few things. Sarah, that ability of yours to restore everything. You're also struggling with that cursed skill. Right. Is her skill a cursed copy as well? Sarah didn't deny it. She confirmed that it is. Haruto now felt like he had guessed everything. I knew it. I'm not the only one cursed. In other words, if I can copy her skill, then all the core skills can be copied and replicated. Ares in the observation room was just as surprised. Her skill wasn't just healing, but re-establishing. So that's why the stability of the dragon sword was restored perfectly. A skill that can rebuild everything, truly an incredible ability. Satoru didn't understand what they were talking about, and asked Nanase what re-establish and original words meant, confused by the strange terms. What are they talking about? Is that skill really real in this world? Nanase didn't answer him, just stood there watching. Sarah then continued. My parents are both in a deep coma. I hope you can help me save them. The only person who can provide a massive amount of mana to save a critically ill patient is you. Hunter Sano. Haruto then stood up to reassure her and said, I understand I will provide the necessary mana, but in return I might take a bit of a loss from you. So please forgive me in advance. Then he grabbed Sarah's arm, and everyone in the room watched in surprise. Satoru shouted loudly, Elder Haruto, what are you doing? A bright purple light burst out, and Haruto's system announced that Cantron Kong C was copying the target. Cantron Kong Z. The system screen then displayed a message saying copying was impossible. Haruto saw these words and was instantly shocked, jumping in surprise. Oh my god. Initially, he thought this would be simple, but unexpectedly, this skill made the system give up. He had considered the possibility that some abilities couldn't be copied, but he never imagined he wouldn't be able to copy this skill. Haruto grabbed Sarah's hand, his whole body trembling and his face darkening. This can't be real. Right, Sarah? Noticing his strange behavior, suspiciously asked, what are you doing? Haruto suddenly realized that his actions were not quite right, hurriedly let go, and looked at her with a hint of confusion. Apologizing, faced with his current state, Sarah immediately stopped her hostility. Before she could calm down, the system once again displayed a notification in front of Haruto. This is the red notification from the Control Z skill, a special ability that cannot be copied. But if you eliminate the target, you will absorb the skill, and satisfying this condition will allow you to copy the ability normally. As soon as he read this line, Haruto immediately darkened his face, thinking that eliminating the target meant killing her. His mind was really struggling right now. If he did that, would he be able to copy normally? Facing himself head-on, he looked at Sarah, still wide-eyed and confused, secretly cursing this crazy system in his mind. Basically, if you want to copy the skill and reset everything, you have to kill Sarah. Just like a game cheat. Haruto's heart and mind keep fighting each other, but he still really desires that skill. Is there no other way? Can't he just wait for her to grow old and heal herself? Suddenly, Shinoda Satoru pointed ahead and asked the girl beside him why she thought the window suddenly opened. Faced with this question, not only Nanase was stunned, but even Mo was speechless. Nanase stepped forward and took the microphone, looking at the other person and suddenly noticing a serious expression on his face. She asked, Sano, what's going on? Haruto turned back with a shy smile when Nanase called his name, saying, "Everything's fine. It's just noisy as usual." And Nanas, hearing that, didn't press further. Actually, behind that surprised smile are deeper thoughts. Haruto decides to slow down and wait for the right moment. Alright, now it's time to test your patience. First, he will fulfill Sarah's wish, and then take the opportunity to gain her trust. And soon he will find a better solution. Alright then, let's go see your parents now. Sarah. Sarah happily nodded with tears in her eyes. As soon as Haruto saw her eyes, he was swayed. And if he really couldn't find a better way, teaming up with her would be fine. That afternoon at the central hospital, the six of them walked down the hospital corridor, listening to Sarah tell her story. Haruto, after hearing this, quickly asked, "Mana, poison?" Sarah calmly replied, "Yes, my parents were attacked by a mysterious monster during the disaster, and this hospital is the only place accepting patients with cursed mana." Haruto looked at the small girl in front of him and suddenly felt an unusual sense of compassion. So they are being treated here. I suppose she must have had to join Takumi's side because of some loss. Remembering this, he turned to ask Nanase. Takumi is also being treated here. Right now he is in the hospital's underground bunker. After he recovers, we plan to transfer him to the detention center for questioning. After saying that, she turned to Sarah beside her and asked with concern, "Are you worried?" Sarah gently replied, "I'm fine." At this moment, Mo seems to have noticed something as a blonde man wearing a bull hat just walked past him. Mo, in a moment of realization, turned to look at the person's back, suspicious of why he was here. At this moment, in a room with guards standing watch, another person is approaching step by step. The guard saw him and quickly ran over to stop him, saying this is a restricted area and no unauthorized personnel are allowed. He is the blonde man who just passed Mo, and all I saw was him handing a paper to the guard and saying thank you for your hard work. Here. The guard, confused, also reached out and took the paper. On the small sheet, it read, Cantron F. The guard looked at the paper blankly. What is this? Cantron F. Don't do any nonsense. But just a second later, a strange black smoke suddenly appeared on the paper, startling the guard. The black smoke then thickened and surrounded the two guards before gradually engulfing them. They only let out a cry before falling silent. When the smoke disappeared, their eyes were pitch black and vacant, like soulless corpses. The blonde-haired man smiles and gives the order to them, telling them to bring out the person being held inside immediately. Do whatever needs to be done. Then come back here. The two guards immediately responded, understanding the warning, then hurried inside together. The man entered the room and approached a strange object. He carefully retrieved a dark energy sphere from his hand and looked at it intently. Recalling Miso's previous words, Lucas, I have something only you can do. Lucas asked in surprise. Is this something only I can do? Miso carefully summoned a dark energy sphere and instructed him to place this in Tokyo Tower in case the Blood Tower Guild's plan fails. As soon as Lucas saw it, he covered his mouth in horror. What is that? Miso explained. This is something I brought from my homeland. It is a fruit from the world tree that has been uprooted. Izaiso. After using this fruit to set up a barrier, you will be able to open a subspace. Lucas was surprised. A subspace? What's inside it? Miso didn't answer immediately, but piqued the other's curiosity. You have to see it to believe it. So, Lucas's expression gradually changed as he stared in horror at the scene unfolding before him. The fruit in Miso's hand releases a foul stream of air. Behind him stands a gigantic, terrifying demon. Seeing the opponent's expression, Miso seems quite pleased with himself and smiles. This is only the first fruit, and I can only pretend to be this much. I want to create a reason for Starfield and Mr. Michael to operate publicly in the open. Returning to reality, Lucas looked at the object in his hand, deep in thought. So I want to create a prison break right in the heart of South Tokyo. The peak. Lucas presses the password. Deep inside, he still feels guilty. In this family, he's now too closely involved with Starfield. And at this point, there's no turning back. In the hospital room, a patient regains consciousness from a coma, confusedly holding the ventilator and looking around. Unable to believe it. Am I still alive? What kind of nightmare is this? He turned to look at the bed next to him, where a crying child was clutching his mother on the hospital bed, both shedding tears of happiness. The man opened his mouth to call out Sarah, And the girl responded brightly. Dad? Satoru's tears started to flow, and he was afraid that if the story continued, he would cry all over the hospital. While Satoru was moved to tears, Nanase standing beside him showed a disgusted face and angrily patted her younger brother's head, saying, "Why are you such a crybaby?" Satoru was crying and crying out in pain. Oh dear. Satoru wiped away his tears happily and turned to look at Haruto. I knew your unlimited mana was top-notch, Senior Haruto. But I never expected it could heal someone in a coma. He was truly moved by Haruto. I wonder if the world's best healer can achieve this level. Unlike Satoru, Nanase thought deeply recovery. That's hard to believe. If he makes even a tiny mistake, it could all go wrong. She must force the association to keep this girl here. She looked at Sara crying by the hospital bed, then thought, no, I have to experience it myself. Suddenly, Haruto realized someone was missing from the group, and it reminded him, where is Mo? Hearing this, Ares was stunned and turned back. Oh, you just noticed. On the other side, Lucas was slowly following a man walking along the hospital corridor. The man, wearing a full mask, moved calmly with a composed expression. Suddenly a system notification appeared in front of Lucas, saying a person with Cantron ability was nearby. Lucas broke out in a sweat. Suspicious. Could there really be someone with Cantron ability in the hospital? The man in front, hearing that, immediately turned around. Oh my. Now he finally remembered something. That's right. Sarah's parents are being treated here. Don't tell me that guy is with her. At the same time, behind them, a voice came from the corridor saying, Lucas. Lucas. And Lucas glanced back. Mo walks up coldly, adjusting his collar and pulling down his hat to hide his face. I almost didn't recognize you. Lucas turned around and was immediately stunned. He pointed at the two of them mockingly. And I was just wondering what was going on, that even the members of the International Hunter Association had come to Japan. It turns out you were following Takumiya, Stafford's dog. Lucas also didn't hold back and immediately retorted. I heard you dropped out of the association. So what are you doing here? He pulls out his sword with a serious expression. Knowing Takumi is a criminal and that you're trying to help him escape. So that makes you an accomplice. As soon as the commotion starts, all the patients around stop and look towards them. Lucas gestures with his hand in a conciliatory manner, still as arrogant as ever, not realizing this is a hospital. Then Takumi steps forward eagerly and says, Give me your weapon. All my items in the warehouse have been confiscated. Since you've chosen to sacrifice yourself, let me teach you a lesson. You weakling who thinks you can fight back. Fever has been present from the beginning, but appearing at the right moment. Haruto suddenly stands behind Mo, exuding intense aura. And I am here too. Takumi, upon seeing this familiar power, couldn't help but be furious. You bastard. My skill. How dare you? Once again, a notification appears in front of Lucas, the owner of Kanchon C, and Kanchon V is right in front of you. Lucas saw this message and smiled strangely. Finally I found it. Kanchon C. And they haven't even started fighting yet. A female voice suddenly interrupted, unfortunately stopping everyone first, Takumi. And now even an international criminal. A cold spear appears, and Takumi immediately turns pale. It's Vudao. Lucas, seeing Takumi's expression, secretly guessed the identity of the newcomer. So this is the final showdown to settle things quickly. Nanase tucks her hair behind her ear, speaking with a hint of anger, saying that according to my horoscope today, I am extremely unlucky today. She quickly made up an excuse to blame the series of events happening today, then stepped closer to them. Nanase just appeared and attracted a large crowd outside gathering around them. It's the hunter Nanase. I think she's holding a weapon. What's going on? Takumi glanced at the person beside him with a smile. It seems we won't escape this incident peacefully after all. Luca remained silent. And at that moment, 2 handcuffs were thrown onto the ground right at their feet. Looking at the strange bracelet on the ground, she quickly realizes it's a suppression device. Nanase said emotionlessly, If you two willingly wear it, we can resolve this peacefully. Understood. The sooner this ends, the sooner you can go home. But to my surprise, Takumi sneered and laughed. So now you want to humiliate me. He then grabbed the collar of a girl nearby, causing her to scream in fear. Takumi didn't really want to fight them. He threatened, Understand now. We are inside the hospital. I casually grab a patient as a hostage. If you don't want anyone to get hurt, just let this go. As I finish speaking, Nanase suddenly leaps like the wind, directly kicking at Takumi. With a single kick, he shot like an arrow down the corridor, crashing into medical equipment and the brick wall, immediately injuring himself and spitting blood on the spot. The surrounding patients saw this scene and all shouted in panic. Tena, there's a fight among the hunters. Lucas was standing there, staring blankly at Nanase, in shock and amazement. The attack was so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. Suddenly, she turned to call the person beside her. Lucas, you're not the same kind of person as Takumi. Let's work together to resolve this smoothly. Hearing the opponent's proposal, Lucas was momentarily unsure how to respond, lowering his head to avoid her gaze. Then looked back at Takumi behind him. Takumi and he are not the same. He bowed his head, recalling the time when Mitsuo asked him to bring the fruit from the World Tree to Tokyo Tower. And he asked, "Why me?" Mitsuo patiently explains that the corrupted World Tree produces Hakmana, and ordinary people who come into contact with Hakmana will be poisoned. I looked you straight in the eye and said, "But you're not like that." Right. Lucas, the leader of the Blood Tower Guild. Hearing this, Lucas seemed to realize that Takumi was the same. Realizing you have uncovered this, Mitsuo continued, he is also subject to the international treaty's restrictions. He uses Hakmana to develop his own skills, and to make the fruits of this world tree sprout. He needs skills in using Hakmana. At this moment, Lucas suddenly felt a deep self-hatred, thinking about himself and what he had done to those two guards. He sighed and left half of his sentence unfinished, just like Takumi. And then, feeling guilty, Lucas replied that he probably couldn't accept her proposal. Nanase frowned, looking displeased. Look, I need him. I have to get him out of here at any cost. Nanase saw the weapon in Lucas's hand and immediately looked serious. That sword is the Angelus Rabier. Mo gritted his teeth in anger and said, Lucas really seems to be serious. Haruto was surprised and asked what he said. Mo looked at Lucas holding the sword coldly and replied that it was a treasured sword passed down in Lucas's family, the noble family of knights from England. It is also the only sword of its kind in the world, and although it is on par with the High Asian longsword, this sword is more focused on stabbing techniques than slashing. The more Haruto listened, the more surprised he became. Is it true that it's on par with the High Asian longsword? Lucas then charged forward, his eyes full of determination as he lunged at Nanase. It has offensive power, but because of that, it is also known by another name. The heretical judge can eliminate all skills or weapons it considers abnormal. Hunter Nanaza, wielding her cursed sword and the Vo Dao, is at a disadvantage as Lucas's spear presses close, forcing her to barely block with her dagger at her chest. The two weapons clashed fiercely, but as expected, Angelo Strapier had the advantage. The sharp spear pierced through the invincible blade, making Nanase momentarily stunned. She was pushed back, seemingly completely overwhelmed. Haruto behind her anxiously called out, Hunter Nanaz. Nanase uses her real combat skill to push the sword over her head and escape danger at the last moment. She tells Haruto behind her not to interfere with Sano. If we cause a fuss in the hospital, it will be troublesome. She used Lucas's strength with her sword to escape from being cornered, leaving Lucas momentarily stunned and staring at her in surprise. Nanase swiftly swung her sword to attack him. Lucas also quickly dodged, holding back her skills because they were in the hospital. She thought she had a chance to fight back against my treasured sword. Lucas wiped the sweat from his brow, looking down at his torn tie. Hey, not giving him a chance. Nanase continued her attack. She struck the opponent's side and swung her blade. This time Lucas truly couldn't avoid it. He could barely hold his sword to defend himself. What kind of strength is this? Lucas was pushed back by Nanase's slash, but his body couldn't withstand it and started bleeding. He painfully covered his mouth, blood still pouring out. And after that blow, he felt his internal organs turn chaotic and tumultuous. There is a clear difference in the quality of the swords, but the level between the two is so vastly different that it's incomparable. So this is the true strength of one of the 10 best hunters in the world. At this moment, Nanase finally confidently proposed again. What do you think about my peaceful resolution proposal now? Lucas was stunned, but he truly couldn't turn back anymore, being in the hospital. He really didn't want to use his skills, but Lucas clenched his sword tightly, feeling conflicted. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Damn it. Shinoda Nanase. He suddenly stood up violently, holding the world tree's fruit that had blossomed. and Hakmana quickly enveloped his entire body. The broken hospital you're trying to protect. I will reduce it to dust in the blink of an eye. He immediately took all of Hakmana from the seed and pulled it out. Lucas, witnessing this, couldn't hold back and shouted, "Stop. This is a hospital." You know, Takumi is reminding him that he needs to place these in key locations around Tokyo. And this hospital should also be allocated a share. Hakmana quickly enveloped the entire hospital, as if to swallow everyone living here. Haruto was alert and ready to fight, nervously asking what Takumi just did. Mo also tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. This is Hakmana. Haruto frowned and raised his hand to block. Hakmana. Mo immediately explained that this belongs to those with dark abilities. And it seems Takumi is one of them. But with this much dark mana, it's definitely abnormal. If it continues like this, the ordinary people here will also be affected and lose their mana. In the midst of complete darkness, with no light shining through, Haruto's message appears, indicating the activation of his giant spider silk control skill and the image translation spell simultaneously. Haruto gritted his teeth in anger, clenched his fists, and immediately used his teleportation skill to move behind Takumi, stopping him right away. Takumi is now wrapped in a cloth that looks like a mummy. He turns to look at you, and a strange smile appears on his face. It's too late. Haruto immediately startles, confused. What did you say? The rotten fruit is now fully bloomed, and Hakmana is like the wind carrying its seeds down to the ground. Under the floor, a swarm of tendrils burst upward to attack them, and Haruto and Nanase leapt back to dodge. The vines grew thicker and thicker, destroying the entire hospital, with patients constantly screaming as they were attacked. And the scene suddenly turned incredibly intense. From outside, the towering hospital is completely covered by vines with dark purple leaves spreading ominously. The giant tree god pierces the ground, tearing apart broken floor fragments. A female patient fell as a result, looking up in fear and begging for help. But luckily, a hurried doctor grabbed her hand. However, he couldn't hold on for long and let go. The female patient was falling freely through the air, crying out. And just as she was about to hit the ground, Haruto below caught her with his skill. The female patient, still dazed from landing, looked blankly at the ropes wrapped around her. Haruto quickly pulled her up and hurriedly asked if she was okay, telling her to evacuate with everyone. The female patient gratefully looked at her and nodded, then ran off while repeatedly thanking her. Haruto also smiled, and she silently thought that patients who could still move like that were not a concern. The problem was, as she thought this, her face suddenly became serious. She looked down at the severely injured patients who still had to rely on their relatives and nurses, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart for those who couldn't move. Then he glanced back at his friends, seeing Nanase comforting a child and Mo caring gently for another patient with water, which made him feel a little more at ease. It's good that Nanase and Mo are still taking care of them, but the entire hospital has been overtaken by dark mana, and if this continues, everyone will be affected by the toxic mana. Haruto looked up at the fig leaves above, and with thousands of branches spreading out, he realized that the only way was to rebuild this place. The darkness of the world tree has severely damaged the hospital, turning the peak into a pile of ruins, rising even higher. At this moment, Golem Nuo Tuyat uses his small body to struggle and support the massive stone. Q. Satoru quickly pulled the person out from under the stone. All right, try to head this way. Suddenly, Haruto appeared out of nowhere behind him and shouted, Satoru. The little boy turned his head, hurriedly supporting the patient with one hand and asking what happened to Haruto, while Golem, having saved the person, raised his hand and threw the heavy boulder aside. Haruto stepped over and asked how things were going. Is everything still okay here? Satoru replied. Thanks to Ares. This area isn't too bad, Haruto asked a little surprised. Ares. To explain the situation, Satoru hugged the kid and took him to a giant crystal girl. Haruto gently taps the crystal with his finger. Suspiciously, it's ice. At this moment, Ares and the other patients also appear, and she explains, yes, it's an ice barrier. Ares replied while trying to reinforce the barrier. We can protect this area from destruction, but we can't completely stop Hakmana from spreading. Suddenly, the ice outside shattered, and shards fell on Golem's head, making it look uncomfortable. Haruto saw that Ares, Sarah, and the other patients were all safe and let out a relieved sigh, happy that everyone was unharmed. Then he approached and briefly explained the situation to Sarah. The entire hospital was heavily damaged by that strange tree. And now Hawkmana is spreading at an incredible speed. The current situation is quite critical. My favorite plan is to restore the hospital to its original state. Can you do it? Sarah firmly looked at you and said directly. I can even distort time in the underground cellar if I want, and with Sano here, I don't have to worry about mana shortage. After discussing, the four of them immediately moved close to the tree trunk. Satoru, holding the golem, stared in shock at the scene before him. It's even worse than I imagined. Is this the cause of everything? Where did it come from and how did it cause all this? Haruto turned back to explain to them that Takumi had escaped and was responsible for this chaos. Hearing that name, the three of them all looked surprised and shocked, and Satoru couldn't hold back and shouted, "Did Takumi run away?" Sarah couldn't help but feel angry when she thought of him. Mentioning him in her mind only filled her with hatred. Does he know that your parents are inside but still decided to act, so he doesn't care about their lives or Takumi's? Does he? Aries also seemed to understand Sarah's mood. She lowered her head silently for a few seconds. Haruto stepped closer to Sarah and softly said, "Then let's begin." She nodded in agreement. Then Haruto stood behind her, continuously channeling mana to help her maintain her state. Sarah places her hand on the tree and begins to use her skill, causing the space around her to suddenly ripple and everything to become distorted. Haruto was also overwhelmed by this power. Barely managing to keep himself steady, the tree seemed to sense the danger, and the branches that were stabbing into the ground suddenly retracted. On the other side, Nanase also seems to sense something unusual. Mo is no exception, standing still and looking toward the source of the disturbance. From the outside, the trees also began to retract, revealing huge gaps. Inside, all the trees withdrew to form a barrier right in front of Sarah. Hakumana begins to gather from all directions, then attacks Sarah, who tries to endure and prevent Hakumana from invading her body. Kia. Then, damn it, Sara is in danger. Seeing her being relentlessly attacked by Hakumana, Haruto didn't hesitate and ran as fast as he could toward her. Then, as quickly as activating the copying skill, he spun around to use his giant silk. He held Sarah in his arms, using his web to block the flow of Hakumana. Hakumana was pushed back and exploded, creating a massive blast of energy that clashed fiercely, forcing Haruto to struggle to hold on. Uwa. Not long after, Hakumana also disappeared. Haruto held Sarah tightly in his arms, while he himself knelt down heavily. Exhausted, he carefully laid Sarah down and slowly stood up, still emanating a large amount of Hakumana. Satoru hurriedly ran over worriedly. "Are you okay?" "Senior Haruto." Haruto looked at you and replied, "I'm fine. Sarah just seems to be unconscious, but it looks like the reinitialization plan has failed." Aries and Satoru both felt a bit disappointed, but also relieved that both of them were safe. While Haruto, sweating and serious, gave instructions. "Satoru, until the rescue arrives, you must ensure the evacuation of the patients. If you delay any longer, they will all be in danger." Although small, Satoru is very sensible. He quickly carried Sarah on his back and teleported away. Understood. "Let's go, little subordinate. The golem may be small, but it runs very fast. And the scout leading the way for you." Haruto then turns to the international hunter. "Aris, do you know what this is?" Satoru points towards the crowd under the tree. Aries is a bit surprised by his question, but she quickly provided an answer according to my mother's notes. "It is a plant from another world, a different dimension from ours. And the role of this cursed fruit, it is used to transport toxic and contaminated objects from its mother space to ours. And because its mother plant is in another dimension, restoring it to its original state is impossible." Aries looked at the shape of this cursed fruit and made a conclusion. But since it also functions as a shield, they must have been planted in 3 or 4 other locations in Tokyo. Haruto immediately panicked a little upon hearing that. 10 minutes later, at the Central Hunter Hospital, the scene outside remained devastated. Just minutes earlier, the hospital was bustling with people. Now it looked abandoned, as if long deserted. Rescue workers were immediately dispatched to coordinate the effort, quickly moving the patients in urgent need of care. The others responded promptly to clear the way. There, inside, Mo never stops. He uses his skills along with another hunter to continuously filter the dark mana from the air. "Hey, to you. Hurry up and purify the dark mana." The opponent was just as impatient, snapping back irritably. "I'm trying to stay quiet, but nothing's happening. If this keeps up, they'll release all the mana outside. The entire hospital was covered by Mo's shield to prevent dark mana from escaping. But the amount of dark mana inside remained unchanged. Tokuo looked at the scene before him and appeared extremely uneasy. A corrupted world tree right in the heart of Tokyo. And even witnessing it firsthand was hard to believe. At this moment, Haruto's group also gathered and approached them. Nanase bowed and apologized. President Tokuo, we have issued a red notice for Takumi and Lucas. Gao was still in a teasing and mocking mood. Not expecting Takumi to have the courage to escape right in front of the world-famous hunter Nanase. Is this Lucas's fault? Well, since that guy is involved, we can directly report to Starfield or the International Hunter Association. Masato also remained silent but spoke up to analyze the situation, even though this could be considered an international-level issue. Ultimately, Takumi and the Blood Tower still belong to the Japanese guild. They can use that excuse to avoid responsibility. Like saying, why are they questioning us about an incident caused by Japanese hunters? Gao turned away in annoyance after hearing that. 1 second later, Masato, angry again, told Yen Gyang not to worry, that he would catch Takumi right away. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to shake violently, and people around started to sense something was wrong. Panic quickly set in. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? That wizard is struggling to stand. Is the hospital about to collapse? At this moment, someone hurriedly runs over to deliver the news that Chairman Tokuo has a major problem. Tokuo immediately asked, "What's going on?" The man hurriedly replied, "We just received a report about the second Dark World tree planted in Kita district." Haruto, furious, headed to Yenjiang, wishing he could tear him into 100 pieces. That bastard, Takumi. Has he planted another tree? In the middle of Tokyo, Sahua, a dark tree has appeared again in Kita district, growing from a tall building. As reporters everywhere begin to cover the story and large screens broadcast news about this tree. Today, 2 mysterious giant trees appeared at different locations around Tokyo, and the Hunter Association announced that Hamona, released from these trees, could produce mana toxins. Everyone below is watching the screen intently, following the news step by step. The news anchor's voice continues steadily, and in response to this situation, the government has issued an emergency evacuation order across all of Tokyo. Hearing this news, the adults all wondered in their minds. So where are they planning to evacuate us to? Some remote place with no one around. There are also some older kids who are very excited, wondering if we'll have a day off tomorrow. Meanwhile, Takumi is smiling happily somewhere else. He sat leisurely in the car, watching the chaos outside. With this situation, they can only dream of catching us. Then he turned to Lucas and praised him. "Ama, you're also ruthless. I never even thought of using Hak mana to control others." Lucas ignored him, as if he hadn't heard, lowering his head in silence. The streets of Tokyo suddenly became congested, and the news above continued to ring out. As long as they hide within 24 hours, people won't have to worry about mana reading them. All residents, please remain calm and follow the instructions of the police officers. Currently, the Hunter Police Association and the Self-Defense Force are working together and doing their best to handle the unexpected situation. Takumi looked up at the driver who had been controlled by Hakmana and said with amusement, "I never expected someone to corrupt others' minds and turn them into puppets." Lucas couldn't hear another word. He angrily turned and shot him a furious look, the bastard acting as if he knew everything. Masato, very nonchalant and condescending, said, "Don't be angry, I'm just teasing you. Those guys are probably out there looking for us right now. But as long as I go with you, we will never be exposed. And they won't expect us to move in police cars. Let's go ahead with the third plan and take action." At the same time, in the office of the president of the Japanese Hunters Association, Tokuo gathered everyone to discuss the plan, implying that there might still be 2 or 3 more contaminated world trees, and these pests would appear all over Tokyo to form some kind of barrier afterward. Ares looked at him and replied, "Yes, at least according to my mother's records. There is evidence that these trees also appeared during the previous catastrophe, and they serve both as a barrier and as a gateway, allowing fierce monsters to flood Tokyo." Nanase and Masato, upon hearing this, immediately asked in surprise, "Did these trees appear during the Great Disaster?" Haruto looked pensive, as if recalling something waiting for the event from 15 years ago. 15 years ago. A strange tree also appeared, growing in a deserted area, its roots spreading out and piercing the road. causing traffic hazards and endangering people. Your parents' car was attacked by its branches, but they managed to escape, sitting inside the car. You looked up in fear and asked your father, "Dad, are we going to be okay?" Dad, while gripping the steering wheel, reassures him, "We'll be fine, Haruto. Just stay steady. Hold on tight. It's been a close call for the car to escape this ordeal." The father looked at the thicket outside, his nerves tightening. So this is what Tomoko was talking about. Who would use such things right in the middle of the city? The trees continued to closely follow them, and just a slight slowdown could cause the car to be pierced at any moment. Suddenly, young Haruto looked up and saw a branch heading straight for them. The little boy could only stammer, then burst into fear. "Dad, what was meant to come? That tree branch took the life of your beloved father. A moment you will never forget for the rest of your life." Haruto fell into silence, unsure why he suddenly remembered that event, but maybe it was also connected to the curse. So the monster was not the one who destroyed the car back then, but the old man. Thinking of this, Haruto couldn't hold back his anger, and hatred suddenly surged. If the person behind these two incidents was one, he would never let them go. Chairman Tokuo crossed his arms and thought, now that he remembered. There was also a great master who appeared in Tokyo at that time, but at that time I was too busy dealing with the escape incident to notice. So that was a barrier. Ares pushed his glasses up and seriously explained, "According to my mother's notes, a barrier created by the Ethu will act like a portal connecting to another dimension and will also open a secondary space." Nanase immediately froze in shock and asked again, "A secondary space?" Ares nodded. Yes. The more Masato listened, the more confused he became, and he suspiciously asked, "If that's the case, then why create a barrier at all? Why would they accept the obstacle of using something from another dimension?" Wait. Isn't it to open the subspace of the Grimwater Dark Spirit? Nanase also follows the other's line of thought and adds, to open the subspace of the Dark Spirit. We definitely need to create a barrier using a withered tree, or at least that's what I heard about this. The spirit realm requires Hakmana, that foul black aura, and just one barrier won't be enough. Ares immediately expressed concern, as it seems that the subspace will be opened, but in the worst-case scenario, a door connecting to the contaminated space will also be revealed. Hearing this, contrary to everyone's worries, Haruto was strangely excited, as if he had just thought of something. So I guess talking about the subspace also means it leads to an infinite space. Why didn't I think of that before? If you use it wisely, you might be able to handle the situation with the support of your personal warehouse, and then create an entire army of transformed golems. Haruto couldn't let this opportunity slip away, whether it was Hakmana or someone else. He was determined to find the person behind the scenes and seize the subspace. Suddenly, Haruto was distracted by Gao's voice. Everyone else should just focus on the real issue. Gao sighed with a blank expression. Talking all this time about the space lock and all, but to think there's actually something like that existing. I've never even seen one before. Angry at Gao's attitude, Haruto couldn't hold back and immediately showed 2 yellow cards. Are you talking about these? Did Gao just get a shock seeing them? Ga suddenly stood up. That thing really is the space lock. Nanase was just as excited, unable to hold back, and slammed the table. Ares hurriedly explained as he held it in his hand. This is a relic my mother left behind, and it is being combined with the fragment that the Sano craftsman obtained from the golem snow mountain. Gao was stunned and unsteady. So it really exists, but with only 2 pieces. It's not enough to do anything. Ares continued to share what she knew with everyone, based on her mother's records from the Great Catastrophe, that the contaminated space gate had opened in England. I think Huthuk and the space fragment didn't appear together by chance. It seems the one who brought Huthuk from another dimension is also holding the remaining space fragments. Masato's mood becomes complicated upon hearing this, while the president of Tokyo remains calmer than anyone else, calmly saying, just as Ares just mentioned, the greatest tragedy is when that contaminated space gate actually opens. This is no longer just Japan's problem. I will immediately submit a request for the International Guild Association and the American Guild Association to collaborate. Masato crossed his arms and denied it. We don't have it. It's part of my guild. The meeting is over. 1 hour later in the basement of the Future Guild, Masato led them to a room with a large door. Just seeing the door, Haruto and Nanase couldn't help but be amazed and looked up at it. What a grand underground door. Gao still kept that attitude when being mocked. Chairman Shirosaki knew he was also in the dungeon, but didn't expect him to have that space fragment as well. Haruto also wondered, How did he get it? Of course Masato stayed silent. Gao, feeling impatient, added, so not saying anything means there's some secret deal to unlock it. Right. It's not exactly rare, and maybe it's even a fake. Only Haruto truly knows about this. As he opens his personal storage and observes the changes in the fragment of the lock. No, it's not a fake. Even though it's in your personal storage, the space fragments are resonating quite strongly. Masato reached out and unlocked it, and the gate slowly opened right before their eyes. The cellar is very spacious, but inside it only contains a single pillar with a sealed energy sphere on top, surrounding the space fragment. That is the fourth space fragment, and as it senses the other fragments nearby, it begins to emit a brilliant light. Gao was about to step forward, muttering nonstop. Huh. Such a big pit but only contains that one thing. Takes up so much space, huh? Haruto suddenly stepped in front of him, blocking the way, saying, only Shirazaki and I are going up from here. The guy immediately got angry and scowled. Hey, what do you think you are? Fortunately, Eri stepped in to help him. Combining two space streams is quite dangerous. Who knows what could happen if we combine them with a third fragment? Masato agreed and turned back to say, you're right. From this point on, I and Hunter Sano will go. This is my guild, so I must follow my orders. Gao, although feeling resentful and unwilling inside, still stepped back, thinking, well, I saw it with my own eyes, so what more is there to be eager about? If any strange space opens up, it will be because of you two, and I will kill both of you. So remember my words. Haruto glared at the closing door with a deadly look. After the door closed, they began to approach the pillar, and Haruto looked at it and said, your section of Shirazaki is number 4. Masato stood to the side, arms crossed, watching him, and the system also displayed a notification space fragment, 1 of 5. Piece 4. Haruto still couldn't give up and wanted to find a reason. Can you tell me where you got it from? Masato naturally still wants to avoid it. He hurriedly urges you to stop talking nonsense and proceed quickly. Haruto helplessly looks at him, then slowly steps closer to the space fragment. Don't worry. He slowly reached out his hand toward the space fragment, intending to touch it. After all, Haruto still has the giant Spider King and the illusion art, and he hasn't taken them out of his personal warehouse yet. But things didn't go as planned. As soon as it broke through the protective barrier, the space channel emitted a strange energy attack, shining brightly and immediately causing a disturbance in the surrounding space. The ground was torn open into a large hole, and although Masato was protected, he was still pushed back a distance by it. Its attack was so powerful that it distorted the giant door, alarming everyone outside. Nanase immediately worried and wanted to run inside. Something was wrong. The ground was torn open in a long gash, and even the door was dented inward. Masato looked around anxiously and called out for the Hunter Sano. Luckily, a few seconds later he heard a voice behind him. And wow, he really was standing there. Masato looked surprised in that direction, the giant spiderweb still surrounding him. Haruto sweat and marvels as he sees the 3 pieces of space he assembled in his personal storage, unexpectedly escaping the warehouse and merging on their own. If you don't use the image transfer technique, you definitely understand that the firepower is incredible. When combining the 4th fragment, you must be very careful. Masato looked at you in horror. The Sano hunter from start to finish made him panic. What is this? This guy just used a high-level concealment skill. The image transfer technique. Who is he? With suspicion, he shouted loudly. Hey you! Haruto turned his head back, still joking around. Oh no. President Shirazaki. Don't scare me like that. Are you yelling at me? Shouting so loudly, but unexpectedly, as soon as he turned back, Masato grabbed his neck, leaving him no time to react, and pushed him to the ground, causing the earth to shake and scatter. Haruto was suddenly struck, coughing up blood, not understanding why the opponent attacked him. Huh. Why did they suddenly stop? Masato just drew his weapon and lunged forward. You can't use dark skills without dark mana. But clearly, he just used the illusion technique. Right, explain now. Haruto was pinned down, frowning in anger, helplessly looking at the opponent. How could he explain this? Because of the corner, Masato, the leader, stepped into. Haruto intended to use the illusion spell to escape. Thorns shot up from the ground, grabbing him tightly. Haruto secretly thought this was bad. Kong Ho is the top hunter, I can't escape. Dundun replied that he couldn't use dark mana. But he didn't seem to believe him. Suddenly, Masato grabbed your collar and pinned you to the ground, while the other hand raised a fork to generate a precise lightning bolt. You can use image transfer magic but can't use dark mana. Without hesitation, he struck Haruto directly with a thunderbolt. The dust billowed everywhere as you sat there struggling to move after eating that move. Haruto was in so much pain, he vomited blood and felt confused. Damn it. Why couldn't I activate the illusion magic? As if he understood my thoughts, Masato mocked me. And he loved to waste everything he had. He didn't bother explaining. Thunder Lightning is the only move that can counter the image transfer technique. So I used my will to activate it. Hearing that, you remember. So this is how Takumi was able to escape from the golem on the snowy mountain. Chairman seems very angry and won't forgive you. I've suspected since you appeared during the Kuwaitia chase. Who are you really? What happened between you and Takumi on the snowy mountain? Everything was part of your plan, wasn't it? Facing the threat. I secretly regret thinking he's truly collaborating with Takumi. Only the two of us entering here was a mistake. I have to find a way to stop Chairman Shirazaki now. After weighing the situation, Haruto gritted his teeth and endured the pain to explain, thinking to himself that I must be going crazy. I can't even use any of my skills. But in fact, it was just a plan to buy time so he could use the giant spider silk. And Haruto crazily duplicated it with Kanchan plus V before smashing it into his face. Are you trying to kill me or let me live a fate worse than death? I'm not your enemy or your whole family. Masato couldn't react in time and was quickly wrapped up in the spider silk, forming a cocoon. Quickly, layers of silk wrapped into a large sphere. Haruto looked at it with unease. Feeling a bad omen, did I mess up somehow? Suddenly, a splash of water appears, clearly seen growing longer along the radius of the sphere, then suddenly exploding in a burst that blasts sand and rocks around it. Haruto quickly covered his face with his hand, helplessly watching it shatter. In the end, the spider silk sphere couldn't contain Masato when he tore it apart with lightning. Lightning shot out and hit Haruto, but luckily he used his silk shield just in time. The powerful lightning tore through the silk barrier in front of him. Masato stands inside his spherical shield, coldly watching Haruto with bleeding hands. More furious because he can't speak. So it's Starfield. Right. If that's true, then the person who dies is definitely you. You're now covered in wounds, silent and terrified. He's really bleeding now. I might lose my life here. I got so used to working with him that I forgot. Chairman Shirosaki is a level 500 hunter, while I haven't even reached level 300. So I have only one option left. You better quickly search through your items. I don't have much time. I hope the item Haruto urgently needs appears. Yes. Here it is. A super high-grade medicine that heals 95% of injuries, cannot be combined with others, and has no effect on already dead targets. Masato, of course, didn't have enough patience to wait for his opponent, so he summoned his divine lightning spear. Haruto calmly watched as they charged toward him. Wait for the right moment. He shouted loudly, still praying in his mind. Activate now. Damn skill. A red notification appeared on the system, indicating Cantron V's HP was below 25%. The continuous display of panels indicates the activation of Aizian High Sword's second unique skill, along with Bao. As Cantron V equips the Aizian High Sword to use the skill, a sword immediately appears in Haruto's hand, helping him block the lightning of the hall. Then, he slowly raises it, aiming directly at his target. When Haruto swings down, its fierce power creates a slash that blows away even the flying rocks towards his opponent. Masato uses all his strength to hold his shield barrier. Damn it. Could that be? Two forces clash. And in the end, the lightning is forced to retreat. Masato gazes in amazement at the immense energy of the ongoing sword beam heading straight for him. A loud explosion shattered the surrounding area of the epicenter. Masato was in a dire state, coughing up blood and already showing signs of injury. Suddenly, a flash of memory flooded back, and a voice from the past echoed in his mind. This guy. The name of the guild means hope of becoming the strongest in the future. Let's name it Future D Guild. Masato agreed right away. Your brother likes it. Let's make our guild the #1 in the world. The person I remember is my younger brother, Shirosaki Suta. But first, I will help you become the top hunter in the world. He said that while raising his glass, looking very fond of his brother. Masato burst out laughing happily. The strongest in the world, huh? I like the sound of that. 10 years ago. He and my younger brother always traveled together. Whether facing a demon or hell itself, they were never afraid. Until one day. Just like every monster hunting trip, Suda warned him to be careful. Hey, do you feel something's wrong? That unidentified hunter is watching us. But Masato convinced his brother. Suta, this dungeon hasn't been taken over by the Midas Guild or the Great Powers. It's an underground dungeon hidden away. Sue is famous, and no one has the right to control her. This is the key for the future guild to join the top 10 guilds in the country, he confidently said. After this you'll be scared again. But your return skill can save us from hell. Don't worry. I've got your back. Although he still found that suspicious bandage wrap suspicious. Suta couldn't stop his brother. Just as he predicted. After defeating the last monster, a terrible thing happened. Masato's teasing voice rang out. Hey, you bastard. Are you crazy? He holds his brother, who is being overwhelmed by mana singing, glaring at that guy. What is he doing? That pervert didn't explain anything, and just mumbled vaguely to Masato. This is mana singing addiction. The more they absorb mana, the more their consciousness is invaded. Soon, they will turn into a bunch of low-level monsters. Not even on the level of demons or evil spirits. Masato, panicking, demands the antidote because my brother is about to die. But the other guy dismissively responds with confusing words. You two are the most active in the killing of the core. Right. You deserve a special reward. Translate the image spell. Although he didn't understand, Masato instinctively knew it wasn't something good. But he guessed that the other guy was threatening him. Give it to me and I'll show you how to save your brother. Or else you'll lose your life and without mana singing. That skill would be useless to him anyway. Masato, without hesitation for his brother, agrees, and I will give you the skill. Hand over the antidote immediately. After getting what he wanted, the guy threw out a sentence. Adley of the British Association. The legendary sword of that family. Brilliance. Which is the only way to save himself from the toxic mana. Masato's face turned pale with fear. Hey, you can't give me the antidote. Right. In the desolate land, his voice echoed loudly in despair. You bastard. The other guy calmly looked at him with a sinister smile. Addicted to mana, singing with no cure. And this is a mobile dungeon. Once the mission is complete, it will move elsewhere, and the entire space will collapse. As he spoke, he began to teleport away. Even if he had the antidote, it was meaningless if we couldn't survive out of here. Now he obviously knew he had been deceived. From the start he wanted to kill us. That guy sinisterly laughs and admits the existence of mana singing and dark singing skills. Now is not the time for the world to know about them. Then the other guy disappeared, leaving the two brothers hopeless in the collapsing dungeon. Suta, hang in there. Can you use your skill to go back? Using his last breath, he handed his brother a piece of space. I found this earlier at the Monster Lord's place. I don't really know what it is, but it's definitely not something ordinary. Masato's tears streamed down as he shouted hoarsely, refusing to accept the truth. Is this really the time to talk about that now? Hurry and use your skill. But Suta simply replied softly. A promise to his brother. He tears up with regret, leaving his final words behind. I can't keep my promise anymore. Target return Masato. He panics, trying to stop him. Wait, Suta. Why? The light from the demon immediately appears, but he still lets Masato leave. Brother, I'm sorry. He is forced to be transported away, constantly shouting. Suta. Where Masato is transported to is the office of the guild, founded by the two brothers. Tears of regret flow down as he remains in the same position as when he was holding his younger brother. Unmoving, Masato, crying in pain and anger, clenched the last item Suta gave him in his hand as if he wanted to break it. Anger erupted, and Masato roared wildly, charging to destroy the room, returning to reality, after being stabbed by the boy. They both paused for a moment. Masato slowly continued, saying that for the next 10 years, I searched through all the dungeons, but still couldn't find that particular one. He stood up and approached Haruto. I believe his brother is still alive. But now his heart has been enlightened, so that's why you wanted to find him. Even if it was just a trace, no wonder you were called the one with the dungeon. Haruto silently took medicine to recover his strength. But the price of angering Chairman Shirosaki was truly high. If only I had the poison curse and the brutality of the silver sword. I could reach level 600 strength in a short time. But my body can't handle it. Masato explained his motives more clearly. So this time I focused on researching dark mana and dark skills. I don't care about international punishments or whatever. Translating images is a rare occurrence. And the dark skills have been abolished. Now only that quack is still able to use them. After hearing that, you also had to understand him. So you're asking why Takumi and I can use that skill. Alright, I'll tell you. But secretly in my heart I add that I won't reveal everything. Surprisingly, Masato refuses. No need. Haruto freezes in place. He explained further. The skill you just used is from Calesian Longsword School. Right, how come you could use that one too? You learned everything this afternoon. Just like at Longsword School. And you stole the image translation technique too. Sorry for accusing you of colluding with Takumi. Masato didn't know whether to apologize or provoke, and casually said, so you're just a skill thief after all. Haruto was furious. If you're apologizing, then do it properly. Don't call me a thief or a robber. Not finished yet. He even exposed that you secretly took that during the Kuwashia arrest earlier. But you weakly yelled back. You're the thief. Suddenly, Masato changed the subject and said to me two things when I finished the spacelock thread. I will join you. The door opens. And the two of them, having made some sort of agreement, finally decide to come back, watching Haruto fidget and look around curiously. I wonder what happened. You look battered, but you're just smiling vaguely. Nothing serious. Just a little mess when combining the space fragments. Nanase hurriedly reports that, while they are inside, I received news that the third master has appeared. Masato is surprised. Really? He angrily grits his teeth and asks, Takumi. That damn bastard. Where did he hide? Ares responds. Based on the position of this third fallen, we can predict Takumi's next move. Where did he lose that ring? Tell me. Given Masato's urgency, but her calmness about the plan, we need to gather the hunters in the Jinja area first. Looking at the scale and location of the constructed barrier, the space they plan to open at Jinja is very large. Nanase felt its terror grow and became worried about how large it was. If so, the number of monsters emerging through the space-time rift would be enormous. Listening to their conversation, Haruto silently analyzes that if a monster invasion happens, even the strongest hunters would need quite some time to stabilize the situation. The real pain will start when the wolf monsters show up. I can't handle them with just giant spider silk. Masato suggested that the hunters from the future guild would go to Jinja, while I would chase after Takumi. As long as I catch him before the fourth tree appears, that's all that matters. Nanase agreed. So I will return to the guild to summon all the guilds. After saying that, she turned back and asked Haruto and Mo if they planned to coordinate their efforts with the other guilds of the association. Haruto hesitated before refusing. I don't need help. I'll prepare what I need myself. Nanase thought she misheard. What are you planning to do? He calmly explained that Ares had said the subspace was very large, so this would be a contest of scale. Hearing that, Nanase nodded without asking further. Understanding. Suddenly Masato vaguely said, Good luck, I look forward to seeing your actions. Without even replying, Haruto turned to Mo and said, This time I need your help. Mo. He sighs in relief. Finally realizing my value. You accidentally crushed his hope. What are you talking about? I just let him follow the luggage list. Mo repeats in amazement. Wait. The luggage book. Right now there is a conference happening at the Starfield headquarters in Europe. Miso reports that we have just received a request for assistance from Japan. Clearly they are also seeking our help. The time has come, Lian asked with suspicion. Michael replied, Is it true? I heard the dimensional barrier isn't complete yet. Will the subspace open successfully? Miso confirms that. Of course. At this moment, the subspace has been secured to open on a large scale, containing many demons and brain matter. At this moment, someone else said, Elves and brains. Are you underestimating Japanese hunters too much? Chairman Misata Keiichi and Hunter Nanase from the association alone are enough to stabilize the chaos. Multiple voices agree that if they asked for our help, they would quickly settle everything, no matter how chaotic the situation. Suddenly, someone hesitated to speak. And also, Michael might not be comfortable. Right. Don't worry. I promise I can handle it. Since I pay attention to how the European headquarters is managed. Oh. Why are you smiling? To open this space door wider, if only monsters are there. Then even with American aid, we wouldn't be able to control the situation. Miso smirked ominously. If that space opens in Tokyo, it will be a heavy blow indeed. Michael suddenly spoke. Miso. For your homeland and Gigris. This time we must succeed. Miso reassures once again. Please don't worry. This is not the first time I've opened a subspace in Tokyo. At the White House in the United States, the president and his close advisors are holding a meeting. President Raymond Romeo of the United States asked Minister Logan if he had noticed that the alien from another dimension had appeared in Japan. The CIA director, Mr. Logan, confirmed the information. Yes. They first appeared in the United Kingdom 15 years ago and originate from the same space as the Harkling dimension. The president is worried. Are we in danger now? Logan reassures him. The portal hasn't opened yet, so there's no direct threat. But we have received a request for help from the Japanese Hunters Association. The president is still hesitant. How will the International Hunters Association respond, Mr. Plain? Logan then explained that Michael Staffield is the leader of the Japanese Hunters Association, and I hear they are already on their way to the scene. The girl had been silent all along, wondering why a world-famous hunter like him would feel the need to act alone. He also doesn't know the answer. Our intelligence doesn't have information about that incident, so we can't see the full picture. Suddenly, she received a call. Wait. What's going on? She turned to report. Mr. President. The president of the Hunters Association is calling via video. Raymond was surprised. The president. He immediately ordered, "Connect it," and she opened the screen for him. President. We are facing a major crisis. If you're referring to the incident in Japan, I already know about it. We only intended to provide equipment and tools. But Simon interrupted. Well, it seems the situation has gotten out of control. He continued with bad news. The Ouroboros Guild's vessel is reported to be heading to Japan. Commander Logan, hearing this, grew anxious and asked, Wait a minute. Turner wouldn't be going there himself. Right. But contrary to your expectations, Simon struggled to explain, No, this is an unforeseen situation. Turner has equipped the entire guild. Logan frowns with concern, knowing his strength is facing our army. Sending a hunter like him abroad is no different from unleashing a nuclear weapon there. Furthermore, Japan is a peaceful nation, so any accidental incident would cause trouble. He continued to ask about the Hunters Association's opinion, and Simon looked helpless, saying we couldn't do much. Stopping Turner was almost impossible. The president suddenly spoke up, saying this is not just a simple matter. Take a moment to expand on it and then continue. It's another Japan-specific issue. Help me pick out the most skilled monster hunters immediately and send them to Japan. Just as a secret operation, the situation in Japan isn't looking good right now. After a week, he's living in a daze and can't do anything. In the end, Lucas tried to kill himself to break the curse. But just then, he found the will to survive. The Lucas family has a family heirloom displayed in the hall, the Angelus Rapier. A holy sword that, when held, can repel curses and evil spirits. Now he can control the power of the curse, and from that day on, Lucas was saved from hell and always regarded the holy sword as his most precious possession. In the end, the portal to another dimension opened in England, and he heard that Hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow the holy sword, but his father refused. As expected, Lucas's country suffered a devastating loss, and the Cooper family lost both their status and power. Then, to master the curse of the combined weight, he tried countless possible methods and discovered he could control it with Hakmana, but it easily caused Lucas to lose control, so he always kept the holy sword nearby. During the process of absorbing Hakmana, he met Michael and Miso. Thanks to them, the Lucas family regained their strength, but the cost was too high. When Michael learned about the power of the balanced curse compression, he made him find someone, and whenever the target was found, Lucas would kill and absorb their strength using the curse compression. Because of his family and his father, those have always been the reasons he used all along. But in reality, he only follows Michael because he's too afraid of being eliminated. Of course, Lucas himself also sees himself as a coward, standing on the rooftop. He muttered to himself, the one with the cumulative balance. I think that person is Haruto. If that ability falls into Michael's hands, I don't know what will happen. I want to see it with my own eyes. Suddenly, Lucas raised the holy sword in his hand and made up his mind, striking the holy sword into the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp pain suddenly appeared, and enduring, the overwhelming amount of information became even more difficult for him. Lucas now feels like he's fallen into a deep pit of endless information. But after a moment, he immediately finds the information he wants and reads something that leaves his eyes wide with amazement. Then, Lucas softly spoke, feeling the weight of the burden. The airplane continued to fly forward across the blue sky. Inside the cabin, a scarred man sitting in a chair is Tunnel Miller. Your profession, sir, is truly dangerous and secretive. American nationality. World ranking. Number 1. Hunter. Level. Indeterminate. Richard looks at the knife in his hand. Puzzled. Chairman, if you want to go to Japan, why not take a detour and avoid mobilizing private planes? Tunnel frowned and looked displeased. Richard, have you forgotten the punctuation of our guild? Richard hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Feeling flustered. How could I forget danger strikes when we let our guard down? I understand what you mean. I will be more careful next time. He didn't reply, quietly watching the clouds pass through the window with a distant gaze. Recalling the past. The great disaster 15 years ago. A person stepped forward to protect the tunnel, fighting off all the monsters. At that time, I was only an A-rank hunter and nearly lost my life. Hunter Nishihara is my benefactor. Memories of demon slaughters flash back. And soon after, I gained a skill from standing in a stance. Instantly, I became the strongest hunter in the world. Returning to the present, he clenched the glowing yellow pendant in his hand and thought to himself that Nishihara had given me this before the catastrophe ended. He opened his hand and looked at the glowing, beautiful triangular yellow pendant. And for the first time in 15 years, the space was resonating. He clenched the necklace tightly, his eyes filled with worry as he pondered what exactly is happening in Japan. Surely it's something that Nishihara's hunter feared would occur. In Ginza, Tokyo, a major city shrouded in purple haze, a voice echoes that the alternate space is about to open. Surely, at this very location. Nanase replied immediately. Yes. This is the area with the highest concentration of pollution. Tokuo asked, how did the other guilds respond? Nin Yao once recounted that Chairman Shinoda of the Great Energy Guild is neutralizing the pollution caused by the Ethu at the Central Hunter Hospital. The guild members are handling the infection in the Northern District and searching for countermeasures. Nanase continued, saying that the leader of Meda's guild, Takeuchi, has sent members to support all areas, while he is waiting alone at Chuodori in Ginza, ready to handle anything that appears from the subspace. Tokuo was satisfied and thought, well, if it's go, then there's nothing to worry about. So what are the other guilds doing? She replied. They are protecting and guiding the residents who haven't escaped yet. Now that you mention it, I just remembered. I haven't seen Hunter Haruto here. Nanase replied. He's currently on a different mission. Tokuo looked puzzled, wondering why he was on a different mission. Nanase also found it confusing. I'm curious about that too. Hunter Haruto always surprises us like a skilled magician. The person passing items nearby is also eavesdropping. He thought to himself, Haruto the hunter. That person is Ikanaga Aoi, Sano's junior hunter. He was surprised to hear that name and couldn't help but wonder. Wait, are they talking about Senior Sano? The teasing guy next to him pointed at him and shouted, Hey Aoi, what are you doing? Hurry up. Aoi was pulled back to reality and snapped out of it. Sorry, but inside, he's still full of worries. No way. Are they talking about Senior Haruto? I haven't seen him since then. I'm so worried. At Jinja store in the shopping mall, as night falls, Satoru, carrying 3 backpacks, loudly calls out, Senior Haruto, I can't go on. Golem from the snowy mountain, tiny in size, still has to carry a backpack as big as himself on his shoulder, dragging himself forward to save Sue. Mo also agrees. I can't take it anymore either. Haruto nervously stares at the screen and keeps pressing. A notification appears saying Kanshan plus V. The user does not have enough mana to unlock the dragon sword. Haruto grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Still not enough. No way it will ever be enough. Satoru's sweat drops as he runs over, with a bag that can hold 100 items. And here we have 13 bags. So that's 1,300 items. But it's still not enough. Haruto's face slackens. Well, for now, it's not enough. Mo asked, Is this enough for you to stop it now? And he replied, Maybe. It's not perfect yet. But there's still a certain success rate. Haruto Tensi. frowning slightly as he thought. I still need that space. I will definitely copy and reinforce it with my beak. The trespassing steps stopped, and the three of them froze in surprise at the figure, standing right in front of them holding a sword. And an incomprehensible cry escaped Lucas. Mo furrowed his brow and asked, "How did you know about this place?" Lucas frowned and went silent. "I need to talk to you, Haruto." Mo said, "Seriously, if you want to talk about something, put down your sword first." Haruto pursed his lips as if to say something, thinking to himself, to wait a moment. According to the story about President Shirozaki, mana can be purified with a sword. This is a perfect opportunity for me to copy and absorb it. Haruto spoke up. He opened his mouth. Wait a moment. Then turned away, confused. Huh. He dropped his backpack on the ground and disappeared. Haruto suddenly appeared behind Lucas through the smoke and confidently reached for his sword. My skill level in copying and weaving has improved a lot. So this time I'm sure it will succeed. And Lucas can feel it too. Frowning, he didn't move quickly or sneakily, but he dodged the attack. Don't act rashly. I already know your Kanchan plus C skill. Haruto was a bit surprised to hear that. He nervously thought to himself, how does he know about my Kanchan C skill? How is that possible? Or am I pretending to be clueless again? So, what are you talking about? Pretending. He charged forward, swinging his sword straight at you and shouted loudly. Stop pretending to be innocent. I and my family have risked everything. His magic power advanced right in front of Haruto. Before he could strike, a floating earth sphere rose to protect him, causing Lucas to sniff in surprise. Haruto dodged and appeared right behind, and Lucas glanced over, realizing that he could also use dark mana. His sword suddenly emitted a surge of aura, and Lucas warned him, but he should remember who he's using it against. Lucas angrily swings his sword, releasing even more intense aura, a blinding light emanating from him. Haruto shields his face with his hand, gritting his teeth and opening one eye as he lets out a faint cry. You seem stuck in place, unable to do anything. What is this? It feels like the thunder technique of Chairman Shirosaki earlier. I can't activate the image translation technique. On this side, Satoru wondered why Senior Haruto didn't use the illusion transfer technique. Guessing it was due to holy power, the light from the sword can cleanse all impurities within a 10-meter radius. But the image transfer technique is a dark skill and cannot be used. Lucas lowered his sword and said, if you can't use your skills, then all the skills you've copied so far are dark techniques. Right. Haruto chuckled softly and replied, from now on I will only copy skills that are compatible and suitable. Secretly feeling angry inside. Damn it. I can't use the translation spell because of the sword's holy power. So I won't have a chance to touch the sword. Haruto silently considers whether to draw the long sword, copy and clone himself like last time, or seize the opportunity and stab him. Lucas frowned and complained. The Cantron Kong C skill is the main reason I ended up in this mess. Do you know how to control the skill without using Cantron Kong C? Haruto immediately said. I see. So you know the origin and where I got this on me. So it seems you also possess the Cantron skill. Are you trying to kill me to steal it? That's why you cooperated with Takumi and caused this dangerous situation. Lucas, furious, drew his sword and charged forward shouting, shut up. Don't lump us together with that beast down there. He lunged and stabbed his sword straight through Haruto's chest, causing him to bleed. Lucas was also surprised and confused because he stood still in front of the formation instead of dodging. Haruto, though bleeding, looked smug and confident. You quickly achieved your goal, and the system appeared. Pressing C, the Angelus Robber sword has been fused with the user. Pressing C allows copying and absorbing the Angelus Rabir sword. The system suddenly turns red and displays a message. Pressing V to activate image transfer cannot be used while copying and absorbing the Angelus Rabir sword. Haruto quietly thinks, wait a minute. What is this? The system produced a bright red liquid. He quickly drank it all, still wondering in his heart why he couldn't use dark skills because of the sword. I thought I couldn't use dark mana, so it was fine. But because of the sword that blocks the image transfer spell, I can't do it. Lucas wondered why he was willing to be stabbed just to copy the sword. And Haruto also thought to himself, just as I suspected, I can't copy with the combined C skill. Even if I get stabbed. Lucas clenched his fist and drew his sword. I will ask you one last time. What are you planning to do with that copy-paste skill? Haruto replied firmly. Still not clear. I will become the strongest hunter. A hunter who can surpass all others. Lucas charged forward. With a slightly sarcastic voice. Huh. Is that all? He thrust his sword straight at you. But you easily dodged the attack, Haruto said. Exactly. Even before I became a hunter. The curse was stealing my time. Lucas wondered confusedly about time. You sing loudly. Wait a minute. Didn't you hear that line when the curse was cast? Only 5 years left before the disaster happens. Lucas wondered even more. What disaster is left? He grimaced slightly as he looked at the cut-shaped watch on his neck, thinking to himself that he was overwhelmed by too much information at once. I don't have time to pay attention to that. Does this cut-off watch represent the remaining time? Is it counting down to the day of the next disaster? Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Haruto, startling him as he asked, "What are you planning to do?" The system notification said, "Kanchon. Sea Colony. Copying deadline has expired. Please approach the target again." Haruto frowned, clearly showing his displeasure, thinking to himself, I probably even sacrificed myself to get stabbed just to copy it. One more time, the purple magic energy gathered in the sky, and the beams of light gradually descended. Haruto looked up in surprise. Satoru and Mo also looked up, their faces full of worry as they stammered. It's starting. And Lucas, confused, looked up to observe. The red system alert appears, indicating that another dimension, the Dark Spirit Realm, has opened in Tokyo. When this subdimension opens, a contaminated zone will form. In that space, the hunter's blood and mana will decrease by 30%, and there will be some restrictions on mana-based skills. In Shinagawa District, before the subspace opened, thick smoke spread everywhere, and giant wooden vines pierced through the buildings, leaving them in ruins. The red system message appears, notifying that the space delivery order has been completed, and another space dimension, the Dark Spirit Dimension, has opened in Tokyo. Once opened, the contaminated area will reduce the HP and MP of all hunters by 30% and also restrict all mana-consuming skills. Takumi looked at the screen with a satisfied expression. If this space is fully opened, Tokyo will become hell on earth. The demon's mission is already complete. Should I go report it? The red beams gradually converged, and a voice echoed. I won't allow that to happen. Takumi was startled and narrowly escaped. That red beam suddenly struck straight down where he was standing, and he hurriedly retreated wherever it hit. Masato and Ares stand tightly inside the protective sphere. He says Nguyen will die right here. Takumi responds, Masato, it's exhausting for you to chase all the way here, he sneered. But it was too late. The delivery line created by the Ethu has been completed. Tokyo is doomed. Masato angrily splits the protective sphere in two, startling Ares slightly. And he shouts, So what? My target is you. Takumi. The last red sparks of Masato's magic radiated out as he shouted. It seems Hakmana has no effect on me at all. Takumi is not far behind. He pulls out a sword from the central gate and puts it in his mouth, thinking he's the only one who is an exception. The purple aura and he himself continued to radiate fiercely, his eyes turning pitch black with sarcasm. So let me show you Hakmana's true face. Elsewhere in the city, hunters are all appearing on their own notification screens, whispering and gossiping. Wow. I've never seen anything so powerful that it restricts all mana skills, clearly forcing us to fight hand to hand. A guy with glasses and a mohawk also tried to cast magic but failed and said, You're right. None of my mana skills can activate. The short-haired girl wearing a hat tried casting a spell again and said, No way. Even my healing magic doesn't work. Another one explains that in this situation, using medicine is useless. Our strength and magic power are already leaking out, and just one of them could be the end for us. Over at Nanis's side, she looked up at the sky in amazement. Chairman, this is unexpected. Tokuo also looked up with a serious expression. We need to deal with even bigger monsters. A powerful tornado swept through a major city, destroying countless buildings and filling the air with thick smoke, making the atmosphere even more chaotic. A purple portal gradually opens in the sky, and a loud voice shouts, Look over there. Nana's was a little surprised to see the foot stepping out of the gate, and Tokuo also couldn't help but be startled with wide eyes. The flickering figure is a blonde-haired person whose aura is expanding into a vast space in the sky, leaving those below wondering what it is. Misu slowly stepped out, and the people there started to discuss again. A fairy. They kept looking up, wondering how only one demon could appear from this chaotic space. And another, frightened, pointed ahead and said no. That's a mistake. Look down there. The demons gradually appeared in various shapes. Some large, some small, flying or crawling, humanoid or beastly, all with blazing red eyes full of rage. The hunters, seeing that, backed away in fear. Oh, so you're facing me. Huh, damn. They're terrifyingly numerous. Misu narrowed his eyes and smiled smugly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? 15 years of boredom. So, today, let's live wild and free. The monsters below, like animals let loose, their eyes flashing with hunger as they growl. Leaping straight at Gao, who is sitting, he gritted his teeth in fury. So you're the one who caused the control and tried to overpower us with numbers. You look down on us too much. The system announces that the stone armor has been activated. Gao's intense gaze remains fixed, and his entire body is gradually covered by a strong armor as the goblins leap forward with open mouths, aiming to bite. Just as the goblin appeared, a large hole opened up in front of it, and it let out a terrified screech. Gao had already struck down 2 of them with a wave of his hand, causing them to collapse before their peers. Gao was so furious that his eyes sparkled with sparks as he clenched his fists. Unfortunately, my stone armor skill doesn't require mana to activate. The other goblins shouted in panic and then charged at him all at once. Go. Fearless and unshaken. Shouted loudly. This kind of slaughter is too easy. Let's finish them all at once. Then, the space became chaotic. Gao jumped so quickly that he disappeared from sight. But one by one, the goblins were defeated. Some cut in half, others beheaded. Gradually, more and more goblins are defeated, leaving only the sound of cuts and flying rocks echoing around. The city defenders couldn't help but marvel. After all, Takuchi is the guild leader. Another one also spoke up, saying, "We will handle the remaining small monsters." Another hunter stabbed the goblin with a sword, causing it to scream in pain. Damn, that guy cursed. He's so obsessed with the goblin that it's disgusting. City defenders keep warning. Be careful. These creatures are releasing contaminated energy. Watch your stamina bar. Making a potion is like reincarnation and rebirth. He swung his sword horizontally at the small goblin, making it scream. And Ananas didn't stay still either. Rushing straight ahead, Tai quickly slashed with his sword, taking down 2 goblins in one strike. A roar echoed, and Ananas spun around to look, as a giant goblin stepped in front of Tokuo. Raising its wooden club to attack, he calmly raises an eyebrow without a hint of fear. The system notification indicates the activation of the Immortal's giant shield, and Tokuo grips the newly appeared shield tightly. He raised his wooden shield to block the demon's attack, causing the wood to break in half. Tokuo adjusted the shield horizontally, calmly flicked his hand, and the shield's technique was unleashed. The goblin right in front of him was cut in half, and Tokuo immediately adjusted his shield. The shield's technique shot out a line, splitting several large goblins standing in a row in 2. Nanase observes and thinks that such a giant, functioning as both sword and shield, is powerful enough to dominate without any skills. So the chairman and President Gao can handle the big monsters. She glanced briefly at the hunters struggling with the goblin, Nanase thought. But for the other hunters, their fighting ability had already weakened significantly due to Hakmana's influence. The number of goblin monsters has decreased, but they are still extremely numerous. She analyzed. No matter how many monsters Feta defeats, they seem endless if this continues. Even reinforcements won't be able to save us. Suddenly, a giant bird flew overhead, and Nanase stared up in surprise, unable to understand. She didn't miss the chance and quickly chased after it. An enormous aggressive eagle swooped down to the ground, and Nanase was a bit surprised. She looked at it and thought to herself, a giant eagle of chaotic level has appeared, with bright red eyes. Its breath is a bright yellow. It's a level 150 boss eagle, a boss monster. Unlike other terrain monsters, Nanase assumed a fighting stance and thought to herself that a lone hawk was not threatening. But its fiery breath was the real danger. The eagle's breath burns like fire. She thought, it won't stop until its target is completely incinerated. Nanase, undeterred by fear, leapt forward with her sword aimed straight at it, calculating her move despite her recovery skills being locked. If it targets any breath attack, They will die in a single strike. So we must stop it before it starts using its fiery breath. The eagle saw her jump and immediately unleashed its fierce fire breath. A huge blaze spreading everywhere, and making it impossible to see where Nanase was. Haruto just looked up and saw the sky turn pitch black. Satoru shouted in panic while grinding his teeth. It's starting. Lucas also anxiously stared at the sky. The notification board kept flashing red, revealing another dimension. A space of spirits. Opening in Tokyo once it is unlocked. The contaminated area will reduce the HP and MP of all hunters by 30% and limit all skills that require mana. Satoru stared blankly at the new notification that appeared. Stunned. Not controlling her. This isn't even a real dungeon. He muttered in disbelief. Dad. This isn't entirely impossible. It could happen in the dungeon territory of the boss monsters. But the chances are very rare. He clenched his teeth, feeling very annoyed. But why focus specifically on mana, skills, so sneaky? Where did Takumi get this crazy idea from? At this moment, Haruto snatched back his backpack and said, I don't have time to mess around with you, Lucas. He didn't accept, and tried to stop him. Hey, I'm still talking. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping from some creature echoed. From the sky, countless dragons appeared and swooped down to destroy everything around Satoru. Taisuk Nekman ran away, while saying, This time, what was that just now? Mo calmly replied that it's a nightmare when they start spreading out. Honestly, we don't have time to waste on small skirmishes anymore. Haruto was seriously warning Lucas on the other side. Do you understand? Then we'll talk about the rest later. Seeing him remain silent, he muttered in frustration. Come on. At least say something. My heart is really worried. Right now I don't even have time to copy and forge the sword. Lucas looked at his back with a brief thought. He still hasn't used the Control-C skill. Should he tell Michael about the hunter Haruto? Haruto is now so angry he's practically steaming. Wasting his time is your older brother's fault, he asked curiously. I don't know what you've prepared. But what if you use it now? Haruto shouted loudly. I want to do it too. But this has a specific process. You run while thinking. Initially, Haruto wanted to upgrade based on simpler monsters from the land, while Nanase is now rushing straight into the blazing fire. Thoughts kept rushing through her mind. Nanase was too slow. It had already used the fiery breath, but at this level, she can endure it. She will take less damage. But with the hellfire, Nanase will win. Suddenly, a figure flashed past Nanase, surprising her, and the Eagle Master unleashed another wave of fire. Before she could react, the person was already a step ahead and stopped. Under Nanase's astonished gaze, he pulled out a large shield, perfectly blocking the eagle's attack and protecting her with ease. After clearly seeing Tokuo's serious figure, Nanase couldn't help but gasp in surprise. President Tokuo, he turned around seriously and ordered Nanase to cut off its head to stop the fiery breath. Her eyes immediately sharpened, and without hesitation, she rushed forward to approach the Eagle Master. It once again used fiery breath to attack Nanase, preventing her from getting closer. The flames spewing from its mouth grew stronger with each burst, almost completely obscuring Nanase's entire field of vision. But she suddenly pointed her toes to the ground and then leapt into the air unexpectedly. She swung her weapon fiercely downward but narrowly missed the eagle's head. Seeing the blood spray through the air, she was momentarily surprised to avoid losing her head, and it deliberately changed its attack direction to another part of her body. Before Nanase could attack, the griffin extended its claws right in front of her, and she quickly raised her spear to block, creating a deafening screech. She grits her teeth, trying to push away its claws, but once again it opens its mouth to spew pink fire, aiming to defeat her. However, an unexpected event occurs that makes it a bit cautious. A swirling wave cuts across between Nanase and the eagle, forcing it to retreat. That last wave was caused by Tokuo's shield. Nanase quickly realized it. He calmly descended from above and asked, Are you all right? She asked softly. Thank you. Chairman Fuho. He simply observed. I was trying to step back, but it seems to have made things worse. He tilted his head to look at the eagle and calmly said, It has entered a heightened state of alertness. Probably won't land anymore. If I throw the Jigen shield and it dodges, it's over. Suddenly, the eagle opened its beak and spat out a large burst of fire. Screech. Tokuo lowered his voice and commented, It's in the air, so it will only attack with fiery breath. So Nanase, hide behind me. But she wiped her face first and left him a message. No need to. Just throw Jigen's shield away. The smoke from his mouth curled up, revealing a confident smile. Understood. He suddenly threw the shield in the direction Nanase was running. The shield hit the wall and bounced back toward the hawk. While Nanase jumped up and appeared behind it, she swung her sword forcefully and struck its head directly. After a sharp cut, the griffin's head was severed by Nanase, and she successfully landed after a spectacular attack. Tokuo looked at the fallen griffin and softly sighed. Not bad. Nanase glanced at the streams of purple gas emanating from the griffin's body and softly said, "A large amount of polluted air leaking out." Tokuo, standing beside her, replied, "It's a boss monster." Chatako commented that the higher the level of the monster, the more toxic gas it would emit, meaning the more we kill, the greater the danger for the hunters. In another part of the city, a monster is constantly attacking the hunters. Teammate Aoi turns around loudly, just because he can't use skills. So he's choosing to fight weaklings. Don't regret the items. Move on. His teammate also looked annoyed and responded, "We didn't keep anything. This is my last magic district. Everyone, get down." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster was cut into 4 pieces and fell apart. The magic district in the glasses-wearing young man's hand also turned to dust. "See, with an item, we can use it immediately." The young man with glasses grits his teeth and says, "What are you talking about? We don't have any items left now." Suddenly, a terrifying feeling filled the air. Teammate Aoi suddenly clutched his throat and coughed, and Aoi looked a bit surprised. "Hey, are you okay?" But as he finished speaking, there was no bitter taste in his mouth either. Cough. Everyone in the team knelt on the ground, coughing up blood, while the young man with glasses held his mouth in confusion. No way. This is pollution. Miso only now appears slowly, and by then it's already too late. Her eyes flashed with a gleam of pleasure. Each monster in this dark space is filled with dark aura, and when they die, they will release toxic fumes. You think killing them will keep you safe, but you don't realize that their death will take your lives immediately. I pause for a moment, then continue, as more monsters appear, and it's already too late to give up. So let out a triumphant laugh. Still many monsters remain in this dark space. You will have to struggle on and die slowly. Aoi's face turned pale. So that means Tokyo. No. The whole country is doomed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Still not finished. Haruto and his group stepped forward from behind, pushing Wifo. This is only the beginning. The small snow mountain golem let out a cry. Save Shu. Aoi, noticing their tense atmosphere, turned back to watch carefully, then seemed to realize something. He hesitated and asked, "Senior, why are you here?" Haruto also recognized him, and he smiled, saying, "Long time no see. Aoi." Then he handed Aoi a strange-looking blue bottle, and Aoi probably thought the same, glancing at it with a puzzled expression. But Aoi still held the bottle, speaking seriously. "Why did you stop yourself? And more importantly, Senior, we have to get out of here right now." But Aoi only saw Haruto's back. After dropping a final remark, Haruto turned away, and he said, "There's no need for you to worry about that." Aoi's face stiffens as he looks at the medicine bottle and mutters to himself, "Is this really the Senior Haruto I know? The one who told me to take this high-grade red earth medicine?" Yeah. The 3 huge bags were thrown down with a thud, and the thrower was Haruto, who muttered to himself, "I'll deal with this trivial suppression first." Jokingly tapping rapidly on the system quickly formed a stream of power with a cold blue light swirling around Haruto like a tornado, forcing everyone to step back. But surprisingly, a girl realizes that this is Mana, and the person next to her agrees. "That's right, we can use our skills now, and even set up a protective barrier. It turns out this is a high-energy type of power." Everyone happily checked their powers again. They were still weak but usable. And a cheerful person said, "Hey, that person over there is Haruto." Right, Haruto. Now they realize that everyone is looking at the tall, capable young man over there, muttering that he's just the errand boy. And they're talking behind his back. I thought it had been expelled from the powerful guild. But what has the young assistant actually done? They said in disbelief. Over there, Nanase and Tokuo are also actively releasing mana. The others watching this scene gradually realized that the suppression had not yet been lifted. Could this continuous mana supply be enabling us to use skills? especially a wide area mana supply skill. I can't believe it. They felt they shouldn't rely on Haruto's guild anymore. They need to have less. One person said, "Yes. I think this amount of mana is enough to act on." Everyone seemed to rally their spirits. They're all fighting to take down that golem. Miso watches this scene in panic. Ada sighs. Enough mana is prepared to override and suppress the subspace. That's possible. What is Miso thinking about? Suddenly, Ada realizes something and suddenly thinks, that's not right. Ada looked at Haruto running wildly, stunned to realize he was Kanchan-si. This golem is like on drugs. Surprisingly strong. Constantly attacking at high speed. Everyone, even with mana, can't fight it and helplessly says, "We can use mana now, but it's too painful to do so." The guy, injured and angry after being hit by the golem, said, "If this keeps up, we're doomed." Then suddenly he heard something and turned around to look. He was surprised to see Haruto, Lucas, and Mo still running around distributing mana. As if they didn't know fatigue and charged straight at the golem. He wondered aloud with concern. What are they thinking? Charging straight into the monsters like that? Yeah. It seems they're pretty foolish. 4 small people facing a herd of golems that are strong and highly aggressive. Much larger than them. Ahoy also looked worried and stammered. "Senior, the closer we get, the bigger they seem. Are we really going to be okay?" "Unlike you." Haruto calmly smiled and slowly said, "Don't worry. Take out all the items from your bag. Empty everything out." Mo immediately followed the command, pouring everything out, revealing hundreds of glowing objects like gems spilling onto the ground. That small golem also obeyed, muttering to itself. Save Su. The people around them are confused and stammering, asking what they are doing in this situation, wondering what he is thinking, throwing those balls. Haruto paid no mind, only shouting encouragement. Moving forward, ready to upgrade as much as he wanted. "Come on, little enemies." And he himself took the lead, throwing those balls out. The system immediately activated Kanchan V command to transform the golem core. Nanase asked Tokuo curiously what those balls were. But Tokuo also remained silent. He didn't know either. Lucas looked at the scene in front of him, confused and unsure. He didn't understand if these balls were what he desperately tried to bring back. And what on earth was he planning to do? But what's surprising here is that those seemingly useless balls, when thrown out, create an incredible source of power, like a storm tearing through rocks and gravel. It feels like the power of a volcano, and the golems are instantly torn apart at lightning speed. Nanase suddenly realized that the golem core changes at the golem snow mountain, buried underground, so it's not easy to destroy. But she still wondered why there were so many of them. The remaining golems still crazedly charge forward, as if drugged. They sweep through everything, aiming to destroy and tear everything apart. Everyone around was discussing. One person said, "I thought we were outnumbered." The other analyzed. "Their destructive power is incredible. But I don't think the core is very safe either." The monsters rushing forward are suddenly attacked back by the very things they are destroying. It seemed like those were just useless stones. But it turned out to be the snow core golems rushing in. Like sharp needles piercing their weak points and causing them pain. They panic and flail wildly. But it only gives the snow golem a stronger advantage to attack the vulnerable spots, making it unable to resist. Seeing the situation look promising, their morale also rises. It seems thanks to those kids we now have hope to win. A guy stepping in to fight as a backup, feeling nostalgic. "Let me protect the golem kids at home." Over here, Satoru and everyone are also preparing to re-engage in battle, hoping for a serious response to Haruto's announcement, including myself. The system keeps notifying that thanks to their battles and everyone's enthusiasm, the golems are leveling up, growing bigger and stronger. Haruto couldn't hold back his laughter, marveling at how much more effectively he could communicate with the golem. And now he could even give specific commands, truly an ultimate weapon. The system reports that the golem has transformed and can now be used to recreate golems in desired shapes. At this moment, the golems seem trapped and start to panic. Haruto watched everything unfold, laughing loudly and muttering to himself. "It's time now. Let's bring down the flying dragon." Immediately, from the blazing red sky, the dragons swooped down like tearing through the entire sky. They roar with a sound like tearing through the eardrums, proving their unbeatable strength. Eyes like piercing through stone and earth, and they are the most advanced variants of wyvern. Everyone is shocked. They turn into wyvern. Can you do something like that? And it flies very well too. The other person is shooting more. Even more than everyone described. The wyverns wield unmatched power, roaring out scorching flames with their highest strength. The golem is engulfed in the massive fire, crying out in pain. Gradually, it was burned black and could only cry out in pain for help. Seeing this, the wyvern quickly swooped down into the flames and stomped its thick foot onto the golem's body. Then the wyvern soared into the sky, unleashing a burst of flames that caused the golem to shatter into pieces. People around the shield are shouting as the ground and rocks shake. The man in the hat says, "Now it seems like he's waiting for the impossible." The other person is worried. Can it withstand the fiery breath? Haruto immediately realized something and checked the screen. Indeed, confronting the wyvern head-on was impossible. So he switched to the next plan. The notification board immediately displayed the key prompt. Ctrl+V. To revive the love spirit. The fragments moved and then reassembled, forming the golem birds that recognized each other. The armored man was surprised and said, "It's smaller than before, and even more hopeless now." He was worried when he saw it fly over. But it can't fight the wyvern on equal terms. But it can. Upon closer inspection, the golem bird's beak is long and sharp like a dagger, resembling a bullet. Wyvern felt danger as the opponent's group approached, and it spat fire to defend itself. Nanase was amazed. Even though he changed their size and shape, the result was still the same as before. The golem bird still charged through the sea of fire with its eyes blazing. It spins around, creating a small whirlwind, quickly dispersing the flames into sparks. The sparks swirl together, clinging to each other, still emitting heat. The sharp blue lines have extinguished the flames from earlier. The wyvern was very surprised and roared in frustration. Before it could regain its shape, the green lights pierced through its body, tearing open wounds, and it roared in pain. The streaks of light attack more fiercely and in greater numbers, tearing through the bodies of other wyverns, which roar in pain. While the golem birds rush in swiftly to attack like a tornado, it quickly spun, sharp and swift, approaching the target. The fierce wyverns from earlier are now just shattered fragments beneath the sturdy flock of golem birds. Notification screens keep popping up. "You've leveled up. You've leveled up." Haruto grins triumphantly. "If I defeat all of them, will I level up again? That would be awesome." Everyone looked up at the peaceful sky, amazed and whispering. It defeated all the wyverns. "I can't believe it, even though I saw it with my own eyes." Nanase quickly grabbed her spear and ran over, rallying everyone to eliminate the remaining monsters. And they all responded. "Wind." Haruto crossed his arms and summoned the small golems, commanding them. "The sky around here has become clear enough. Now it's time to deal with the monsters on the ground." Haruto smiled brightly and nodded. "Now, let the automatic siege begin." Gao charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the monster, causing it to roar loudly. He jumps down, his strong and sturdy body connected by fiery red streams like lava. Over here, the small golems have already started moving, their footsteps quickening. Gao noticed that the small ones following the pack kept climbing up. He remarked, "So those are golems created by Sano the blacksmith. Small but quite effective." Suddenly, a powerful impact occurs as something rushes toward him. Gao turns around and realizes it's a small golem climbing behind him. The other small golems also jumped up and rushed at him. He was surprised to see them climbing onto his body and exclaimed, "What?" While Gao was confused, Satoru and the small golems ran over. He explained that the little golems were wearing stone armor like Chairman Gao, so they saw him as an ally. He was also speechless. Gao asked, "Is your shield a golem?" "Yes. This is the first golem Senior Haruto gave me. If I upgrade it further, it will become a full-body armor." After listening, he fell silent, thinking to himself that the golem armor didn't resemble his stone armor at all. Suddenly, a fierce monster approached. Gao quietly observed it and prepared to strike. With a jump, he made the small golem fall apart and also pass through the monster's body, declaring, "Don't try to gloat over me with them." After finishing, he quickly added more cuts to split them apart. The terrifying monsters from earlier shattered and lay still on the ground. Satoru was a bit surprised that they died so quickly. "I didn't mean that. I was just chasing after the golems, so I didn't need to mention it." The scene shifts outside the town, where the sand surrounds the fallen wyvern carcasses. He observed its shattered head and thought to himself. So he copied and fused to evolve the golem. even wiping out the wyverns. So this is the true power of the cursed balance. Far beyond us, his face darkened instantly. Worried about the curse's evolution if Michael gained this power. Before he could finish his thought, suddenly a voice called out, "Lucas." He was startled and immediately turned around to find the source of the sound. It turned out that Haruto was running over, and he asked, "Who opened this forbidden door?" Lucas immediately clenched his teeth, his face turning grim. "I am risking everything. My family is hanging by a thread. Who would think I would betray them?" Hearing that, he stepped closer to the other person and confirmed, "Yes. I also don't want to do this. Since the moment I faced you." Lucas was taken aback. Haruto continued speaking, as if worried or preoccupied with something, and every word he said made him fall silent. Haruto asked again, "Opening the door without a plan only benefits the beast." "Right. It's okay. You guys don't know anything anyway." Hearing that, Lucas just sneered. The chaos has barely begun. And suddenly he shouted, "Huh. What is this?" As soon as he finished, the ground where they were standing trembled and cracked apart. The purple vines from the roots on the ground wrapped around Lucas to push him out, while Haruto was being tightly bound by vines, only able to wave his arms in desperation. Lucas jumps up and says, "Miso's skill, the withered branch." He calculated that if those rotten branches caught someone, the toxic mana would spread twice as fast, especially if Miso was using this skill. So, before he could think, suddenly a vine branch quickly reached Lucas. He could only watch its path. Keep dodging. And seeing that, he grew tense, feeling that things might be getting out of control, and it might throw itself away without hesitation. Lucas suddenly had a different idea. Is his power different from his sword's? He tightly grips his sword and makes a decision. "I will use light to purify this place." Hunter Sano. Suddenly Lucas froze and said, Hey, what's going on?" Two vines intertwined and wrapping around each other, then rushing toward the opponent. It has grabbed Lucas's hand, his face darkening with shock. Gradually, more vines come and hold his legs tightly. Lucas's pupils dilated in shock and confusion at the scene. He used his remaining strength to raise his sword, intending to fight back. But unfortunately, the vines quickly bound his body. In the city, a huge tangle of vines is intertwined, holding the insect tightly in its grip. Others see this and panic. "But haven't we already taken care of it?" the other person replied. "This is not just a barrier." Nanas arrived and observed the situation, constantly shifting locations instead of staying still. She widened her eyes in shock, realizing the controller of this thing is nearby. In front of Nanas stands a figure dressed in a loose shirt, standing on a vine branch. She is even more surprised when she sees the appearance of that person. He exclaimed, "Elf. I knew I wasn't mistaken. But why is he in this dimension?" On this side, the mystical lightning was activated, creating a significant shockwave, but it was unexpectedly shattered by Takumi's Hackmana. Masato suddenly felt a chill from Tamane's energy and could hardly believe it as he said, "My own mysterious thunder." Takumi smiles with satisfaction at his spectacular opening and slowly explains that there is only one way to use Hackmana. That person must overcome their addiction to Hackmana and reach the abyss afterward. Then they will be able to control Hackmana. Masato hesitated for a moment before repeating the strange concept. Overcoming the addiction. What did the person say? And from afar he responded, "Exactly." Immediately afterward, he charged forward like a lightning bolt and suddenly said, "It's me, Masato." Despite being caught off guard, reacted quickly enough to create a sturdy shield to block the attack. But Hackmana's power is not to be underestimated. The fragile paper shield may seem tough, but it shatters with just a gentle touch, leaving him stunned as he gazes at the sharp spear tip close to his face. Fortunately, at the decisive moment, he quickly escaped from the edge of disaster. Although he nearly suffered from poisoning, Masato's mind kept wondering, is there a way to survive Hackmana's poison? Thinking of this, he began to remember Suta and Sui too, so maybe Suta also. Looking at the bleeding wound on his cheek, Masato finally calmed down and focused on the fight. Takumi clearly maintains the offensive without stopping, seizing every opportunity to showcase his talent. Unlike Masato's contemplative demeanor, which serves as a reminder, I don't know what you're thinking, but that's not something just anyone can do. When you have shadow hacking skills, you can absorb Hackmana. Then suddenly he fell silent and focused all his demonic power inside, looking desperate and ready to fight to the death. Ares also rushed to the temporary hospital, not forgetting to activate the shield to protect herself. She nervously turned to Masato and asked about the enormous amount of hack mana. No way. He's gone through that moment of shock just like her. So he should look calmer and say, maybe my divine thunder has been absorbed. Takumi, unable to hold back any longer, breaks the chaos everywhere, creating a chaotic battlefield. The man charged forward like a storm, forcing the two above to temporarily defend themselves with shields. And Masato shouted, dodge, seeing the sword unleash a powerful blast like a cannon shot. Both of them quickly dodged to the sides. The sound of stones and debris clashing echoed, affecting the surroundings and creating a thick cloud of dust that made visibility extremely difficult. Masato skillfully dodges the rocks, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for the enemy's shadow. The more Takumi fights, the crazier he gets. Unleashing his power and changing the color of his eyes and hair, he confidently declares that your troublesome technique is useless now. He completely ignores Masato and quickly shifts his target to Ares, who is still using the four-directional barrier. But while still at a relatively distance from the opponent, Takumi was temporarily immobilized by the ice barrier, preventing him from moving. Ares seizes the opportunity while he's still restrained and quickly releases more ice barriers. Masato approached and asked if she had improved the suppressive effect. She quickly replied but remained alert. No. I suspect it's the work of Hunter Sano. He can supply unlimited mana. So it's possible. The ice being layered more and more on Takumi's body has prevented him from attacking all this time. Ares also gradually calmed down and continued. That attack was only about half of my usual strength, so I should be able to hold him off for a little while. Takumi, even though he's temporarily sealed, unconsciously mutters upon hearing that. Infinita mana. There, not letting her get too confident. He just needed to tense up a little, and the ice block stuck to her body started to develop cracks filled with water. Finally, the large block of ice on his body shattered into shards that flew everywhere, and his dark mana gradually surged more powerfully. Ares had to return to a state of intense focus, but had no intention of counterattacking. Continuously creating shields, she gradually felt tense, thinking, just as she suspected, this amount of mana is not enough. Takumi barely managed to approach a small gap before facing a barrage of sharp ice again. He gradually lost patience, and the calm expression on his face was replaced by tense, strained veins. Freezing the ice barrier, like this is all you've got. No matter how many times you try, the result will always be the same. Just like before, the ice blocks can only temporarily hold him back. He hasn't been sealed even slightly, and they've already shattered. This time, Takumi has truly closed the distance enough to strike her with a swing. And the arrogant man asks, who do you think I am? I am the leader of the Blood Tower Guild. Ares clenched her teeth, focusing all her strength on stalling for as long as possible, her hands constantly moving to create new formations. When they finally faced each other, the forehead shield was complete. But it's also concerning whether it can truly hold up. He confidently declared that this was just for children. Amana barrier. You don't know anything. Let me teach you. Mana can absorb ordinary mana to strengthen itself. Takumi didn't need to punch hard to break it. The sharp sword simply aimed straight at the shield, and his mana suddenly grew even stronger. Ares was startled to see the shield gradually weaken before his eyes, and the situation became even more dangerous. Don't stay stunned for too long. She quickly slips her hand into her shirt to grab the talisman, tearing it in half, and immediately, the magic lines flow out in a spiral, forming a larger shield to continue resisting that foreign power. When Takumi sneered and spoke, the surrounding power flared up even more fiercely, and yet another barrier appeared. Is this the fighting style of a person like this? It's really embarrassing, but it has no chance against mana singing. As soon as he finished speaking, he actually charged forward to prove it to her. A powerful roar echoed through the sky. Ares at that moment truly felt the immense pressure of this kind of power, as the shield he just created shattered from the heat of his hand, and the sharp spear aimed straight at him. At the critical moment of life and death, Masato quickly rushed to her aid with a strike. His blood lightning ability is not weak. It erupts with destruction comparable to mana singing. Takumi grimaced as he saw the blood lightning rushing toward him and was furious that he couldn't finish off the enemy in an instant. Masato's power crashes forward, dragging along huge boulders, as if just touching them would turn them to dust and flesh. Takumi struggles to retreat, his sword skillfully moving in every direction to fend off the attack. Ares' Chop seized the opportunity to use his power to set up a new formation, aiming to completely end this battle. The formation was activated. She forcefully plunged her strength into the ground, creating a huge, terrifying crater. The shockwave and the ice blocks like a giant spear shot straight up, forcing Takumi to retreat, leaving him no time to react. Bojiang Dakthang also disappeared. Overwhelmed by such a large-scale suppression, it's really hard to survive. The guy involuntarily cried out in pain. Yeah. Finally, the battle has reached its end, and he was helplessly pressed down by the blocks of ice from above. Now the advantage belongs to Masato. He confidently approaches and asks, "Is it a bit too soon for someone leading an assassin organization to boast about being the chairman?" With his hot temper, Masato no longer has the patience or the mood to deal with Mike Kurosaki. Masato directly asked, "Where did you get that illusion skill from? If you want to die peacefully, answer quickly." Takumi looked up, still dazed and not giving a straight answer. "Are you chasing me all this way just to ask that?" Seeing the enemy ready to kill him, he casually replied, "Maybe only I realize." "Huh. Your arrogant attitude has completely angered Masato. He grits his teeth and threatens you. I told you to answer quickly. Where did you get that skill from? Who taught you, huh? Answer now." He still leisurely began his story from long ago. "You know, I heard some interesting things from Lucas. Hearing him mention you." Masato suddenly asked back, "Why all of a sudden?" He hadn't finished speaking when Takumi, seemingly having waited long enough, cunningly looked at him, and mana suddenly burst out all around. He suddenly unleashed a surge of mana towards Masato without warning, leaving him no chance to react, and he gradually fell into a trance after that mana burst. Suddenly, Masato's body somehow moved to a place where a familiar boy was lying motionless below. He just looked down and immediately recognized the boy in front of him, leaving him speechless with shock. It was none other than Suta, the paralyzed boy lying helplessly below, struggling to breathe. His consciousness seems to be gradually fading, as shown by his vacant eyes, while Masato's inner voice has long been crying out, "Suta." In another place, in a different scene, Mitsuo walks slowly among the arrays he has carefully laid out everywhere. "Oh." I looked straight at Lucas without saying a word, and suddenly closed in after a thunderous attack. Mitsuo smiled, and then asked him roughly, "Lucas, I didn't realize you had already formed an alliance with Kanchon and C." "Right," Lucas thought in surprise. "Oh, so you paid attention to the existence of Kanchon and C." Seeing that you still didn't answer, Mitsuo suddenly snatched the sword from your hand. Mitsuo gazed at the shiny blade, as if polished from moonlight, and said satisfied, "I thought it would take me a long time to get my hands on this sword. So at first, you approached me just because of the sword." Seeing the helpless young man amidst the strange plants before him, I realized I had achieved my goal and slowly explained that the combined power of Kanchon and F was enough to locate Kanchon and C. Seeing the sword gradually harmonize with his power, Mitsuo continued with satisfaction, "If the sword and Kanchon plus C combine, we will be able to save the dying planet." Holding victory and the spoils in hand, Mitsuo sinisterly gazes at Lucas. "Now that I have the sword, let me share some good news. Some of the goblin space have been cursed." "Oh." I slowly confirmed the last sentence. "I am one of them." Lucas stood up, unable to believe it, and hesitated to ask, "Mitsuo, do you also have to bear the curse?" "No way." "Wait a minute. The one trying to absorb the Kanchon power plus C." "Oh, I see." Then the lips sneered and replied, "Unfortunately, I can't absorb the curse from another dimension. But you can." Then I added one more line that made Sano also fall silent in thought. "If I kill him now, the curse will transfer to you. When someone carrying the Kanchon curse dies, the curse will move to the person closest to Kanchon." Then Mitsuo tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and slowly approached, revealing that the next plan was to let Michael come and kill him, so that they could kill two birds with one stone and harness both powers at once. Now Lucas truly realizes the harsh truth and silently thinks to himself that from the beginning, he and his family were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. As Mitsuo was lost in his triumphant laughter, a familiar voice suddenly spoke behind him, saying, "So you just heard something interesting." No one else, Haruto, had already quickly moved behind her, ready to strike. But Mitsuo's expression remained calm, only tilting his head slightly to glance. Yet, when you swung your arm to attack, it felt like she didn't care or suffer any damage at all. Mitsuo also guessed how Haruto moves, so she pursed her lips in a cold smile. So you copied the teleportation technique. Whew. In that situation, the only question ringing in his mind was whether it was the person who opened the alternate dimension and caused chaos throughout Tokyo. Then Haruto didn't even wait for her to answer and immediately unleashed his skill. Summoning a giant web, you calmly sat down as countless giant spider webs suddenly appeared behind you, covering Mitsuo. Mitsuo hardly even considers you a rival anymore, sneering coldly at the sea. This is a copying skill from the original. Is that all your power amounts to? After saying that, she suddenly raised her hand and was able to destroy the formation with a fierce smile. Still, Haruto refused to give up, continuing to create another encirclement, while she just looked at him like an idiot, pouting and saying, "This one is nothing like me. This time you also refuse to be defeated and fight back. What do you think those things are? Just feathers. With the right skill usage, even chicken feathers can become deadly arrows. I can still fight well." At this point, you no longer speak much and immediately activate two skills simultaneously: the giant natural trident combined with V and the king bear claw. And the trident combined with V uses the blood-absorbing Calexian longsword poison technique. Soon after, Haruto's encirclement was further empowered, making them even more formidable. Moreover, the claws that grew out became even more fierce as they directly confronted Mitsu's shadowy energy source. Seeing his rage gradually being eroded, Mitsuo suddenly fell into panic and amazement because no matter how many times it happened, he could never have foreseen this. Finally, Mitsu realized that he not only could merge the character techniques but also strengthen them. No wonder he is called the most powerful curse. Just as she was lost in thought, he suddenly charged again, sneering and mocking. Anto was loud earlier. Now he's silent. Did my skill knock his brains out? Mitsuo, who already looked down on you, now just smirks dismissively. How could it be? Someone like this only makes me more eager to test that power. But suddenly, Haruto charged forward, grabbing her by the shoulder with a sinister smile and saying, "That's what I should have said." The reason he did that was because he was secretly planning to take her space. Then you continue to demonstrate your skills, with Kanchan plus C searching for a subspace keyword from the target. But the system reports an error. Kanchan plus C cannot find a copyable target. Haruto thought everything was under control, but the result surprised him, and he silently thought, "What the hell?" Just then, Mitsu suddenly grabbed your wrist tightly in warning, saying you can't copy anything from me. Then she used great force to push you backward. Even just that caused a massive tremor that made the earth explode violently. And Lucas, standing nearby, was also shaken and quickly covered his head. He silently thought that thanks to the Kanchan plus C skill he had been lucky. But now his sword was stolen. He couldn't control the power of Kanchan plus F. Suddenly, a series of strange hallucination images appeared in Lucas's mind, making him unable to resist. Intense beams of light kept flashing within his panicked eyes. I don't understand why, at this moment in his mind, thousands of questions suddenly appeared. Kanchan plus C and Miso. How could these be connected to Miso? One thing after another keeps flooding into Lucas's mind like a mental assault, threatening to explode his head. In that moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be Miso's subspace? And if so, how are they connected, and why? Even though I can see its skills and stats, I still can't perceive it clearly with my eyes because of the lightning curse. The image of the sword also floods back, making him ponder even more. If it is considered an existing entity, then items like the sword cannot be real. This only makes Lucas more suspicious, wondering if Miso's subspace is an item. Finally, he seemed to understand that Hunter Sano had tried to copy Miso's skills, so there was only one way to do it. On the other side, Takumi with Denji's eyes and a mysterious aura appeared, causing everything to explode. And Ares was also stunned, wide-eyed in shock at the sudden appearance. She slightly curled her lips into a sneer. Unless I finish this matter first. Masato, you'll be stuck in that abyss forever. I'll deal with this troublesome witch first, then come to kill you. After saying that, he suddenly rushed forward and asked loudly, "You are Nishihara Tomoka's daughter?" "Right." Then he suddenly drew his sword with a fierce look in his eyes and said softly, "You must have inherited some of your parents' talent, but that kind of temper will get you killed before you can even show it." The moment his sword was about to touch Ares, a barrier quickly formed to block it, and that single clash caused everything to seem to explode and shatter completely. Takumi couldn't believe it and exclaimed in surprise. Another barrier, huh? Fine. I'll change my approach then. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power and fury suddenly erupted around him, as if trying to swallow Ares whole, and she quickly and skillfully dodged the surprise attack. Takumi sneered at her reaction, running away in vain. Hurry up and die. Despite him constantly jumping beside Ares and trying to build barriers to defend, as he keeps increasing his attack power, she only becomes more resilient and refuses to back down. Coincidentally, her actions caught Takumi's eye, making him unable to resist, mocking her so devoted that it brought tears to my eyes. Finally, Ares could no longer hold back and sarcastically remarked that people with such one-sided thinking are the most terrifying in the world. Only those skilled in a single craft can truly become powerful. Then she once again demonstrated her abilities, boldly declaring that she is the only one capable of doing that. At this moment, Takumi could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes because he couldn't believe she was capable of such greatness. Her power seemed to have created an ice sphere that slowly fell onto Takumi's head, making him stammer and say he didn't recognize himself. Soon after, the sphere seemed to trigger a terrible earthquake, causing everything to seem like it was about to explode in an instant. Takumi was also overwhelmed and tried to raise his hand to defend himself. I never expected Ares' power to have such a huge range of influence. Faced with such overwhelming force, he had to crawl and roll on the ground just to stand, still cursing non-stop. He struggled to get up and said hoarsely, Hey, you must be crazy, throwing something like that in the middle of the city. There's a reason we let them live." Everything that happened was beyond Takumi's control, leaving him stunned and repeatedly amazed. Now Ares calmly spoke up. "Everyone has already evacuated. There will be no casualties. Not even Masato, the club president, or her. He's also good at one thing." From one surprise to another, Takumi couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed in amazement, "What are you talking about?" Then he looked at Masato as if possessed and kept shaking his head, in denial. Impossible. No matter how many times he never expected to see this scene. As Hoang spoke, saying you can't escape from this. But all he saw was that his eyes grew even colder and his aura increased significantly. Takumi finally realized, wait, he has absorbed Masato's soul. Hearing that, Masato also did not deny, but only coldly declared, "I promise to personally end the one who." As soon as he finished speaking, a gen-like explosion erupted, causing everything around to be engulfed in Masato's dark and ominous power. After the powerful attack from Masato, Takumi collapsed onto the ground, unconscious, with blood pouring from his mouth and head. Masato, after launching his attack, still seemed to be on edge, with a storm of malevolence emanating from him like a mysterious blue aura. His eyes burning with fiery red rage, he remained silent for a while before Ares broke the silence, saying, "Isn't there something you want to ask, Takumi?" He replied in a commanding, tense tone. "No problem. I already have the information I need." Pushing me into Tama was a huge mistake. At this moment, Masato's body emits a purple light. He seemed to have uncovered the truth, secretly thinking that he had found a lead to escape the mana singing addiction from within Tama. Masato deduced that the only lock was the shadow singing skill and how to master it in the past. Kirozaki Suta, holding the forbidden magic book, says to his brother Masato, "I will start practicing this skill. What do you think?" He tried to persuade him that it was a singing skill, but if he could learn it, he thought it would be very useful. But he immediately objected, saying, "Come on, using a dangerous singing skill." You know, he felt a bit sad after hearing that and glared intently at the book, which emitted a strange aura as if urging him to learn and explore its contents. Suta quietly objected, but he thought there was nothing wrong with learning it. If there's no mana singing, then how do you use your skills? That's what I think is worth pondering. Masato quietly thought that his younger brother, someone he trusted and was proud of. Suta was very smart, so he was sure that at that time he had already acquired some shadow singing skills. He is the boy who has learned a lot. Perhaps after bringing him back, he found his own way to overcome the mana singing craving. Then Masato's body was enveloped by a red circle, and he turned to tell Ares, "Aris, let's go focus with Haruto's craftsman. We need to end this situation as soon as possible." Miss Curious asked again, "What did you see in your mind?" Masato smiled mysteriously, eyes full of implication, and said, "I will tell you later." Suddenly, in a moment that seemed like everything was about to end, Masato shot up with a burst of energy, his body rising with cold, sharp eyes that now resembled two blades reflecting light mercilessly, with no trace of the previous anger, replaced instead by calm resolve, and a strange aura is rising. He wears a cold smile. He has found hope and a positive outlook. On this side, then when Haruto appears, flashes of purple and blue light burst out, shards flying everywhere, dust and debris filling the air, creating a chaotic scene. He clenched his sword tightly with eyes full of hatred and unleashed a powerful attack without holding back towards Miso. But the opponent also responded quickly with a counterattack, neither willing to give in. Miso, unafraid and unyielding, instead mocks and ridicules Haruto, saying this troublesome skill is to help seal you. Suddenly she strikes right under Haruto's feet, leaving him no time to react. The sword emits a bright blue glow with streaks of dark purple and black, creating an enchanting and mysterious aura. Haruto was overwhelmed with extreme tension, panic filling his mind, sweat pouring down his body, trembling uncontrollably, and unable to stay calm. Miso sheaths her sword and then looks at Haruto. Your dark skills have become useless because of that shining sword. After holding back for so long, Haruto suddenly shouted loudly, "So your skills are only this much?" As you rush forward and attack fiercely, Miso calmly says, "The essence of their mana has been neutralized, so controlling it is no longer an issue." He ignored those words and attacked mercilessly, causing everything around to shatter. Miso's side was also suddenly overwhelmed and pushed back. Haruto couldn't react in time and could only desperately try to block the powerful sword strikes with his sword, which crashed against the waves of powerful slashes. Unexpectedly, the sword suddenly shattered into 100 pieces, leaving you stunned. Indeed, a normal sword can't compare to that one. On the system display, the Cantron system indicates the use of the Collection longsword. At this moment, the sword in his hand suddenly transforms into a powerful black and red striped Calixian sword. Miso's eyes widened in panic as she looked at the sword. It was a replica of Frederick's sword. Haruto stood there, his eyes cold and confident as if he had foreseen everything, a faint smile of arrogance and satisfaction playing on his lips. He raised his hand, and in an instant, a blinding golden light streaked across the sky, forming a beam like a sharp spear. That's it. Suddenly, the dark and gloomy space shattered as the blinding light from the sword erupted, illuminating a vast area. Miso stands firm with his sword, each strike causing the ground to crack and shatter, the blue light from the blade shining brightly like a challenge. Miso smirks cunningly, her steel-eyed gaze telling Haruto that the long dragon sword is different, truly powerful. And without this sword, things could get really dangerous. You're furious right now and shouting loudly. Don't think that's enough. Then Haruto charges up, determined to strike with everything he has to defeat his opponent. But it seems that your strength and the sword are no match. So Miso just looks and calmly smiles, her entire body like wrapped in a layer of fire. Haruto stands there for a moment, confused, watching the scene unfold before him. Haruto's last attack only caused a ripple on the outside and had no effect on Miso at all. From within that mysterious curtain of flames, a sword reflected back and immediately stabbed straight into Haruto's left side. Blood poured from the wound as he clutched himself and collapsed to the ground. With a cruel expression, Miso looked at Haruto suffering and spoke condescendingly. Even if your rank has advanced thanks to the dragon longsword, it's still not enough real combat experience. Then, suddenly he stood up, as if remembering something. Haruto thought to himself, maybe space can be used as a teleportation gate. I really want to have it now. I need to figure out how to copy and clone it. And then Haruto pulled out a mysterious blue water bottle adorned with turquoise rice grains. Ignoring his wounds and blood, he brought the bottle to his mouth and drank greedily. The system now shows that using high-grade medicine will fully heal all injuries. At this moment, a strange blue smoke rises from the wound. But Haruto's face looks quite troubled, his eyebrows furrowing in pain. Miso looked at the scene and confidently said, "The medicine is made from holy power, so even if you use it, it won't fully heal the damage caused by the holy sword. This is the weakness of the holy sword." Teacher Haruto is in a desperate love. Miso takes the opportunity to attack. "So now what can you copy?" Miso sneers mockingly at you with contempt and asks, "So there's no more options left?" Haruto confidently replies, "Not yet. But it seems that moment will come soon." Suddenly, a sharp voodoo attack sped straight towards Miso from somewhere, and the love-struck Miso was caught off guard and unable to dodge the sudden assault. The powerful voodoo attack streaked like lightning, quickly knocking Miso down. The sword swung up, but in a sudden moment, it was swept away by Vangzasa, flying through space, and fell far from Miso. Miso now just stands waiting, watching the blue flames erupt, scattering earth and rocks like a blazing hellfire. Without any weapons, he is powerless for a moment and becomes vulnerable. Those fierce monsters are twisting their bodies, preparing to strike, leaving little Miso to just cover herself with her hands in defense. The powerful master is too strong. Miso thinks to herself, clearly not on their level. The blue glow from the flames immediately engulfed a corner of the alley. Then Nana, holding the steel Than Dao, stepped out with a commanding presence. She turned to ask Han Haruto if he was okay, and he replied, "Thanks a lot." Now Than Dao says to Haruto, "Thanks to you guys. Most of the monsters have been eliminated. President Takeuchi and the chairman will arrive soon." Haruto had already guessed it and thought to himself, "I knew it, because my level of experience keeps increasing." Lucas also appeared with the mighty Thon Kiem, attaching the blue gem that emitted a mysterious glow, his gaze fierce and fiery as he silently muttered to himself, "Miso, I want you to pay for using my family as pawns." Miso's shadow magic radiates throughout the space, and even Eita, witnessing her power, can't help but marvel. As expected from Hellfire, its power is truly astonishing. But let's see how long it lasts before Miso counterattacks Haruto's group. Nanas blocks Ata's attack, making it clear that destroying the barrier won't be an issue. Miso, seeing her confidence, can't help but be intrigued. So what now? Nana suddenly realizes something is wrong. Before she can react, Miso traps her with the vines, which then completely cover Nanas's protective barrier. Seeing that, Miso stands outside, feeling proud now. Can she use the Netherfire? Just when everyone thought Nanas would be easily defeated, a light shone from within the cluster of vines, and she used her sword to cut through all of them. Nana stepped forward to protect her. "I don't only have the prison fire." Miso was quite angry to see that Nanas had not been defeated. Haruto then rushed forward from behind Miso. "Don't forget about me. You need to land a strong hit where Ata is standing." Both Haruto and Nanas stay alert, watching their surroundings because they know Miso won't be defeated easily. Exactly as I thought. Miso steps out from the smoke through a space door and then waves her hand, saying, "Enough of the back and forth. Now it's the end." The ground around Haruto and Nanas cracked open, revealing giant flowers growing beneath, and they were now surrounded. Because there were so many of those dark flowers, Nanas tried to break through the encirclement but couldn't. So she leapt up and launched a decisive attack. Hellfire. The powerful attack quickly made most of the flowers disappear, but some still remained nearby. The empty attack begins to bloom, releasing a dark floral scent into the air. Nanas and Haruto sense the danger, so they cover their noses cautiously. Miso is proud. The amount of dark mana released by the black flowers is many times greater than that of the Ithu. If you touch it, you will immediately be caught by the spiders. The more you attack, the more the spores will spread. Haruto, hearing that, worries and thinks to himself, "This is bad. Really bad. Should I copy Thon's sword? Even if it means giving up the illusion spell." At this moment, a column of light descended from the sky to the ground, and Lucas appeared. Using his power, the light emitted from it overwhelmed much of Miso's pollen in the air. Haruto and Nanas have now moved and turned to look at Lucas. Haruto is quite surprised to see him and calls out to Lucas with suspicion. Miso saw Lucas angry. "What the hell is Lucas? She's too big. What the hell do you think you're doing?" Then Miso retaliates against the Ithu attacking him. Lucas also refuses to back down and wipes towards him. "You're the one who betrayed first. So no matter what I do now, it doesn't matter." Right. He stepped over the pile of rejects and wiped forward. Miso saw that Lucas was determined to destroy him. "Are you threatening Miso and not caring about what happens to your family?" Lucas remains indifferent and questions Miso. "Since the beginning, it's been the holy sword and the curse. Aren't I just a tool in your hands?" He now closes in on Miso. Lucas uses his holy sword to unleash a divine strike, repeatedly stabbing at Miso, but he always dodges. Then, he uses a thorn to block Lucas's attack. Miso, feeling pleased, taunted him. "Too bad. Even the power of the holy sword can't shake me at all." Lucas didn't feel angry, and also mocked Miso back. Usually that's true. But the one who said that the spirit of the shadow space is part of the grimoire, I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens when you stab someone with the holy sword. Miso then realized something was wrong. Lucas's holy sword barely grazed Miso's face, catching him off guard. How annoying. Then Miso counterattacked unexpectedly, using the Ethu to strike at Lucas. He couldn't react in time and was thrown back by the attack. The space around Miso shattered, and he angrily said, "Worthless trash. Nanase still has enough strength to reach Miso. It seems there's nowhere left for you to run now. This is your final fate." Miso was surprised to see Nanase and thought to himself, "Damn it. Now all is lost. If Nanase uses the Hellfire attack." Then Nanase launched the Hellfire attack, and Miso refused to give up, fighting to the end. At this moment, both Nanase and Miso are fighting with all their might, while Haruto and Lucas watch the battle unfold from outside. At this moment, Lucas spoke up. "Hunter Sano," he said, "you can't copy Miso's space." "Right." Haruto was surprised to hear that. Lucas explained to him that it's not a subspace skill, but an item just like a sword. Lucas then explained to him that the subspace is an item used to connect to another dimension, and Miso is an elf from that dimension. So, how exactly do you plan to stay in this dimension, even if you use prison breaks to cross dimensions? Staying here still costs a lot of mana. Lucas also agreed with her advice, saying that this method also comes with a high cost, and that's why I thought of turning the skill into an item for easier use. I don't know how, but just using items won't cost us any mana. Haruto quietly thought to himself. So that's why I couldn't copy it back then. I have to touch the item directly. But then he asked Lucas why he suddenly allied with us. He was even planning to kill me at first. He sighed and said, "Well, I did plan to kill you at first. But when I was trapped and restrained, you didn't take my life. Even so, you would gain my interference ability. But you still didn't do it. So this is my way of showing my attitude." Haruto could only helplessly watch him without knowing what to say, secretly thinking to himself that it was because I wouldn't kill people to steal their skills. And even after acting, I couldn't relax anymore. Nanase approaches them, apologizing for interrupting their conversation. "What exactly is a trap? And also earlier you mentioned copying subspaces. What does that mean?" Haruto felt a bit confused when he heard that. She looked at the sword in Haruto's hand with curiosity. "And also at this sword, I clearly remember returning it to Ares." Haruto looked confused and quickly changed the subject, saying it's just a little borrowing. At this moment, Mitsuo, having been defeated, gradually regains consciousness and floats above the ground. "I used the cursed tree to protect myself from Nanase's attacks, so my body was only slightly injured." Haruto cautiously said, "There's nothing strange." Lucas also noticed and said, "It seems he's absorbing the mana of the demon tree. This is probably Mitsuo's final move." Mitsuo, angry, and with a face that looks aged and turned purple, said, "I was just about to play with you until Michael appeared. But I shouldn't have revealed myself when the enemy was Nanase's prey. All right. From now on, I'm serious. The giant corrupted trees are attacking where Haruto is standing. You just dodged the attack while telling Nanase that she can still cast a spell." Nanase said she can. And Lucas also cooperated with them, saying, "If needed, I can still use the light again." Haruto shouted to the two of them, "First, use the Hellfire Mind's Eye." Hearing that, Nanase used Hellfire to block the giant at the front. Haruto observes the situation and thinks, if it has turned the skill into an item, what if I copy this one too? He jumps onto the corrupted trees, secretly praying to copy them, please. Anyone would be so lucky. Kentron C copies the Izaiso branch from the contaminated sea. The item has found 1/3 of the Izaiso seed, and will be copied and integrated into the user's body. Prepare to level up. If you gather all the seeds and make this tree bloom, you'll receive a blessing from Izaiso's vitality. Kantron Kong V can be used simultaneously with the giant spider silk. Kantron Kong V, because you stole the Izaiso seed from its original owner. They will no longer be able to use the Izaiso branch. When the target's HP drops below 15%, the skill will automatically absorb it. Haruto quietly chuckles. Just as Lucas said, she must be exhausted. Kentron Kong V, the Izaiso seed is beginning to sprout inside the user's body. At this moment, the parasitic plant has been successfully copied by Haruto, changing from dark purple to a bright hue. Miso was surprised that even the seed beneath her feet had been copied and changed color. Miso was surprised that the copier seed, Lucas launched a surprise attack from above. Now you don't have time to think about that. Miso. Miso. Don't give up and fight back. You're too loud. Miso suddenly realizes her body feels a bit strange. She can't use Izaizo's branch. Why is that Lucas's holy sword flashes past her head? And Miso reacts quickly by ducking down. Lucas keeps attacking Miso relentlessly. At this point, the holy sword has struck her body, injuring her in the chest. Miso cursed under her breath. You bastard. Lucas then called out to Haruto. Sano, the hunter. She's about to insert into that space branch. Haruto tushes Izaizo's branch to activate it. Kanchon Kong Si is activating Izaizo's branch and the giant spider web, which restores Miso's legs. Izaizo's branch also appears to trap Miso. Miso now realizes she cannot fight back against Haruto and says, Elf demonesses. Once they jump to another dimension, they are not like any monsters. And my duty is to deal with these monsters to protect the people, but you still treat me like a monster. Nanase ignored what I said and told me to stop resisting. I have no interest in torturing monsters. She used hellfire to strike once, burning Miso and causing her to cry out in pain. Nanase said, After that blow, you're still alive. Your family really is stubborn. Miso just smiled and said, It's not my time yet. It's a pity I can't personally reshape my homeland, but in exchange, Miso roared in fury and said, I will make your world like mine so you can taste despair. Lucas suddenly realized something. Miso absorbs the dark engraving power descending from the sky, pushing back Nanase's prison fire. Lucas tries to stop Miso. To stop it. Even Michael can't bear that burden, which threatens not only Tokyo, but the entire world, and is dangerous. I still don't care. I try to absorb the energy of that ability. Right now, a yellow light rushes into Miso's area, and Nanase, standing outside, can guess who the light belongs to. Sansano. Lucas froze in shock as Haruto had now entered Miso's mind. You observe around and realize that the branch space is like this, and someone turned it into an item. So Haruto just touched it. I guess I'll copy it right away. Under Haruto's control, the system now displays that the H-link space has been successfully copied. Cantron plus V needs to have a space lock to open a branch of space from another dimension. Continue with the command, Cantron plus V. The displayed content is syncing the user's warehouse with the subspace. Items stored in the warehouse can be retrieved from space. As Cantron plus V reports, it is inserting the 3 out of 5 space fragments into the subspace. After completing the operations, Haruto chuckled to himself. It seems he can really use it like an item storage. The system reports that the 2 commands, Cantron plus V level 3 and Cantron plus V level 5, along with all copied items and skills, are now stored in the auxiliary space, regardless of durability. And Haruto happily evaluates it as excellent. He desperately thought about copying and muttered to himself that if he copied Lucas's holy sword and stored it in the space, he wouldn't need to give up on the illusion art anymore. But suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, making Haruto startle and become alert. Cantron plus C is truly beyond my expectations. Miso lowered his face and said with a slightly surprised tone, I didn't expect it could copy items from another dimension. Haruto replied casually, Yes, even if it's just a small part of the object. Miso replied straightforwardly with a serious face. Of course, initially only a part of the subspace was brought here. So I thought it was too confusing and said, why bother so much? Miso coldly and sharply looked at Haruto. It does not belong to me. As I said, it was brought into this other world, stolen by my homeland's enemies, and brought to the brink of destruction. The Shining Spirit King, Rimwa? Haruto asked confusedly. So to end that, I have to defeat that guy before her. Miso sneered at Haruto's hesitant question and replied, Defeating someone who relies only on strength to take down others, has that caused my homeland to fall? I was truly lucky that the portal opened right before he could take my life. And then I escaped to this dimension. I've brought a part of another space with me at the cost of everything. You felt something strange after hearing that. Wait. So how can someone turn it into an item? Miso confidently replied. With the power of the curse I received in my own dimension. At this moment, Haruto's head was pounding, and he was stunned, opening his mouth in shock when he heard that. What? Another dimension also has curses existing. Miso smirked knowingly, with a fierce gaze, and said that the power of the curse I received is exactly transformation. Outside in space, Nanase and Lucas stand ready with their swords, facing the powerful swirling vortex of the so-called subspace. A giant foot, with thick, sharp claws emerged from within, stomping out with fierce energy, while streaks of fiery lightning extended from its head to its feet. Followed by a group of snow mountain dwarves limping along, she noticed Satoru steps forward from somewhere, smiling and waving to the giant. Sister. No. Hunter Nanase. Whenever Nanase hears someone call, she turns to look. Seeing it was Shinoda, she just smiled faintly as a greeting. Over there is the chairman of Fuquate, holding a sturdy shield walking over. Nanase runs up to him and expresses her gratitude, thanking him for his hard work. He declines the thanks with a reassuring smile. All the monsters in this area have been dealt with. But Gao then said that other hunters should be capable of handling the remaining few. Masato and Ares, coming from inside the red circle, also headed this way just in time to overhear Gao's suspicious question. On their way here, they took care of everything casually. Seeing Masato appear, Nanase asked hesitantly, "What's wrong with Chairman Shirosaki?" Takumi. He didn't answer her question and simply said that he also wanted to capture him alive for the benefit of the association, but since he refused to cooperate peacefully, I had to send him away to wait. Nanase looks at his calmness and his answer, and she responds softly, "Oh." She thought to herself, Chairman Shirosaki. It seems the aura surrounding him has changed. She didn't ask further, only taking in the necessary information. Is that so? Thank you. You've worked hard. Satoru looked everywhere and, finding someone missing, went to ask, "By the way, where is Senior?" Haruto Nanase replied. When she heard that, Haruto went in. She looked up at the light and replied, "Entering the side room with that demon lover. We are outside guarding against a bad situation." Hearing that, Satoru panicked and asked worriedly, "So Senior Haruto is in danger?" Nanase thought angrily that his tone was disrespectful. "Don't talk to me as an equal when you're working." But then she also reassured Satoru that the love-struck girl was already in her dying moments. Seeing the two talking, Lucas also approached to warn. "Besides, Miso, we should close off the auxiliary space as soon as possible. Areas beyond everyone's understanding will soon appear." Gawk, upon seeing Lucas appear, immediately asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the sword he's holding. "That slender sword. Are you from the Cooper family? Sent here to assist?" Nanase immediately objected. "No. He's an accomplice of Miso." Gawk opened his mouth in disbelief. "Why?" Seeing that Lucas didn't respond, Gawk grabbed his collar in front of everyone's admiration and lifted him up, threateningly asking what reason could possibly make a noble family member cooperate with Amiso. "How do you plan to take responsibility, Master Gawk?" Angry, asked, and Lucas immediately replied, "I will go in too. I have decided to take responsibility. So please let me go." Gawk's fiery gaze suddenly appeared, and without mercy, he directly threw Lucas to the ground. Turning his back confidently, he said, "Do whatever you want to him. When this is over, I will hold you and your family responsible. I swear on the honor of the Midas Guild." Lucas, hearing Gawk's confident assertion, said nothing and only thought to himself. But then he suddenly ran off somewhere, looking extremely tense. If that thing steps out of the space, everything will be lost. Lucas must close it before that happens. Inside the subspace, Haruto is still in shock. Turns out curses also exist in another dimension. Miso, with an fierce expression, slams his hand on the ground, and his whole body emits a blue glow when he finds out. I was also shocked. However, I realized that I cannot accept the curse from those cursed in this dimension. At least not with this kind of transformation. "Oh. I told Haruto that if it were your can of Tron Kong Si, I might even be able to copy the curse from another dimension." Haruto looked at Miso with a cold face and asked, "It means the one behind all this is just to steal my can Tron Kong Si." Miso smirks mysteriously and explains that the day Michael will kill someone and take my Cantron Kong Si himself. If I open the space gate and connect it to the mother planet, Rimua will definitely come to this Earth. If it weren't for Johnny Sihara Tomoka, I would have succeeded 15 years ago. You listen to Miso and sneer, but in the end, you fail again, throwing everything at me like this. Do you think that's okay? Miso laughed loudly and replied, "After all, you're going to die anyway." Her eyes wide open and sneering with a toothy smile. "Even if I perish here, my plan remains the same. So how do you plan to struggle?" Suddenly, Miso transformed into a fierce monster and kept attacking Haruto, who could only defend himself with his hands, panic-stricken, sweat pouring down his face, and staring in disbelief at the scene before him. It is a monster with sharp, blade-like teeth that make anyone who sees it shiver. Haruto, trembling on the ground with a terrified face, guessed it was a dragon. But how could there be something like that in this alternate space? Wait, could it be sealed inside here? The giant clawed dragon frantically charges forward toward Haruto, who can't believe it and thinks to himself, "This is terrifying. Are they planning to release it into Tokyo?" At this moment, his face was covered in sweat as he thought to himself, "Don't joke around like that. If this thing breaks out, then everything will be real." It looked at you with greed. Haruto, terrified, ran as fast as he could without looking back. But after running and searching, he couldn't find a way out and grew frustrated. Damn it. Where is the escape? The monster suddenly roared as someone rushed in to attack it. Haruto was stunned, and looking toward the light, he realized it was Lucas. Lucas swung his sword to counterattack while glancing back and urging Haruto, "Have you copied the subspace yet? That is Miso's dragon kept here. If the subspace collapses, it will threaten the holy sword. I'll stop it. You go outside and close the subspace." Haruto obeys and runs off. But what should he do now? You worryingly turn back and ask him, "What about you?" The dragon roared loudly and counterattacked, knocking Lucas far away, causing the holy sword in his hand to fly out of reach. Haruto watches the chaos with a slight frown as the dragon, sensing Lucas's desperation, spreads its wings and with fiery eyes, swoops toward him. Everything was in chaos. Lucas was painfully fainting on the ground, and just a moment away, the dragon would seize the holy sword. He frowns in anger, thinking, "Just wait to fight seriously." Suddenly, the system displays Kanchon plus V using giant spider silk. The scene rewinds to 10 minutes earlier with Nanase standing in front of the system panel, repeatedly displaying the same message that you have gained 50 experience points. Nanase placed her hand on the system panel and thought to herself, "Normally a high-level hunter like me wouldn't gain experience points from defeating a monster at this level. That damn monster must be dead by now." Miso secretly fumed. How could they treat her like a monster? She thought she was furious for being treated like a monster. But it was because she came from another dimension. Earth's dimension only sees her as no different from a monster on the system display. Specific information of Miso. Elf level 354. Has been eliminated. Contributed 75% and has 200 experience points. At this moment, Mo approaches Satoru to check on him. "Mo, are you okay?" Mo anxiously asks back about Sano, the hunter. What happened to him? He looked toward the portal and replied, "He's still inside." Suddenly, a strange beam of light emanated from the auxiliary space, startling those outside. Lucas and Sano were thrown out through the door. Sano grabs a rope, tightly wrapping it around Lucas's body and tying it to the holy sword. Those outside watched in shock and amazement as Sano, in a state of panic, caused rocks and debris to shatter, and both of them fell hard to the ground. Satoru looked on with great concern, gasping loudly, "Senior Haruto, since you're still in danger." Sano warns everyone to step back while he runs to the side door to try and close it. The system now shows that Cantron plus V is sealing the spiritual space. Sano uses all his strength to try to close the door, telling himself he can do it. Close it now. And finally, the door shuts, the light slowly receding, gradually weakening. Only the faintest rays of light pass through the opening. Gao looked confused, not understanding what he was planning. So he asked, could it be that he's sealing the auxiliary space? When the secondary space door closed, he let out a relieved breath. Then it shut again. But unexpectedly, the system displayed a red warning screen, signaling a V-shaped anomaly, because an internal force prevented the secondary space from closing. To protect its integrity, the subspace will open now. Haruto stands frozen, eyes wide, breathing rapidly in fear. What wait? Before he could even recover, the secondary space door slowly opened again, and the mysterious glowing light from inside spread outward. The monster, with its enormous body covered in rough veins and hard as stone scales, has fiery red eyes filled with hatred, and that desire for destruction is trying to force its head out. Its screaming sound reverberates as if tearing the entire space apart. Everyone is panicking. Hey, what's going on? It's a dragon. The giant dragon's foot thrust out into space, and as it touched the ground, the earth trembled violently. Seeing the situation is unstable, We can't fight it. Run now. Mo immediately recognized that creature. It's a dragon. 15 years ago. A single dragon destroyed the entire UK. If it escapes now, we're doomed. Because of its overwhelming power, the dragon unleashed its hidden strength, knocking Sano to the ground again. And Sano felt furious and helpless. And now, filled with regret, you realize you missed the only chance to stop this disaster. Damn it. Min was too slow. The dragon is almost breaking free into space. Haruto tries to stay calm and focus, telling himself he must find a way to stop it. Then he slams his hand down and uses the Izaiso branches with the Control-V system. Sure enough, it works. The Izaiso branches slowly glow and wrap around the dragon to prevent its movement. Everyone watched in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. What the hell? The Izaiso branches kept tightening around the dragon. The branches seemed to move easily, wrapping around each other as if they are controlled by an invisible force. Rushing swiftly toward the dragon, the branches began to multiply and then completely covered the dragon, preventing it from moving. Haruto let out a faint breath of relief, a sense of relief spreading through his chest. It worked. Satoru kept praising and shouting, "Wow," looking for Haruto. But Nanase sensed something. She couldn't feel any evil aura from any of it, but she continued to think. It's similar to the skill Amiso used. Everyone praised it. Amazing. The branch stopped the dragon. Not only Nanase, but Amo also thinks it's quiet. No. The dragon is not a monster. Just a branch that was stopped like that. As expected, Momote looked up in surprise as the dragon bit through the branch and broke free from its grasp. Its entire body revealed overwhelming power, muscles bulging like solid rocks. And when it roared, its whole body trembled with fury as it spat fire. Haruto was caught off guard as he looked at it. Damn it. It's about to use its fiery breath. Everyone get away. Now, Fuwa, holding the shield around him, creates a protective circle and tells everyone there's no time. Get behind me. Over here with Masato. He also shouted. Everyone else. Come here. He emitted a red circle. It spreads out like a powerful wave, forming a sturdy shield that protects the entire area, with the circle continuously expanding to let everyone in. Each spiral, it seems to absorb all surrounding energy into it, growing stronger. But as everyone hides inside the protective circle, a thunderous crack echoes as the dragon roars fiercely, its sharp teeth piercing the branches that are tightly gripping around it. The dragon roars, its enormous head tilting, eyes blazing with fury, while some people still tremble in fear, unable to believe that a terrifying mystical creature is standing right before them. A girl says, "We are saved." And the boy looks at the scene and asks, "This is the green shield, protecting hundreds of people from the evil force behind it." Standing behind the shield feeling safe. The young man was happy. A part of Jinja had been blown away, but we are still here. Another person also said, as expected of Chairman and President Shirosaki. At this moment, Satoru suddenly remembered Haruto. How is the senior Haruto doing? Haruto was sitting absent-mindedly among the burning trees at the top. He brushed off the burn marks on his shirt from the dragon's hot flames and sighed in disappointment. I couldn't stop it completely. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Haruto. But he could still feel the fiery breath, just a little something. You know, looking back, it turns out to be Lucas, who angrily said, "Lucas, who told you to sneak in here?" Innocent Lucas replied, "I was just resting nearby." He was in a bad mood too. Haruto said, "Finally, it got away. We need to evacuate the regular hunters first. Even S-rank hunters won't be able to handle it. Its scales are really this hard. So weapons or magic won't work." Then you stand up angrily and say, "So that damn Miso was planning to destroy this place from the start." "Oh," Lucas replied. "He has a plan." Michael's words could wipe out that thing. You looked confused and asked again. "Michael, wipe out." Lucas explained to you that he is the one who bears the curse of the original, like us, and is the leader of Starfield. Moreover, he is someone you should never cross paths with. Haruto recalls whether it was a gun, or if he overheard the mysterious masked people on the underground ship talking. As a dragon, we deal with it right away. Not yet the right time. Maybe we should wait until the resonance of the space fragment becomes stronger before acting. Meanwhile, Michael silently gazed at the floating space fragment in his hand, and Miso hesitated before saying, "I will hand it over to you, Lord Michael." Watching the space fragment in his hand continuously glow, he asked coldly, What are you planning to do? And immediately Miso bowed and reported. This way, you will be the only one able to open the space gate. Without waiting for Michael to ask further, Miso quickly analyzed that I fear Nishihara Tomoka did something to prevent the gate from opening again. She tried to connect this dimension with the dimension of love, because she sensed what I had done. Hearing what Miso said, it seemed reasonable. So he replied, "Fine. It's just part of the plan." He then forcefully handed the space to Miso, who respectfully bowed and took it, thanking him. Then Miso presented him with a shimmering purple crystal and said, "And also, this is the protective stone, passed down to the spirits of our clan. When it will glow and inform you who is responsible for the attack." Ah, I think to myself, that will be the perfect moment for Lord Michael to launch his plan. Elsewhere, the ground is blazing fiercely, with thick smoke rising everywhere as Kuezia, the strongest monster in the Rainbow Dungeon with blazing red eyes, continuously breathes out flames. In the sky, a fleet of warships is flying, with Masato aboard. His face darkened. In his hand, he holds a purple crystal, from which a beam of light shines down, revealing the image of the top 5 hunters in Japan. Nanase. A thought crossed his mind that I will ensure the plan includes some revenge for you. On the other side, Kuesia keeps attacking non-stop, its fierce roars echoing, the ground breaking apart. As the hunters with swords scream and panic, fleeing in terror, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "That enemy is too terrifying. We can't do anything to it." Suddenly, crackling sounds and black lightning gathered together, revealing the mysterious thunder. Masato was casting a spell, and a roaring lightning bolt struck Kuesia. The space suddenly became quiet, but it seemed that the previous attack had no effect on it. As it glared red-eyed at him, Ares Hill, sweating from behind, said Senzama magic is completely useless, and Masato looked at her angrily. "So I guess we have no choice but to surrender." Ares Hill, with a serious expression, assessed that physical attacks might be more effective, but the force involved is too great. At this moment, the monster seems to have gone berserk, roaring and baring its sharp fangs as it attacks the small group of armed people standing on the ground. In this hopeless situation, Masato feels angry. If ordinary hunters try to force their way through, the casualties will be huge, damn it. If Chairman Gao were here, he would have a way to control it. Where did he go? I wonder. And then he turned his head to look around for his silhouette. "Hey, over there," he said, while looking at a pile of black goo. "The guild master is standing over there." "Right," another person replied. "I think so too. No way did it melt that day. It can't be true. He can't believe what he's seeing as the thing with no clear human shape is flowing out." They are both terrified. One of them spoke, with breath like blazing fire. Did they really face it directly that day? And the other suspiciously replied, "That's true, but still." Before he could finish speaking, it seemed he realized something. The mass of goo earlier suddenly moved, writhing as if alive, then exploded. One of them appeared with blazing red eyes, extremely furious. That is guild leader Gao, who roared, "That damn snake god." The 2 hunters from earlier cheerfully shout, "Guild leader. I knew it. There's no way an attack with breath could melt that day away." Gao looked at the monster, which was now completely out of control, continuously attacking the hunters. As he threw his fist forward, he muttered, "Damn. It's so huge." Suddenly hearing a noise, Gao stopped and looked back. On the ground, the shattered rocks from earlier were moving. Then they merged into golems that made noises, and he was speechless when he saw it. At the same time, Nanase was still fighting, launching her attack. Swoosh! Her attack rushes forward to strike Kuesia, but it seems to only anger it more. Seeing it charge straight at her, she immediately unleashes her move, using Izaizo's Kanshon V branch. Immediately from beneath the ground, countless giant branches grew and tightly wrapped around the monster. It roared and struggled, biting through the branches with its teeth to break free from the restraints in an instant. Haruto looked at it and sighed. The branches aren't strong enough to hold it. Its HP has dropped 25%. Using the long dragon sword would be too dangerous. What if you just pushed it back into the space? Haruto immediately got angry. If you did that, I wouldn't be able to use it anymore. Lucas looks serious and confirms that we can defeat it using the sword. Haruto immediately objects. I don't know what you're thinking, but that sword of yours is dangerous. With it, it's no different from a toothpick. As I said, you look towards the Kuesia and clearly feel that this monster's strength is far from ordinary. He immediately turned to kick your leg. And when we just escaped from that other dimension, I knew you had copied the sword. Lucas looked away and said, I'm not blaming you. If it weren't for you, I would have died inside with the sword. I owe you. Haruto forced an awkward smile, sweating as he felt this misunderstanding was going a bit too far. Changing the subject, he then asked, so what do we do after stopping it? He immediately replied, using your original skill to copy the sword and learn it as his own. But 1/ isn't enough. What if there were 10? 000 swords. According to what he said, an image of thousands of swords rushing down on the monster appears. And this idea surprises Haruto, who then marvels, I think that's a good idea. But how do we push it back into the space of recovery? You turn to look. But before you finish your sentence, you realize there's something behind you. Haruto turned back and saw Gao, who spoke. Hunter Sano. Let me borrow your golem kids for a while. Haruto is surprised. What is the chairman of Takuchi planning to do with the golems? Gao was silent for a moment before speaking. I will make those who dared to attack me pay the price. Then he looked at the monster. Haruto still doesn't understand his intention. If he uses the golem, it could hurt it. Gao clenched his fist and affirmed. Not just hurt. I will kill it. Haruto nodded without question, trusting his plan, and replied, I understand. Then I will open the subspace. Please put that into the space. Gao, in his massive form, crouched beside you. Fine. I also want to see how you do it. We'll discuss that later. Haruto gives the order. Hundreds of commands are executed, transforming the golem core with V-shaped magic. Immediately countless red stones appear, along with shattered rocks moving beneath the ground. They merge together, quickly forming a horde of golems. Gao strikes the ground hard, causing an explosion that sends rocks flying into the air. Just as the golems rush toward him, a giant stone creature appears amidst the smoke and fire, catching Haruto completely off guard. The battle between Gao and the iron monster is still ongoing. While the snow mountain golems are gathering in a circle to collect stones, Gao is also preparing to use his large hand to crush the iron. It quickly spotted it, roared and dodged. Go, missing his shot, was furious and said, wait. Then, he used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch to the sky, causing Jiak's face to turn to the side as Gao aimed straight at its head and struck down. Masato stood in the protective circle. Couldn't help but admire. That punch was powerful. Haruto stood nearby, thinking to himself, a crystal armor. Indeed the perfect pair with golem. I will definitely copy its skill later. Jiak recovered quickly and angrily looked at the one who punched him. Gao muttered to himself. So one punch isn't enough. Huh. Then he decided to go for another. Haruto chuckled softly, thinking to himself that everything was going according to his plan. At the same time, a group of snow mountain golems descended from the sky, shouting and calling out, then rushing toward the mouth, biting fiercely to shatter the golems. Haruto gritted his teeth and said, relying on those kids, my subordinates. The golems inside its mouth were wildly struggling, and they really caused a big explosion inside it. It only seems to rise, with dust from the golem spilling out of its mouth, and the surrounding area is also covered in a layer of dust. It crashed to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. Seeing that, the soldiers below cheered happily. They are filled with joy on their faces. Those are the Sanoa hunters' golems. We must thank them. Hearing this, Gao looked at Haruto, the Sanoa hunter, with no good intentions, so he easily handed over the golem kids for this purpose. Haruto still doesn't realize he's lost in thought. But this level of attack isn't enough to cause real damage. Suddenly, he runs forward quickly, needing to trap it in the subspace immediately. Next to Rat, the soldiers are encouraging each other. Now we can defeat it. Keep attacking. Haruto approaches and creates a circle of his own. His talent immediately activates, using Harkling's subspace. Behind him, a portal opens with purple light and terrifying lightning. The soldiers looked at each other in panic, wondering why this space was opening again and if another monster was about to appear. Haruto reassures them. Don't worry. I'm just opening the space to send the dragon inside. The soldier nods. I see. Haruto looked at Gong and asked, Chairman Takeuchi, can you punch one more time? Perhaps a bit surprised by the question. He honestly replied that all the golems had self-destructed, so it was difficult for me to deal as much damage as before. Haruto's face shows worry and caution as he hesitates. Should I copy and make more golems? No. If I want the same effect as before, their golem levels are still too low. Suddenly, Nanase appears from behind and suggests, what if we use the power of Hellfire? Haruto is startled and breathes a sigh of relief. So let's go with that. At this moment, Mo hurriedly ran over. We must quickly take advantage of its unconsciousness before it enters stage 2. Before they could act, the object behind started to shake violently. It quickly stands up after the dizziness, glaring with fiery eyes at the soldiers. Mo shouts, "It's awake now. Everyone run." In response, it spewed out a flame as if to burn everything down, causing the soldiers to panic and flee, leaving behind screams of terror. Nanaza is tense. If this flame breath destroys everything, she needs to minimize casualties. No more unnecessary risks. She charges alone towards the enemy. This scene shocked both Haruto and Mo, and he shouted out to Nanase. On one side, Tokuo ordered the Tosan to this side, creating a protective barrier for his subordinates. While on the other side, the steel monster was engulfed in a huge flame. Nanase charges directly at it, building up speed towards Rat. She thrusts her sword forward, channeling the power of her blade. The Inferno. As she finished speaking, a tremendous power burst out from the blade, with two beams of light, one blue and one red, clashing directly against each other. Nothing could be seen around except flying debris. Rat unleashes a blaze that seems ready to swallow Nanase, leaving her stunned as the fire engulfs the entire building in a sea of flames. Seeing that, Haruto was both worried and angry. Damn it. He performed a series of moves. Using the branch and teleportation, the fire directly engulfed Nanase. Haruto rushed in, grabbing her and breathing heavily. The two are wrapped in a sphere of branches, temporarily protected from the flames burning fiercely outside. That sphere sped down rapidly, helping the two escape danger in the nick of time. Maybe it was exhausted. Nanase hugged her arm and let out a soft sigh. Haruto asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Nanase looked at him worriedly. "I'm fine, but Vodao isn't." Haruto reassures her. "Yeah. Vodao is still intact and unscathed." Haruto hears his cloning system activating. It's copying Vodao from Nanase. He thought to himself that he hadn't even touched it directly, so even if the giant spiderweb touched them, it could still be copied. He handed the sword back to Nanase. She took it and thanked him. She told Haruto that if it kept using its fiery breath, they would be doomed. The two of them looked toward the beast, which was frantically searching for its next target. At this moment, a decisive voice rings out. Now is the golden opportunity. Haruto immediately uses his cutting technique to eliminate his target. At this moment, the system is enveloping the scene, and Haruto and Nanase watch in shock and surprise at the scene before them. Haruto's face darkens as he thinks, "What is this feeling?" You didn't have time to think because the system started to show Kanchan F, who possesses Kanchan and has used Kanchan 10. Lucas immediately thought of a name. Michael, the president of the multinational guild Staffuel in Europe. Lucas shouted loudly to Haruto. Sano immediately stepped out of the barrier. Haruto heard it and turned to look at him. Suddenly, a purple light condensed from the system and rack, leaving Haruto no time to respond to Lucas. Instead, he turned forward, looked, and only had one thought: I have to take Nanase with me. The system continues to update, and Kanchan 5 uses giant spider silk. It seems that at this moment, the speed and power of the explosion are increasing. Immediately, a dark energy is crystallizing, surrounding it, the evil energy growing larger, causing the center of Jinja district to explode. A deep crater appears. Water stains on the ground grow larger. Along with the lingering dark energy, the explosion drew quite a bit of attention from the people nearby, and a soldier looked down in horror, unable to speak, wondering what just happened. A young man with brown hair suddenly spoke up, and a deep pit appeared in the middle of Jinja district. Tokuo raised his voice and asked, "Who is it?" Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Sister," causing him to immediately pay attention. Nanase lay on her back on the ground, bleeding heavily. Haruto and Satoru hurriedly ran over, but upon seeing the scene before them, they knew they were too late. Nanase had lost her right arm, bleeding heavily, and she seemed to be in critical condition. Tokuo, Gao, Shirozaki, Masato, Arashio, Lucas, Moguran all looked in the same direction. with expressions of shock and fear. Satoru, with a frightened look and tears in his eyes, gazes at Nanase, wanting to speak but unable to form a complete sentence. Tai, looking down from above, a hesitant and frightened hand spoke, saying her right arm is gone, and the girl beside her added, but she still seems to be conscious. Satoru grabbed Haruto's shoulders and shouted, his voice trembling. What happened to my sister? That's right. Sarah can heal her. Right. Haruto looked at him urgently and replied, yes. I will go find her right away. Haruto's voice softened and trembled as he said, I'm sorry. If I had gotten her out of the barrier earlier. At the same time, he used his ability to hold Nanase in his arms, covering her with a shirt to hide her injuries, her face showing a fragile yet pained expression. Haruto was about to take Nanase back when Satoru loudly said, Elder Haruto, please ensure her hand is healed. Haruto replied, leave it to me. And then he disappeared. Suddenly, a helicopter took off, creating a strong gust of wind that blew away the remaining debris. The two teammates looked at the helicopter in confusion and asked each other, hey, when did this helicopter arrive? Was it Vietnamese soldiers? The helicopter was getting closer to the ground. Gradually, the large emblem appears, and everyone realizes that it is the Staffiel Guild emblem. Michael stepped down from the helicopter, accompanied by the red, white, green, blue, purple, and yellow masked guild members, all exuding an aura of authority. Michael introduced himself. I am the leader of the Staffiel Guild. Michael, please continue. I am here to respond to your request for aid. Michael looked at the remaining debris and said, this is an urgent case, so I need to act quickly. Then he looked at a deep hole in the center of the district and said, it seems the incident caused some minor damage. Go. Hearing that, stepped forward and asked, what do you mean by small? Michael looked at him and said with a smile, that was a monster capable of destroying a country. So I had to act. Your attitude might be a bit too harsh. Our guild leader is calling for patience, Gao said with a serious tone. One of our hunters lost his right arm in that attack. Michael laughed as he said, I took down a monster as huge as a dragon. So losing one arm of a minor hunter is fair. Gao immediately exploded with anger and, with an overwhelming presence, looked at Michael and said angrily, are you mocking him? Michael looked at him and said provocatively, this situation reminds me of a Japanese proverb, taking credit for others' work. Right. Seeing that, Tukuo hurriedly came to the rescue and excused himself. He said solemnly, please forgive the delayed introduction. Thank you for handling the dragon. I am Tukuo, president of the Japan Hunters Association. Lucas. No need to thank him. He drew the Angelus rapier and stepped forward. Everything is his fault. Tukuo and Gao, hearing this, were shocked and asked, what did you say? His face darkened, clearly indicating that Mitsuo had released the monsters and was reporting directly to this guy. Tukuo responded, but aren't you also a member of the Starfield South Guild? We can't trust your words. Lucas denied. Things are different now. He looked at Michael and said, I was outright eliminated because I was no longer valuable. Michael naturally heard and smiled strangely. Lucas, you're talking nonsense about unnecessary things. Is this really the time to chat? After the intense confrontation, he said, I don't believe Lucas's words. But I also find Starfield suspicious. So what's really going on? Explain it. Michael clenched his fists and said, I have no reason to explain myself to you. Michael sneered and said mysteriously, because all of you will be wiped out by me. Michael immediately started using the system, pressing Ctrl-A to delete everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Haruto was trying to find a way back. You see an open door and say, this must be the place. As soon as you spot it, the door immediately swings open, revealing the hospital rooms inside. He hurriedly ran back. Just as I thought. I can move freely within the barrier thanks to the branch space. The scene shifted instantly, bringing him to the hospital room. Sarah, can you heal the hunter Nanase? Sarah looked at you with a panicked expression. Her throat suddenly constricted. Sarah looked at him and replied, if she receives enough mana, she'll be fine. Immediately, she used the system. Kanchon Z was restoring the target's arm. Suddenly, the entire system turned red, causing her to panic. She looked at the red alert system and shouted, what is happening? The system notification window said that the Kanchon Z object was deleted by Kanchon X and cannot be restored. I'm sorry. I can't restore it. Haruto looked like he was about to explode. But she didn't know the exact reason. The notification window just appeared, saying it couldn't be restored. He realized that the wound was caused by Kanchon X. So Nanase's condition is now very bad. And even breathing is difficult for her. Sarah couldn't continue the treatment and could only make a judgment. It turns out there are still others outside with Kanchon skills. Haruto still hopes for a miracle. So, can she try again? She thought it was impossible. But I believe trying again would only cost mana. You seem determined. Feeling very frustrated and unwilling to accept it, you start to consider how the Kanchon X command works. So anything deleted by Kanchon X cannot be restored. What if I use the cloning spell, Kanchon V? By cloning Wudao, you successfully obtained Wudao. When Sarah saw it, she realized it was her Nanase's Wudao. Right, Haruto explains. No. It's just a copy made before it was removed. Hearing that, she thought there was still a chance to fix it. So he copied Nanase the hunter's arm. But although he didn't want to admit it, he had to deny it. I can't copy any other human besides myself. He continued to try using the Kanchon V command on Wudao. It immediately appeared and then vanished. And the system displayed a red warning again. You thought you could handle the Kanchon X command. But in reality, it was a harsh lesson. The copied items disappeared. And there was no hope. Haruto, frustrated and unwilling, kept copying Wudao. And 3 more copies appeared, as the cloning command continued to work properly. But when he continued to try the Ran command, each sword immediately vanished. And the system kept warning that Kanchon V, the item deleted by Kanchon X, cannot be ran. Haruto's emotions seem to spiral out of control as he repeatedly issues clone commands for the Wudao hundreds of times. Damn it. Are you trying to fight to the end to see who wins? The system keeps copying, releasing energy that makes Sarah feel like she's about to be blown away. Hundreds of Wudao are simultaneously cloned and appear all at once. When attempting the repair command, the system kept issuing red alerts, and he frantically used the cloning and repair commands. The Wudao clones kept disappearing one after another and then being copied again, creating a chaotic scene. Haruto has no intention of stopping. The patients in the hospital are extremely panicked seeing him go berserk. What is he doing? Your actions seem to have caused the system to malfunction, constantly reporting errors. Yet in the end, a sword was successfully copied and replicated. The system once again displays a message, indicating an unknown error with Kanchon V, and items deleted by Kanchon V that can be copied and repaired. Haruto calmly approaches and picks up the complete Wudao sword. He sweat profusely, holding the sword in his hand and feeling a bit more relaxed. All he needed to do now was give this to Nanase when she wakes up. The system error has been successfully triggered. So he turned and loudly said, "Sarah, try again." She understood his intention and immediately agreed. Okay. Elsewhere, the atmosphere is buzzing with talk about an arrow mark suddenly appearing on everyone's heads. Someone asked what this mark was, and his friend, trembling with fear, guessed it was a targeting sign for a wide-range attack. Michael appears with a look of disdain, as if to say you're not that stupid. Suddenly, powerful beams of light shoot down around him. A large number of people appeared and surrounded Michael, and the energy sources also grew increasingly dense. The system displayed a notification, Can Tron Hat, moving the target closer. A wave of pressure blows away the bricks and debris aimed at him. Michael calmly uses a teleportation spell to dodge the wreckage. A powerful shadow slowly descends from above, along with continuous streaks of light that strike the ground below. The earth and rocks explode in all directions as Michael skillfully moves to a safe spot. Masato appears with a fierce expression, speaking in a close tone. Wide area attacks are my specialty. I don't know what you're planning with your sudden moves. Michael sneered. Shiro Saki of the Future Guild, Thunder Spirit, is quite something. Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers and said, I will erase you first. Masato was caught completely off guard, unable to react to Michael's sudden attack as black whirlwinds appeared like bullets, rushing toward him at incredible speed. Masato quickly tried to dodge but was still swiftly cornered. In the end, under the devastating attack, his limbs were completely torn apart. Surely no one can withstand that all-out attack. He quickly falls to the ground. Everyone around was so scared they froze in shock. Even Chairman Shirosaki, wondering what that skill was, Gao saw this scene and completely exploded, shouting in fury. Damn it. He charged straight at Michael. Throwing a punch, a loud noise rang out, and the rocks and dust were easily blown away. Michael remained calm, unblinking, and looked at Gao with a fierce smile. A protective wall he created rendered his punch useless, and the stone armor arm easily shattered. Gao couldn't believe his eyes, staring in shock at the remaining part of his arm. Tokuo, witnessing this, was so frightened his face turned pale. Even the stone armor could withstand the attack from that line. Michael smugly glances at the terrified crowd. Don't be too shocked just because there's still a kid involved. He doesn't hesitate to strike, crushing and eliminating the target right in front of him. A giant black vortex is unleashed, carrying a terrifying power that causes fear. The vortex creates a thick fog, enough to reveal its devastating, destructive force. The smoke clears to reveal a deep crater on the ground. The aftermath of the recent attack. Michael lifts his head, not yet triumphant, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Just when it seemed like Gao had been shattered into 100 pieces by the blow, Tokuo quickly created a giant shield to help protect him. Even after a moment of relief, Gao still spoke spitefully. Move aside. Tokuo's shield also took a lot of effort to create. That skill is not ordinary, I can feel it. But right now, even the seemingly indestructible shield is starting to crack and break. The 9 shields are breaking apart. Gao, seeing this, was truly terrified by his power. Michael grew even more smug and sarcastic. It cannot be destroyed by any weapon or skill, but is made from the mist of legendary monsters. The 9 shields, just as its name suggests. Tokuo was very panicked inside, but still tried to stay calm and persuade him. If you already know this, then stop the attack. Chairman Michael, your actions are going too far. If the International Hunter Guild finds out about this, your guild will be destroyed. He firmly refused to let those words get into his hands, continuing to use his special technique. So what if there are no witnesses or evidence? Michael calculates that his clear goal is to destroy the 9 shields. Kanchurn A, and searches within limits to select all targets. He locks onto the points scattered across the shield. Finally, he ordered Kanchurn X to eliminate all the selected targets. Michael doesn't want to give them a chance to survive. He strikes decisively to see how long the wielder can hold on. Kanchurn X, once again, eliminates all the selected targets. A relentless barrage of attacks creates a significant shockwave. The shield can no longer hold, beginning to crack apart piece by piece. Tokuo could only stand helplessly as 9 shields was being destroyed, leaving nothing to protect him as the whirlwind rapidly headed straight for him. It seems he was too surprised to react. So Gao quickly grabbed Tokuo and pulled him back. Pretending, Gao threw him aside and decided to use his body as a shield against the pressure from the black vortex. Tokuo tries to stand firm after feeling dizzy, but his vision is already shattered beyond recognition. As he regains his composure, he becomes very worried about Gao. Is he okay? Gao is now collapsed, half of his body completely shattered. Michael walks over and mocks him. It's so embarrassing for a top male hunter in the world to end up like this. I didn't expect Gao's fighting spirit to still be so fierce. Is he struggling? Thinking he's already won, even if my body is shattered into pieces. Everyone watching Gao's current state can't help but feel worried. Their faces clearly showing helplessness. Gao struggles to say that this stone armor still hasn't broken, but the stone on his body is shattering into fragments and falling apart. The Midas Guild president's crystal shell is now gradually being restored, and Gao's stone armor body stands tall before Michael. His stone armor body suddenly becoming so large makes sense because of the expansion and using the surrounding stones to grow bigger. This is the ultimate move of the stone armor. Gao then throws a powerful punch at Michael, but he remains completely still. Gao's stone armor arm was about to reach his face when he finally used his skill. And in an instant, the ground exploded, debris flying everywhere. The system now displays a message to Michael. Press Ctrl+X to eliminate the target. A cosmic black hole strikes and shatters Gao's arm. His stone armor arm, affected by Michael's power, crumbles apart. Although the stone armor becomes unstable after a long time, it also defeats the opponent. Unlike mana, the source of earth and stone is limitless. So Gao used his power to gather the stones and recreate a new arm. As the stone armor arm was restored, Michael once again used his dark ability to break it, and Gao continued to recreate his shattered arm. The earth and stones are now flying from within Michael, who looks at Gao and says, "A true eternal golem. It seems you live up to your reputation as the fifth strongest in the world." The stone arm of the Midas Guild Master has been restored. He swung his fist to punch Michael and shouted loudly, "Enough noise. Shut up." Gao rushes forward, using his massive body to attack Michael. He aims to catch Michael with his huge hands, preparing to strike. A lightning bolt flashes across Michael's eyes as he frowns and says, "But I am second place here." Immediately, Michael uses his control skill, and his system displays Control plus X. Erase target. A black hole instantly appears, destroying Gao's stone-formed arm. Gao looked at him with a sharp gaze and said, "Another useless move." Immediately after, his arm slowly regenerated, and the stones connected again by red electric sparks. Seeing that, Michael kept repeatedly using his erase skill, causing many black holes to appear in front of Gao's armored body. Immediately afterward, a corner of Gao's face on the opposite side of his body was erased. He swung his fist at Michael on the ground and shouted, "Here." He continued using his skill to erase another part of Gao's arm, but with Gao's stone body. He quickly recovered his arm. Michael also refused to give up and continued to use his annihilation skill, neither of them willing to surrender to the other. This time was different. Gao's entire stone armor body had completely disappeared, leaving only tiny dust particles in the air. The shattered pieces slowly fell through the air as Gao once again restored his stone armor form. As if he suddenly realized something, Michael saw that and gently smiled, then said, "I finally realize it. The small one is the human." Huh. Now Gao's stone armor body is much smaller than before, because there's not enough stone left to sustain that giant body anymore. Michael then extended his hand again. A purple portal appeared, and he continued speaking. "I use this to teleport all the stones." At this moment, Michael slowly stood up, looked at Gao with a teasing smile, and said that he would erase his existence completely. Gao, hearing this, became extremely angry and lost control. "Hold on." Gao rushed to attack Michael, while thinking that with the amount of stones, his growth would have unlimited power. So he was not afraid of the dragon. But what if he erases all the stones he needs? There's no way this guy has such terrifying skills. Who is he? Seeing Gao attack him, Michael immediately reached out his hand, enveloped in dark energy. Instantly, one of Gao's arms exploded, causing him to stumble back. Michael now uses his skill to create countless black cosmic holes and says, "It's over." As he finished speaking, he swung his staff directly at Gao, causing his stone armor to explode. His stone armor was no longer intact, with part of his head shattered, revealing Gao's true body inside. The stone armor gradually cracked open, revealing his face bleeding non-stop. Then his body collapsed to the ground with a thud, and Michael just stood there watching. The members of the guild were all stunned by this scene and couldn't speak. One person stammered with a pale face, "That Chairman Gao has..." Michael then turned around confidently and said, "Is there anyone who wants to fight me?" Before he could feel victorious, a voice rang out, drawing Michael's attention. "Still here, Aresco," while demonstrating her power, loudly declared that Michael, the president of the International Hunter Association, is the leader of the International Hunter Association's research department. She was now floating in the air, one hand raised to create a massive ice block of incredible size. Standing in midair, she clearly declared to Michael that "I will punish the wrongdoer." The leader of the future guild, lying on the ground and witnessing this scene, immediately spoke up. So this was the reason she made that request. Masato remembered asking Oresco before acting if he wanted him to buy some time, and Oresco analyzed that Michael doesn't seem to be good at wide-area attacks. At that moment, she was casting her magic circle while telling Masato that activating a wide-area attack takes quite some time, so she needed his help to buy time. President Shirozaki, returning to the present, a powerful ice block is rushing toward Michael. He looked up, frowned, and assessed him, punishing him no matter how he looked at it. "I didn't see anyone who could do it. Even if he remembers his mother, there should be a limit. You still dare to casually mention my mother like that." Oresco's ice sphere is now very close to Michael, but he still stands there motionless. Michael's smug smile widens as he laughs, thinking "You can defeat me with just a block of ice. At this moment, you've only seen a fraction of my power and come up with this way to counter me." He immediately raised his hand again and summoned countless black holes from the universe, Just like he did before, Michael immediately creates black holes to block Oresco's attack, causing a series of massive explosions in the sky. The ice sphere just launched was shattered in half by Michael, and immediately another giant ice sphere appeared right in front of him. Seeing that, he just glared at the approaching ice sphere, and Michael quickly responded by creating black holes that caused explosions. Oresco still continues to channel her power, creating ice spheres toward him and says, "They'll hit the ground before you can wipe them out." A ice sphere is now right in front of Michael. He quickly raises his hand to catch it, and the sphere falls, causing a massive explosion. The ice sphere has now collided with the ground, causing the surrounding earth to shatter and debris to scatter everywhere. Satoru stands outside with Mori and immediately comments, "That's some serious firepower. He probably would have been taken down too." Ares Hill is now floating in the air, creating a protective circle around herself as the ice sphere continues to emit cold air. Ares Hill was now startled by the scene before her. Michael was still unharmed, standing there firmly, and the ice sphere had already shattered. He now creates a dark black hole in his hand and says, "Ares, the price of opposing me without knowing your limits is costly." Immediately, countless dark black holes of Michael surrounded Ares Hill, blocking her escape. Seeing this, she immediately unleashed her power to fight against his dark black holes. Unfortunately, all of it was in vain as the surrounding black holes suddenly exploded, and Ares's protective sphere shattered into pieces. Ares could no longer resist and was thrown back, raising her hands to shield herself as Michael prepared to strike again. A giant black hole suddenly appears, aiming to swallow Ares. She feels terrified and helpless, unable to do anything but accept her destruction. The dark power is gradually swallowing Ares now. Marie, standing outside, is horrified by the scene and calls out loudly to her, "Aris." At this moment, a blue magic circle with surrounding symbols suddenly appears, instantly drawing a protective sphere around Ares and pushing back the dark force. Ares is now pulled away from Michael's dark circle, and immediately his body crashes into the glass of a building, causing an explosion and shattering the surrounding windows. Michael saw this scene and was not surprised. He snapped his fingers and said, "The Invincible round armor A, surely received from Nishihara Tomoka, but I wonder if it can withstand this blow." Immediately, Michael used his skill, and the system displayed, "Target neutralized." A massive explosion then erupted. Ares is now exhausted, her entire body still protected by the shield sphere. As the dust settles, her body remains safely guarded by the protective circle. Michael clenched his lips in thought as he saw the scene before him. The curse was ineffective. It seems that Nishihara Tomoka's story about the round shirt from another dimension being created by her skill is true. If I don't eliminate it now, it will become a disaster in the future. Just as Michael was about to raise his hand for the next attack, Mori charged at him from behind. He raised his sword to strike and shouted, "Stop, you damn bastard." Michael immediately reacted and sharply looked back behind him. Michael subtly turns and casts a black hole toward Mori. His arm is swallowed by the darkness, blood splattering everywhere, and Mori screams in pain. Satoru is also rushing over anxiously, calling out loudly as he runs, "Mori, he's fallen to the ground." Michael raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out from his eyes, summoning the dark shadowy powers that then said, "Maybe we should take out the weakest ones first." All the heroes present here are targeted, and a notification appears above their heads. Select all targets with the Cordon A option, and someone nervously shouts, "This mark is appearing again." Michael clenched his fists again, showing his ruthlessness as the black abyss of darkness devoured the heroes targeted by him. Satoru, helping Mori to his feet, looked up at the dark black hole above him and felt fear, lowering his head. Just then, the stones gathered into something and roared loudly. Someone was immediately covered in a web of stones all over their body, and they could only scream in fear. The dark black holes are gradually appearing, and the targeted heroes see this and panic, running away chaotically, everyone shouting desperately for help. Michael, seeing the chaotic scene before him, was actually very excited and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a series of explosions caused by the dark black holes he created erupted. At this moment, someone slowly opened their eyes to see they were still alive. 3 people were sitting on the ground, their faces full of panic, and upon seeing Mr. Fugawa Tokuo using his shield to protect himself, they exclaimed. At this moment, he immediately turned back and loudly ordered everyone still alive to leave here quickly. I'm not sure I can stop the next attack. Everyone heard him and immediately got up to leave. While Lucas approached Fugawa Tokuo, trembling as he clenched his sword tightly in his hand. Seeing him like that, Fugawa Tokuo also glanced at him and said, "If you're scared, you should run away." Lucas, hearing that, suddenly froze in place. Fugawa Tokuo now stands up, turns to look at Lucas, and tells him that he still must admit his mistakes for colluding with them. You have to let the International Association know about Han's brutal actions. With Cooper's influence, that's entirely possible. You are not obligated to protect this country. Lucas recalls a scene from the past when he was young and followed a woman, asking Nishihara the hunter why she had to fight. She even had to borrow a sword. This isn't even her country. The woman turned to look at him after hearing what Lucas said and asked, "So it was because of you that my request to borrow the sword was denied?" Under that gaze, Lucas felt incredibly guilty. He could only utter two words, "What?" Nishihara then told Lucas that soon, borders and races would no longer matter. A time when all of us must stand shoulder to shoulder and fight is approaching. And when that day comes, we will need to mobilize all available forces. At that moment, you will also realize the importance of the shining sword. At that moment, even if he was afraid, he could not hesitate. Remembering Nishihara's words, Lucas now pressed on without hesitation and moved forward. Lucas runs past Fugawa Tokuo and charges forward without hesitation. He is somewhat surprised by this. Lucas uses his sword along with his strength and charges straight at Michael. Seeing that, he immediately reached out his hand to unleash his power. Immediately, the system displayed that the X-type of the Cantron Kong was removing the selected target, and the shadowy black vortex reappeared in front of Lucas, intending to swallow him. Lucas was not frightened and still charged forward with a loud shout. Gwang! His sword unexpectedly breaks through Michael's black pool. Two powerful forces clash at this moment. Lucas is thinking to himself that the day Michael absorbed the balance of the Singing Star's teleportation effect, that day must have been quite perfect now. Not yet. Lucas recalled that he had talked to Miso then, and asked why. "Oh. I heard Lucas ask that at the time, and then smirked, telling him that because of the existence of the sword, specifically the Kwang skill, that is a skill that blocks all sneak attacks and shadow attribute assaults. The curse is similar to a haunting song skill, so Kwang's effect will influence it, even if only slightly. Back to reality. Michael's dark tiger curse was broken by Lucas with his sword. He didn't stop there, and Lucas continued swinging his sword at Michael. He immediately drew his weapon to block Lucas's attack. Lucas is trying to force his sword towards Michael, while in his mind he's thinking that light and the curse will clash and push against each other. The first time Michael drew his sword from its sheath, seeing how brave you are, he smirked and said, "I never expected a coward like you could make me draw my blade." Lucas knocked Michael's sword aside and shouted at him, "Hold still, you bastard." They kept fighting each other fiercely, and Lucas was thinking to himself that because they were so close, he wouldn't be able to use the curse recklessly. If it's about swordsmanship, he's stronger than him. Now you have a chance to win. Just wait for Sano to arrive. You must have thought this through a lot, but this is truly the worst plan you could come up with. He then continued speaking to Lucas. A deadly mistake in judgment. As unexpectedly, Michael now used his control skill. The system immediately displays Control plus X, removing everything in the surrounding area except the user. Michael is now surrounded by a source of dark power. He raised his hand to the sky, creating a black hole, then spoke. At this distance, the attack that the sender hoped for won't be of any help. He just heard Michael's dark power almost swallow Lucas whole. He stood there watching as his black hole nearly consumed everything. Just as Michael's dark vortex was about to swallow Lucas, a loud shout rang out, and suddenly the light rushed into the black hole. Lucas was immediately pulled out by the power of his sword, while Michael's dark singing force still tried to reach out and pull him back. Lucas managed to escape, still staring in shock at the glowing sword in his hand, until suddenly it broke, and the blade fell to the ground. Michael stands before Lucas, his entire body radiating a bright light. Lucas looked at Michael, his voice tired as he said, removing everything around the area. "So this is why you survived Ares' attack." Michael, hearing that, just barely smirked and said, "Your precious sword is shattered, but it seems you don't care much. Is there a copy of Jeff hidden somewhere here?" Immediately, Michael charged straight at Lucas, his eyes glowing. Michael sneered and said, It seems you're teaming up with the Chon and Sei-Ni. Lucas saw him like that and quickly stepped back to avoid. But it was too late. Michael reached out and grabbed his throat. At this point, Lucas couldn't hold back anymore. One hand was squeezing Lucas's neck, while the other transformed into a black hole of darkness, and he declared, "I no longer care about the sword. I will completely erase your existence." Just then, a space crack appeared behind Michael, and Haruto jumped out, raising his sword to strike Michael with his power. Sensing something, he quickly dodged. He tilted his body to dodge Haruto's powerful slash. But in doing so, he also lost Lucas from his grasp. Your sword slashed down and the ground shattered into a long crack. But Michael jumped aside to avoid it. Haruto, upon landing, looked intensely at Michael and said, "I feel a bit guilty about killing to steal the curse, but I don't think I regret killing at all." Michael is standing there activating his system, searching for something with hundreds of spells, thinking to himself that the space shard is resonating. So this guy is also holding a space shard. Michael is still standing there, quietly observing Haruto, whose entire body is now enveloped in a surge of power. Michael was observing Haruto from head to toe, when suddenly he was startled, as if he had realized something. Seeing the sword in Haruto's hand, he immediately recognized it. Kalisha's sword. He is the class Tron-Con. After thinking, Michael immediately uses his skill. The system now displays Class Tron-X, removing the selected target. Michael raises his hand and creates a black hole of darkness ready to attack Haruto. At that moment, a blue light appears, drawing his attention, and he glances over. Startled, the blazing blue flames suddenly surged forward, burning towards him, causing Michael to instinctively step back as the flames engulfed everything in an instant. Michael saw that, so he immediately flew up to avoid the sudden burst of fire. Nanase has now returned. Her lost arm has been restored, and she is holding a spear in her hand, radiating a powerful aura. Satoru saw his sister had returned safely and quickly burst into tears, shouting, "Sister!" Fuhoa was standing there holding his sword, and upon seeing Nanase, he also had to hold himself back and call out to her, breathing heavily. At this moment, someone's thoughts resurfaced, and even Shinoda's healing skills couldn't restore her to this extent. The injuries caused by Cantron X cannot be healed with ordinary treatment. This can only mean that her wounds have been restored to their pre-injury state. In other words, Michael, seeing Nanase recover like that, stood there in shock, then suddenly saw something that made him startle. He is flying in the air, and Sarah has followed him here. She is using her skills and another source of energy to heal Masato's wounds. Cantron C. After observing for a while, Michael finally looked at Sarah, and a new thought began to form in his mind. He had to take her down. He was staying alert when Nanase launched a powerful attack towards him. Whooshing through the air, Michael turned around and saw Nanase's lines rushing toward him, but he remained still and unmoving. Immediately after, Michael used his unique skill, Cantron X, to eliminate the targeted enemy, raising his hand to the sky as Hoden, with his dark song power, reappeared. Michael quickly brought out Hoden to dodge the attack. Nanase, seeing that it wasn't enough to hurt him, frowned in frustration. Meanwhile, Haruto is using his webs along with his skills to attack, and the system shows that Cantron V is using a branch of Eraso. Haruto's webs immediately rush towards Michael, trapping him and forming a giant ball that only emits screams. Over there, Sarah is using her power to restore Masato's lost arm, and he looks on in surprise. Masato's arm quickly regenerated, and he stared blankly at the stream of power that had helped him. Lost in thought, even Masato's equipment has returned to its original state. This is truly an impressive skill, and the spatial influence has also disappeared without a trace. But the mana in this area is still limited. While observing, something suddenly caught Masato's eye, and he widened his eyes in surprise, seeing the red stone Sarah is holding. Masato asked her, "Hey, is that the heart of a giant golem?" Sarah was a bit taken aback when she heard Masato's question. She held the red stone in her hand, raised it above herself, and answered his question, "Yes. Sano gave it to me." Hearing that, Masato was startled and withdrew his hand, thinking, that guy dared to copy before selling it to me. While he was still thinking, Sarah suddenly spoke up, saying that the first thing he needed to do was to treat Chairman Shirazaki. She held Golem's heart with both hands, her eyes fixed as she continued speaking to Masato, explaining that by utilizing your barrier and moving into the space, we can also ensure the safety of others. Right now, Sarah recalls her conversation with Haruto, the hunter Sano, and she has something she wants to ask. When she was in the hospital room, she asked Haruto, standing in front of him with her hand raised and her feet firmly planted. She sincerely said to Haruto, "I want to help the members of this supporting cast return to a healthy state. So can you share your mana with me?" Haruto looked at the people lying in the hospital beds, breathing oxygen, and asked, "Are they in critical condition right now?" Sarah immediately replied that it was not life-threatening. But when Haruto heard that, he didn't hesitate and reached out to her, saying, "So, could you do me a favor first?" Sarah quickly responded, "All right." Then Haruto took out the golem's heart and held it out to Sarah, saying, "Take this." Sarah was a bit surprised then. She put her hand to her mouth and asked, "This is the heart of the giant golem." "Right. Are you sure you want to give me such an important item?" Haruto, hearing her say that, responded, "You may not be a hunter, but I'm putting you in an even more dangerous situation. At least this much should be compensated. When everything is over, please help everyone recover their health." Sarah then put her hand to her mouth and softly called out. Haruto saw her like that, so he raised a finger to signal Sarah and said, "By the way, you can only use it for about 10 days. I can set the duration of effect for the copied items. Maybe a day or 10,000 years. I will change the duration depending on my trust in you. So I'm counting on you." Back in the present, Sarah is still using her skills, along with mana from the golem's heart, to heal everyone. She is thinking that she will definitely obtain a heart that remains effective for 10,000 years. On the other side, Haruto's spider cocoon could no longer hold out and has now opened. Michael's dark, ominous black pond has violently destroyed the webbing, and he emerges majestically from the cocoon. Michael is now radiating a powerful energy, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. Haruto clenched his sword tightly, ready to fight at any moment. One of Michael's eyes is now fully glowing as he looks at Haruto with a sinister smile and says to him, "The fact that you can even copy Mitsukoa's Ethu surprises me. And now I want to get it even more." He drew his sword and continued, "I will definitely end you and steal the original so it becomes mine." Michael is now opening his system to check. He looked at it and thought, "Tisa, Chas, N, Z, the space fragment. So this is the reason Mitsukoa was so interested in this country." At this moment, Michael's system shows that he has activated all, and Haruto, seeing this, becomes furious, glaring at him while tightening his grip on his sword. From afar, she was tending to another person's wounds and, upon noticing this, looked up. Meanwhile, Nanase raised her weapon, glaring at Michael with a deeply hostile expression. Her whole body now radiates a tremendous amount of power as she says, "Repeating old tricks won't work." Before she finishes speaking, Nanase strikes out with 2 slashes towards Michael. Without hesitation, Nanase's powerful strike immediately aimed directly at Michael, who was still standing still. Nanase's strike was about to hit him when he suddenly raised his hand to block, sneering and saying, "This useless thing again." Immediately after, Michael used his skill, and the system displayed Ctrl+X to eliminate the target. He instantly created a giant black hole to block in front of him. As Michael lowered his hand unexpectedly, Nanase was already rushing toward him, continuing to use her power and speaking out. Just the beginning of her activation. A blue flame is immediately brought in to attack Michael. The prison fire. Seeing that, he continues to use his skill, Ctrl+X, to remove the target. Michael's dark black hole is now sucking Nanase's flames inside. Seeing that it's not enough, Michael creates 2 more black holes to deal with Nanase's fire, but still unable to overcome Nanase's immense power. The flames spread and nearly engulfed him. Immediately after, a large fire erupts and crashes down onto the ground. But Michael luckily manages to fly away just in time to avoid Nanase's attack. Watching the raging flames, Michael silently thought this hellfire technique was quite complicated. He reached out his hand towards Nanase to unleash his power. "I still think I will eliminate her first." Ctrl+X. Remove target. A dark black hole suddenly attacked Nanase, catching her off guard, and she just stood there watching. At this moment, Haruto's spider silk suddenly appeared again. Ctrl+V uses giant spider silk. Your silk quickly wraps around Nanase, pulling her back to avoid a deadly attack. The spot attacked by the black hole also exploded. Seeing that she was safe, Haruto retracted his spider silk. Nanase then turned her head to look at him. She responded with a firm voice and a sharp gaze. telling Haruto, "Sano, don't interfere." Haruto then approached her and warned, "His skills are very dangerous. I can't guarantee you'll be able to recover if they attack again." "Haruto, you're still looking at Nanase." Then he continued speaking to her, "Only my skills are on par with his." As soon as he finished speaking, Haruto charged forward without hesitation, and Nanase watched his back. Thinking to herself that Sano's skills are no ordinary, she looked over and saw Gao still lying on the ground, and immediately decided that saving him was the priority. Thinking that way, Nanase turned around and ran away, not forgetting to look back and say to Haruto, "Then I'll leave it to you to handle." Haruto rushed forward, checking his system and excitedly saying, "Now I can fight freely." The system immediately displayed a prompt, pressing the V key to use the giant web and activate the teleportation spell, causing his web strands to appear instantly. He rushed from behind Michael at the same time as a strand of spider silk, and he also seemed to sense your presence. Michael then quickly sidestepped to avoid Haruto's attack and said, "Did you copy my entire move?" Seeing him dodge, Haruto couldn't believe his eyes. "You immediately reacted quickly and struck with a burst of power at Michael standing behind you." He then drew his sword to block Haruto's attack with ease, and the two immediately charged at each other, with dust rising all around them. Suddenly, Haruto slashed across Michael's cheek, and he immediately glanced over to see blood spurting out. He then quickly wiped his hand across Haruto's fresh wound and, with a sneer, said, "Even a fake one is pretty deadly. But in the end, we all have to die." As he finished speaking, Michael immediately activated his skill again, the system reappearing, isolating and removing all surrounding areas except for himself. The dark power now surrounds both him and Haruto to swallow the field. Haruto now smiled slyly and said to him, "You're jealous. Huh, get ready to die." And as he spoke, he activated his system to do something. Haruto's system now displayed a clone of the sword, instantly creating thousands of blades that shot directly at Michael. "Are you planning to end everything with me? You're not the only one who knows about the original words. Have you forgotten my words?" Michael frowned and looked at you with curiosity. Before he could say anything, a voice suddenly rang out, and the area where Haruto and Michael were standing exploded, with rocks and debris flying everywhere. A large fire then erupted, filling the air with thick smoke and dust as Satoru helped the injured inside. He looked over after hearing the loud noise and muttered, "If this was an explosion caused by the cursed artifact, then it's over. I wonder if Senior Haruto is okay." Marie is holding a girl in her arms. He went over to Satoru and told him that if that person was Sano, it would be fine. Satoru was somewhat reassured by this and replied that it was true. Satoru is protecting others within his protective sphere and looks down, telling everyone that it's dangerous here and to quickly bring the injured into the safe zone. Satoru heard him say that and immediately turned back and nodded. "Okay." Nanase and Fuwa are helping the injured into the safe space. Fuwa Tokuo noticed she was still carefully observing and then turned around to say to her, "Hunter Nanase, are you planning to go back there to fight?" Nanase, hearing him ask that, immediately replied, "No, I will go with everyone." Nanase clenched her spear tightly in her hand. She stared intently at the spear, then nodded. The recent weakness of the prison fire was clearly because she hadn't fully recovered yet. Haruto's sword is now stuck in the ground alongside Maiko's. There are countless sword saints sleeping around, and now someone is trying to draw Haruto's sword. Maiko is now trying to use both hands to pull out the sword. Seeing that he can't, he then raises his hand to look at it. Before he could think, Haruto appeared right behind him, causing Maiko to turn around and look. He managed to take your sword and then turned to tell Haruto, "You can even copy yourself. Huh, you turned the curse into this thing." He placed your sword in your hand and sneered. "So if I destroy it, will everything go back to normal?" Hearing Maiko's threat, Haruto reached out and responded, "Not necessarily, but if he likes, he can go ahead. Anyway, it's almost out of time, so you've even set a time limit for the copy tablet. Can you really control it? Then your body also has a limited lifespan." "Right, and I'll find out soon enough." Haruto, hearing that, smirked and raised his hand, saying to him, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your curse can't kill me." Hearing that, Maiko sighed and replied, "My curse can destroy your existence, and it cannot be undone." He looked at Haruto's arm, which was being damaged by his own curse, and then said, "I was also a bit shocked to learn that you could do this, but it seems it also has its limits. Once I kill someone, even if I copy myself, That person will only be a weaker and weaker version. The more I enjoy killing, the less capable they will be to fight back. Haruto, hearing his words and realizing his dark heart, narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth as he looked at Maiko. Haruto, at this moment, was being enveloped by Maiko's aura. He raised his hand and thought to himself, just as he said, I can't fully clone myself. If this continues, I'll be at a disadvantage. I must finish it in the next move. Haruto Sano now opens his status window. Touch it. And his information is displayed. Basic defense, 245 plus 35%. Skill level 7. Training level 10. After reading this, Haruto was silently thinking that when his HP drops below 25%, he will activate Berserk mode. And he himself must be at least level 600. He is now crouching on the ground, turning to look at Maiko in front of him, then continues to think. In Berserk mode, he might land a hit, so he decides to go for it. Thinking quickly, Haruto touched the ground and his spider silk immediately shot out, and the system displayed that the balance of V was used with a branch of Iraiso. Haruto's spider silks immediately rush forward to try to capture Maiko, who is floating in the air. After avoiding Haruto's spider silk, he immediately moved behind him, and Haruto quickly became alert. Glancing over, Maiko's sword is now stabbing toward him, and Haruto can't dodge in time. The blade slices across his neck. Blood spurts out, and he can only grit his teeth and endure the pain as he looks at him. At this moment, Haruto's system displayed that the counter plus V, HB below 25%, and rage activated. Immediately a flame burst out, along with Haruto's sword. Haruto quickly drew his sword, now engulfed in his own fiery red aura. Haruto quickly spun around and launched explosive strikes at Maiko, who, witnessing the scene before him, had to stand still to brace himself. Immediately, Maiko reacted, activating his skill, Balance Trunk plus X, to eliminate everything around him within a certain radius. Haruto's slash, blazing with a bright red power, strikes straight ahead. Maiko has just blocked Haruto's attack, and around him, the dark energy still envelops him. Maiko wiped the dirt off his face and muttered to himself, the sword and the violent woman, the righteous one. Is this person's scheme? Haruto's entire body is now increasingly engulfed by his dark aura as he grips his sword and glares at him. One of Maiko's eyes suddenly flashes with a light, and he transforms his hand into a black hole, then says, so now you only have your words left. Let's see if they can fight against mine. This will be interesting. The system immediately displays the skill cancel plus X to remove the target. A circle of Maiko's dark energy now surrounds Hato, and he quickly looks around. Maiko's dark power is gradually swallowing him up now. Haruto quickly gauged him, then immediately used his skill, Balance Trigon V, deploying Giant Spider Silk and activating the illusion technique. Maiko's black aura has appeared, but he doesn't notice the spider silk that Haruto quietly conjured behind him without him realizing. While Maiko was still looking ahead, Haruto appeared behind him with his sword. Maiko immediately sensed something and glanced around cautiously. As soon as he saw it was Haruto, he immediately used his skill, Balance Rotation plus X, to eliminate all surrounding areas around the user. Haruto, holding a sword very close to him, is being swallowed by Maiko's dark power once again. At this moment, Maiko adjusts his skill again, and the system appears, allowing him to keep the eliminated area for 10 seconds. Guy immediately summoned Mikare's dark black hole again, and Haruto, seemingly about to be swallowed by Maiko's power, shouted loudly. At a critical moment, Haruto used his skill again, Clone plus V, copying himself. Seeing the clone, Maiko immediately transformed into a black hole. Haruto has now used the skill countless times, summoning clones, switching scenes, all while inside the space. Lucas is now sitting in a corner, his body surrounded by green lightning, clutching his face with a distressed and panicked expression. Lucas thought to himself that if he had a copy of the Holy Sword, then just as he was pondering, something caught his attention. Lucas then looked up at him, a bit stunned, as Oresco approached and draped his own cloak over Lucas, saying, "This is my mother's immortal cloak. I don't know how it was created either, but it can nullify all curses and skills. You have to survive, and you also have to take responsibility for all this." Seeing this, Lucas silently thought to himself, the curse has been lifted. Don't tell me this is it. Lucas then stood up and reached out to touch Ares' coat. At this moment, A voice from someone else calls out, Aris, and upon seeing this person approaching, Lucas is a bit surprised and glances over. It's Nanas, standing in front of him with a spear, who then asks, the skills that Sano and Michael used are not ordinary skills. Right. Lucas hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say, then clenched his fists in front of Nanas and spoke to her. About Sano, the hunter. You should ask him yourself. I can only tell you about Michael's ability. And as you thought, it's not a common skill for hunters. Michael's skill is to make targets disappear. In other words, their existence will be completely erased. When you appeared with Sano, I was very shocked and also saw hope, but I'm a bit worried about your spear. I guess you've noticed too. Its combat ability isn't what it used to be. Hearing Lucas say that, Nanas raised her spear and looked at it for a long time without saying anything. Lucas then continued. It seems it has weakened during the recovery process. If Sano keeps copying himself, he might not be able to maintain his own existence. Hearing this, Nanas nervously asked Lucas. So Sano's skill can't defeat Michael either. Hearing Nanas ask him that, Lucas told her that he has only one weakness, and to improve it, he is trying to obtain the heart of the giant golem. The scene shifts back to Haruto and Michael, as Michael's dark aura erupts once again, immediately after. His system displayed that Cantron X and mana in the surrounding area had been depleted. You can't keep using Cantron X. Haruto's steps are now unsteady and trembling. The ground beneath Haruto's feet has shattered, and his entire body is covered by Michael's dark power, making it seem like he can no longer hold on. Just then, Haruto seemed to notice something again and looked up. Michael, seeing this, only frowned and looked at Haruto in front of him. Haruto is now struggling to stand up, looks at him and says, your curse has erased the mana around you. So this is why you crave the golem's heart. Michael just looked at him and replied, now that you say that, it's too late. There's nothing you can do. You're barely standing. Haruto was silently thinking to himself. He's right. There's nothing he can do right now. The system then sent a red alert indicating that the user was seriously injured and unable to use Cantron. Haruto saw this and immediately opened his system to check. Haruto grit his teeth and tried to think. Is there anything in the warehouse that could be useful? At this moment, he noticed a glowing empty slot. A space fragment trees out of sync. Haruto realized that the space fragment was resonating. He looked at Michael and saw that he also had a resonance fragment, so he was sure that he also possessed a space fragment. Michael saw the resonance on his system glowing and smiled as he asked Haruto, so you also have this resonance? Huh. Hearing him say that, I was somewhat convinced, surely it's true. Wait a minute. The person with more space fragments can combine them. I have 3 fragments, so he only has 2. The power of 3 fragments is already impressive. Might as well give it a try. Thinking this, Haruto then pulls out a sword from his inventory. Michael, seeing this, sneers mockingly. Your broken sword and your skills might be impressive, but if you're weak, what can you do now? Even if you can't use curses, you're not skilled enough to fight me. As soon as Michael finished saying that, he lunged forward and stabbed his sword through you, and blood immediately sprayed out. He sneered contemptuously and told Haruto before dying to hand over the space fragment. Haruto was gradually losing consciousness. Hearing that, he shouted loudly, Fine. Take it. I hope you understand. And after saying that, he immediately handed over the 3 space fragments to Michael. The 3 space fragments that Haruto just handed over instantly soared into the sky and shone brightly. Haruto's 3 fragments immediately flew to combine with Michael's fragment. And upon seeing this, he said, What? You didn't need permission to open my personal storage. Haruto, now kneeling on the ground with blood on his mouth, told him it was my fault. I forgot to say that the one with more space fragments can absorb the remaining ones no matter where they are. Immediately, Michael's space fragment was absorbed by Haruto's 3 fragments. The pieces of space glow as they combine. And Haruto looks at him again, saying, when they merge, they explode with quite a force. How can someone who can't copy do this now? Hearing this, Michael begins to fear, biting his lip as he watches the space fragments come together. And after all the pieces are assembled, a huge explosion immediately occurs. After the explosion, a large crater has now formed here. With smoke still lingering in the air, Michael was now only left in tattered clothes, muttering to himself, I didn't expect it to explode. Now Michael looks around again, searching for something. From the rubble, He also sees the pieces of space coming together and emitting light. Michael then uses his teleportation magic to reach the fragments, muttering to himself as he picks one up, showing that he seems to have reached his limit and then disappeared. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, making him freeze in fear. There's no way that could happen. Michael's hand hadn't even touched the fragment of space yet. Haruto suddenly appeared out of nowhere, quickly grabbing the space fragment before Michael could, his whole body now brimming with vitality. Still holding the long sword, he said to him, "Looks like things aren't going too well for you." "Are they? Are you okay, big brother?" Michael frowned upon seeing the longsword, sweat starting to drip as he wondered why there was a longsword. Before he could finish thinking, Haruto swung his sword and struck him, his blow now carrying immense power, and Michael quickly jumped up to dodge his attack. Haruto, seeing that, immediately swung his second strike, this time with even greater power, slicing across Michael's body, and a long streak of energy appeared from Haruto's sword swing. Haruto, panting, holding his sword in one hand and the space shard in the other, said, "Add the space shard to the personal storage." It was immediately added, and the system displayed the space shard as 4 out of 5. After putting away the space shard, Haruto suddenly remembered and thought, "Now I recall. On the snowy mountain Golem, Haruto survived thanks to Kurosaki, just like when he was killed by him, and this time is no different. It seems he still hasn't fully copied the sword." At this moment, Michael's voice echoes through his thoughts. Such a troublesome person. He involuntarily looks at Michael, who is standing in front of him with torn clothes, his entire body now radiated with a surge of power, one eye glowing as he looked at Haruto and said, "I will erase you completely so you can never appear again." As soon as he grabbed you, he immediately used his skill, and the system displayed Chaos/+A. Select all within the allowed range. Michael is furious and loudly declares, "I will make you disappear completely." Many dark energy sources suddenly burst up from the ground, and Haruto, seeing this, could only tighten his grip on his sword and prepare to fight. Michael's system now displays that pressing Ctrl+X will delete the selected target. Seeing that, Haruto clenched his teeth and silently wondered if he had enough mana to perform this move. At this moment, Michael could no longer control it, as the source of dark power engulfed his entire body and erupted. Seeing that, Haruto continued to think to himself, he doesn't use mana from the surrounding environment but instead accumulates mana within his body. The attack range is too wide, even with your teleportation magic. You can't escape. Haruto looked up and was about to be swallowed by his dark power. The black hole summoned by Michael also appeared at this moment. Cut to the tunnel where he is now. He looks at Michael's dark black hole as he steps inside, muttering to himself, "So that black sphere is Michael's skill. The Market Institute is right here. And now the country is trying to weaken the military forces. The situation is getting out of control." Makoto also stepped out from the teleportation gate, and as soon as he arrived, he spoke. "It seems we have no other choice. You're in such a hurry. I only appeared here for a reason. I'll step in now." He just stepped forward and immediately caused a shockwave, and Tunnel swung his axe while saying, "Give me all your mana, Makoto. Trusting you," then transferred his mana to him. And Makoto's vast source of mana was immediately poured into Tunnel. His system immediately displayed a message, Cantron+S begins storing mana, adding 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 10 times, Z times, Do times. Congratulations. You have achieved Titan 10 skill. After gathering enough mana, Tunnel continuously swings his axe with immense power accompanied by powerful shockwaves. Tunnel keeps swinging his axe down non-stop, causing massive explosions accompanied by lightning bolts. Makoto. He is standing outside watching him, secretly thinking that he is using his mana to cast a spell on the axe. But with this much mana, breaking that ball will be difficult. So I will help him. At that moment, something happened that forced Makoto to intervene. He looked towards Tunnel. Not knowing who was using their skill, the system displayed Ctrl+X to remove nearby mana-based skills. Seeing that, Tunnel used his skill again. Ctrl+S, releasing 4 turns of accumulated mana. The other person saw that and immediately used their Ctrl+X skill, causing the 2 skills to clash and explode against each other. Seeing that, Tunnel immediately activates Ctrl+S to release 10 mana stacking turns. His mana is now enormous, and Tunnel can't control it and has to unleash it all. He swings his axe with all his might and strikes down, while a crack has already appeared on the ball. Immediately afterward, Tunnel swung his axe again, causing the shell of the ball to shatter instantly, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire city district. Michael, with such power, he also had to look up. Haruto, with such immense mana, had to raise his hand to shield himself. Tunnel has now landed on the ground and immediately saw Haruto in front of him. He is now wearing the space fragment like a necklace. Haruto lifts his face to look, and the necklace immediately catches his eye. Tunnel is now approaching you and asks if you are holding the space shard. Haruto now stood up, looked at him, and asked, Tunnel, the top hunter in the world, why do you have a space fragment? Hearing your question, Tunnel looked down at the necklace around his neck and said, This isn't the time for small talk. Can you give me the space fragment, but you'll have to wait your turn. I need to use it first. It's been a while, Michael. If you're only here for the space shard, then you can leave now. Hearing Tunnel dare to talk to me like that, Michael burst out laughing. What a guy. At this moment, Makoto also moved to Haruto's side, saw him, and immediately asked, Nana, where are the others, Haruto? Hearing this, turned around to reply, I am protecting them in this space. Then Haruto raised his hand, and the space was torn apart in an instant, the tear in the space gradually widening. As soon as the space opened, Satoru ran over and embraced him tightly, crying and saying, I finally found you. Senior Haruto, I'm glad you're safe. At this moment, a voice called out to Haruto, and he turned around. Kanchan with C. Michael was standing in front of him, looked at Haruto and said, It seems I underestimated you. I'm leaving now, but remember, I am collecting space fragments not only for Kanchan's power. The Holy One who once bestowed this prophecy will appear again, and we cannot stop him with just these skills. That is why Nishihara Tomoka shattered the key into pieces and sealed the space, opening the door to another dimension, which is also inviting them to prepare for that moment. He clenched his fists tightly before leaving, and didn't forget to tell Haruto to be stronger next time, or he would kill him. Haruto listened silently without replying. And just then, Turner approached from behind and asked, Is it okay to let him go like that? Haruto replied when he heard him ask that, I can't fight him right now. Don't worry. I will kill him someday too. Now Turner turned to look at Haruto again and asked, I understand, but I don't know your name yet. Hearing that, you immediately told him your name. Haruto-sano. At this moment, Turner took the space fragment from his neck and handed it to Haruto, saying, I have a space fragment here. Haruto. And you, hearing that, Haruto smiled and said, I have the remaining numbers. Turner, hearing this, quickly told Haruto, really? Then gather them to make a key. Seeing how hurried he was, you immediately reached out your hand and said, calm down. Just look at this. You are referring to the large land that sank after the explosion and continued. This happened when combining the 4 space fragments. I don't know if this place can withstand the explosion of 5 fragments. We need to find a safer location. Turner looked at him and pointed to himself, then said, Then let's go to the United States. If you give me these pieces, I will keep them in the guild. Haruto heard him say that and immediately asked, I don't want to go to such a dangerous place in the Ouroboros guild. At this moment, you instinctively looked ahead and saw Satoru walking with Mori, then quietly said, An A-level guild. Turner responded when Haruto said that. Yes. If you want to get stronger, it's best to form an alliance. Right. If you want, I can change the conditions. Haruto looked at him and straightforwardly said, No thanks. At this moment, you look very happy as you tell Turner that you will establish your own guild with your friends. And the convoy moves into a dry desert area 3 months later. The wilderness. New York. United States. The large iron gates in front of them gradually closed. Haruto, sitting in the car, lazily gazed out at the blue sky. Satoru beside him is also constantly looking around and marveling, saying he never expected we would be assigned to Area S1. All thanks to Senior Haruto. Hearing this, Turner immediately turned around to take credit and even confidently gave a thumbs up, saying it was thanks to me negotiating with the higher-ups because I am the best assassin in the world. Those words make Satoru pout and whisper some insults. Is he really that petty? Haruto couldn't help but sigh, thinking who's really the one being petty here? Aoi. Is it really okay for me to follow along like this? Caught between these two tense big men. At this moment, Haruto turned to smile kindly and replied, Of course, you are also a member of the guild Aoi. Let's unite the space fragments together. As for Go, this guy has a high and intense expression, constantly complaining about everything around him. We traveled such a long way just for that. And what's with that useless vehicle? Turner immediately announced that this place isn't just inhabited by aliens. They're also hunting for miners and dungeons. He continued to briefly explain what had happened, stating that our main research focused on items from different space races. And recently, we have also been studying a unique skill called the Curse. The story makes Arita Sarah, who was sitting quietly, start to understand. So this is why I had to come along. Then Turner held up a piece of space at his neck and said, and we have always looked forward to the day when we could merge the space fragment to complete the lock. This statement makes Ares feel honored and adds that not everyone is like that. Only America, outside the space gate. You are not just temporarily interested in research. Inside the car, continuous voices of laughter and debate intertwine. Aris, you're really dreaming. From the perspective of the world, we can all look forward to new research and breakthroughs when the space gate opens. Your father Sano's research will also become clearer. Amidst the noise, Haruto, deep in thought, gazes outside, reflecting on his father. His father, what was Dad researching then? And speaking of us always being together, how could he do research here? Inside your heart, you are secretly thinking that the real reason you came to America is to find out the truth. Going back 3 months. Tokyo, at that time, Nana Swang's presentation was underway, and Sharfield is a multinational guild. Only the International Hunters Association has the authority to disband it. She continued to explain that Michael had been expelled from the guild and is now a wanted criminal worldwide. Everyone around kept discussing non-stop. When a man with black hair asked curiously, "What about the restoration of Tokyo?" That question was answered almost immediately. "We will proceed as we just discussed." Nana calmly explains the current situation in Tokyo. Chairman Shinoda of the Daikin Guild is overseeing the situation. The recovery is approximately 82% complete. This statement left him stunned and exclaiming, "I didn't know Chairman Shinoda had this skill up his sleeve after just 1 week." Nana sighed, somewhat helplessly. "I can't reveal confidential details, but she carefully added, we have a special individual whose identity cannot be disclosed." A firm statement followed that remark. "I can only say that Hunter Sano has made an enormous contribution." She revealed the identity of the special individual, causing the whole room to stir again. That Sano. Which guild is he from? Is he a Hunter Association member? At this moment, Haruto asked next. "What about Lucas?" she replied. "His family has quite a bit of influence." He added calmly that it seems their family is declining and his status is affected. But there's good news. The Holy Sword has been entrusted to our nation. The listener, surprised by this, immediately asked again. So they are only ordinary hunters now that they have handed over the Holy Sword of A. This person continues to make a guess. It seems they want to give up. And as he falls into deep contemplation, it turns out he has decided on this. Haruto recalls what happened not long ago, and thinks, "See, I will do it this way." Lucas is handcuffed but still stubborn. "What are you doing, huh? Showing off your terrible curse?" You raised the Holy Sword without hesitation and asked back. "Ares told me that you couldn't control the curse without the Holy Sword." "Right," Haruto subtly advised. "Take the backup just in case. And tell me if you lose it again." Then Lucas took the Holy Sword from his hand, clearly surprised. Masato was just drinking coffee and begging non-stop. "But why do we have to go all the way to America?" The guy next to him also looked helpless. "You saw the space fragments explode in Roppongi too." "Right. The future guild probably has an underground warehouse." Hearing this, he felt a bit worried. "But if it explodes there, the entire building would be gone." He continued. "That's right. You can do it inside the space." Haruto responded to the question. "I tried it. Taking out the space fragment works like merging, doesn't it? You seriously state that the only safe place for us to do this is Hoang Mak in America. I can't imagine the power of the explosion if 5 space fragments merge." Masato was surprised by that answer and also turned to look alarmed. "Don't tell me you're planning to join the Arbaros Guild and give them a space key that's completely intact." Hearing this, you just smile faintly. "President Shinoda. And more importantly, I need you to help me with 2 things." And he himself frowned with worry. "He even tricked me when selling the golem's heart." Haruto didn't say much and simply stood up to announce that he would establish his own guild. "Please support me." Masato looked serious and asked, "You don't want to join Future and start your own guild?" "My eyes are still full of determination. Whether I like it or not doesn't matter. I want to become stronger quickly with my friends. If I have my own guild, no one will interfere, he even added. And I have one more thing. He shouted loudly. You're too noisy. Shut up. The scene shifts to the Hunter Association office. And Turner speaks first. I didn't expect to meet you here in Japan. Aris. She openly admits that her mother went missing here. So she's just following the trail. He sympathetically replied. I understand. Hunter Nishihara disappeared. Ares added. On Japan's Golem's snowy mountain, he looked at both of them with a puzzled expression and asked, Are you two acquainted? She openly shared her connection with Turner and mentioned that she had met him once before her mother disappeared. He had questions. But I was still curious, did Nishihara meet someone after he met me? He's the director of the S1 Research Institute in Nevada. Do you know Sano Kazuya? Ares quickly opened his small notebook to look. Wait a minute. His name is in my mother's records. And it says he's from a research institute that studies objects from another world. Turner continued to ask. Since the hunter, Nishihara, who was always generous, treated him very well. I thought he was a family member or something similar. Suddenly, Haruto appeared from behind and asked, Is it about my father, Ms.? Ha looked surprised, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Director Sano Kazuya is Sano A's father. And 1 week later, at the guild office, Satoru looked away and kept rubbing the table, happily praising, This is our guild office. And you're the second member. Right. Rand stepped forward and interrupted your delusions. I am the second member here. Ares sighed heavily beside you. Why do you care about the order of joining? In the office, Nanaze happily congratulates you on founding the guild. I knew someday you would become the leader. And you modestly accepted. Thank you. From the beginning, Satoru has been suggesting you leave the guild and join us. Haruto also chimed in with an invitation. We always welcome you. Nanase. Tokuro laughed loudly and spoke on behalf of his group. I came to congratulate you, but you want to take my people, huh? She looked directly and accepted the kindness, but still declined the invitation. It's very kind of you. But I will stay with the association, where I have more room to grow. Haruto didn't get angry. Only smiled. I see. Masato still shows a displeased face, glaring at those who do nothing all day. Handing in documents to the association, then ordering office supplies. I handle all that myself. Who else? You indifferent and half-heartedly thank him as if it's just a formality. Like your task is done. Seeing that attitude, he almost loses his mind and rushes to beat you up. But he holds back. Are you trying to challenge me? A sudden voice caught Haruto's attention. Is the name of your guild a bit too straightforward? A familiar figure, Lucas, appears. Lucas. Why are you here? He replied calmly, as if he was not explaining. Simply stating that he lost everything, including my position as an international hunter. My family also turned their back on me, and I have nowhere else to go. So I decided to join your guild as the first member. Satoru proudly shows off in front of him. Even a rookie member like me still has to be the second. Don't cut in line, brother. Rand stood up and asked out loud what was on his mind. Wondering who the first member was and if they were really strong, he didn't wait for an answer. Raising his hand and walking away, saying it was time to go pick up the first member. In a place as deep as an abyss, with skulls dried out and decayed like rotting, and a foggy white swamp, a man with brown hair raised a spear and shouted loudly at the seated figure on the ground. Number 1. What are you doing? You forgot to bring the bones of the high-level ones. Yes. The person bowing repeatedly and muttering is here. Sorry. The one next to him looks confused. What's his name? Why do they all just call him by his number? He also wondered to himself. His name. What was it again? Then he quickly remembered. That's right. Oi. He owes the Midas Guild 10 billion. So he's basically a slave here for life. The person next to him couldn't help but be stunned by the amount of debt a single person could accumulate. Is that even possible? Switching scenes. Ben slung his backpack over his shoulder and turned back to answer. Oi. Ikanaga. He's been sneaking in and out of the dungeon for a while now. I heard he joined the Midas Guild. Haruto asked confusedly. And as he hesitated to explain that, the Midas Guild is well known locally, but treats members like Nozick poorly. Hearing this, you were startled. Nozick. Not letting the story finish from behind as someone loudly called to the message board. It's time to depart. He hurriedly said goodbye, turned around and ran off. That's all I know. The rest is up to you guys to figure out. Are those pictures of the two people on their journey to find the first member of the guild? And Satoru spoke up at the parking lot. Do you really think that's true? The Midas Guild, which is influential in the community, treats its members like that. You don't rush to respond. We need to verify it. Sitting in the car, Haruto was deep in thought, questioning everything. Maybe he left the powerful guild to become stronger quickly. But why did he join Midas's unofficial team? You order, Satoru. We're going to the Midas Guild. And he obediently responds. Got it. He stood to the side, snapping out of his thoughts about this clueless person. Right, forget about it. His behavior and words are like this, making me forget he's the heir of the second-ranked powerful guild in the country. A group of people in black rush past quickly behind the two. One of them wearing glasses standing beside an open car door. A person in a suit steps out of the car, bowing politely to all the subordinates. Satoru's car had already guessed. Standing to the side. A bit surprised, he exclaims, That's Takashi. You don't know who he is, so you ask. Who? He explained to Haruto that he is Takashi's older brother, the head of the Midas Guild. A very influential man. Although he is not a hunter, his manager is very formidable. And only through the combined efforts of the Takashi brothers could they now control Midas in the present day. As you listen, you're even more surprised by that person's ability. He's not a hunter but controls the Midas Guild. It seems they have been watching each other for so long that Takashi's gaze was drawn to them. And he turned around to ask. Satoru also bowed politely to inquire about the superior. Long time no see. Takashi nodded in greeting. That's right. Chairman Shinoda is busy inspecting the city and has started making polite inquiries. Satoru. Satoru also bows politely to ask the superior. Long time no see. Takashi nodded politely and made small talk. That's right. Chairman Shinoda is busy inspecting the city. You hesitated a bit and replied yes. But I think Dad will finish his work soon. He also noticed the person beside him and started to ask, You are Sano. Haruto. And I mean no disrespect in asking, it's a social courtesy. Nice to meet you. I am Haruto Sano. And it seems you know me. Takashi pushed up his glasses and assessed him with a slightly mocking remark. You're the key player in breaking the recent Dungbang stagnation. There's no way I wouldn't know. Why did you come to the Midas Guild? You didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. I came to find your younger brother. You still seem surprised as you reach out to grab the tablet without forgetting to ask. So, your younger brother is in our guild. What's his name? Haruto responded. Aoi Ikenaga. Takashi quickly looked up the information. He is currently in the bone-carving dungeon. His face flickered for a moment as he continued speaking. Like this person. Takashi concluded succinctly. That dungeon is also simple. He will be back soon. For now, I'll take my leave. Satoru let out a relieved breath, feeling tense and exhausted. Haruto looked at the figure of the Midas Guild leader with admiration. Takashi, the leader of the Midas Guild, may not be a fierce fighter but has a very intimidating aura. You show no concern at all, and even praise the #1 player. But Ikenaga is currently at the top level of the Midas Guild. Then he was convinced that he probably enjoyed digging, and he was sure he was doing very well in the team. Haruto smiled when he learned that his rank was high, and that the guild needed his abilities. In his mind, he was quietly assessing that his knowledge of dungeon layouts was on par with President Kinosaki's, and his situational judgment was very sharp, as the captain easily cut down the large, dry skeleton before him with a single sharp strike. The giant skeleton couldn't withstand even one blow and shattered into pieces. He turned to his companion and said, There's one more, and this place is a mess. While the sweaty red-haired guy exclaimed in amazement, Over there. The two people are still enthusiastically fighting without pause. Aoi crouched down and approached a skeleton, holding a bone as if possessed, with a dark, ominous aura. This is hack mana. This doesn't seem like what I studied. Aoi immediately looked it up, engraved it in his mind, noting that the level C dungeon was less difficult, and the hack mana of the skeleton army was weaker than in other dungeons, making it easier to clear. His mind started calculating. Hack mana should be very scarce or non-existent. So why is it releasing hack mana like this? To understand what's going on, he quickly rushed forward, as if hack mana was the very life force of the skeleton army. And then the conclusion is that, the moment they become immortal, the dungeon level will jump straight to A. But we are only a low-level C dungeon clearing team. Everyone on the other side is passionately fighting weak, harmless skeletons. Eating this. The curly-haired guy, after fighting, is secretly happy. This dungeon is really fun to clear. The skeleton, after being defeated, unexpectedly emitted a strange blue light and reassembled into a bone warrior rushing towards me in panic. I just killed it. Right. The bone strike was so swift like a gust of wind. And before it could react, a sudden splash of water hit it directly, causing the skeleton to scream in pain and gradually vanish. Hey, panting. Are you okay? The curly-haired guy was a bit surprised. You're no ditch. So why do you have water magic? He confidently replied, we can't know when the dungeon will suddenly turn hostile. Better to be prepared. You should come closer to the leader and report that I think we should retreat because the mana here is too strong. The Captain Huckditch stepped forward. No ditch number 1. Don't tell me there's an immortal sorcerer here. Then why did the research team classify it as level C, when it's just a bunch of ordinary skeleton soldiers here? Do they think the Cerberus dungeon key story will happen again? He didn't surrender to Aoi at all and charged forward. The captain, that captain over there, was also taken aback and looked back. He nervously expressed his fears, knowing that once we venture in, we can't predict when the dungeon will change. And if we get careless, it could mean the end for all of us. Then Steelblade declared, I never want to witness the destruction of the guild again. The captain wavered slightly but still had no way to turn back. But if we haven't cleared the dungeon, how can we use the gem to spin it? Aoi stepped forward and said, I will take full responsibility. Everyone around started to sneer, saying we would all share the blame. Just like you did in the Cerberus dungeon with the key. I see that those guys are still unshaken, continuing to scream and strike at their weak points. Come on. 30 million isn't anything. If you lose your life, there's no rescue. Right now, all the dry fogs have become like this. There must be an immortal wizard nearby. An immortal wizard is a dangerous S-class monster. And if we go any deeper, all of us will definitely die. All the fog that was shattered earlier begins to emit strange blue light, as black smoke envelops and lifts everything up. Look at that. In front of the unexpected event, everyone stood still as the mist was merging. Truly, a sharp green gaze in the darkness stared intently at everyone. A giant skeleton creature, larger than any monster before, roars fiercely with ferocity. Hey! With a face full of fear and worry. The immortal sorcerer created a giant S, a core beast, and even 100 C-rank hunters like us can't defeat it. The scene shifts to the Midas Guild Hall, where the sound of hooves and passing people echoes as Satoru excitedly watches the screen. With the group being small, he looked at Sara happily and spoke. Sara has recovered and is back to working with the group. Indeed, she shines the most when she's on stage. Haruto quietly smiled, thinking that her friends had returned. Shinoda Haruto hesitated to speak, but the sad part was he wanted to recruit her into the guild. Yet my sister kept her with the organization. Looking back a while ago, Nanase was strict, but now Sarah's sentence has been reduced. But if her abilities are exposed, many guilds and organizations will hunt her down. Staying hidden under the protection of the guild is probably better. He immediately agreed. All right, but I still need Sara's abilities to open the space gate. She willingly accepted. Understood. This is a matter of international importance, so we will do our best to support you. Haruto looked up at the screen and thought, helplessly sighed to himself. There's still time. Then suddenly turned to the side, where a group of people had gathered unexpectedly beside him. Haruto quickly stood up to investigate. Is something wrong? The other person looked at him, panicked. Were you a Sano hunter back then? He quietly explained that something strange had happened in the level C dungeon, and it seemed to have turned into a dungeon. Haruto was confused. Which dungeon was that? He immediately responded. Kakot. Haruto was stunned. It's over. That's the A-level dungeon Oi is currently clearing. Katkot. The entrance to the glowing red dungeon faded away. A heavy search device placed on the ground. He loudly called out, Captain, we have finished installing the mana detection device. Nanase quickly ordered to measure the mana and darkness levels inside the dungeon. A panicked voice from behind suddenly sounded. Sister. Satoru hurriedly approached. Suspicious. Has the guild already sent rescue forces? She looked confused. Satoru. She looked at Haruto in confusion. Sano was also dispatched here. She whispered that she has a younger brother inside the mine and thought she could go help. I see. So there was an issue in the underground tunnel. The dark aura is very strong. We can't go inside. We detected high-level magic and dark energy at the tunnel entrance. She softly reports that the defeated mage has been revived. Shinoda Haruto panics. That mage is a level S anomaly, capable of regenerating dark aura. He hurriedly remembered. That's right. Dark aura can be used for dark magic when traveling through that space. I and Chairman Kunosaki have experienced it. So the dark aura should be, Nanase said firmly. Unfortunately, we can't get inside right now. But he confidently replied, no. I think we can. She was immediately shocked. But the other side confidently declared, I think I can use dark aura. I will go. The core keeps attacking the team. Ahoy panicked and shouted, Captain, quickly use the teleportation stone. The captain desperately shouted back, I'm trying. But it's not working. Yengyang secretly thought, damn it. The mage's barrier is affecting the stone. Ahoy silently considered that if there was a way to defeat him, but with that dragon there was no way to get close. I suspect, and secretly curse. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'll be buried here. I have to think. I can't die here. Ran quickly, rushed forward to attack the core. Holy lightning. Feeling confused. Wondering if he could use holy magic. He responded loudly. I'm not a priest, but I can create a small barrier. Ahoy suddenly remembered. The barrier. That's it. I have 10 bottles of divine water. It's time to use them. He quickly poured out the magic water and asked, if he used this magic water, could he create a barrier to protect the whole team? Someone looked at the barrier in confusion. Is this a barrier made of divine water? The person next to them was stunned. Creating this must have cost a lot of divine water. Miranzan is tall and wide, and the water of divine power from number 1 forms a shield that surrounds them. The core gnawed and looked at them, attacking the barrier with its claws, which were being worn down by the pure water. The barrier was also slightly affected by the water disturbance. The team leader was confused. This barrier is made of light and can withstand the attack of the skeleton. But with such violence, it won't last long. Aoi just shields Anne. It's okay. This barrier is only to attract the attention of the dragon. He was startled. What do you mean? He immediately broke through the barrier and shouted, handing over the core to everyone. The people inside were panicked. He let us be bait to escape. Huh. Aoi channels his divine water power and thinks to himself. Whatever he wants to think doesn't matter. The core doesn't matter. He rushes to cleanse his sword with divine water. He looked at the leading dark mage floating above and silently thought, if I don't take down that mage, we'll all be doomed to join him in the afterlife. Aoi quickly threw the sword towards him, having poured divine water onto it so it would temporarily function like a real sword. If struck by the sword, he wouldn't be able to revive the immortals anymore. The dark mage quickly casts a spell. Aoi watches him in horror as the dark bones fall to the ground. They merge into a giant bone king. It reaches out to block the sword, but the sword with water magic pierces through its body. The Shadow King just disappeared. He turned pale in panic, and he wasted his last bottle of divine power potion. A dark bone demon suddenly charged at him from behind. Aoi glared and cursed silently. Damn it. Always so unlucky. Haruto had already rushed over and knocked away its attack, and he looked stunned by the golden gleam in his eyes. Aoi nervously spoke. Anzano. Aoi looked at Haruto in panic. Why are you here? He said firmly. We'll explain later. The Darkbone King continued its attack downward. Haruto quickly leapt up. He drew his sword, aiming straight at its head. The Trung long sword, which radiated fiery energy from his chest. He swung his sword powerfully down, and the light flashed brightly, destroying the undead king. Aoi was stunned, open-mouthed, wondering if Nanase really was the one who could instantly kill an immortal monster. A blinding blue light made him turn his head as the skeletons were engulfed in flames. Howling wildly, the screams suddenly cut off as their bones melted away. Leaving him confused, did it not regenerate? Ikanaga quietly confirms that only a fire could do that. The hunter Nanase. They cheer happily. Nanase, from the Hunter Association, has arrived. How come the association reacts so quickly? Everyone marvels at how Nanase's swordsmanship defeated the bone dragons. No kidding. With Nanase as the team leader, the situation is completely different, thanks to her. The casualties in the dungeon raids have decreased. I heard she even resigned from her position as vice president of the powerful guild and stayed in the association. Someone quietly breathes a sigh of relief. He's truly trustworthy. So I guess we're safe now. The captain immediately reminds us. No. It's still too early to let our guard down. The surviving mage is still alive. The magic energy from the wizard continues to pour out as the fragments of the Bone King close up. Haruto touches the ground beneath him. Hot and powerful. I have a special gift for you. System screens keep appearing one after another. All systems keep appearing. He continues to shed tears. And infinitely multiplies the swords. The shining swords keep returning. The wizard looks at you in panic. The swords like a storm rushing to attack him. Aoi is stunned and terrified. What the hell? Those are all swords. But where did so many come from? The wizard panicked and dodged. Haruto calmly and slowly smiled. Then suddenly a blinding light appeared, and a swift sword materialized, piercing through the wizard's body. His body instantly shattered into pieces, and Haruto lowered his hand to deliver the final blow. While the swords kept changing direction and stabbing into his core, the sorcerer's bones are shattered and gradually disappear. Someone approaches to warn them. Be careful. That's the hellfire. Touching it could be a big problem. Haruto softly asked Han if Aoi was okay. Aoi turned to look at him, embarrassed, and said he's fine. Sanon, Nanaze sternly from behind. The remaining immortals have also been dealt with. And now the dungeon is clear. Haruto softly replied, Thank you. He looked at the two of them in shock. Sanon, who used to be just an outsider clearing dungeons, had defeated a level S monster. You reach out to Aoi, who is still dazed, and gently say, It's time to go back. It seems I finally kept my promise. Then you smile reassuringly and say, I promised to treat you to a meal. So let's go. Aoi forced a reluctant smile and said softly, Just buy me something good. Takashi nodded and said, Thank you for helping our guild members. Nanaze finally spoke, saying that the association would investigate the abnormalities in the dungeon. He replied happily, That's great news. Truly living up to Chairman Tomikazu's reputation. She stood up from her seat seriously. All the miners are extremely important. We can't afford to lose even one person just for searching. I need to report this to the guild. Excuse me. The door slammed shut. Takashi gently pushed the glass and thought that even in a crisis, he still maintained his personal principles. Chairman Shinoda must be under a lot of pressure. Now, let's get straight to the point. President Sano, Aoi, overwhelmed by shock and panic, nodded. So you knew too. Then this makes things simpler. Haruto, I want to wait for Ikanaga to come to our guild. Aoi stood up nervously. So you really did establish a guild? Huh. Takashi nodded seriously. Yes. It's called the Control Guild. Takashi nodded seriously. I understand. So you're investigating. Do you know Ikanaga's current situation? He nodded seriously. Yes. I will pay off his debt. Aoi couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Sano. Yes. I will pay off Mr. Sano's debt. Haruto nodded seriously. Yes. I will pay off his debt. Aoi couldn't help but be stunned. Sano. Takashi chuckled softly. So you believe that's true, that you sold the information about Golem's heart to Chairman Kinasaki for 20 billion. Aoi immediately turned pale. 20 billion. He put down his glass and said, Seriously. I'm sorry, but this is impossible. Haruto was a bit confused, wondering why you all treat Aoi like a servant. Takashi immediately retorted, There's no way. I personally highly value Ikanaga's abilities. That's also why you want to take him. Right, Chairman Sano? He was confused after hearing that Chairman Takashi held him in high regard. And Takashi confidently added that the costs were quite high due to the natural nature of the dungeon, making him doubt the dungeon's naturalness. He explained that to unlock the Sebarote lock, you need a special crystal, and there are only 3 in the world, each usable only once. If the raid on the Zip Boss fails, it's all over. He raised his voice and called out to Aoi. This is Ikanaga, who used a crystal to protect his teammates during that dungeon scan. He speaks softly. Each crystal worth 100 million. Takashi pushes up his glasses and sharpens his gaze. But considering that he has saved the guild members' lives, and based on the premise that he can still contribute his judgment skills to the guild, I suggest we treat this as a minor offense with no reward or penalty. Haruto softly said, That dungeon must have a generous reward. Right. The Sebarote key can open the portal to the spirit realm. He sharply replied, You must understand the space gate better than anyone else. Right. It seems you're collaborating with Chairman Kinasaki and Chairman Turner. Haruto immediately tensed up. understanding now that their target was the space key. He frowned seriously. Which means the Midas Guild is in possession of a piece of the space gate. Takashi looked at you confidently. Indeed, this conversation is quite relaxed. Let's start negotiating the Adley house in England with smoke rising continuously, and the guards lying defeated on the ground. A shadowy figure swiftly fights off an entire squad, the sword on their back shining brightly. It slices through the hood covering their eyes, tearing it apart to reveal Michael's face. However, the law enforcement surrounded them, digging deep into the ground, leaving only the red bloodstains of the guards. He walks across the luxurious wooden floor as the large door swings open, Michael holding his sword and staring intently at the person sitting in the office. Then he sneers and says loudly, "Thank you for the hospitality." Adley looked at him seriously. The only reason for coming here must be the Sebarote crystal of the mine key. Adley took out the serious-looking key. "I can't defeat your original words. Take it. You're looking for the key to the spring mine vault." "Right." Michael quickly snatched it from the old man's firm grip and said, "Actually, I want to ship." The old man replied softly, "But it doesn't work when combined with control." Adley was a bit stunned. "Don't tell me you want to take the ship and delete combo." Michael sneered confidently. "It seems you've researched thoroughly for your son." "Right, yes. Only complete deletion can truly counter the Super Viet Jia." Hearing that, Adley immediately straightened up and asked, "Do they care about us?" The officer responded loudly, "They are testing us." Michael softly said, "We need to evolve the ship and control or we will be wiped out. They will come for your son Lucas, so hope I succeed." Adley is a bit panicked. As the guards outside are shouting, Lord Adley is in the room. "Call for backup." Michael quickly used the master key. "If the control user comes here, tell him I've taken it." The entire room is bathed in a blazing red light as the system notification appears, confirming that Fail has entered the dungeon with the Cerberus key. Beginning the dungeon event, the red glow envelops Michael's body, and Adley sternly warns that if the dungeon is cleared, they will be detected. He sneers. "Have you forgotten the reward for the dungeon?" A blue notification from the system appears. Cerberus's key. Entering the dungeon, 3 months ago. In Nevada. Us. A hovering ship flew over the central hub, and the people inside the elevator were suspicious, looking like there was only one floor. But how many underground floors does this building really have? The interrogation tunnel. Archer. From B1 to B10 are extraterrestrial research laboratories, while B11 to B20 are laboratories for monster scientists. The corner looks a bit panicked. So aliens really do exist. Marie is tall and broad. If there are monsters, then there must also be aliens. Haruto pondered quietly, wondering what his father was researching here. Aoi stood in the corner, silently lamenting that she had followed Senior Sano. But he sweat and wondered if he was really okay being here, and if Sano had agreed to those strange things. Remembering a while ago, Takashi said firmly, "Keep negotiating. If you let the Midas Society get involved in the spacelock incident, then let Hunter Ikenaga join the Control Society. What do you think? Of course we will consider his debt paid." "You are shocked." Sano Sr. "This is a bit..." Haruto didn't hesitate and replied, "Are fine." Aoi. Panic and loud. Senior Sano. Calmly explain. Aoi is also an important junior to him. So this debt has been quite settled. Aoi followed them, wondering when Senior Sano had become so strong. He focused on one side where people were passing by densely. He was panicked and wondered, they don't look like soldiers or guards. They are people of Government A. But why are they here? Could it be? The machine opens, and Tuno introduces gently that this is a dimensional laboratory. Haruto confidently leads the way, showing his father's research first. Right here, looking at the item in the test tube, Haruto was a bit confused. It was a piece of iron, and he calmly explained that it came from a place called the Spirit World, which the former director had discovered. He calmly recounted that no material on Earth could be its source, and that the former director had died in a major disaster. So the research was postponed. He just pointed to the moving gate and continued, using Nishihara, the hunter's space magic, to teleport. But since she disappeared, we can't use it. He briefly glanced at Ares and thought to himself that they knew each other, then looked back at the narrow gate, realizing that the hunter Nishihara had known about the spirit world before the disaster happened. So she must have known what was going on there. Haruto quietly believed that his father wanted to go there with him during the great disaster. But we couldn't do it. He looked at the suspicious police officer, wondering what the hunter Nishihara and his father saw in that world. Is the answer hidden within these fragments? I need to open the portal to the space to find out. He quietly warns. This place is very dangerous. Haruto then suggested, let's conduct the experiment in the desert testing area. While at the White House, the imposing building fell into silence. Rimono narrowed his eyes and asked if the space shards are all in the same place. Logan Bowman replied yes. They have been moved to the Nevada desert, and soldiers and hunters are monitoring them. Simon Beffrey then added, we will ensure the test with the simulation lock goes smoothly. But we are worried about a strong reaction from Mater Turner. He possesses the fifth lock. Rimono's face darkened as he said, America's future is in his hands. The soul space, skills, magic, and resources, they have the power to break the world's balance. On the other side of the vast desert, a heavily guarded research building stands tall. Satoru looks around in awe. It's huge. While Haruto stands alone in the desert, be alert to the surroundings. Distant barricades have been set up, and soldiers are pointing guns at you. Haruto sneered to himself, feeling his instincts had also sharpened. There are many people gathering around. Just as Oh. I said, America won't let us go easily. Oh. I warns seriously. Senior Sano, some of these people are from the government. They might be after the lock. Be careful. He raised the walkie-talkie high and ordered the plane to go. And the plane carrying the necklace was immediately brought over. Satoru is a bit worried. Will everything be okay? He has the skills to move. But Mori gently reassures him. Don't worry. It'll be fine. The plane carrying the necklace arrived. And he silently thought to himself, it's here. The moment has come. The piece of the lock quickly appeared in Haruto's hand. The piece on the necklace suddenly glows with a golden light and falls down, flying straight toward the key in Haruto's hand, which then merges and emits a bright, dazzling light. A streak of metallic light shot through his palm, causing the lock to explode and shake the area. Satoru panicked and backed away, the metallic light fading to leave an empty space. The commanding voices of the soldiers ring out calmly. Move out. They hesitated for a moment. Hey. They looked at the front barricades in confusion, wondering why there was nothing here. Just space debris and the breathing figure over there. A huge crack appeared as if it was about to tear apart the entire area. From the crack, Haruto gradually leads the group out. Masato, wearing a cool pair of sunglasses, stands behind the protective barrier and sighs, looking quite confident. Hearing that, he confidently said, we acted just in time. He reached into his torn pocket and sighed heavily. Of course I do. Setting up a quarantine barrier for the week isn't simple. Just then, Nanase also arrived at the protective layer. I understand why Mitsuo and the others are spreading across Tokyo to connect the space with Hakumana. Seeing the appearance of the young lady, you can't help but be surprised. Why are you here? Miss Nanase. Han interrupted the story to ask Sen if the space key was finished. Haruto replied, yes. But it's in the auxiliary space. Again. Because once we have the key, we can open the gate to anywhere at any time. Masato looked at the gate and asked, so why do we have to do this in the subspace? Hearing the question, Haruto also looked in that direction and answered, because me got involved. Nanase was startled and asked back, thinking wait, so Satoru and the others are now hostages. Then quickly turned around to reassure, don't worry. America will try to maintain their stance with us because I have the space key. He scratched his head, full of questions. This will take time. We can't move because of the barrier. This time Haruto stepped forward to explain. No. We can leave immediately. Masato wondered, is there also a barrier or something there? He confidently replied, there are things even better than barriers to use. In the vast desert, the figures seen from the helicopter look no bigger than ants. A group of fully armed soldiers are searching for something. One of them surveys the situation and reports to the higher-ups, with no signs of life. Satoru's face paled with fear. No way. Mr. Haruto. Marie remained calm with her arms crossed. But everything was fine. He was probably still okay. Gao walks over to where everyone is gathered and agrees. I don't think something's wrong with him either. Lucas's phone suddenly rang, catching his attention. And on the screen was a familiar number, his father. That afternoon, in the Nevada research room, thunder roared around Turner, and he spoke with growing anger. Have you forgotten your promise? Chairman. Two bodyguards stand in front of the chairman, repeatedly blocking him as he calmly approaches Chairman Turner. Ramono stands behind, worried but still trying to explain. The space portal is now a global issue. He still hasn't cooled down and keeps questioning back. The government has stated they are not involved in this. And we even handed over the Sebarotlok's crystal. On the other side, they shouted upon hearing the conversation, unable to help but marvel. No kidding. That item worth 100 million yen was destroyed by him. Ramono, exhausted and weary, regrets to inform that the situation has changed and there are no more of the crystal shards left. At this moment, the tuner suddenly raised his hand towards him and asked, surprising everyone, if he still had one more. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting off the dispute in front of them. There was nothing left. The one who appeared was Lucas, who announced to everyone that the crystal shard guarded by Cooper had just been stolen by Michael. Everyone in the room was stunned. The first reaction was Ares stepping forward to question sharply, "Why didn't you say something earlier? If we encounter Michael in the Death Realm," he stammered in reply. "I just found out too." Ray Manad bowed his head in guilt. If Michael had gone ahead, everything would have fallen apart. Turner steadied himself and reassured, "Don't worry. Even if he manages to get there, it would just be a waste of time." He looked up in confusion and asked what he meant, his face serious as he said he wouldn't be able to use his skills in that space. "And I would kill him first." Lucas stood to one side, constantly evaluating in his mind that Michael's X coin must be engraved with Chelsea. They suddenly remembered, but it was Turner's score of X, the American president, who stretched out his hand to explain passionately, as if Chairman Turner was misunderstanding something like us, Americans. Over on the other side, in some laboratory, a portal begins to tear open. A scientist is stunned by what he sees. Unable to believe it, it's been inactive for 15 years. From inside the door, a foot slowly appears as Sato, hands in his pockets, walks out confidently and arrogantly, connecting the two spaces together. Even Satoru was surprised by what was happening and exclaimed, "Chairman Kinosaki, how did you appear like that?" Haruto stepped out from behind, looking pale and angry, then quickly turned around with a stern expression, grumbling that it wasn't supposed to be allowed. Seeing the next person step out of the door, Satoru's eyes lit up with joy. "Haruto, you're safe." Huh, even Aoi couldn't hide her surprise. Sano, Arita Sarah couldn't help but laugh. "I knew it." Meanwhile, Gao wasn't surprised at all and even asked with a hint of sarcasm, "So where's the key?" He quickly replied that the space lock has been completed. A question was raised. "Are you also planning to join this mission?" President Shirozaki, Masato, taking a breath, said it's probably better for Chairman Gao to go instead. Lucas approached to report the situation. "It seems Michael is inside the Cerberus dungeon." Haruto was a bit surprised. "What did you say?" He continued speaking. "My father just sent a message saying the crystal was shattered. Michael will definitely defeat the boss in the dungeon." Calm and fearless, you start giving orders. "We must get there quickly." The place they are aiming for is the Cerberus dungeon with the key. A three-headed ferocious dog introduced as Cerberus. Level 600 Judio Hell rank boss monster. If you succeed in defeating it, you will have a 100% chance to obtain the key to the spirit realm. All three heads of the monster are filled with rage, preparing to attack the people below. As debris and rocks fly everywhere around them, more and more, Hell Cerberus gets closer to the cliff edge. But the people below show no sign of movement. Faced with this, Michael remains calm, clenches his fists tightly, and prepares to strike. I can't believe that with just a simple move, the three-headed monster, so powerful, completely shattered. Contrôle plus X. Remove target. A notification appears showing a silver key falling down. You have defeated the hellish Cerberus and are now in the trial phase. He read it, and then slowly approached to pick up the silver key. After which Michael picked up the item and examined it carefully. The silver key in his hand is revealed to be the Cerberus key, capable of opening the portal to the Death Realm once entered, there is no turning back. Then Michael gritted his teeth and thought, it's a one-way ticket. He quickly realized that this was the reason Miso was always watching over the space lock. And then he inserted the lock into a nearby stone, which suddenly glowed with radiant patterns. Immediately, a portal was activated, and Michael's determined gaze remained fixed ahead as he decisively stepped through the door. leaving no way back. As we move through the gate, a fully armed group is ready to fight at any moment. Satoru is a bit tense, breaking out in a constant sweat. And finally, we are about to step into another world. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Aoi pursed her lips in worry, and I was struggling to breathe, feeling like we were about to catch up. Turner in his armor turned to say sincerely, "Haruto, I apologize for what happened to the chairman. You didn't intend to respond." "It's okay." Haruto is also thinking to himself that thanks to that person, we gained another surprise. Going back to earlier, when Amano made his request, "Chairman Sano, if you are capable of launching an attack into another dimension, I hope you will prioritize bringing the main team from the United States there." At that time, you didn't outright refuse. "No. Japan will send people first. There's no other choice." So he had to compromise. "Then it's fine for us to be second. We can't keep lagging behind in this space expansion race." "All right. But in exchange, I need to ask everyone for a favor," he replied. "Go ahead." Hearing that, you reached out and took the key while thinking I can't copy those space fragments into the clone. Their properties are similar to the space key. A declaration was made. And surely what I seek is just ahead. At the same time, in a tower amidst the desolate land, a loud scream echoed through the corridor. Something serious is happening. "Leader, don't get so worked up." Dueko, the firekeeper, 160 years old, leader of the dwarf tribe and the best blacksmith in the death spirit space. Then, a small girl gradually calmed down and approached to announce that the space gate had already opened. "You know that Pio, 50 years old, Dueko's grandson, a dwarf warrior." He held the fragment of the key in his hand and explained, "Of course, I am the one who created that key." Pio, no longer panicked, happily added, "So finally we can find its missing piece." Then, looking back at the anvil with admiration, if the fragment of the anvil still exists inside the small figure, stepping forward and pointing at the object on the table, that space dimension, just as the female mage had predicted, we just need to restore the original anvil, and the space tree will be purified and the souls will be freed. He didn't object, only nodded calmly, hoping that was the case. Then Dueko stroked his long beard thoughtfully. But there was still the name of that ancient person, on a giant tree with purple leaves spreading like they don't belong to the human world. A hand wrapped in sharp, painful thorns keeps bleeding nonstop. Giselle was drowning in a sea of thorns, tears streaming down her face. Miso, the one who kept her promise, a devilish face with glowing red eyes, keeps whispering behind him. But that no longer matters. The important thing now is that the final space gate has finally opened. The continuous words seem to swallow everything. Now I can dominate that space. Tears keep falling to the ground as a foot steps into this land of death. Michael looked up and gazed deep beyond the leaves. In front of him, a harmless spirit floated just above, clearly indicating he was in the death spirit realm. It suddenly turns from a peaceful appearance into a fierce demon with a menacing face and sharp teeth as heavy rain falls. Witnessing this, he just smirks confidently as if he knows everything, joking to himself, so the spirits still exist after all. Not only one, but a whole swarm of fierce spirits suddenly rushes toward him, Michael's face full of ferocity as he reaches out his hand, from which a small black hole appears. Then a message appeared, targeting Cantron Kong X, destroying the target. And in an instant, all the approaching spirits exploded in the air before they could do anything. A village of black and blue smoke blending together like a day after the misty smoke has disappeared. From above, despite the devastating attacks, the spirits did not vanish but gathered back to their original form, revealing several mouths full of teeth howling fiercely. From above, a bunch of spirits suddenly appeared out of nowhere, covering a large area. And since they are spirits, their magic is useless. Right. A powerful black sword is summoned back, like a divine Michael wielding a sword, charging forward. But it couldn't destroy them, and there are still many of them. It's really troublesome. Loud explosions continue to echo as a group of people, clinging to each other, slowly move deeper into the ruined ruins where broken wooden debris lies scattered. Satoru looked around and couldn't help but marvel. Is this really the spirit realm? Or is it just a decayed space? Lucas sat down, picked up a small book to examine. Needed to look around more to be sure, but it was likely correct. Mitsuo's hometown had almost been destroyed. He quickly activated his ability, with streams of information flowing into his mind. analyzing and tracing data from the target. Seeing that the person next to him looked a bit off, Haruto asked, "Are you okay?" Lucas picks up the small notebook again and sighs heavily. Overall, it's a long story. He began to explain from the very beginning what had happened in this land. The spirits, the Lund people, and the elves lived together in this world. But it had been corrupted by a singing spirit, Rimor. The first affected entities were the spirits, and then a battle broke out between the different races. Speaking of which, the spirits controlling giant monsters seemed to be the ones responsible for the destruction. As Haruto listened thoughtfully, Rimor turned out to be the owner of the space he had copied. A tentacle in the corner of the ruins caught the attention of one person in the crowd. A surprised exclamation echoes. "Finally, I've arrived." This person, with a curious face, approaches to examine. "What is this?" Seeing the suspicious smell, Sato immediately shouted a warning. "Don't touch anything randomly." But before the guy could react, something rose up from the ground. A massive, towering figure that knocked the opponent aside. The bloodthirsty tentacle of the monster immediately snapped out, catching the fleeing prey before the other guy could react. He was already dead, swallowed by the savage creature. Gao quickly shifts into combat mode and loudly orders everyone to prepare for battle. Masato also enters a fierce fighting stance, tongue flicking out. The guy's useless. A wave of piercing light rushes to attack Mukai. But as it senses the danger, it quickly burrows deep into the ground to avoid it. The strike lands, but it's too slow to hit Mukai, only smashing into the earth. The remaining onlookers couldn't help but tremble with fear. What's going on? No way. It's running away. Like those creepy bugs in the old cellar. As a red-hatted guy kept observing the situation from the side, a foot suddenly pressed down right on his head. I was about to ask the scouts for help, but it was pointless now. In an instant, the red-helmeted figure had completely vanished, and the spirit used its strong foot to lift an adult into the air. Its face grew more and more ferocious, a twisted smile stretching to its ears, as if it had been planned in advance. And the spirit immediately dropped the red-masked man. Mukai now rises from underground, but this time it is no longer alone, accompanied by a bloodthirsty group of spirits, somewhere deep underground. Pipes are continuously being lowered into the abyss, and machines keep running day and night as if searching for something. A voice suddenly cuts through everything. "We've found it." Adley turns around to ask how things are going. Before he could finish, a frantic person runs up to report that, as expected, the boss has been defeated. Seeing the signal, the old man leaned on his cane and left. "Let's go." Then they arrive at a cliff where the door once opened. 3 people stand staring at it. This is a sign that Michael is trying to open the space door. Given the current situation, Adley inquires how much longer we can hold him, and the henchman replies with current technology. About a week. Thuka trusted that understanding the situation was enough. But isn't it pointless without the space key? Hearing this, the old man immediately picked up the phone and made an important call. Preparations already complete. Adley's voice sounded cautious as he apologized for calling at this hour. "Mr. Chairman, regarding our discussion, could you give me an answer?" The old man continued to make a promise. "Yes. If we have that letter, we will open the gate immediately." Then he carefully led the way. "So we in the United States also have our reasons to join in. Right after this, there's no need for any more hunting or chasing." Meanwhile, Mukai quickly lunged at Gao with a bloodthirsty open mouth, followed by a powerful bite that shattered the surrounding earth and rocks. The lavastone person's power in front of him is not to be underestimated. Its bite can't crush him. In this situation, Gao couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "I'll hold them off. Hurry up." A sturdy shoulder filled with a fierce aura, Tun No in a combat stance, wielding 2 sharp axes. A line of text appears when the skill is activated. Ctrl+S. His hand firmly grips the weapon after being buffed. But that's not enough. The continuous buffs keep coming, and Tunyo's dual axe power keeps rising without end. Save mana. A powerful strike that could shatter the earth itself. He flies up to the middle stage and aims at Mukai, silently delivering a blow with devastating power. Mukai was shattered into 100 pieces and couldn't slip into the ground in time. Tunyo landed softly, as if nothing had happened. Haruto stands to the side, watching everything unfold, constantly assessing, as he tries to channel mana into his axe and unleash a burst of power simultaneously. It's also a curse of balance and burial, but completely different from the copying technique. If I can improve my skills this way, it would definitely be very effective. Not only one but two, Mukai. And on the other side, a new one has appeared, emerging from the ground and frantically chasing the surrounding people. At the same time, Ares begins to cast magic. Large ice blocks sprout from the ground beneath those people, forming a barrier of ice as Tunno's mighty axe continues to strike. He then flew up and struck the Mukai directly again. Above, two figures in a tall tree watched and assessed everything in their sight. Lisetta hesitantly asked, "Are they?" And the person next to her replied within their understanding, "Yes. It's likely they are humans." The husband quietly watched as he witnessed the strength of those who entered here, struggling and fighting. That's right. Mukai was originally a gentle monster living peacefully underground. But I didn't expect it to become so aggressive towards us. If they can't find the cause of the problem, they'll be eliminated right here. The attack of the demon sword is too powerful. It's not suitable for fighting monsters. But it's perfect for them. The spirits soar through the air as a great threat. Lucas leaps off the ground, his sharp sword flashing with swift movements to fend off the monsters. As the spirits begin to regain their original forms despite being shattered, Lucas saw the scene before him, clenched his teeth, and tightly grasped his sword. A tremendous power surging within the blue light that enveloped all the spirits. All the spirits were engulfed in that terrifying light, no longer reborn but turned into yellow crystals. The crystals kept rising upward, leaving both of them on the tree, stunned in awe. Lisetta looked down at Lucas with curiosity about what had completely purified the evil spirits. That's impossible. Those pure crystal shards of the spirits. No way. One strike could completely purify the spirits. So that thing is a sword. These guys were brought here by Miso. Right. Mukai roared again in anger. But there was also a hint of fear as it quickly burrowed back into the ground to escape. He was even more surprised to see that the huge creature was acting so strangely, having broken free from the spirit's restraint and returned to the earth. This thing might even be able to purify the space tree just as Miso said. The remaining spirits, seeing the terrifying power of the sword, hesitated and didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Haruto laughed loudly, kneeling on one knee. It seems the answer is the sword. From your hands, the vines grow wildly, as if infused with new life. Normally strong, now they rapidly gain even greater power. Using the Gigasius branch of space, the giant tentacle-like vines rush to seize the spirits. But they don't stay still. Instead, they fly upward to avoid being caught again. Another key combination is used to completely cut off the escape route of those creatures, with continuous streams of spider silk pouring out. While giant spider silk webs are simultaneously activated, they tighten their grip around the spirits, trapping them all in one go. Their vitality surges, causing them to start breaking apart in an attempt to escape the web's hold. Masato kindly stepped closer and reminded Sano, "The fleeing spirits aren't panicking. Look up there." Han instinctively looked up at the sky. All the spirits managed to escape, but not a single one could run away. Lisetta was stunned by his ability. How did he get Miso's space sword? Did Miso get into trouble? Also, the person beside him asked the same question. Where did he get so many swords? Haruto just easily knocked them aside with a light flick. A series of cleansing swords strike down without missing a single one, and the corrupted spirits are finally purified into yellow crystals. He reached out to touch a crystal while making a comment. Is this the pure spirit? As soon as he touched it, a golden glow appeared, and the crystal began to shatter, as if something struck Haruto's mind directly, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The energy was so intense that even he had to collapse. Satoru and Aoi both startle and shout out loud. Haruto and Sano. A large golden tree is growing between them. The Iraiso 3-on-1 seed copying the spirit leaf and sprouting. The scene now shows the crazy trees rising from the ground. Another system notification appears, indicating that the Iraiso 3-on-1 has copied the death spirit and partially sprouted. Haruto did not stop them as they put their arms around him. Then, another notification appeared, stating that for the germination process to proceed smoothly, the purification of the elf and the space tree core are required. Then your figure disappeared behind the mass of trees. Seeing that, Ao ran over calmly and asked Sano, "What just happened?" Masato couldn't help but curse. Damn it. What is this? A space seed. How did he get it? At that moment, he suddenly realized something. Lisetta and her friends are secretly observing the situation. Only then do everyone start to notice them. Satoru's eyes are full of curiosity. They are true love spirits. Meanwhile, another wave of energy is rolling in, and the nearby fairies dissolve upon contact. Michael and himself standing at the center. Activates Control X. And the surrounding mana will also be eliminated. If your mana runs out, you will consume your own mana and be in danger. All nearby spirits have already turned to dust. At this point, another dialog box appears. The user's mana has been depleted, and you can no longer use Control plus X. Michael could no longer stand firm and collapsed to the ground. Just then, the spirits finally regained their senses. Soon after, one of them howled wildly, yet the spirits all turned and bit simultaneously, as if hypnotized. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, the situation changed, and the spirits began attacking each other. Michael's lips curl up weakly. The side effects of being constantly erased don't exclude the appearance of a spirit. Who, in the end, your memories and yourselves will be defeated and even lose the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Sun O is the only exception. From afar, a figure approaches, and upon seeing this scene, P.O. forgets to blink. The girl couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Are the spirits fighting among themselves immediately?" The dwarf hurried over with narrowed eyes. What on earth is going on? Has the red-haired dwarf ever experienced something like this before? P.O. noticed Michael was motionless and there was a human over there. She looked at her comrades. Could he be the one from the prophecy told by the female mage? Squinting. I can't tell who that person is anymore. Thinking it over, P.O. concludes that if that's the case, he is the intruder of the space. But feeling sorry, the girl decided to take him to the village chief. Meanwhile, Miso casually said something was wrong with the spirits. Giselle said nothing, looking utterly hopeless. I can sense they have been wiped out. Probably thanks to the sword Thon brought back. Based on the opened space gate in their territory, I can sense a watermark forming on Earth. If it opens, I need to get there. But first I must absorb the last core of the space tree. At the same time, the Japanese Hunter Association's Makoto pushed open the door and entered the room. Nanase. Nanase's eyes drifted away from the monitor screen. What's going on? Dad. He quickly stepped forward. I have an urgent message. Makoto's voice was a bit heavy. It seems Faye Cooper and the United States have opened a space portal. Hearing that, she immediately stood up. Miso's gate must have been closed already. So what should I do? The other side immediately voiced their hypothesis, apparently using Nishihara's space conversion device. That statement made Nanase's pupils shrink as she remembered Haruto's words. Nanase, please stay on Earth. I don't think the Americans will give up on the space gate easily. I think Michael is trying to reopen the gate he previously opened. If that happens, the shadow spirits might invade Earth. So I want you to stay and prepare to respond. Nanase immediately left with Makoto. We have to hurry up. Something will come through the gate and come here to see. After hearing that, Makoto immediately acted, realizing that the gate Sano opened could also be very dangerous. She then stopped and looked directly into his eyes. Which is why I stayed on Earth. Don't worry. Dad. The gate that Sano opened is in the basement warehouse of Chairman Shirosaki's house. In an emergency, you can handle the dormant and close that space. Her attitude is very determined. But if the gate in America opens, we won't be able to stop it anymore. We need to contact the International Hunter Association immediately. Right now. In the spirit realm, the elf village is shrouded in darkness as they place the seed containing Haruto down. The elves are very interested. That is the seed of this space tree. Who brought it here? A monster or an acquaintance? Hearing that, he glanced at Masato, shaking his head. And at this moment, a figure stepped forward. Lisetta immediately bowed respectfully. Hesitant before Kuro, he stepped forward and touched the seed, which, although not fully sprouted, was beginning to germinate, meaning the elves had been purified. Realizing something, Kuro looked away, and then his gaze fell on Lucas, and he sensed there was a sword. He approached and couldn't help but wonder if it was the boy who had cleansed the spirits. And he simply replied 2 words. That's right. Immediately after, Kuro's lips slightly curled up. I see. You succeeded. But in the very next moment, his voice suddenly sharpened and asked for my miso. Where is it? Kuro's hand was pressing on the seed, and immediately a blue flame-like light burst forth from it. A system notification appears, indicating that the elf's formation skill has taken effect, and the iris soba seeds are sprouting. Thanks to Kuro's intervention, The seed sprouted, and Haruto appeared, greedily inhaling the essence, waha. Then, Satoru hurriedly ran over to Haruto, but Kuro blocked him with a sharp gaze. His spine stiffened, hesitating to approach, and he stumbled, accidentally touching the tree. A few seconds later, Haruto's hand seemed to glow as the blessing of the space tree took effect, automatically copying itself. Another long notification appeared, telling the user to graft the space tree onto themselves with its blessing. The user receives 65% body recovery from all damage and 50% reduction in normal damage. If they obtain the core of the space tree and complete the sprouting process, they will receive 100% body recovery and 80% damage reduction. You look surprised. The space tree has been copied and fused onto your body already. If you can get the space core, then I don't need any more healing. A second later, the tree disintegrated into pieces like paper. This scene shocked the spirit's weight. The space tree is gone. So what about the seed? Now Krio finally notices that Haruto's internal organs are glowing. They haven't disappeared, but are sprouting inside this human. Now he gets straight to the point. So tell me, where is my son Miso? Krio grew more and more anxious. I gave you the blessing of the spirit to keep an eye on her. So you casually said, Miso has died on Earth. This statement made his face turn pale. To think that an ordinary human could kill an elf, Haruto spoke without hesitation. Almost word for word. To us, Miso is the monster that tried to destroy the Earth. Krio's eyes are filled with tears. Is that why my child lost his life? Dark energy radiates from his body. Then Krio shoots forward, and he rushes wildly toward where Satoru is standing. Krio was screaming madly and chanting spells. How dare you come here after killing my child? Huh. Deisao. He struck directly at him, and Satoru's sword was immediately sealed. The binding spell gradually tightens around him just as an axe blade strikes, and Turner appears just in time to save him. With this move, Krio showed no fear. He immediately struck to seal him. Then his hand was caught by the binding spell. Next, they bind Turner's body tightly. Krio was almost going crazy. If Miso could use this elven spell there, he wouldn't have been killed by an ordinary human. His body once again erupts with power, with that weak skill. No one can escape the grasp of this spell. This scene makes Ares feel excited. The forbidden spell spread like a serpent, binding others tightly, and so the entire team was sealed within the curse. He howled in frustration but failed. Damn it. I can't use my skills. Masato beside me was also very annoyed. My mana is gradually decreasing. Haruto gritted his teeth in anger. This is the blessing of the star space. Tree mana still flows within him, but what is this feeling? He begins to use the system's power, a spell mixed into the elf's blessing. Autocopy failed. The spell from another dimension requires combining with the change from this space. Seeing that, Haruto's eyebrows furrow change. Change it. Just like what Mitsuo said. If I can touch that change, I can copy it. I just need to find a way. This skill will be mine. On this side, Krio's hand grips the bow tightly. The person calling us monsters radiates fierce energy. But in this world, you are the real monsters. Then, Krio unhesitatingly releases the bowstring, and the arrow cuts through the wind toward them. Seeing that, Haruto's face darkened. If Sarah had to use this move, she would be doomed. At this moment, a shadow swiftly passes by. A demon intercepts the attack, blocking the arrow and dispelling the magic seals. Its creator is Ares. Uncle Elvin A. Her eyes stare straight at the opponent, seeming useless to me. Behind Ares, strange symbols lit up, and Krio immediately widened his eyes. His immortal armor, that of the female mage. This surprised her just as much. You know my mother. Right now, in the dwarf's underground prison. The atmosphere is so gloomy, it's chilling. Michael struggled to open his eyes after the coma and realized he had been blinded. Suddenly, a gentle voice said, "Oh, you're awake." Pio stood by the other side of the cell and asked with concern, "How do you feel?" Michael's voice was hoarse from not speaking for a long time. "So you caught me off guard while I was dazed." The girl refused to accept that and argued back. "I saved you, didn't I? Your mana is completely depleted. You were about to die then." Clench, his lips curling with a hint of meaning. Seconds later, Michael tore the string himself. Then he stood up as if he had never been injured. This makes Pio very excited. "Are you a mage?" Michael slowly approaches. Is she a dwarf? The girl enthusiastically responds. And you. Are you human? Immediately, he gathered energy in his palm, everything unfolding exactly as planned. Without hesitation, Michael charged forward and shouted loudly. Aiming to cut the target, he reached out his hand, and a giant sphere appeared, scattering everyone. Many were thrown far away, some crashing face first into the ground, and screams echoed everywhere. Pio was shocked and shouted, "Why did you attack us? We were the ones who saved you." Michael just sneered coldly. "In my eyes, you are just experience points." He creates another magic orb, this time aimed directly at Pio. Pio stands frozen, unable to react in time, and a deafening explosion erupts. Pio opened her eyes, surprised to see she was unharmed, as someone was standing in front of her. That person was Dwayko, standing tall with a hammer in his right hand, shielding her from the attack. The girl is stunned. Pio opens her eyes in shock. Stammering, "Clan leader." Michael immediately becomes uncomfortable with Dwayko's appearance, narrowing his eyes. Dwayko also refused to back down, glaring at Michael. The others quickly realized the situation and shouted loudly, "Clan leader." Dwayko glanced back, his tone serious. "Tell Creo about this right away." Pio hesitated a bit. "But he's too dangerous. We have to stay together." Dwayko lost patience and shouted go. Pio was startled and trembling, then quickly stood up and ran fast. "I will take Mr. Creo there right away." Michael spoke. "So you are the clan leader, Dwayko?" Dwayko didn't answer but asked back, "What is your purpose?" Michael sneered as he looked at the glowing hammer in his hand. "So he blocked my curse with that hammer. It must be made from the same material as the space shard." Dwayko immediately realized it and gritted his teeth as he laughed loudly. "So that's it, you came here to evolve that curse," Michael said while channeling his power into his palm. "It's convenient that even monsters can talk at this moment." But just before he struck, Dwayko slammed the hammer into the ground. "You came just in time. I will bear the curse." The ground beneath Michael shattered, and the power from the hammer surged straight from the earth toward him. Dwayko clenched the hammer and struck the wall beside him again, causing a series of massive stones to break free from the wall, boosting the power of the space hammer he was wielding. Dwayko quickly leaps onto a floating rock, just as the ground shatters completely, leaving an endless abyss below. And Michael falls. Michael chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "I need to get his ship first." As he finished speaking, Michael suddenly disappeared, blending into the shadows and moving swiftly. Meanwhile, on Haruto's ship, after crossing this valley, they will enter the territory of the dwarves. Lisetta turned to him and said, "I told you there are no spirits or monsters here. It looks like we will arrive sooner than expected." So it turns out that Aoi Gatwu and the others are enemies of the dwarf tribe. Lisetta said calmly, "Even with the ceasefire agreement, the war isn't over yet, and we will leave right after dropping him off." Haruto was lost in his thoughts. The dwarves. Suddenly he remembered Creo's words. "Originally, rabbits. We used to live with them. They produce items." Creo's voice still echoes. "And we gave them the space tree, the only thing that can serve as fuel for the forge." That relationship was formed from then on. At this point, Rong suddenly fell silent. And then one day, the evil spirit Gramarye appeared and contaminated the space tree. Creo's voice mixed with excitement and sadness. "And from then on, no one received its blessing. But Dwayko had seduced my child, G-Cell." The image of G-Cell, being entangled by branches, appears as he tries to seize a branch of the space tree. At that moment, Creo rushes forward, and Gramarye captures G-Cell in his fury. "I shattered Dwayko's life force, breaking his hammer into 2 pieces and throwing it into another dimension." At that moment, a cosmic black hole appeared before him, causing a space-time rupture, and a great disaster descended upon the Earth. Another Earth appeared between the 2 worlds, a magic circle resembling a parallel universe. Haruto added that at that moment, Miso appeared in the human realm to bring the evil spirit to Earth. Creo paused for a moment before continuing, saying that when the spirits were contaminated and monsters began to go berserk, a female mage appeared and wiped out all the monsters. Ares then rushed forward to demand where my mother was. Creo frowned and looked at Haruto. She said that humans would eventually come here, and that she was the one who created the space key with Dwayko, breaking it into pieces and sealing the space. His voice grew more serious. Then he left for the Beastman's dimension to find someone. But since I destroyed the anvil, she can no longer create the space key to return. Ares desperately begged. Please take me to see Gueko right now. Creo coldly replied. Even if we meet, it will be useless. Both the anvil and the forge. Haruto then held out a piece of jade, indicating that the problem with the anvil could be solved over time. Creo was surprised to see it and quickly asked, What do you mean? Haruto smiled and looked back, then changed the word for saving the world to the letter from Sarah. Sarah nodded slightly. Oh. Okay. Haruto cheerfully stepped forward and softly said, And? With Tron Kong V. Use Irazo's new sprout. You touch the ground, and immediately, a glowing Lisetta tree sprouts up. And Lisetta stars in amazement. Is this a pristine space tree? Haruto pointed at the tree and said with a smile. So the fire in the forge can be rekindled now. Right. Back in the present, Haruto silently thought that once everything was over, he would plant a new space seed here. Your thoughts are interrupted by a voice. There's a battle going on. Haruto and everyone look up as a loud explosion echoes from the mountain ridge. And Aoi narrows her eyes to look up. He whispers that the spirit seems to be attacking something. As expected, a monster with an insect-like appearance is frantically attacking. And someone was struck hard by it, being thrown out of the mountain cliff. Lucas couldn't believe his eyes and quickly asked again. A human. Lisetta was just as surprised and shouted loudly. No way. Meanwhile, under the Cooper estate in the UK, the portal has been activated, and everyone is gathered around, watching intently on the other side. On the other side of the door is a pure black power, emitting strange noises, and those present there use protective charms to shield themselves from being blown away. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from the other side of the door. Lightning appeared, and Adley's face was calm as he announced, It's open. After hearing that, the others also started to move forward and shout, Let's go. Adley nodded to the person behind him to go ahead. Everyone present there stepped through the other side of the door with weapons in hand. And the soldiers with guns started to complain. What is this black fog now? Suddenly, someone collapsed. His teammates rushed to his side. But just moments later, he was also attacked by something. Blood splattering everywhere. A series of armored soldiers collapse at once. Others begin to panic. And the hunters start shouting at each other. Anyone, not a hunter, retreating. As this space is becoming dangerously overcrowded. As soon as he finished speaking, Mukai suddenly surged up from underground to attack, knocking out or biting down those it hit on the spot, and the screams of despair began to ring out. Meanwhile, the others desperately fought to keep calm and launched all their strength against Mukai. Mukai, distracted by attacking soldiers caught off guard by a hunter, clenched its sharp teeth and roared fiercely. Mukai charged directly at the attacker, grabbing their head and causing the ground to crack open. The person attacked by Mukai began to tremble in fear. Their level 300 skill useless. Impossible to defend. He looked at the monster in front of him, trembling. This place is even more terrifying than the high-level dungeon. Adley was slowly stepping on the ground, while the old man was held back by the tremendous power. The person following the old man looked around and questioned, knowing this place was dangerous. So he used them as bait. Adley remained silent, and the other man said grimly, Scarier than I thought. Hearing that, the old man suddenly slammed on the brakes and froze in place. Adley spun around and sharply told him to shut up. The surrounding area was immediately covered in dark magic, the red color filling the entire space. The person with Adley broke out in a cold sweat, growling in frustration. Adley still stood motionless, watching him scream in pain, his eyes blazing with fury. Stupid humans. The red blood from the magic spread out, along with the dark shadows of the curse. No. Perhaps I should thank you. Adley reveals his true nature, laughing loudly. Thanks to you, I can now control this additional dimension. Despite the chaos inside, the building they arrived at remains peaceful. But just a few minutes later, the silence was shattered by a massive explosion that destroyed the entire building. In another location, a news channel reported that around 1 o'clock in the morning local time, a space rift appeared in England. According to residents, a portal opened within Adley's premises. Tokuo watched the screen and said, just as she predicted, Nanase. Nanase looked at him. We can't stop this. But, Tokuo stopped and looked back, thinking to himself, Sano. Nanase is staring at the enormous power in front of her. Are you sure you can seal it in that space? Back to where Haruto's group is standing. They see Pio being thrown down the cliff. Lisetta immediately recognizes that the child is the chief's granddaughter that Haruto was looking up to. The chief's granddaughter, he saw the girl falling and thought to himself, so I just need to act quickly. Thinking it through, Haruto placed his hand on a tree trunk, activated Tron Kong V, and used the Iraiso branch. A series of giant tree trunks drifted out from where you just channeled your power, moving quickly, rapidly growing longer and spreading everywhere. Haruto turned around and called out loudly, Lucas. Lucas quickly understood and shot straight up in a flash, using the bending branches to bounce higher. Once reaching the right height, Lucas swung his sword, summoned the gods, and soared through the air. He flew straight at the insect-like spirits, slashing them across the body one by one. The defeated spirits disappeared in just a few seconds. They didn't even have time to react. Lucas looked around to find Pio's location. Then he rushed over. He caught Pio with both hands as she was falling, keeping her safe. The two of them returned to the ship, which was still moving swiftly across the water. After a while, Pio slowly opened her eyes, hazily looking around. Haruto, Lucas, and Aoi were all staring intently at her. Pio startled, pulling back and shouting, Humans, get away. Lisetta approaches, kneels down and asks, Pio, why are you here alone? Pio recognizes him, eyes wide with surprise, and softly asks, why are you with humans? Lisetta quickly reassured Pio, calm down. They already saved you. I am taking them to see the chief. And then I saw you being attacked along the way. Pio opened her mouth in surprise, stammering, so you are the female mages the prophecy mentioned. Ares quickly ran over and asked, do you know my mother? Wait. The chief is in danger. Someone has come here using a curse. Please help us. Haruto immediately recognized who it was and thought, Michael. So he's here too. Michael just teleported behind her. Breaking the ground won't affect me at all. Just as her father was about to react, Michael activated Ctrl+X, deleting the target. The cursed magic orb engulfed her father instantly, and he looked at Michael with a satisfied smile. Your girl refuses to give up. She strains to lift her hammer as high as she can. Then with all her remaining strength, she roars and strikes the magic orb with her hammer. Cracks immediately appeared on the sphere, spreading out as it trembled violently, as if a force was trying to explode outwards. After a while, it finally exploded, and Keiko stood tall inside. Michael landed on the opposite stone pillar. That hammer can't break the original power. Keiko looked at the glowing hammer and said in a deep voice, it's not an ordinary hammer. It's chrome. Michael just smirked with a faint smile. And it even has such a fancy name. He reached out his hand. Small metal pieces lined up in a straight line in the direction of his hand. In just a moment, it formed into a sword, and Michael gripped it tightly. I will take that hammer. In the following minutes, Michael and Keiko fought fiercely, the space itself shifting with their attacks. Michael shattered the stone platform where Keiko was standing, causing him to fall, and he chased after him. Keiko punched the wall with his hammer to stop himself from falling further. He thought, he's trying to keep his distance, but that little trick is useless. A stone pillar suddenly emerged from Michael's left, leaving him no time to react. But Michael quickly escaped thanks to his teleportation magic, disappearing into the void. Before he could react, Michael appeared behind him, startling him. Immediately, Michael swung his sword forcefully, delivering a straight strike to where Keiko was standing, causing the spot to explode in a blast. Dust and debris from the explosion filled the air, but Michael kept watch. When the smoke cleared, Keiko was still standing there, unmoved. Michael sneers, channeling magic. I will mark you. And I don't just have a hammer in my hand, he roared, unleashing his power to destroy the target. As a large sphere headed toward her, and she tried to dodge to the side, but as soon as he dodged, the sphere exploded violently, causing her to cry out in pain. Michael didn't hesitate for a second, quickly rushing in to deliver a follow-up strike to the wound. Two exploding spheres like before appeared beside her, and he quickly jumped back to avoid them. But the explosion was too powerful for him to escape, leaving her helplessly caught in the blast. A deafening sound rang out. Keiko endured the recent explosion, crying out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Michael still has no intention of stopping. He aims at her hometown, forming another magic sphere with his palm. He swung his hammer forcefully at the sphere to stop it, bleeding as he swung and shouted in pain. The approaching sphere is halted by the enormous force of Michael's hammer. It remains suspended in midair, trembling violently. However, the two immense powers clashed and caused the sphere to explode in an instant, knocking Keiko far away. Keiko was struck and fell rapidly into the abyss, while he desperately struck the wall with his hammer to stop her. After relentless effort, he finally managed to wedge the hammer tightly into the stone wall, holding him back. From where it was embedded, she immediately created a horizontal stone pillar to stand on. She knelt on the ground, and Michael quickly responded by landing opposite her. Right in front of her, Michael smirks provocatively. That arm can't take it anymore. Just give up and hand over the hammer and the relic. Hearing that, she was startled, her brow furrowed, cold sweat running down her forehead, her eyes wary as she looked at Michael. After a moment of silence, she slammed the hammer onto the ground, so she also knew about it. He stood up, his left hand bleeding and shattered, while his right hand rummaged in his pocket for something. Michael's eyes widened in shock as he stammered that thing. Memories flooded back to him, improving the curse without any device. How could that be possible? Miso then replied that the dwarf chieftain could cast curses. Michael looked ahead, suspicious, and asked, "Do you mean they can create curses as well?" Michael nodded slightly and then continued, using the core buried deep beneath the roots of the space tree. They created an artifact to strengthen everything, Miso said with a sinister smile that not only skills but also equipment and even curses could be upgraded. But the space tree is now contaminated, so they can no longer create that core. However, there must still be some cores left made by Chief Keiko. Keiko now has the core in her mouth, biting and swallowing it directly in one gulp. Keiko's eyes flash brightly. His whole body surges with fierce power, and he roars. Suddenly, he stiffens. His eyes bulge and roll back. Veins bulge all over his face. Immediately after, his previously blown-off left arm suddenly regrew. Just like at the beginning, Keiko stood upright with an imposing presence, clenching his fists tightly as he stared fiercely at Michael. Michael silently thought it might even be able to restore a severed arm. He smirked and said to Keiko, "The item with you is beyond imagination," Keiko shouted as he struck the stone floor with his hammer, not knowing how terrifying this artifact truly is. "You fool." The stone pillars they are standing on are breaking apart into many small pieces, and the force is even stronger than before. Michael suddenly noticed something unusual as he silently observed Keiko's every move. Instead of shattering, the stone slabs beneath his feet were rising up, as if gathering together, and just as expected, a giant stone figure was created right before Michael's eyes, causing him to stand stunned in amazement. The stone giant charged forward, swinging its massive arm toward Michael as if to crush him. Michael didn't hesitate any longer and immediately tried to jump up to the middle joint to escape. But as soon as his feet left the ground, the stones shattered and wrapped around his legs, trying to hold him back. Under Michael's astonished gaze, the stones beneath his feet gathered into a thick mass wrapping around his entire legs. The surrounding stones also began to break apart and rise into the air, wrapping around Michael's body. The stone giant, taking advantage of Michael being bound, swung its fist at him. Under Nugiko's control, the stone giant punched forcefully at the restrained Michael. However, Ngiko was not pleased with defeating Michael. Instead, he looked exhausted and wide-eyed. At that moment, in the heavenly realm, where the sacred tree Iraiso stood, the atmosphere seemed shrouded in a dark, ominous hue, and Sato said while holding the item, "It's a reinforcement tool, something that can improve everything." Satoru was excited. "That's awesome. I hope Haruto can bring back many of those." On the contrary, Creo Sihil heavily. "Don't get your hopes up," Satoru shouted loudly. "Why?" Gao was also there, listening carefully. "Creating that thing is very difficult. Not to mention that it can no longer be produced now. The space tree has been contaminated by Remery." Creo's voice remained steady as he gently explained that the simple barriers were holding it back. But once Remery reached the core of the tree, it would only be a matter of time before an entire dimension would face its end. And Sato glanced at him with suspicion, while he was about to bring such a dangerous creature to Earth. At the same time, one of his subordinates entered. "And when we bring Remery here, we will imprison it in a space transformation chamber." Creo also added firmly that if we could transfer Remery to Earth and save the space tree core, we could use its power to create the key to the space transformation chamber. Masato Dongdae Chongtai. Tram gum shadui. Roi di den trok mat krio. Chiek, hua di, vau ham muk, biendoi kongjan. Kriogetne. Zungvai. Gveko ko de lam duok diudo. Sato hurriedly grabbed Crio's shoulder, meaning he can create the key to access the vault we have been longing for. Crio whispered, "Have you been there before?" And Sato nodded in response. "Yes, with my younger brother." Crio glanced at him coldly and said, "If there's anything related to that secret vault, he will be able to do it." As he finished speaking, Masato seemed to lose all strength and directly knelt down. He wiped the tears from his face and silently thought, "Suto, finally you can come and save me." Crio saw this and added, waking Masato up, "But there's not much time left. If the plant's space tree isn't fully absorbed, it won't be able to create the key anymore." Back on the battlefield, Michael shouted and used Kanchan to erase the surrounding space except for himself, revealing a black hole that was growing larger. Swallowing all the dirt and rocks around it, the entire stone platform Gueko is standing on is slowly being pulled in. And the more it is pulled, the larger the black hole becomes. Gueko clenched his muscles tighter as the black hole moved closer to him. After struggling for a while, Gueko could no longer hold on, his body straightening as he was almost pulled into the black hole. Gueko desperately struck the remaining rocks with his hammer just as the black hole approached. A stone wall quickly appears, blocking between him and the black hole, reducing the pull. Gueko takes the opportunity, immediately leaps back to escape. The higher the stone walls rose, the more they were pulled into the black hole. But Gueko kept going, continuously building them higher. Then, a series of stone walls appeared, shielding him from the immense force. The walls then couldn't withstand the enormous pull and shattered as the black hole approached. The more stone walls they destroyed, the bigger and more furious the black hole became. Gueko stood helpless. No matter how much he tried to build walls, he couldn't stop it. In the end, Gueko decided to risk everything. As the black hole approached, he swung his hammer fiercely at it. That attack had no effect on Michael's black hole at all. Gueko had no choice but to stand and watch as he was pulled in, crying out in pain. After the black hole disappeared, Michael slowly approached the spot it had just swept through. The black hole passed, leaving a bottomless abyss behind. And Michael stood in the middle of that abyss. He gently picks up Gueko's hammer, lying on the broken ground, and, looking at Gueko collapsing, speaks in a deep voice. "Hand over the artifact." Gueko, buried deep under the rocks, still struggling. "I thought you only absorbed the artifact to regrow your hand. But that was the last thing left. There's nothing else to give you now." Michael's face darkened. "I came here first because of Miso's words. It hurts to hear that, but I guess I'll have to go to another dimension to find it." Gueko, upon hearing this, quickly asked again, "Miso, Crio's child." Michael knelt down, leaning close to ask, "So you knew him? Huh. Then you probably also know he has to endure the curse of the ship." Gueko's face turned pale. His eyes widened in shock. "No way. You're not here for the item. Your goal is the ship skill and the erase." Michael turned his back and walked away, glancing at Gueko with a slight smile, saying, "I guess the previous ship wasn't too bad either." With someone else, at Atli's mansion in England, many hunters are gathered around magic circles. Only Atli sits quietly alone on a chair in a hidden corner. He is lost in thought. Just as Miso said, Remery still hasn't taken a definite form. As long as we don't face it directly, we can still resist its mental attacks. Thinking that, Atli tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Luckily, the government had returned the sword to him. He forcefully drove his sword into the ground but seems unable to escape. "I underestimated him. He's not someone who can be defeated with just a sword. If this continues, the whole of England will be buried." Memories of the day I met Miso surface. "How can I stop him?" Miso replies. "We want to seal Remery in the space he stole from him." Atli paused and asked again, "How?" To which Miso simply replied, "Using his sword to force him in." Her voice explained steadily, "But it must be done before he absorbs the core of the space tree and transforms into his true form. If he returns to his true form and reclaims that space, he will be able to move freely between dimensions." Back in the present, Atli thought to himself that the hunters now possessed the space and had opened a portal inside it. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the old man's train of thought, and a middle-aged woman approached. She is the British Prime Minister's hunter. May sternly asked. How do you plan to handle this? Atli stood up suddenly. I want to mobilize the hunters to deal with this. Atanikost. May still hesitated. Is that really feasible? Atli nodded firmly. We still have time. Both of them looked towards the magic circle in front. What if the plan fails? There is a teleportation gate in Japan, and the spirit gramarye can pass through it. Hearing that, May immediately fell silent. Don't tell me you plan to hold Japan responsible. But this will affect the whole world. And that's not a permanent solution. Atli moved behind her. Gramarye will soon regain his true form. And when that moment comes, we will no longer be able to control him with magic. The old man suddenly pressed his face close. Startling May. Prime Minister May. Could you have forgotten what happened 15 years ago, when the gate opened in our country? Atli whispered into her ear. Whether to open the gate in England or Japan. She also knew the damage from this incident would be a shock to the world. Over there, Pio led Haruto's group to the place. They were standing on the cliff. Looking down at the ruined abyss, Pio stammered. The stone temple. Pio wiped away her tears. The girl ran excitedly down the cliff, shouting loudly. Chief. Haruto shouted to stop her. Wait. Maybe May is still inside. Pio didn't listen, rushing to where her grandfather was lying motionless, covering her mouth with her hand. She ran forward, trying to wake him up and shouting loudly. Clan leader. Her grandfather remained motionless, his breath shallow, eyes rolled back, with no response. Lisetta also ran quickly over. Who the hell did this? Haruto still calmly observed. He is still alive. He then turned to Arita Sara and asked, Sara, can you heal him? Arita Sara removed her mask and stared intently at Keiko. I'll try. But it seems that the wound caused by that annihilation skill might leave a gap. Just like last time, Pio runs over and grabs her by the collar, hoping to heal him, so you can cure him. Right, please. Elder, I can do anything. Arita Sara approaches, places her hands on the man, and presses Ctrl+Z to restore the target. However, after a moment, the system announced again that Ctrl+Z is an issue from another space and cannot be restored. An upgrade is needed to make changes in this space. Arita Sara frowned and looked at Haruto. As expected, it can't be done. To use the skill in this space, I need to upgrade it first. Haruto irritably grits his teeth and says, it seems we need to upgrade our skills with the original spirit before we can use them here. Pio opened her eyes wide, shocked and with tears welling up. She hurriedly asked Haruto if upgrading could save the chief. Haruto looked around and softly said, but with the chief and the village in ruins. How is that possible? Pio stepped in front of him, speaking confidently. Don't worry. She looked at him with determination, her right hand on her chest. I can help. In that moment, what lingered in Pio's mind was the memory from 5 years ago. Then he split the 2 glowing cores he had absorbed during the fight with Michael. These are probably the last remaining shards. Gueko brought it to her. Pio, you keep this one. Pio was surprised and asked, you. He looked at Pio softly and said that if the prophecy is true, we will need it. He looked at Pio as if to warn him that the one holding this fragment will be our savior. Back in the present, Pio told Haruto, I need to check a few things first. As Haruto was still confused, Pio continued, do you still have the shard of the hammer? Haruto chuckled softly, thinking to himself that who would have thought the fragment would come to him so easily in this world. Previously, Haruto met with Zamono, the president. I have a condition before prioritizing the US team to come here. You sincerely told him to give you that fragment. It might be something from the other dimension we are about to explore. In that case, we might find the answer to what my father has been searching for. Haruto separates a large piece of metal. You mean this one? Pio happily exclaimed when he saw it. Yes. It's a fragment from the chief's hammer, exactly as in the prophecy. Then the girl rummaged through her bag, and Haruto stood there puzzled as Pio took out a glowing core. With this, we can upgrade the curse. Haruto looked closely at it and asked, what is it? Pio replied succinctly, it's a powerful version. The girl remembered her mother's teachings that to upgrade weapons, you need to absorb them into the weapon. The same goes for skills and curses. Tuner spoke from behind. So this is how you upgrade a curse. Pio tightly grips the core, desperately begging Haruto. This is the last version of the spell. You can use it to upgrade the curse. But in return, you must save the clan leader. Haruto was momentarily stunned by this surprising statement. Then he straightened up and thought for a few seconds. Then he turned to Arita Sarah and said, "Sarah, absorb it." Arita Sarah pointed to herself and asked, "Me?" Haruto nodded slightly. "Yes. We need to restore this place." Pio approached, handed her the core, and told her to put it in her mouth and swallow. Arita Sarah, still a bit doubtful, trusted Haruto and directly put it in her mouth. Sarah immediately widened her eyes and let out a surprised cry as she put the core in her mouth. A bead of sweat drips down Arita Sarah's forehead as the light intensifies, and she screams in pain. Then, Sarah drops to her knees, her body seeming completely exhausted. The light now radiates not only around her but fills the entire space. And Haruto covers his eyes with both hands. After a moment, the beam of light subsides, and smoke billows around her as Sarah, clutching her chest, gasps for air. Haruto immediately ran over, shouting, "Sarah, are you okay?" Sarah nodded slightly, lifting her head to look at him, as if this was nothing. As Sarah just stood up, a notification appeared saying, "You can now use Cantron Z." She hesitated, glancing at the message, voice trembling. "Level Ketu." Haruto quickly stopped her from speaking, saying, "Don't talk about that." Realizing she had said too much, she nodded hurriedly. "Okay, P." O quickly ran towards her tail. "Hurry and save the chief." "All right." Sarah also quickly ran over. Cantron C. Cantron Z Level 2 uses space-time power to upgrade. Restore the target within space. And a blinding blue flame erupts between them. The rocks slowly lifted Waco, revealing his battered body. His bleeding wounds were stopped thanks to Harita, Sarah's healing power. The deep cuts gradually healed without leaving a scar, and the onlookers around started to marvel. Unable to believe it, this was no longer an ordinary healing skill. The arm was regenerating itself. After a while, Waco gradually regained consciousness, struggling to sit up and rubbing his temples. Pio was overjoyed and rushed to him, embracing him tightly. "Pio." Haruto approached Sarah Harita. "Are you okay?" Sarah Harita smiled happily. "I can now use mana more skillfully than before." Haruto looked at the wreckage around him and wondered if it could be restored. "It should be possible," Sarah said with regret as she handed over a heart. "And I still have the golem heart you gave me earlier." At the same time, the sacred tree Iraiso was increasingly shrouded in dark energy. Shinoda Satoru looked at it worriedly. "Probably because we are getting closer to Romori's death space. So the contamination is getting worse." Pio reassures everyone that the spirits and elves, having a close spiritual connection with the world tree, cannot be harmed by prayers or spells. Masato loses patience and loudly swears. Damn it. Damn it. He created a magic circle around the four of them. And both the chant and mana are the same. They will be useless against me. Creo smiled at him. "Thank you for holding back for the sake of my child." Masato coldly replied, "I only do it because I need the core of the world tree." He hesitated and asked Creo, "So, how will we find that multi-dimensional dungeon?" Creo said calmly, "We actually don't need to look anywhere." Masato was surprised by this and immediately stopped in his tracks. How could that be? Creo calmly explained to him that the multi-dimensional dungeons cannot move on their own. His face grew more serious. "And the multi-dimensional dungeon you're thinking of is actually inside an enormous creature beyond imagination." Masato widened his eyes in surprise as Creo continued. "When the nest is cleared and the core of the boss appears, it will try to escape the pain by running away." I shouted from behind. "And that is exactly the multi-dimensional space we were talking about." Creo agreed. "Only the core is the boss's core. Giko can regenerate it." He looked back at Masato and said more. But to be sure which tunnel he meant, more information was still needed. Masato replied succinctly, "I know." He clenched his teeth, his face turning pale as my brother was there. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, causing the sacred tree Iraiso to shake violently, with a series of branches breaking off. Creo immediately became alert. Remory is already starting to absorb the core. He shouted loudly and rushed forward. "We don't have any more time." Following Creo's warning, everyone ran after him. If that thing absorbs and fully refines the world tree's core, then everything is lost. Turning to Hataru. 30 minutes before the space tree was invaded, Guiko stood absent-mindedly in front of the blazing kiln. He stared at it intently without looking away, saying, "The kiln is burning again." Then he suspiciously glanced to the side. raising his eyebrows slightly. The space tree was still shining brightly and healthy. How could the space tree be like this? The other streamers also started to step in, looking confused. Is this really the space tree? No way. It can't be. They whispered among themselves. Gathering together has the forge really reignited, Haruto said, while patting his chest. This is the seed of the space tree stored inside me. The space tree is not extinct yet. Giko paused for a moment, then asked in surprise. But Kryo had already given it to Misu. So don't tell me he's dead. Haruto remained silent. And Sara quickly said, Misu has already carried out the plan to bring the spirit of the singing shadow to Earth. We are just counterattacking. Haruto finally spoke now. You're right. I took this from Misu using my Earth Curse skill. Giko sighed and looked at the sword beside him. So you came here to upgrade that spell. All right. I will help you forge the crystal ball. Haruto smiled to himself. Thank you, sir. He thought happily. All right, now I just need to touch a space somewhere. Guiko looked around and then continued. But I only make enough for everyone here. If Michael gets it, then it's all over. Eris Hill ran over to Guiko. The clan leader. Can you create a space lock? Giko froze when he saw her. That shirt. I made it for Nishihara Tomoka's daughter. He immediately nodded in agreement. Of course I can. But I need black steel. He looked at Ares Hill with a knowing expression. That thing can only be found in the area where the dragon living. But it's hard to get because it's inside the multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto silently wondered if the multi-dimensional dungeon was where Vice President Shirozaki's younger brother had gone missing. But his thoughts were interrupted by a violent tremor. Someone ran to inform Giko, the clan leader, that the space tree is contaminated. Oh no. Giko covered his face in despair. No, this is the end. Haruto hurriedly asked what he meant. His voice tinged with exhaustion. If Gramarye successfully absorbs and transforms the core of the space tree, we won't be able to stop it anymore. Inside the space tree, a series of voices echo. Our goal in this dimension will soon be achieved. The core inside is glowing with each voice. Giselle, I'm sorry. My strength is only enough for this. I can't protect you anymore, but I have a strong feeling you'll survive. So please, don't give up hope. Giselle gazes into the void, feeling the aura of her father. Could he be coming here? He suddenly felt a chill down his spine as a voice echoed. It seems there's a lost worm in this place, but Giselle, don't get your hopes up. This space now belongs to me. The deadly aura increasingly envelops the sacred tree Iraiso. As the space seems to turn crimson, the surrounding spirits are also gradually affected by that deadly aura. They hadn't had time to react before being slammed by a giant object, crushing into the tree. That voice still echoed in Giselle's mind. After I successfully transform, I will make you invincible. Masato looked up at the fallen stone on the protective circle, the ground trembling beneath him. Kryo suddenly raised his voice. We don't have time to stand around anymore. Masato looked at him confused. What's going on? Why are you so flustered? Han looked around, clicking his tongue in annoyance. This place must have another dimension. Kryo had also calmed down a bit. The giant object had become a multi-dimensional dungeon. Still, he couldn't hide the fear that arose when singing the Love King, a non-physical being like Rimori, merging into the creatures within the space trees of each dimension. Shinoda Satoru, Takeuchi Gao, and Masato all exclaimed. Huh. Kryo continues speaking in a low voice. As the vitality stored within the space tree transforms into monsters and super-strong demons, Shinoda Satoru stepped forward in surprise. Wait, you mean the big monsters we know about? Kryo nodded. Exactly. Masato also immediately realized how serious this was. If this continued, not only his son but all of us would become monsters in the underground ruins. Shinoda Satoru's face was drained of blood. He knew all along about this, but still led us here. Masato was extremely tense. A series of problems racing through his mind, including the space core. We need to get out of here immediately. Like Kryo's child. In that moment, he remembered his brother's words. At least I have to get out of here first. Then my sister can rest assured and close her eyes. Kryo's face is sad, as he softly says, I just want to save the boy. Sorry. You two should go back now. Masato said nothing, only drew a small sword, cursed under his breath, broke through the protection, and cut down the incoming attack pretty effective. Kryo was stunned by his action, raising his hand to block the incoming projectiles. Suddenly, a Mukai appeared in the sky, roaring as the projectiles surrounded it. But Masato acted immediately, slashing horizontally across its body. Creo, still in shock, quickly looked around, wondering when the monsters had arrived. Masato clenched his sword and said, "Who do you think I am?" "Well, might as well deal with that grammary too." The Mukai also charged forward, moving in a pack, with at least 4 of them heading to attack. Satoru, unwilling, drew his sword. "We're doomed to die. This swarm is exhausting." A bug-like spirit is rushing straight down from above him. Satoru instinctively tried to react, but Masato quickly created a barrier. The spirit was bitten again, and Shinoda Satoru seized the opportunity to slash it with his sword. He looked at the recently defeated spirit and let out a relieved sigh. "Luckily, this barrier works against spirits too." I shouted at him to stop, but it was useless against the monster. He was blocking a Mukai's mouth while yelling, "Don't cause any more chaos." Masato. He slowly sheathed his sword, still full of internal energy and doing something, then pointed the tip of his sword at the ground. Ignoring the incoming flying darts, magical lightning sparks around him, striking directly at the Mukai. They scream in pain, but the lightning doesn't stop and grows even stronger. Satoru kept marveling. Chairman Shirosaki's wide-area attack is truly the best of chop. Just one strike, and it took down so many enemies. Creo quickly spoke up. But killing all these monsters wouldn't mean anything. It's the reason why the mine was destroyed. He pointed at the floating spirits. It's them, the monsters, being controlled by them and capable of endless reproduction. Masato waited for that moment and shouted, "Then take them out now." The little spirits quickly split apart and dodged as the lightning shot towards them. Masato was stunned. "Wait. Hold on. They just dispersed." Furrowing his brow. "We need to strike and wipe them all out." Satoru suddenly realized something from the recent attack and shouted loudly. Masato looked at Satoru, who was focused, and asked, "What are you doing?" He replied, "I just remembered. Haruto gave me a bunch of them." What? Hearing the name Haruto, Masato was startled and asked back out of curiosity. As soon as he finished speaking, Satoru threw out dozens of balls. "He's the big one. My enemy." The palm-sized balls turned into stone people as soon as they hit the ground, rushing forward quickly. The kickers, once they lock onto their target, quickly leap straight into the center, clinging onto the spirits. The spirits try to shake them off but can't, and although they feel uncomfortable, they are soon overwhelmed and sent flying straight down. Satoru excitedly shouted. Chairman Shirosaki used the lightning power quickly. Masato was stunned. "Are we fighting like this now?" Satoru grinned triumphantly, saying that Haruto had taught him this. Masato nodded, raising his sword in front of him and roaring loudly. Lightning strikes from the sky directly onto the ground, causing the earth to shake. The bolts target the stone figures and spirits, and the spirits cry out in pain. Then, the other spirits also fell victim to the attack and couldn't resist. The lightning disappeared, and the spirits were completely destroyed, leaving only the stone people standing tall. Satoru stepped forward, patting the stone figure on the head and saying, "Well done." But right after, the stone figure also vanished into nothingness. It seems without a sword. There's no way to measure strength. Masato looked at Satoru and thought to himself, that Sano guy is pretty good at training guild members. Over on the other side, Gao was fighting fiercely against the huge Mukai. After defeating them all, he was excited, saying, "The monsters on this side are all gone." Creo was no less. Using ancient language to bind the Mukai tightly, he shouted, "We're done here too." As he finished, a faint voice echoed in his mind. "Dad, please come back." Creo excitedly looked around, shouting, "Giselle, where are you? You can't walk anymore. Run like the wind." I just heard her voice. She must be nearby. Gao shook his head and said we should go back. But Sato turned and walked away, saying, "Whatever you want. I want to follow them." Then Satoru also left with him, and I had a feeling that leaving wasn't a good idea. Only Gao remained standing alone, silent, watching their figures fade away. The conversation between him and Takashi flashed through his mind. Takashi said he had pressured Sano as you asked, but he has to leave now. Gao, you put down the tablet. You've gathered this information and yet you want to stop. Takashi said, "We can look for another support." Gao immediately interrupted, saying that would ruin the reputation of the Midas Corporation. He looked at Takashi with a steel-hard expression. "Do you really want everyone to find out you have a heart condition because of your addiction to Manasau?" I put on my glasses, speaking calmly. But this is very dangerous. We still have a year left. We can find another way. Gao suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. I mean 1 year. We only have 1 year left. He stood up, saying irritably that if there are no fragments in the elven realm, he will search all other dimensions. Takashi sternly looked at Gao walking away. You're not a hunter, and anyone can manage the corporation. So shut up. Mr. Quad. Before leaving, Gao turned back and said, I created Midas. I must be the one to protect it until the end. Returning to reality, Gao quickly rushed after everyone. If I keep overthinking like this, I'll be the first to get killed. Meanwhile, in England, the magic circles have transformed into cubes, sealing the object inside. The people around are tense as they watch. We've done it. The barrier is complete. But don't celebrate yet. It can only block the cursed energy. The monster will still come. As soon as they finished speaking, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, and a giant branch floated up from underground, causing the earth to crack apart into large pieces. The surrounding people hurriedly shouted, its physical form has appeared. Call the physical type hunters. Clearly. Then, more and more branches floated up from the ground, and poisonous clouds covered the entire space. It rushes to attack all sides of the cube, with branches constantly growing. After relentless assault, finally, a branch breaks free from the seal. Others also start breaking the cube and drifting out. The cube is almost shattered. After escaping, the branches attack from all directions, smashing anything in their way. The people nearby cowered in fear. Damn it. It's too big. It attacks without mercy, and even though they struggle to fight back, they can't stop this enormous power. Screams and cries for help echo everywhere, accompanied by explosions as the ground is shattered. Prime Minister, please start the urgent training immediately. Mei Lan Lung responded. Is it so urgent? Adley didn't turn to look at her, but simply said, that thing is regaining its physical form faster than we expected. The old man furrowed his brow with a serious expression. It seems that the dark spirit Ramori has taken control of the space tree. We tried to stop it, but it was too late. The following words have made Maycap afraid. At this rate, the disaster of that year could happen again. If that occurs, the UK and Japan will bear heavy consequences, and we must call for aid from our allies before Japan. At that moment, in Masato's underground warehouse, Voodoo, along with the continuous shouts, Nanaze was frantically shouting and attacking with branches. Fua shouted loudly. Something has happened. Nanaze ran to his side. It seems that thing has restored its original form. Fua was trying to operate the screen while saying that the branches were blocking us from closing the space gate. Nanase coldly stepped forward, spreading her arms. A fire prison. Let me light a fire and see how it goes. On the other side, at the elf village, Lisetta said with surprise. I didn't expect it would be so easy for us to get here. Haruto stepped through the space gate and calmly said, to do this, you need a barrier with spatial coordinates. So that's how it is. You suddenly opened your eyes wide. I also designed one in the dwarf village. So from now on we can easily move between the two sides. Only now do they realize how devastated this place is. With bodies scattered everywhere. Haruto touches the ground, frowning, his face darkening as he glances around to assess the situation. Haruto noticed the large holes in the floor and immediately sensed that something was very wrong.